Among Trimalchio's friends are depicted several other wealthy freedmen, one is said to be worth Hs 800,000 and another a million, and there is a reference to yet another freedman who had died leaving Hs 100,000. Now I would not deny that quite a number of freedmen may have been really well-to-do, and a few perhaps very rich indeed, although I think that in order to attain great wealth a freedman who had not been a member of T Familius Caesaris would need to receive a very substantial legacy from his former master, and this would be anything but a frequent occurrence. But, apart from the altogether exceptional imperial freedmen, I see little evidence for large. 178. Fortunes in the hands of freedmen. It would be a mistake to see in Martial's expression, libertinus opes, any implication that freedmen's status and wealth went naturally together. In this poem, Martial, who calls himself a poor man, although an honorary equestrian, is expressing his scorn for a rich freedman, Callistratus, and the word libertinus is the one clue he gives to the man's status. I feel that far too much reliance has been placed on the fictitious Scena Trimalchines in Petronius. Its inventions have too easily been accepted as facts and its deliberately comic exaggerations treated as if they were typical. Even Rostovtsev could write at some length about Trimalchio as if he were a real person instead of an imaginary character. He calls him one type of this age, although later in the same passage he does add, I am inclined to think that Petronius chose the freedman type to have the opportunity of making the nouveau riche as vulgar as possible. Finlay, who refers to Trimalchio in at least 10 different places in his Ancient Economy, treats him as if he were not only a real person but a representative one. Trimalchio, he says, may not be a wholly typical ancient figure, but he is not wholly untypical either. And later he says, once again we turn to Trimalchio for the bald truth, but in reality we find once more a ludicrous series of comic exaggerations. 16. Surely the great majority of freedmen, at the time of their manumission, will have been men of at best very modest wealth, even if a fair number of them were comfortably off, and a few quite rich. Many of them must have been poverty-stricken wretches who were either allowed to buy their freedom with every penny they had managed to accumulate as their peculium during slavery, or were left at their master's death with the gift of freedom and nothing else. A children's nurse who was manumit on retirement might not be far off the poverty line, but the younger Pliny settled on his old nurse a little farm worth Hs 100,000, perhaps of about 25 to 30 acres. Nearly all those freedmen who accumulated really large fortunes will have done so because they had been the slaves of very rich men, or had belonged to the Familius Caesaris. A delightful funerary inscription from near Rome, which no one able to read simple Latin should miss, records the benefits received from M. Aurelius Cotta Maximus, who was consul in AD 20, by one of his freedmen, Zosimus, who after manumission had acted as his official attendant, Accensus. Cotta had more than once given him the equivalent of the equestrian census, Hs 400,000, he had brought up his sons and given dowries to his daughters, as if he himself were their father, he had obtained for one son the honor of a military tribunate, he ended by paying for the inscription, in elegiac couplets, which he either wrote himself or entrusted to someone who understood how necessary it was to stress Cotta's munificence. It appears from a famous inscription of the year 133 BC that freedmen and their descendants in the important Greek city of Pergamum were in a condition inferior to other non-citizen residents, here called paroikoi, for while those already registered as paroikoi were to receive the citizenship, the descendants of freedmen were merely to become paroikoi, and this was clearly regarded as an improvement in their status. In a Greek city in the Roman period we can expect to find freedmen of Roman citizens having much the same social rank as other freedmen, outside the local citizen body. Thus in the donations of Menodora at Cilium in Pisidia, prescribing handouts to be given in a series of grades, according to social position, we find Vindictarii put on the same level as Apluthoroi and Paroikoi, and below the citizens of Cilium. 17 I know of no reliable evidence from any part of the Greek world 18 that could enable us to draw trustworthy conclusions about the comparative frequency of manumission at different periods or in different areas, or the ages at which it took place. The evidence, even that of inscriptions, is always too weighted to give us anything like a random sample and is useless for statistical purposes. Finally, I must reiterate that the financial condition of the freedman really mattered more than his technical legal status, which died with him, while his children born after his manumission counted as freeborn and could inherit the bulk of his property. 19. Hired labor. I have already pointed out that the single most important organizational difference between the ancient economy and that of the modern world is that in antiquity the propertied class derived its surplus mainly from unfree labor and only to a very small degree from hired labor, which was generally scarce, unskilled, and not at all mobile. We must also remember that many hired laborers will have been slaves hired out by their masters. I can illustrate what one have just been saying about the prevalence of slave labor and the comparative insignificance of hired labor by summarizing 3 of the delightful little Socratic dialogues included in Xenophon's Memorabilia, which demonstrate very nicely how small a role was played by wage labor in classical Athens. They are all lifelike conversations, bearing in this respect little resemblance to the dialogues, often, no doubt, of far greater philosophical profundity, in which Socrates just argues down some unfortunate Platonic stooge. In the first of these, the charming conversation between Socrates and the high-class call-girl Theodote, Socrates, with assumed innocence, quizzes the girl about the source of her income. She was obviously well off, as she had nice furniture and a lot of good-looking and well-set-up slave girls. "Tell me, Theodote," Socrates says, "have you a farm?" "No," she says. "Then have you a house that brings in rents?" "No, not that either." "Then haven't you some craftsmen?" When Theodote says that she has none of these, Socrates asks where she 180 does get her money from, as if he had exhausted all possible alternatives. She answers, very prettily, that she lives on the generosity of her friends. Socrates politely congratulates her on having such a satisfactory asset. The conversation goes on, and Socrates makes such an impression on the simple Theodote that she even asks him to go into partnership with her. He is to be her associate in the chase for lovers, Syntheirats ton phi/on. When Socrates evades this, Theodote says she hopes that at any rate he will come up and see her sometime, but he turns that aside too, and the conversation ends with Socrates telling Theodote to come and see him. Although he is rather cavalier about it, he says he will welcome her provided he has with him no other girlfriend of whom he is fonder still. The point of this story that particularly concerns us is in the nature of the 3 questions which Socrates puts to Theodote. They suggest, and here they are entirely in accord with all the other evidence, that anyone at Athens who did not work for a living might be expected first to own a farm, or secondly to own a house, which he would let either as a whole or in sections, or thirdly to have slave craftsmen, who might work either under an overseer, or on their own as chorusoi counts. The second dialogue from the Memorabilia is a conversation between Socrates and one Aristarchus in 404/3, under the tyranny of the 30 in Athens. Aristarchus, once a rich man, is now at his wits' end to know how to maintain a household of 14 free persons, mainly female relatives temporarily abandoned by their menfolk, who had gone off to join the democratic freedom fighters on the barricades in the Piraeus. Aristarchus of course is getting nothing from his land, and he is receiving no rents from his house property either, because so many people have fled from the city, nor can he sell or pawn his movable goods, because there are no buyers or lenders. Socrates gives him excellent advice, quite different, surely, from what Plato's Socrates would have recommended. He begins by citing examples of several men with large households who have prospered exceedingly: Cyremon, who has become rich in some unspecified manner, through the earning power of his slave workmen; Nausicides, who has done so well out of making Alpheta 3 that he has large herds of swine and cattle and often undertakes expensive liturgies; and some other people who live luxuriously: Cyrбus, by being a baker; Demeas and Meno and most of the Megarians, by making various kinds of clothes. "Ah, but, Socrates," objects Aristarchus, "they have many barbaroi as slaves and make them work for them, whereas my household are free and my kith and kin." Well, and if they are, retorts Socrates, do you think they should do nothing but eat and sleep? Eventually Aristarchus is persuaded to put his womenfolk to work. He borrows money and buys wool. They enjoy the work so much that they even refuse to have a break at their dinner hour, and their one complaint is that Aristarchus himself is the only person in the house who eats the bread of idleness, a criticism which Socrates rebukes with an improving fable about the dog which protects the sheep against wolves. This passage shows 181 that in Xenophon's opinion the average upper-class Athenian of his day automatically assumed that a really profitable manufacturing business would be slave-worked. We can agree that this assumption did exist, and was justified, and that manufacture without slaves would only be on a very small scale. The prosperous technitai we shall encounter presently in Aristotle would normally have obtained their wealth by making use of slave labor, like Socrates, Megarians and the rest. The passage also shows that an Athenian belonging to the propertied class would not think it proper for his own family to do any manual work, except of course the sort of spinning and weaving and so forth for the benefit of the family itself which Greek women were expected to do, and Roman women, even of the highest social class. We are told that the Emperor Augustus normally wore clothes made by his sister, wife, daughter, or granddaughters, and that he had his daughter and granddaughters trained in spinning and weaving. The women of Aristarchus' family were doing something quite different from that. They were producing things to be sold on the market as commodities. Needless to say, the story provides no evidence about the habits or outlook of the humbler Athenian, who must often have done manufacturing work of this kind, with his whole family. There is no reason to think he considered such work degrading, although no doubt he was glad to get clear of it when he could, if there were an opportunity for him to rise into the upper class. But at present we are mainly interested in the fact that the labor exploited by the propertied class is that of slaves. My third passage from the Memorabilia is a conversation Socrates had with Euthyphros, described as an old comrade of his and therefore no doubt a member of a respectable propertied family. It is after the end of the Peloponnesian War in 404 BC. Euthyphros tells Socrates that he has lost his property abroad and now, having nothing on the security of which he can borrow, has been obliged to settle down in Attica and earn his living by working with his hands, toi somatiorgazaminos, working with his body, as the Greeks put it. Socrates points out that he will soon be an old man and advises him to take a permanent job as overseer or bailiff to some landowner, supervising operations and helping to get in the harvest and generally looking after the property. Euthyphros' reply is very interesting. I think it would have been made by any Greek citizen who belonged to what I am calling the propertied class and perhaps by a good many quite humble men too. He says, I just couldn't stand being a slave. What Euthyphros cannot endure is the idea of being at another's beck and call, of having to submit to dictation and reproof, without the option of being able to walk out or to give as good as he got. If one is making or selling things oneself or even, as Euthyphros had been doing, working for hire on short-time jobs, one can at least answer back, and at a pinch betake oneself elsewhere. To take the sort of permanent employment which most people nowadays are only too glad to have is to demean oneself to the level of the slave. One must avoid that at all costs, even if it brings in more money. Of course a really poor Greek, even a citizen, might sometimes have been glad to find such a post, but only, I think, as a last resort. When we meet identifiable bailiffs or business managers in the sources, they are always slaves or freedmen, see Appendix 2 below. It is true that at the very opening of Xenophon's 182 Economicus the possibility of becoming someone else's overseer is raised, but only as a hypothetical point, as an illustration of the fact that what you do for yourself you can also do for others. But in the later chapters, 12-15, which are thoroughly practical and discuss the choice and training of an overseer or bailiff, it is taken for granted that he will be a slave. The last of the three Socratic dialogues of Xenophon which I have just recounted brings out very well the low estimate of wage labor in classical Greece, and things were no different in Hellenistic and Roman times. Nearly 800 years later there is a fascinating constitution of Gratian and his co-emperors, which in the most stringent terms forbids the entrusting of property by way of procuratio to a decurion, who would thus become what we should call a bailiff or salaried manager. The emperors speak of a decurion who accepted such a post as one who, undertaking the most infamous baseness, heedless of his liberty and his lineage, ruined his reputation by his servile obsequiousness. 4 ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** in the shape of mercenary service. I need do no more than just mention this topic here, as the subject of Greek mercenaries has often been dealt with. Among the earliest pieces of evidence for Greek mercenaries, serving, however, not inside the Greek world but for the Egyptian pharaoh Psamtik II in Nubia, is the inscription Mil 7, scratched on the leg of a colossal statue of Ramses II in front of the temple at Abu Simbel. It is Aristotle, needless to say, who gives the most useful analysis of the position of the hired man, the thes, as Aristotle usually calls him. The term often found in other authors and in inscriptions is misthetos, but Aristotle for some reason never employs this word, although he does use its cognates. 5. It does not seem to have been sufficiently realized that in the eyes of Aristotle there was an important qualitative difference between the thes or misthetos, who is specifically a hired man, and the independent skilled artisan or craftsman who works on his own account and is commonly called a teknites or benassos, although I must admit that in some contexts Aristotle, when he is speaking loosely, can use benassos lo teknites for a larger category, including the thes. Unfortunately, Aristotle does not give a full theoretical discussion of this difference, but it emerges very clearly when several passages in the Politics, Rhetoric, and Nicomachean and Eudemian ethics are put together. 6. Aristotle does not say in so many words that the labor given by the hired man is characteristically unskilled and poorly rewarded, while that of the benassos lo teknites tends to be skilled and better rewarded, but this is sometimes implied, especially in a passage in which Aristotle distinguishes the labor of the benassoi teknitai from that of the men who are unskilled and useful only with the body. This is understandable. Of course a skilled man would always work on his own when he could, whereas the unskilled man would scarcely ever be able to do that. For some Greeks, including Xenophon, the word teknites, most often used for the independent craftsman, had acquired such a necessary primary connotation of skill that it could even be used of skilled slaves, as in Mem. 27.3-5. When he was not just making things for sale on his own account, the skilled artisan would normally perform work for others by entering into specific contracts. Our evidence for such activities comes mainly from inscriptions recording public works, where the contractor is most often referred to as a mistos, but sometimes he is ergolabos, ergolaban or ergens, and sometimes he receives no technical name, as at Epidaurus or in 5th century Athens. I deal with such men in 4.6 below. Their class position is distinct from that of misthetoi, who hire themselves out in a general way and not for specific jobs or those requiring skill or equipment. Here it is interesting to recall a remark made by Plato, who was just as contemptuous as Aristotle of hired laborers and placed them at the very bottom of his social scale. In Rep. 2.371 Plato describes his misthetoi as servants who are altogether unfit to associate with his citizens on an intellectual level but have enough physical strength to labor, and he goes on to speak of them, very accurately, as those who sell their labor power, a phrase which should remind us immediately of a major step forward taken by Marx in formulating his theory of value, when he came to realize, in 1857-8, that one must speak of the worker's selling to his employer not his labor, but his labor power. See the foreword by Martin Nicholas to his English translation of Marx's Grundrisse 20-1, 44-7. Marx refers on 2 occasions to a phrase in Thomas Hobbes which already embodied the idea he wished to express: the value, or worth of a man, is as of all other things, his price, that is to say, so much as would be given for the use of his power. But he does not seem to have noticed the significance of the passage in Plato's Republic which I have quoted, and I have never seen it cited in this connection. In antiquity, most wage laborers were unskilled men, not contracting to do specific pieces of work for another, but hiring out their general labor power to others in return for pay, and it looks as if they tended to be severely exploited. As we should expect from Aristotle, his disapproval of the thes is an integral part of his sociology and is deeply rooted in his philosophy of life. For him, there 184 could be no civilized existence for men who did not have leisure, 7 which was a necessary condition for becoming a good and competent citizen, and indeed was the goal of labor, as peace was of war, although of course there was no leisure for slaves. Aristotle quotes a proverb to that effect. Now the overriding necessity for leisure excludes the citizens of Aristotle's ideal state from all forms of work, even farming, not to mention craftsmanship. But in an ordinary city he realizes 8 that the masses 9 can be divided into 4 groups according to the kind of work they perform: farmers, artisans, traders, and wage laborers, with the wage laborers clearly forming a group different from that of the independent artisans, and although his language elsewhere is sometimes ambiguous, in that it is hard to tell whether he is identifying the thes with, or distinguishing him from, the bonassos/teknites, yet in some other passages he again shows that he does have 2 distinct groups in mind, especially when he says that in oligarchies the existence of high property qualifications makes it impossible for the thes to be a citizen, while a bonassos may be, for many of the teknitai are rich. 10 by the exercise of his skill, then, and no doubt by exploiting slave labor in addition, the bonassos/teknites may even gain enough property to enter the wealthy class, but this is denied to the thes. However, the essential fact which, in Aristotle's eyes, makes the hired man a less worthy figure than the ordinary artisan is not so much his comparative poverty but his slavish dependence upon his employer. This would apply equally, of course, to the day laborer and to the permanent bailiff, even if a gentleman like Xenophon's Euthyrus might feel that working in the former capacity was not quite so slavish because he would retain more freedom of movement. Near the end of the Politics, Aristotle contemplates acts which are done for other people and do not have certain saving characteristics. Any such act he stigmatizes as both thetikon and doulikon. Clearly the 2 adjectives had a very similar coloring in his mind. 11 To allow your life to revolve around anyone except a friend is doulikon, slavish, Aristotle says in the Nicomachean Ethics, and he adds that this is why all flatterers are thetikoi. They have the characteristics of hired men. In section 2 of this chapter I quoted Aristotle's remark in the Rhetoric that at Sparta the gentleman wears his hair long, as a mark of his gentlemanly status, for it is not easy for a man with long hair to do work appropriate to a hired laborer, and also the statement that follows, that it is the mark of a gentleman not to live for the benefit of another. There is one curious photo of Aristotle's attitude to the wage laborer which is worth mentioning. For him the slave is at least a partner in life with his master, whereas the bonassos/teknites is further removed from his employer and subject only to what 185 may be called a limited servitude. Now Aristotle expects the master to impart to his slave a certain amount of arete, but nothing is said about the necessity for any such process for the benefit of the workman who, rather strangely, to our way of thinking, is evidently conceived by Aristotle as deriving less benefit from his relationship to his employer than the slave may be expected to obtain from his association with his master. Here again no distinction is drawn between the temporary or long-term wage laborer or independent craftsman. None of them, in Aristotle's eyes, has a relationship with the master as close as that of the slave to the master. The lot of the hired man is almost invariably presented throughout Greek and Roman history in an unpleasant light. The one striking exception I know is Solon, Fro 1.47-8, where the farm laborer hired by the year is depicted no more unfavorably than other propertyless men, constrained by poverty, the sea trader, the artisan, the poet, the doctor, or the seer. When Homer was making the shade of Achilles compare his existence in the underworld with the most unpleasant kind of life he could think of on earth, the occupation he pictured was that of thes to a poor and landless man, 12 and Hesiod shows what sort of treatment the agricultural laborer could expect at about the beginning of the 7th century BC, when he advises the farmer to put his thess out of doors when summer comes. When Euripides' Electra is speculating dolefully, before she has re-encountered her brother Orestes, about his present miserable existence in exile, she imagines him working as a hired laborer. We have seen with what disfavor Xenophon expected an Athenian gentleman to regard taking even a rather superior form of permanent service for wages, as a bailiff, and the 4th century Attic orators speak of being driven to work for wages as if it were a fate second only to slavery in unpleasantness. In one speech by Demos, thence the fact that many citizen women in a time of emergency had become wet nurses and wool workers and grape harvesters is given as an illustration of the way in which poverty may compel free individuals to do many servile and base acts, doulica kai tapian apragmata. Euthyphro, in Plato's dialogue of that name, is pictured as farming with his father in Naxos and employing a dependent of theirs as a hired laborer. When the wretched man kills one of the slaves on the farm in a drunken quarrel, Euthyphro's father binds him and throws him into a ditch, where he dies. When Isocrates was speaking of 5th century Athens as having the tribute of the allies displayed on the stage of the theatre at the festival of the Dionysia, he evidently felt that it made the idea more painful and wounding when he described the silver as brought in by hirelings. Demos thence, too, uses the term misthetos for political hireling in a bitterly contemptuous way. Hired laborers are commonly depicted as doing rough or unskilled work, or tasks considered characteristic of slaves. And when there is evidence about their pay, it is very low, as in the 2 long and important Athenian building inscriptions of the late 4th century. 186 BC relating to Eleusis. At this time, skilled artisans like bricklayers and plasterers are receiving 2 or 1/2 drachmae per day, while the hired laborers get only 1/2 drachmae. 1314 At Athens, men wishing to be hired like the agricultural laborers in the parable of the vineyard, in MTXX.1-16, congregated in a recognized place, known as Kolanos Agoreos, apparently at the west end of the Athenian agora. This is known only through a fragment of Old Comedy and the scholiasts and lexicographers. The evidence has been very well set out by Alexander Fuchs. 15 Hired labor at the peak periods of agricultural activity must have been quite common everywhere, but I have come across surprisingly few passages in Greek literature which mention the employment of hired labor in any form of agricultural work in the classical period. 16 And it is worth remembering that men so engaged might well turn out to be slaves, hired out by their masters, as they certainly are in PS Dem. Lea 1.20-1. No doubt there was also a good deal of mutual assistance among farmers, although I do not recall in Greek literature any parallel to the mention of such exchanges by 2 Latin authors of the mid-2nd century of the Christian era, Apuleius, Apol. 17.1, Angelius, NA 1.29.7. A prosperous farmer might wish to employ his poorer neighbors as hired workers at peak periods, as apparently in Cato, de Agr. Cult. 4. In antiquity it was not only in the Greek and Roman world that the hired man was despised and likely to be ill-treated. In Judea in the Persian period the prophet Malachi threatened divine punishment on those who oppress the hireling in his wages, mentioning in the same breath those traditionally helpless figures of Israelite society, the widow and the fatherless. When Alexander the Great in 323 sent Nicholas of Clazomene from Babylon with a large sum of money, to procure experienced additional crews from Phoenicia and Syria for an expedition into the Persian Gulf, we are told by Orion that his instructions were to hire some and buy others. Evidently hired men and slaves could be expected to serve side by side. I must not take time to mention other evidence from the pre-classical world. For the Hellenistic period, where the sources for economic history are more documentary than literary, and regional differences can be very great, the evidence about wage labor is hard to disentangle from that concerning the activity of artisans or even of peasants who occasionally take service as hired laborers. 17 But over 50 years ago a brilliant essay by W. W. Tarn, The Social Question in the 3rd Century, 18, which Rostovtsev described as the best treatment of the social and economic conditions of Greece and the Greek islands in the 3rd century B.C., showed good grounds for thinking that in the early Hellenistic age, while a few Greeks became richer, the condition of the masses probably became appreciably worse, and of course in such conditions hired laborers are bound to suffer. In the Roman Principate and later Empire the evidence is again very hard to interpret, and again the situation undoubtedly varied greatly from area to area. We seldom hear of hired labor except in agriculture, where it was highly seasonal, and in building, where it was casual and irregular. 19. As a rule, the situation of such hired workers as we find seems to be very humble indeed, even if occasionally an isolated one manages, by a combination of good luck and hard work, to rise in the world and enter the propertied class, like the unknown man who is the subject of a famous 3rd century metrical epitaph from Mactor in Africa. He came from a poor family, but partly by acting as foreman of gangs of reapers at harvest time, he succeeded in becoming a prosperous landowner himself and a member of his local council. But this man was probably a very rare exception. I doubt if he is much more typical than the unnamed bishop who is said by John Moschus to have worked with his hands as a laborer in the rebuilding of Antioch after the great earthquake of 526. There was also a story mentioned by Suetonius that the great-grandfather of the Emperor Vespasian had been a contractor responsible for bringing gangs of agricultural laborers from Umbria into the Sabina country, but the story did not allege that the man rose in this way from poverty. No doubt a certain amount of such migratory labor existed in various parts of the Greek world, as well as in the West, and there will undoubtedly have been a number of miserably poor Greeks like the Italian mercenary whose employment Varro, as we have seen, advises in areas too unhealthy for precious slaves to be risked there. And Varro's recommended practice of employing hired men even in healthy districts for occasions of heavy work, such as the harvest and the vintage, must have been general in the Greco-Roman world. I should mention here that in the same passage Varro states that many Aberarii, who must be men in some kind of debt bondage, were still employed in Hs Day on farms in Asia Minor and Egypt as well as Illyricum. I cannot resist mentioning also the passage in which Columella, discussing the rearing of thrushes, says that some people gave them dried figs which were pre-chewed, but, he adds, when the number of thrushes is large, it is hardly expedient to do this, because it costs not a little to hire people to chew the figs, and they themselves tend to swallow a fair quantity because of the nice taste. We must surely suppose that there were large numbers of poor peasants and artisans who supplemented their meager incomes by taking temporary hired posts when they needed to do so and the work was available, and some unskilled men will doubtless have been obliged to earn their living primarily in that way. But this would be a pious aller, to be resorted to only if one were unable to make a living either on the land or as a skilled craftsman or semi-skilled worker. A pathetic illustration of the desperately poor condition of some hired agricultural laborers is given by Strabo, preserving the account by Posidonius of a story told him by a 188 Massiliot friend about an estate of his in Liguria. Among a number of laborers, male and female, whom the Massiliot had hired for digging ditches was a woman who left her work to give birth to a child and came straight back to her work on the same day, as she could not afford to lose her pay. In the Roman period, as in earlier times, the hired man might well be unable to obtain payment of his meager wages. A well-known passage in the New Testament, James 5:4, rebukes rich men for fraudulently withholding the wage of the laborers who have been harvesting or mowing their fields. And in the Spiritual Meadow of John Moschus, dating from the early 7th century, we hear the complaint of a man who claims to have been working as the hired agricultural laborer of a rich man for 15 years, without receiving his pay, but such long service under a single employer is, I believe, unparalleled. Although I do not agree in all respects with the analysis of Francot, in his book on Greek industry, I think that he is broadly right when he says that the description of a man as misthetos indicates un condition sociale inferior. C'est un ouvrier de rang subalterne, un mercenaire, un journalier in some Greek cities, but here the evidence of the literary sources is scanty and very unhelpful, and the modern literature is far from satisfactory. We have a considerable quantity of epigraphic material for public building works from Epidaurus, Delos, and other places 20, but the most instructive detailed evidence comes from Athens in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, above all from a series of accounts of the early 320s, relating to the works in the temple at Eleusis, the only ancient source I know which provides unimpeachable evidence in a single set of documents, not merely for a wide range of prices, including that of corn, but also for the wages of men specifically called misthetoi, for the cost of maintenance of public slaves, and for contract work, remunerated sometimes at time rates and sometimes at piece rates, all in the same chronological and geographical context. 21 For the ancient economic historian, this is one of the most valuable sources from Greek antiquity. Most of the work here, as well as in the great majority of other cases of which we know anything, was done by a series of what we should call contractors, and not many misthetoi in the strict sense are visible, although of course some wage labor may have been employed by those contractors who did not do all the work for which they were responsible either by themselves or with the aid of their slaves. Going back to what I said earlier in this section, when dealing with Aristotle's treatment of hired labor, I must draw attention again to the fundamental distinction between the general laborer, the misthetos in the proper sense, and the mistotes or contractor. I want to emphasize that we shall only confuse ourselves if, with some modem writers, we take the principal dividing line to be that between piece worker and time worker, or if we assume that the payment of something called misthos places the recipient among misthetoi. 22 The essential dichotomy is between the general laborer, the misthetos, who hires out his labor power for unskilled or at best partly skilled work, in a general way, and the man I am calling a contractor, who undertakes a specific task, always involving either skill or at least the possession of equipment of some kind, such as oxen or asses or carts for traction or transport, block and tackle or the like, and probably slaves. 23 As one have indicated, the use of the word misthos, which we can nearly always translate by the equally imprecise pay, does not help us to distinguish between mistotes and misthetos. It can be used in either case. And even for what we should call a salary given to an architect or some other relatively dignified person, in which case it is normally calculated by the day, even if actually paid at a much longer interval. The state or its officials would farm out contracts, sometimes for very small sums. Often this procedure is described by some such phrase as misthousi ta misthemata, but the expression misthemata can have different shades of meaning, and in one of the late 5th century inscriptions from the Athenian Erectum the use of the phrase misthemata and kothmerizia probably distinguishes between payments made at piece rates and day rates respectively. Misthetos is a passive formation, mistotes an active, and the basic distinction is remarkably like that which modem Roman lawyers have established between what is called in Latin locatio conductio operis and locatio conductio operarum. There is a much-quoted passage in chapter 12 of Plutarch's Life of Pericles, purporting to describe the organization of the great public works initiated by that statesman at Athens, in the 3rd quarter of the 5th century BC, and representing them as undertaken deliberately to provide employment for the whole citizen population, including the unskilled and Banausic masses. Most of the workers Plutarch then proceeds to specify would have had to be skilled, but according to him each separate craft had its own mass of unskilled men working in a subordinate capacity, and the prosperity of the city was thus shared out widely among the whole population. Certainly, any mistotes contracting for a major piece of work may have utilized misthetoi as well as slaves. However, the whole passage is highly rhetorical in character and, as Meggs and Andrews have independently demonstrated recently, is likely to be so exaggerated as to have little or no connection with the reality. 24 Such reliable evidence as we have suggests that even at Athens medics and other foreigners participated in public works to a considerable degree, and in those few other cities for which we have similar information the role of non-citizens seems to have been greater still. This makes it unlikely that the main purpose of such works was to provide employment for 190 citizens. Certainly a city was regarded as prosperous, and felt itself to be prosperous, when there was an exceptional amount of productive activity going on inside its walls, as for example at Ephesus in 407 and again in 395, when large-scale military preparations were being undertaken there by Spartan commanders, in the first case by Lysander and in the second by Agesilaus, but city revenues were seldom enough to allow for very much enterprise of this kind. In all such cases it was doubtless the local artisans, the technitai, who were the main beneficiaries, and when there was more work on hand than they could cope with there was very likely to be an influx of foreign craftsmen. 25 In the eyes of Isocrates, when Athens had been full of merchants and foreigners and metics it had enjoyed twice the revenue it received at the time he was writing, when, according to his exaggerated picture, such people were absent. Anyone who wants to make out that the hiring of free labor in construction works played a major part in the economic life of ancient cities should ask himself how, in that case, the men concerned were able to live at all when, as often happened, there was little or no public building going on. It is worth noticing the attitude of Aristotle, who was well aware that tyrants in particular had been responsible for major public works, but never attributes these to a desire to provide a better livelihood for the urban poor. On the contrary, in one passage he gives it as a characteristic of tyrants that they treat the common people badly and drive them out of the city into the countryside. A little later he develops the theory that the tyrant is anxious to keep his subjects poor, an objective for which he sees two reasons. For the first, the interpretation is doubtful, the second is the desire to keep people so occupied that they will have no leisure to go in for plots. The illustrations Aristotle gives are the Egyptian pyramids and the public works undertaken by three sets of Greek tyrants, the Corinthian Cypselids, Pisistratus of Athens, and Polycrates of Samos. All these measures, he adds, have the same results, poverty and the lack of leisure. Now the whole of Aristotle's argument assumes that the works concerned will have been carried out, not by corvées but by the voluntary labor of free men, citizens indeed. Nothing is said of slaves, although of course their use as assistants is not excluded. Most people nowadays would naturally assume that the purpose of the works in question was at least partly to give employment to the citizens who were engaged in them. I think that this motive may well have been present, at least in some cases, but in Aristotle's mind it played no part at all. For him, the citizens were being given work in order to keep them poor and too much occupied to have any inclination to plot against their tyrant. Why the tyrant should desire his subjects to be poor may not be immediately obvious to us. Xenophon at any rate seems to have thought that the more poverty-stricken the subjects of a tyrant were, the more submissive he could expect to find them. But in order to understand Aristotle fully here, we must look at a silly passage in Plato's Republic, which Aristotle is thoughtlessly transcribing, and muddling unnecessarily at the same time by introducing the notion of public works. Plato sees the tyrant as beginning with demagogic measures such as the cancellation of debts and the 191 distribution of land to the demos. Then, if peace is secured, the tyrant constantly stirs up foreign wars, so that the demos may be in need of a leader, an idea which is repeated word for word by Aristotle. In Plato, the way in which the tyrant impoverishes the people is by making them pay financial levies. This it is which makes them poor and obliges them to spend all their time working, so that they are disinclined to plot. The public buildings which Aristotle drags in are not properly worked into the argument, which is clearer and better without them, if otherwise equally feeble, in Plato. We may feel that Aristotle is far from his best in the passages I have just quoted, but I do not think we can afford to narrate the complete absence from his work and that of all his contemporaries of any suggestion that public works were ever undertaken to provide a livelihood for the urban poor. The few other passages describing public building in Greek authors, with the single exception of Plutarch, Pericles 12, also contain no hint of any desire to create employment. Indeed, there is nothing about the provision of employment by means of public works in the whole of the literature of the 5th and 4th centuries BC, as far as my knowledge goes. This is certainly true even of the treatises addressed to tyrants, the Hiero of Xenophon, and Isocrates 2, 3, and 9. 26 Isocrates, in one of his most unpleasant speeches, the Areopagiticus, giving at one point a ludicrously idealized picture of the good old days at Athens, pretends that while the poor regarded the wealth of the rich as a means of prosperity for themselves, the rich behaved benevolently towards the poor, leasing land to some of them at moderate rents, sending out others on commercial journeys, and providing resources for others to engage in other kinds of activity. But in this case too there is no mention of public works, for the acts of kindness are represented as those of wealthy individuals, and I may add that the word ergasia has just been used, in 30, in relation to agricultural work. Later in the speech we are told that the Athenians in the same period impelled the poor towards farming and trading operations, and that many citizens never entered the city even for festivals. Keeping the poor in the country, away from the city, is a course urged upon oligarchs by the author, doubtless Anaximenes, of the pseudo-Aristotelian Rhetoric to Alexander, who points out that if the oiklos congregates in the city it will be more likely to unite and put down the oligarchy. The literary passage which gives the most detailed and convincing account of a large-scale piece of public construction in the classical period is Oiodorus 14:18, dealing with the fortification of Epipoli with a wall 30 stads in length, undertaken by the great tyrant Oionisius I of Syracuse at the very end of the 5th century. We hear of 60,000 able-bodied countrymen organized in 30 labor teams, each with a master builder in charge of one stade, 6 builders under him, each responsible for one plethron, and 200 unskilled laborers assisting each oikodomos. Other men quarried the necessary stone and 192 transported it to the site, with 6,000 yoke of oxen. In so far as we can rely upon the narrative in Oiodorus, the passage provides evidence against the existence of a sufficient pool of free labor for major construction work inside even this exceptionally large Greek city, since the mass of the workers are represented as being brought in from the countryside. The whole project is said to have been undertaken in a great hurry, and finished in 20 days. Prizes were offered to each category within the team which finished first. I may say that we hear of no attempt by Dionysius to provide regular employment for his subjects, although he did carry out a certain amount of public building. When in 399 Oionisius built warships and made large quantities of weapons and missiles, he collected great numbers of craftsmen, not only from the cities he himself controlled but also, by providing high pay, from Italy, Greece, and even the area dominated by Carthage, and again the work was done as quickly as possible. Only in one case, apart from Oiodorus 14.18.4, are we given a definite figure, reliable or not, for the number of men involved in a major building project. Josephus says that over 18,000 technitai were engaged on finishing the Second Temple in Jerusalem in AD 64, 2 years before the outbreak of the Great Jewish Revolt. According to Josephus, on the completion of the temple the 18,000, who had been dependent on this work for their daily bread, were now out of work and lacked pay, and Agrippa too, who had been financing the work, now agreed to have the city paved with white marble, although he refused to have the east portico raised in height, as the people had demanded. Josephus can be very unreliable over figures, and I would expect the 18,000 to be a vastly exaggerated estimate. I imagine that a good many of the men concerned ought to be regarded as independent craftsmen rather than men who regularly hired themselves out, even if in this case they mainly worked for daily wages, which Josephus says they received if they had done only 1 hour's work. Probably a good many of them had come into Jerusalem from the countryside of Judea, Galilee, and even farther afield, and would expect to go home again when the work was finished. The economic situation in and around Jerusalem was now very strained, with a great deal of serious poverty. This of course contributed greatly to the enthusiasm of the revolt. In the whole Greco-Roman world, it was probably in Rome itself that there was the highest concentration of free men, including freedmen. Anyone accustomed to modern cities would naturally tend to assume that these men would have made themselves available in large numbers for hired labor. In fact, there is no evidence at all for regular hired labor of any kind at Rome. A certain proportion of the free poor lived to some extent on handouts provided by wealthy families whose clients they were, thus bringing themselves within the sound section of the populace, attached to the great houses, whom Tacitus, in his patronizing way, compares favorably with the plebs sorted at 27 frequenting the circus and theaters. But the great majority of the plebs urbana must have been shopkeepers or traders, skilled craftsmen, or transport workers using ox carts, asses or mules. We 193 know that there were large numbers of such people, because of the mass of inscriptions which have survived, mainly either epitaphs of individuals or documents connected with one or other of the scores of what are often, if misleadingly, called craft guilds, which flourished at Rome, and to which, incidentally, slaves were only rarely admitted. 28 Now even some of these skilled and semi-skilled workmen might be driven at times to take service for hire as general laborers, although as a rule they would not do that, but perform their specialized tasks for particular customers. And of course the unskilled would very often hire themselves out generally. We are obliged, therefore, to assume the existence of a great deal of short-term hiring at Rome, a very precarious form of livelihood. Here it is worth taking into consideration the one literary work we possess which describes in painstaking detail a whole system of public works, the De Aquis of Sextus Julius Frontinus, written at the very end of the 1st century. Frontinus speaks several times of slave workers and gives particulars of 2 large slave gangs, one belonging to the state and the other to the emperor, totaling together no fewer than 700 men, but never refers to free wage labor. He also contemplates the possibility that certain works may need to be undertaken by private contractors. There is nothing at this point to indicate whether the contractors would make use of slaves or of free workers, but Frontinus also mentions that in former times, before Agrippa organized the care of the aqueducts systematically, contractors had regularly been used, and the obligation had been imposed upon them of maintaining permanent slave gangs of prescribed sizes for work on the aqueducts both outside and inside the city. There is no reference anywhere in Frontinus to the employment of free wage labor in any form. On the other hand, we must remember that Frontinus is dealing entirely with the permanent maintenance of existing aqueducts. He says not a word about the type of labor involved in their original construction, a short-term job in which free artisans and transport workers and hired laborers must surely have been involved, as well as slaves. Brunt has maintained that demagogic figures at Rome are continually associated with public works. 29 There does seem to be some truth in this, and I see no objection to attributing to some of the Roman populace a desire to provide work for poor citizens living at Rome. But I feel far from certain about this. Neither from the late Republic nor from the Principate, at Rome or anywhere else, do I know of any explicit evidence of an attempt to recruit a labor force from poor citizens as a means of providing them with sustenance, except of course for the passage in Plutarch's Life of Pericles 12.4-6, which I would take to be a reflection of conditions nearer to Plutarch's own time than to 5th century Athens. It hardly encourages one to feel confidence when the only piece of literary evidence on such a major subject turns out to be an imaginary description of classical Athens. 194. In the 5th century BC. Moreover, when Polybius speaks of the interest of the Roman pleth 9s30 in state contracts, he is thinking only of those rich men who in the late Republic formed the equestrian order, for when he proceeds to specify the various groups concerned in these activities and the profits 31 they involved, he lists only the contractors themselves, their partners and their sureties. There is no mention of small subcontractors, let alone men who were hired and worked for wages. This must not be taken to disprove some involvement of free labor in public works, but it does suggest that such labor did not play a major part. I find it hard to take seriously that unique and much quoted text, Suetonius. Vespasian 18.2, in which the emperor refuses to make use of a new invention by a certain mechanicus, designed to facilitate the transport of heavy columns to the capital, on the ground that it would prevent him from feeding the populace. 32 The obvious implication is that such work was done, and Vespasian wished it to continue to be done, by the paid labor of citizens, which the adoption of the invention would have made unnecessary, thus depriving the citizens concerned of their livelihood. My reason for declining to accept this story as true is that Vespasian, who was no fool, could have had no possible motive for refusing to take up the invention at all, even if it would have saved a great deal of indispensable labor at Rome, for of course it could have been most usefully employed elsewhere in the empire, especially for such things as military fortifications, however impolitic it might have been to bring it into use at Rome itself. For this reason alone the story must surely have been an invention. Moreover, the emperors did not in fact regularly dole out food, money, or anything else to the poor at Rome at any time in return for labor, and we never hear of any attempt to recruit a labor force from the poorer citizens as a means of providing them with sustenance. Vespasian, like most of the earlier emperors, certainly carried out a large program of public building at Rome, but as far as I am aware we have not a single scrap of evidence about the type of labor employed in these works. I would guess that they were mainly organized through contractors, both large and small, who will have used gangs of slaves, and will also have done a good deal of what we should call subcontracting to independent artisans and transport workers, as well as employing much casual labor for unskilled work. I am tempted to say that employment on public works cannot regularly have played a major part in the life of the humbler Roman, for the program of public building varied a great deal in quantity from time to time, and in particular, whereas Augustus had been responsible for a tremendous amount of construction and reconstruction, there was hardly anything of the kind in the reign of his successor, Tiberius, which lasted for 23 years. Had the lower classes at Rome depended to any large degree on employment in public works, they simply could not have survived such periods when little or no building was going on. However, even if the story about Vespasian which we have been discussing is almost certainly a fiction, it was accepted as true by 195 Suetonius, writing probably within half a century of Vespasian's death in 79, and it must have sounded plausible to at least some of his contemporaries. The same will be true of Plutarch, Pericles 12.4-6, if indeed it comes, as I believe, from the Roman period, and probably the original source, as well as Plutarch, was influenced by conditions at Rome. We must presumably conclude, therefore, that the labor of humble freemen did play a real part, how large, we have no means of telling, in the organization of public works at Rome in the 1st century, although hired labor, in the strict sense, is likely to have played a far smaller role than that of skilled and semi-skilled men performing specific tasks. But the city of Rome, of course, is a very special case. I for one find it impossible to accept the motive attributed by Oio Cassius to Vespasian's action in being the first, at the rebuilding of the Capitoline temple, to bring out a load of earth. He hoped, according to Oio Xiphilinus, to encourage even the most distinguished men to follow his example, so that the service might become unavoidable by the rest of the populace. There were certainly no corvées at Rome. Therefore, if we want to take the text seriously, we must suppose that the labor to be furnished by the citizens would necessarily be voluntary and unpaid, for Vespasian is seen as expecting the actions of the most distinguished man to encourage the rest of the populace to come forward, and it seems to me absurd to imagine the most distinguished men as offering their services for hire. Yet it is surely unlikely in the extreme that large numbers of poor men would have wished to offer their labor for nothing, even towards the construction of a temple, and indeed many could scarcely have afforded to do so. The text, then, hardly makes sense. If, on the other hand, we seek to avoid the absurd conclusion I have just outlined by supposing that the poor were being expected to offer their services for pay, then the argument becomes most uncomfortable for those who believe that public works were largely carried out by the labor of poor free citizens, for it is a necessary implication of the story that not many poor citizens could have been induced to come forward but for the emperor's initiative. I should therefore prefer to adopt a suggestion made to me by Brunt. That we should ignore the motive suggested by Oio, and see Vespasian's act as something akin to the laying of a foundation stone by royalty in the modern world. In the Roman provinces, including those of the Greek East, a good proportion of major public building by the cities during the Principate came to depend upon imperial munificence. Unfortunately, we are as badly informed about the types of labor employed on building in the provinces as we are for Rome and Italy, except of course when the work was carried out by the army, as happened frequently from at any rate the second half of the 2nd century onwards. 33. One may well wonder how it was possible for the poor in great cities to maintain themselves at all. Certainly at Rome 34 and at Constantinople the government provided a limited quantity of food free and in addition tried to ensure that further corn was made available at reasonable prices. It is clear from a passage in Eusebius that a public corn dole 196 was being distributed at Alexandria near the beginning of the sole reign of Gallienus, and Egyptian papyri, mostly published very recently, have now revealed that corn doles also existed at Hermopolis at the same date, at Oxyrhynchus a few years later, and a whole century earlier at Antinopolis. All the evidence is given by J.R.R.E.A. in his publication of the Oxyrhynchus Papyri, Volume XL. At Oxyrhynchus, from which we have much more evidence than anywhere else, the rules governing admission to the list of privileged recipients were complicated and are not entirely clear, but there is little doubt that it was reasonably well-to-do local citizens who were the chief beneficiaries and that the really poor would have little chance of benefiting. Freedmen seem to have qualified only if they had performed a liturgy, and therefore had at least a fair amount of property. The distribution at Alexandria was subsidized by the government, at least in the 4th century, when there is reason to think that Antioch and Carthage also received state subsidies of corn. A serious riot in such a city might result in the suspension or reduction of the corn distribution. This seems to have happened at Constantinople in 342, at Antioch after the famous riot of the statues in 387, and at Alexandria as a consequence of the disturbances that followed the installation of the Chalcedonian Patriarch Proterius in c. 453. The evidence so far available may give only a very inadequate idea of the extent of such corn doles. As REA has said, we have relatively very little information about what begins to bear the appearance of an institution widespread in the cities of Egypt. Whether such doles existed outside Egypt and the other places named above we have at present no means of telling. We hear of subsidies in com granted by the emperors from Constantine onwards to some Italian cities of no very great size, such as Puteoli, Terracina, and Capua, but these were very special arrangements intended to compensate the cities concerned for the levies in kind which they were obliged to furnish for the maintenance of the city of Rome itself and its harbor at Portus. Apart from this there are only isolated examples of imperial munificence to individual cities, which may or may not have been long-lasting, as when we are told that Hadrian granted Athens Sidos Etesios, which may mean a free annual subsidy of corn, of unknown quantity. There is evidence from many parts of the Greek world for cities maintaining special funds of their own for the purchase of corn and its supply at reasonable prices. As early as the second half of the 3rd century BC these funds became permanent in many cities. The food liturgies at Rhodes may have been unique. In the Hellenistic and Roman periods wealthy men sometimes created funds in their cities out of which distributions of food or of money could be made on certain occasions, but, far from giving a larger share to the poor, these foundations often discriminated in favor of the upper classes. 35 In his book on Roman Asia Minor, Maggi speaks of what he believed to have been the only known instance of what is now thought of as a charitable foundation. The gift of 300,000 denarii by a wealthy woman of Cilium for the 197 support of destitute children. In the inscription in question there is however no justification at all for speaking of destitute children, and the rest of the inscription, with 2 others relating to the woman concerned, Menodora, and her family, shows clearly that these people made their gifts strictly in conformity with social rank, according to a hierarchical order in no fewer than 5 or 6 grades, in which councillors come first, and after that elders, members of the local assembly, and then ordinary citizens. Below these are paroikoi and 2 varieties of freedmen, and finally the wives of the 3 leading grades, who receive either the same amount as the freedmen etc. or rather less. In each case the councillors receive at least 20 times as much as the freedmen. I am concerned in this book with the Roman world only in so far as the Greek East came to be included in it, and I shall have little to say about strictly Roman wage labor, a good, brief, easily intelligible account of which will be found in John Crook's Law and Life of Rome. 36 A certain amount of free hired labor in the Roman world can be detected, for instance, in mining and various services, often of a menial character, as well as in agriculture, where we have already noticed the employment of mercenarii, see above on the Mactor inscription, and section 4 of this chapter. The situation does not seem to have changed much in the later Roman Empire, during which the greater part of our information comes from the Greek East. Many technical problems arise in connection with what we should now call professional posts. Cornelius Nepos, writing in the third quarter of the last century BC, could remark on the fact that the status of scribe conveyed much more prestige among the Greeks than among the Romans, who considered scribe to be mercenarii, as indeed they are, adds Nepos. Yet secretaries employed by the state, scribi publici, who were what we should call high-level civil servants and might serve in very responsible positions as personal secretaries to magistrates, including provincial governors, were members of what has been rightly called an ancient and distinguished profession. Statements of this kind make it easier to accept a later apologia, one's instinctive reaction to which might have been derision. Lucian, the 2nd century satirist from Samosata on the Euphrates, who wrote excellent literary Greek although his native tongue was Aramaic, 37, was at pains to excuse himself for accepting a salaried post in the Roman imperial civil service, although in an earlier work he had denounced other literary gentlemen for taking paid secretarial posts in private employment. And the excuse is that his own job is in the service of the emperor, that is to say, the state. There was a parallel in Roman thinking, and to some extent even in Roman law, to the distinction drawn by Aristotle between the hired man and the 198. Independent craftsman. The earliest text I know that brings it out clearly is part of a much-quoted passage in Cicero's De Officiis, referring to the illiberal and sordid ways of gaining a living of all those mercenarii whose labor, not their skill, is bought, their very wage is the reward of slavery. Here again we find the notion, prevalent among upper-class Greeks, that general wage labor in the strict sense is somehow servile. 38 Even if Cicero is closely following Painetius of Rhodes, the sentiments he expresses at this point are thoroughly characteristic of the Roman propertied class. At this point I must briefly mention a technical and difficult question, the distinction which most modern civilians draw between two different forms of the contract known to the lawyers of Rome as locatio conductio, essentially letting out, lease, hire. The simplest form of this contract, with which we are all familiar, is locatio conductio rei, letting and hiring out a thing, including land and houses. Two other forms of locatio conductio, between which I now wish to discriminate, are locatio conductio operis and locatio conductio operarum. 39 A distinction does seem to have existed between them in Roman times, although it was never made as explicitly by the lawyers as by Cicero in the passage I have just quoted, and was always a socio-economic rather than a legal distinction. We must begin by excluding many professional services, in the modern sense. In Roman eyes they were simply not in the category of things to which the contract locatio conductio could apply. 40 This is a very thorny subject, which has been much discussed by Roman lawyers. I agree with the opinion that the texts do not allow us to construct a coherent overall picture, because the status of the various so-called operi liberals 41 underwent considerable changes between the late Republic and the Severan period. A few leading teachers and doctors, for example, achieved a notable rise in status, while some surveyors sank. Broadly speaking, we can say that professions like oratory and philosophy were perfectly respectable because they involved in theory no direct payment for the service rendered, while doctors, teachers and the like, who did receive such payments, were thereby mainly disqualified from the high degree of respect which nowadays is accorded to their professions, until in the first 2 centuries of the Principate a few of their most prominent members, especially teachers of literature and rhetoric at the highest level, achieved a very dignified position. The derogatory term mercenarius is never used in connection with locatio conductio operis but is attached only to the man who had hired out his labor, operis suas locaverat, and this form of contract can scarcely be distinguished from locatio conductio sui, where a man had hired himself out. Hiring out one's labor was in itself discreditable, and Ulpian could say that the incurring of a certain specific legal stigma by a man who hires himself out to fight with wild beasts in the arena depends not on his having actually indulged in that particular practice but in having hired himself out to do so. It is 199 merely a curious anomaly that in locatio conductio operarum the workman who contracts for the letting out and who does the work and receives the payment should be the locator, whereas in locatio conductio operis the locator is the man who puts out the job to the conductor, who does the work and receives the payment. The legal technicalities, complicated as they are, should not be allowed to hide from us the very real difference which Cicero had in mind when he distinguished the relatively respectable man who allowed his skill to be purchased and the mercenarius who in selling the general disposition of his labor power received as his hire the reward of slavery. In case it is objected that all the evidence I am citing comes from upper-class circles, and that only the well-to-do would regard wage labor as a mean and undesirable activity, I must insist that there is every reason to think that even humble folk really did regard hired labor as a less dignified and worthy form of activity than one in which one could remain one's own master, a truly free man, whether as a peasant, trader, shopkeeper, or artisan, or even a transport worker such as a bargee or donkey driver, who could hardly be classed as a skilled craftsman. I am tempted to suggest that in Greek and Roman antiquity being a fully free man almost necessarily involved being able, in principle, to utilize slave labor in whatever one was doing. Even a petty retailer who was prospering might buy a slave to look after his shop or stall, a carter or muleteer might aspire to have a slave to attend to his animals. But the misthitos, who would be paid the very minimum for giving his employer the full use of his labor power, would never be able to employ a slave out of his miserable wage. He alone was not a properly free man. As I hope I have made sufficiently clear, the status of the laborer was as low as it could well be, only a little above that of the slave, in fact. Even in their own eyes, I feel sure, men who hired themselves out would have had a minimum of self-regard. Croix, a fictitious character who in the Satyricon of Petronius is hired as a porter and is called a mercenarius, strongly objects to being treated as a beast of burden and insists that what he has hired out is the service of a man, not a horse. 42 I am as free as you are, he says to his employer, even if my father did leave me a poor man. But it is implicit in the story that Croix knows he is not behaving like a free man. I would accept that as a true picture of such men in general. I find it significant that Plutarch, when advising the propertyless man on how to maintain himself, makes no reference to taking hired service in a general way. The occupations he suggests do include two unskilled activities, ordinarily performed by slaves, which the poor free man could undertake only for a wage, acting as paedagogus, to take children to school, or as a doorkeeper, thyreron. For the former, he might be paid at what we should call piece rates, for the latter, only time rates seem appropriate. But each 200 of these tasks, however unskilled and humble, is one that has a narrowly defined sphere of action and does not allow for the man who is hired to be used as a general laborer. For Plutarch, and surely for most Greeks, I suspect that this would make a great difference. Undertaking this kind of post would at least put one on the borderline between the provider of skilled services and the general hired laborer in the full sense, and we ourselves might be inclined to think that Plutarch's individual would be crossing the line and could best be classified with the hired man. But perhaps, for Plutarch, the specificity of the services he recommends would have prevented the men concerned from sinking into the category of mere hirelings. The only other passage I know in Greek literature which shows any concern about the provision of a livelihood for the urban poor is in Oio Chrysostom's Euboean Oration, 7.I04-152, and the greater part of this is devoted to discussing occupations in which the poor must not be allowed to indulge, either because they minister to the unnecessarily luxurious life of the rich or because they are useless or degrading in themselves. Ideally, Oio would clearly like to settle the urban poor in the countryside. The only identifiable occupation he recommends for those in the city is to be craftsmen, although in another place, with what we can recognize as a literary allusion, he does say that a man ought not to be sneered at merely because his mother had been a hireling or a grape harvester or a paid wet nurse, or because his father had been a schoolmaster or a man who took children to school. I must add that there is never the slightest hint of public works undertaken in order to give employment in any of the dozen or so orations of Oio delivered in his native city of Prusa, although there are several references in these speeches to public building and Oio's own responsibility therefore. 43. One passage in particular, XL 7. 13-15, makes it perfectly clear that the aim of all such works was simply to make the city more handsome and impressive, an activity in which many cities of Asia Minor indulged to excess in the 1st and 2nd centuries. In all Dio's references to his goodwill towards the demos, demodikoi, plethos, there is never any reference to public works, and his claim to have pitied the common people and tried to lighten their burdens would have been quite inappropriate to such activities. Surely, in any slave society a low estimation of hired labor is inevitable. In the absence of very special circumstances, few free men will resort to it unless they are driven to do so by severe economic pressure, and they will suffer in their own estimation and that of everyone else by doing so. Wages will tend to be low. Among the factors that will help to keep them down may well be a supply of spare slave labor. With masters possessed of slaves, they cannot profitably use letting them out for hire dirt cheap rather than have them on their hands, doing nothing profitable. In the antebellum South, where to work hard was to work like a nigger, and poor whites could be said to make Negroes of themselves by wage labor in the cotton and sugar plantations, there were many exhortations to the yeoman farmer and the urban and rural proletarian not to feel demeaned by working with his own hands. Let no man be ashamed of labor. Let no man be ashamed of a hard hand or a sunburnt face. But the very fact that such assurances were so often delivered is a proof that they were felt to be necessary to contradict established attitudes. This point has been well made by 201 Genovese, who emphasizes the presence in the Old South not merely of an undercurrent of contempt for work in general but in particular of contempt for labor performed for another, precisely the situation of the ancient misthetos or mercenarius. The poison of slavery, in a slave society, one in which the propertied class draws a substantial part of its surplus from unfree labor, whether of slaves or of serfs or of bondsmen, works powerfully in the ideological as well as in the social and economic spheres. It has often been remarked that in the Greek and Roman world there was no talk of the dignity of labor, and that even the very concept of labor in the modern sense, let alone a working class, could not be adequately expressed in Greek or Latin. 44. It has often been said that in the Greek and Roman world the competition of slave labor must have forced down the wages offeree, hired workers, and would be likely to produce unemployment, at any rate in extreme cases. Unemployment, indeed, is often imagined to be the necessary consequence of any great increase in the use of slave labor in a particular place, such as Athens in the 5th century BC. But we must begin by understanding that unemployment, in anything like the modern sense, was virtually never a serious problem in the ancient world, because, as I have shown, employment, again in our sense, was not something sought by the vast majority of free men. Only those who were both unskilled and indigent would normally attempt to take service for wages. I shall deal presently with the question how far slavery affects the position of these hired laborers proper. For the moment I wish to concentrate on the artisan or skilled craftsman, including the man who was semi-skilled and had some equipment, engaged in transport and the like. Such a man, in the ordinary way, obtained a rather different kind of employment. He performed specific jobs for his customers, for which he would be paid at piece rates, according to what he did, except perhaps when he was working on what we should call a government contract, in public works, when he might be paid at time rates, by the day. A sudden influx of working slaves might of course reduce the craftsman's chances of finding people needing his services and willing to give him jobs to do, and to this extent the slaves might be said to compete with free labor and in a very loose sense create unemployment. However, it would be simple-minded to say that a man who made use of several slaves in his workshop must have undersold the small craftsman who worked on his own in the same line. The larger producer in antiquity, not being exposed to the psychological pressures, the ambitions, and the opportunities of a rising capitalist entrepreneur, might be more likely to sell at current standard prices and pocket the additional profit he might expect from the exploitation of the labor of his slaves. Here I am rather inclined to agree with Jones, even if he was able to give only one illustration, which does nothing to establish his case. 45 Above all, we must remember that the size of a slave workshop, unlike a modern factory, would not increase its effectiveness in proportion to the number of its workers. It is machinery which is the decisive factor in the modern world. 202. Allowing the larger workshop to produce more cheaply and thus to undercut the smaller one and drive it out of business. The ancient workshop had no machinery of any kind. It would be valued, apart from any freehold premises in which it happened to be carried on, solely in terms of the slaves employed in it and any raw materials of value, as in OEM. XXVII.4ff. Where the orator, anxious as he is to put as high a value as he possibly can on his father's estate, values the two workshops controlled by the elder demos thence in terms of nothing but the raw materials in them and their 52 or 53 slaves. 46 Most Hennies speaks of the slaves as if they virtually were the factory in each case. Increasing the number of slaves in an ancient workshop would do nothing to improve its efficiency. In fact, as soon as it became large, problems of discipline would be likely to arise. So the ancient artisan was not nearly as likely to be driven off the market and into unemployment by slave competition as we might have been tempted to think, on the basis of misleading modern analogies. Having sufficiently distinguished the skilled craftsman and his like, I now return to the wage laborer proper, who hired out his general services for wages. I suggest that such men might indeed have their wages forced down and even suffer unemployment, owing to the competition of slave labor, in one set of circumstances particularly. I refer to a situation in which slave owners were hiring out their slaves on a considerable scale. We know this did happen, but how prevalent the practice was we cannot tell. If in these conditions the demand for hired labor was not greater than those free men wishing to perform it were able to fulfill, then some of the free men would be likely to fail to obtain work, even if the slaves' masters offered them at wages no lower than would be given to the free, and if the masters were willing to hire out their slaves at cut rates, then the free men's chances of getting employment would be much reduced. 47 I know of only one isolated passage in all Greek or Roman literature which gives even a hint of any feeling on the part of free men that slaves were taking the bread out of their mouths. This passage occurs in a quotation by Athenaeus from the Sicilian Greek historian Timaeus of Tauromenium, who wrote in the late 4th century BC and the early decades of the 3rd. According to Athenaeus, Timaeus said that Nason of Phocis bought 1,000 slaves, and was reproached by the Phocians for thus depriving as many citizens of their livelihood. So far, so good, perhaps, although the number of slaves is suspiciously high, especially for a rather backward area like Phocis. But Timaeus then goes on, for the younger men in each household used to serve their elders, and this seems to me a complete non sequitur. I cannot help thinking that Athenaeus has misquoted Timaeus, or that something has gone wrong with the text. Even if one is content to accept the passage as true and meaningful, there is no parallel to it, as far as I know. Otherwise there are only a few general remarks such as Appian's that the Roman poor in the Republic spent their time in idleness, as the rich used slaves instead offering men to cultivate the land. Even in societies in which unfree labor is a thing of the past, or nearly so, wage laborers have often been despised by the propertied class, and sometimes 203 they have been deeply distrusted even by would-be reformers on the ground that those who receive wages are too dependent upon their employers to be able to think and act of their own volition, and for that reason are unworthy to be entrusted with democratic rights. The English levellers of the 17th century have been described as the one genuinely democratic party thrown up by the Puritan Revolution, yet some often 48 wished to exclude from the franchise all apprentices and servants, as well as those that take alms, on the ground that they depend upon the will of other men and should be afraid to displease. For servants and apprentices, they are included in their masters, and so for those that receive alms from door to door, Thus Maximilian Petit, in the Second Putney debate, on October 29, 1647. The conjunction of beggars with servants and apprentices is significant. 49. There is no doubt that James Harrington, the very interesting and influential political writer of the third quarter of the 17th century, divided the population into two classes, freemen or citizens who can, and servants who cannot, live of themselves or live upon their own. 50. The desire to discriminate politically against those who work for wages continued well beyond the 17th century. I cannot follow it further here than to say that it is still very visible in some works of Immanuel Kant, written in the 1790s, where we may find some interesting reminiscences of the distinctions drawn in Roman law referred to above. Kant wished to confine the franchise to those who were their own masters and had some property to support them. A man who earned his living from others could be allowed to qualify as a citizen, in Kant's eyes, only if he earned it by selling that which is his, and not by allowing others to make use of him. Kant explains in a note that whereas the artist and the tradesman, and even the tailor and the wig-maker, do qualify, the domestic servant, the shop assistant, the laborer, the barber, and the man to whom I give my firewood to chop do not. He ends his note, however, with the admission that it is somewhat difficult to define the qualifications which entitle anyone to claim the status of being his own master. In a work published 4 years later, Kant returned to this theme, asserting that to be fit to vote, a person must have an independent position among the people, and now, without attempting a more precise definition of his active citizen, he gives 4 examples of excluded categories which do not possess civil independence, such as apprentices, servants, minors and women, who may demand to be treated by all others in accordance with laws of natural freedom and equality but should have no right to participate in making the laws. 51 I must end this chapter by re-emphasizing a point I have made elsewhere in this book, that if free hired labor played no very significant part at any time in 204 the economy of the Greek world, then the propertied classes must have extracted their surplus in other ways, primarily through unfree labor performed directly for individuals, but also indirectly to some extent, in the form of rent from leases, or else from taxation, or compulsory services performed for the state or the municipalities. It may not be out of place if I add a note 52 listing all the references to hired labor in the New Testament, of which the only ones of particular interest are MTXX 1-16 and James v.4. 4. Forms of exploitation in the ancient Greek world, and the small independent producer direct individual and indirect collective exploitation. So far, in discussing the forms of class struggle in the ancient Greek world, I have spoken mainly of the direct individual exploitation involved in the master-slave relationship and other forms of unfree labor, and in wage labor. I have done little more than mention such relationships as those of landlord and tenant and mortgagee and mortgager, involving the payment of rent or interest instead of the yielding of labor, and I have similarly said little or nothing about the indirect collective exploitation effected through the various organs of the state, a term which, when applied to the Hellenistic and Roman periods, must be taken to include not only imperial officials but also the agents of the many polis through which the Greek East came more and more to be administered. Broadly speaking, all those among the exploited classes who were of servile or quasi-servile condition and also hired laborers, tenants, and debtors were subject to what I have called direct exploitation by individual members of the propertied class, although, even apart from the slaves of the emperors and other members of the imperial household, the familia Caesaris, there were a certain number of public slaves owned by the Roman state or by particular polis. The forms of exploitation which I have called indirect, on the other hand, were applied by the state for the collective benefit of the propertied class, above all to persons of at least nominally free status who were small independent producers. Of these a few were either traders or else independent artisans, but the vast majority were peasants, and most of what I have to say about this category of small independent producers will be concentrated on the peasantry, a term which I shall define in section 2 of this chapter. Ideally, it might have been best to deal separately with the kinds of exploitation effected by landlords and mortgages together with other kinds of what I have called direct individual exploitation, but since they applied almost entirely to those I am calling peasants, I have found it convenient to treat them in this chapter, with forms of indirect collective exploitation. By indirect and collective forms of exploitation I mean those payments or services which were not rendered from individual to individual but were 206. Exacted by the authority of the state from a whole community or from individuals. They would normally take one of three main forms: taxation, in money or in kind, military conscription, or compulsory menial services such as the angarii I mentioned in I.3 above. Taxation, of course, was usually the most important of these forms of exploitation. After working out the position I have just stated, I came across a statement in Marx which proves that he too distinguished between what I am calling direct individual and indirect collective exploitation, specifically in regard to taxation. In the earliest of his three major works on recent French history, The Class Struggles in France, Marx says of the condition of the French peasants of his day that their exploitation differs only in form from the exploitation of the industrial proletariat. The exploiter is the same, capital. The individual capitalists exploit the individual peasants through mortgages and usury, the capitalist class exploits the peasant class through the state taxes. Now, except in a democracy, like that of Athens in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, which extended political rights to the lowest levels of the citizen population, the state would be in effect simply the instrument of the collective property owners, or even of a restricted circle among them, a Hellenistic king and his henchmen, for instance, or a Roman emperor and the imperial aristocracy. To the wider vision of the historian, Sir Harold Bell once wrote, "One ruler may differ greatly from another. To the peasant the difference has mainly been that the one chastised him with whips and the other with scorpions, one quite apart from direct exploitation of slaves, bondsmen, serfs, hired laborers, tenants, debtors, and others by individual property owners. Such a state would provide for its own needs by taxation, the exaction of compulsory services, and conscription." Taxation took many different forms in the Greek world. In the cities before the Hellenistic period it may often have been quite light, if only because the lack of anything resembling a modern civil service made it difficult if not impossible to collect small sums in taxes profitably from poor people, without the intervention of tax farmers, who seem to have been very unpopular with all classes. We have hardly any information about taxation in the Greek cities in the classical period, except for Athens 3 where the poor were in practice exempt from the esphora, the only form of direct taxation, and were probably little affected by indirect taxes other than the import duties and harbor dues. The total burden of taxation in the Greek cities and their territories certainly increased in the Hellenistic and Roman periods. According to Rostovtsev, the Hellenistic period did not introduce any substantial changes into the system which had been firmly established for centuries in the Greek cities. With emphasis on the word substantial, this can be accepted, but the evidence consists mainly of small scraps. The only individual source of any real significance is an inscription from Kos, Sig 3 1000. But most of the Greek cities were sooner or later subjected to some form of taxation by Hellenistic kings, and eventually the 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer 207 vast majority had to pay taxes to Rome. In Asia, of course, the Hellenistic kings inherited the Persian system of taxation, first organized by Darius I at the end of the 6th century BC, and although in the Hellenistic period many Greek cities were exempt from this, the peasants on land not included in the territory of a city must always have been subject to this burden. In Egypt, the Ptolemies reorganized the age-old taxation system of the pharaohs, and the elaborate arrangements they devised were later inherited by the Romans. 5 Modern historians have largely ignored the tiresome question of taxation in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, no doubt mainly because of the very unsatisfactory source material. Rostovtsev is a prominent exception. A glance at the relevant index of his Seva will show nearly 3 columns filled with entries under tax collectors. Taxation. Taxes. Further epigraphic discoveries may well extend our knowledge of this subject, as they have done in the past. For instance, it was from an inscription discovered not long ago in Bulgaria that the first example came to light of a poll tax collected by a local city from some of the inhabitants of its area, with the express permission of the emperor, for its own benefit. 6 Taxation greatly increased in the Middle and later Roman Empire. 7 Falling most heavily on the peasantry, who had least power to resist, as I shall explain in VIIL.4 below. The rich man had a far better chance of escaping, or minimizing payment. The small producer might also be compelled to perform all kinds of compulsory services at the behest of the state, at first mainly in those parts of the Greek world which had once formed part of the Persian Empire and in which there survived indefinitely forms of obligatory personal service such as the corvée or the transport duties which were the original angaria. Among the forms of what I have called indirect collective exploitation we must not fail to notice conscription. In the Greek cities, military service in the cavalry or the heavy armed infantry was a liturgy expected mainly of those I am calling the propertied classes, although I believe that hoplite service sometimes went down rather below that level and affected some of those who normally had to do a certain amount of work for their living. Light armed troops and naval forces were recruited from the non-propertied, and some cities even used slaves, among others, to row their warships. I suspect, however, that conscription of the poor for such purposes was rather rare, at any rate unless pay were given. And I think there is reason to believe that at Athens in particular those below the hoplite class were conscripted only temporarily, in emergencies, until 362, when, as I think, conscription of thetes for the fleet was introduced and became much more frequent. 8. The feature of military conscription which is particularly relevant here is that it will have represented no really serious burden upon the well-to-do, who did not have to work for their living and whom military service would merely divert from other occupations, often more profitable, it is true. For all those below my propertied class, conscription, diverting them from the activities by which they earned their daily bread, could be a real menace, and those who were 208. Furthest from belonging to the propertied class would presumably suffer most. Marx, who knew his Appian, quotes in a footnote to volume I of Capital part of the passage in which Appian describes the growth of great estates and the impoverishment of the Italian peasantry during the Republic, and adds the comment, military service hastened to so great an extent the ruin of the Roman plebeians. With the inception of the Roman Principate, conscription came to be replaced to some considerable extent by voluntary recruitment, although it continued to a greater degree than many historians have realized. The peasantry and their villages. Although the peasantry represents an aspect of the past surviving in the contemporary world, yet it is worth remembering that, as in the past, so in the present, peasants are the majority of mankind. Thus Tedershanen, in his introduction to the valuable Penguin volume on peasants and peasant societies which he edited in 1971. 1. In the present generation, partly as a result of the recent proliferation of studies of backward or exploited countries, there has been a remarkable growth of interest in what some people like to refer to as peasant economies or peasant societies, and a journal of peasant studies began to appear in 1973. A great deal of information has been collected about peasants, but just as this branch of studies had to rely largely in time past upon historians untrained in sociology and with little or no regard for wider sociological issues, so now it is in danger of becoming mainly the province of sociologists who have an insufficiently historical approach or are not qualified by their training to make the best use of historical material, in particular that from the ancient world, much of which is very hard for anyone but a trained classical scholar and ancient historian to use profitably. Now I admit that a very large part of the Greek world throughout most of its history would satisfy some of the currently popular definitions of a peasant economy or peasant society, notably one that is widely accepted today, that of Daniel Thorner, presented to the Second International Conference of Economic History at Aix in 1962, as a paper entitled Peasant Economy as a Category in Economic History, published in 1965 in the Proceedings of the Conference 2 and reprinted in Shannon's Penguin Reader mentioned above, where we also find a number of alternative definitions and discussions of the concepts of peasant economies and peasants. The ancient historian needs to be able to operate occasionally with the concept of a peasant economy, at least for comparative purposes, and he may sometimes find this category really useful in dealing with Greek and Roman society. On the other hand, he will also want to isolate the specific features which differentiate the various phases of ancient Greek society from peasant economies, or other peasant economies. My own inclinations are rather of the second variety, and although I 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer 209 shall certainly make use of the category of peasants, I shall rarely think in terms of a peasant economy. I agree with Rodney Hilton, who in the publication of his 1973 Ford Lectures at Oxford has pointed out that this concept peasant economy could embrace most of human history between tribal society and the completion of industrial transformation in modern times. It could certainly apply to most European medieval states. If we feel the necessity to classify the particular society we are studying, in order to group it with certain broadly similar societies and to distinguish it from those in other groups, then for most purposes I think we shall find it more profitable to place the ancient Greek world, in its successive, and in some ways very different, phases, within the field of slave society rather than peasant society, although of course operating mainly with the former concept does not by any means exclude the use of the latter in appropriate situations. Perhaps I should repeat here what I have said before, for my purposes, the fact that the propertied classes of the Greek and Roman world derived the bulk of their surplus from the exploitation of unfree labor makes it possible for us to consider that world as a slave economy or slave society, even though we have to concede that during a large part of Greek and Roman history peasants and other independent producers may not only have formed the actual majority of the total population but may also have had a larger share in production than slaves and other unfree workers. Even when, by the 4th century of the Christian era at the very latest, it is possible to be fairly sure that production by chattel slaves in the strict sense has dropped well below the combined production of free peasants, peasant serfs, and miscellaneous artisans and other free workers of all kinds, whether working on their own account or for wages. The unfree labor of the serfs is a major factor, and permeating the whole society is the universal and unquestioning acceptance of slavery as part of the natural order. As I shall demonstrate in 6 and 7.3 below, Christianity made no difference whatever to this situation, except perhaps to strengthen the position of the governing few and increase the acquiescence of the exploited many, even if it did encourage individual acts of charity. The townsman through the ages has always regarded the peasant's lot as unenviable, except on those occasions when he has allowed himself some sentimental reflection upon the morally superior quality of the peasant's life. Edward Gibbon, congratulating himself in his autobiography on having been born into a family of honorable rank and decently endowed with the gifts of fortune, could shudder as he contemplated some unpleasant alternatives, being a slave, a savage or a peasant. To my mind, the most profound and moving representation in art of the peasant is Vincent van Gogh's De Aardepectors, painted at Nieuwenan in Brabant in April-May 1885. Apart from preliminary studies, 2 versions exist, of which the one in the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam is undoubtedly finer than the earlier one in the Kröller Museum at Otterlo near Arnhem. As Vincent himself said, in a letter to his brother Theo. 210. Written on April 30, 1885, while the picture was still being painted. I have tried to emphasize that those people, eating their potatoes in the lamplight, have dug the earth with those very hands they put in the dish, and so it speaks of manual labor, and how they have honestly earned their food. I have wanted to give the impression of a way of life quite different from that of us civilized people. 3. The quality that impresses one most about Van Gogh's peasants is their endurance, their solidity, like that of the earth from which they draw just sufficient sustenance to maintain life. In at least 4 of his letters Van Gogh quotes a description of Millet's peasants which certainly applies to his own. Son paysan semble paint avec la terre même chu il ensemence, for the potato eaters are poor, but they are not evidently miserable, Even if the artist shows infinite sympathy with them, he depicts in them no trace of self-pity. These are the voiceless toilers, the great majority, let us not forget it, of the population of the Greek and Roman world, upon whom was built a great civilization which despised them and did all it could to forget them. People today are apt to take it for granted that peasant production is inefficient, compared with modern large-scale agriculture, agribusiness, because the latter can farm a vast acreage with very little labor on the spot and can therefore undersell the peasant and drive him off the land. However, on the basis of a different method of calculation, taking into account the vast quantities of fossil fuels, manufactured fertilizer and machinery that agribusiness needs to consume, there are those who maintain that peasant production is more efficient, ecologically and in the long term. I do not pretend to be able to decide this issue. We must formulate a definition of peasants, peasantry. I have found the one given by Hilton most illuminating, and my own follows it closely. He is prepared to accept the peasantry as a useful category not only in connection with the period he is concerned with but also as applying to peasants in other epochs than the Middle Ages and in other places than Western Europe. The definition he proceeds to give is based on treating the peasantry as a class, determined by its place in the production of society's material needs, not as a status group determined by attributed esteem, dignity, or honor. That is precisely the way in which I wish to treat the ancient Greek peasantry. My definition, then, adapted from Hilton's, is as follows. 1. Peasants possess, whether or not they own, the means of agricultural production by which they subsist, they provide their own maintenance from their own productive efforts, and collectively they produce more than is necessary for their own subsistence and reproduction. 2. They are not slaves and are therefore not legally the property of others, they may or may not be serfs or bondsmen. 3. Their occupation of land may be under widely differing conditions, they may be freeholders, lessees, or tenants at will. 4. They work their holdings essentially as family units, primarily with family labor, but occasionally with restricted use of slaves or wage labor. 5. They are normally associated in larger units than the family alone, usually in villages. 6. Those ancillary workers who originate from and remain among peasants may be considered as peasants themselves. 7. They support superimposed classes by which they are exploited to a greater or less degree, especially landlords, moneylenders, town dwellers, and the organs of the state to which they belong, and in which they may or may not have political rights. It will be seen that the peasantry, as I have defined them, partly overlap the categories of unfree labor which I have laid down in point 3.4 above. All serfs are peasants, and so are most agricultural bondsmen, but slaves are not, although the slave colonists whom I describe in 12 of section 3 below must be allowed for some purposes to count as a peasant. At their highest level, peasants begin to merge into my propertied class, but in order to do so they must exploit the labor of others outside the family, by making use of slaves, serfs, or hired laborers, and as soon as they do that to any significant degree, and become able to live without being obliged to spend any substantial amount of their time working for their living, they cease, according to my definition, to count among peasants and must be treated as members of the propertied class. Only by exploiting the labor of others could a peasant family hope to rise into the propertied class. One of the best analyses I know of a particular peasantry is that given by Engels in 1894 in an article entitled The Peasant Question in France and Germany. Engels knew much more about peasants at first hand than most academic historians. As he wrote in some travel notes late in 1848, he had spoken to hundreds of peasants in the most diverse regions of France. In the article written in 1894 he distinguishes three broad groups of peasants, with 1, the small peasant, set apart qualitatively from the other two, and carefully defined as the owner or tenant, particularly the former, of a patch of land no bigger, as a rule, than he and his family can till, and no smaller than can sustain the family. The other two groups, of big and middle peasants, are those who cannot manage without wage workers, whom they employ in different ways, the bigger ones go in for undisguised capitalist production. It is roughly along these lines that I would divide ancient Greek peasants, although of course the labor which the big and the middle peasant would employ in the Greek world would more often be that of slaves than of hired hands. It will be seen that clause 4 of the definition of peasants I have given above excludes Engels' big peasants altogether. They are part of my propertied class, and my peasants are mainly his small ones, with some of the middle variety. 212. Another analysis of a peasant situation which shows a deep understanding of its class constituents is that of William Hinton, in his remarkable book, Fanchon. A documentary of revolution in a Chinese village. At the very outset of the Chinese Revolution in each area it was necessary to break down the conformist assumptions generated in the minds of the peasants by centuries of landlord rule. 5. The ancient historian can find extraordinary interest in Hinton's description of a meeting held in January 1946 in Lee Village Gulch to decide upon the nature of the agrarian reform to be undertaken in the 5th district of Lequan County in the province of Shanxi, which included the village of Longbao, the particular object of Hinton's study. The main practical question to be decided was whether rent should continue to be paid to landlords. But the meeting opened with a consideration of certain fundamental questions, beginning with who depends upon whom for a living. Many peasants assumed that of course it was they who depended upon the landlords. If the landlords did not let us rent the land, they said, we would starve. Many who had been driven by poverty to work as hired laborers for landlords were prepared to accept their situation as part of the natural order, provided they were not actually cheated but were fed and paid according to their contract. Gradually the peasants came to realize that it was the landlords who depended for a living upon them and their labor, and they grasped the fact that the exploitation inherent in land rent itself was the root of all the other evils. I may add that the criteria for analyzing class status in the countryside, forming part of the agrarian reform law of the Chinese People's Republic, are well worth studying. The categories recognized there are again defined primarily by the extent to which each individual exploits others or is himself exploited. When there is no one interested in opening the peasant's eyes to his oppressed condition, he will often accept it, whether with resignation or with resentment, and his lords, who would like to believe that he is perfectly contented, may even persuade themselves that he really is. When the Pierce Commission reported in 1972 that the majority of the African population of Rhodesia, amounting to 5 or 6 million, refused to accept the sham constitutional reforms offered to them by the British Conservative government and Smith's Rhodesia Front, and designed to prolong the rule of the 250,000 whites, the British and even more Smith and the Front were astounded. No one could henceforth believe that Smith governed with African support, or on any other basis than force majeure. I do not wish to elaborate on the differences one could proceed to establish between ancient Greek and, for example, medieval English peasants. In doing this one would of course wish to introduce those varying political and legal characteristics which my definition, couched as it is primarily in economic and social terms, deliberately omits. Yet even then one must admit that the differences between various kinds of peasants inside the Greek world or within medieval England were in some important respects more significant than the differences at each corresponding level between the societies. I would suggest that the free English yeoman who held a small plot of land in free soccage and the Athenian small peasant of the 5th or 4th century BC had more in common in some ways than the yeoman with the villain, or the Athenian with one of the abject villagers of Aphrodite in Egypt who groveled before their local bigwig in a petition of AD 567, quoted later in this section. It may be asked why I have singled out the peasantry as a class. The answer is that those I have defined as the propertied class often derived part of their surplus, and sometimes a very substantial part, from peasants, either by direct and individual exploitation or in the mainly indirect and collective way I have described in section I above. In some places, at some periods, by far the greater part of a rich man's income might be derived from unfree labor, but even at the very time when we have most reason to expect precisely that situation, namely the Italy of the late Republic, we find Domitius Ahenobarbus raising crews for 7 ships in 49 BC from his slaves, freedmen, and colon, who are shortly afterwards referred to as his coloni and pastors, and some members of the propertied class, especially in the later Roman Empire, derived much of their surplus from nominally free coloni rather than slaves. There might be very great variations, political and legal, as well as economic, in the condition of peasants over the vast area and the many centuries of my ancient Greek world. In an independent Greek democracy which was its own master, the non-propertied classes would at least have a chance of reducing to a minimum any direct exploitation of themselves by the state on behalf of the propertied class. Under an oligarchy they would be unable to defend themselves politically, and when they became subject to a Hellenistic king or to Rome they might find themselves taxed for the benefit of their master, and perhaps subjected to compulsory personal services as well. In the Greek East the peasantry derived little or no benefit from the costly theatres, baths, aqueducts, gymnasia, and so forth which were provided for the enjoyment mainly of the more leisured section of the city population, partly out of local taxation and the rents of city lands, partly out of donations by the local notables, who of course drew the greater part of their wealth from their farms in the countryside. We can still think in terms of exploitation of the small independent producer, even in cases where no particular individual appears in the capacity of direct exploiter. Of course the great majority of our small independent producers were what I am calling peasants. Some might be tempted to draw firm distinctions between a number of different types of peasant. Certainly in principle one can distinguish several categories even among the peasants, according to the forms of tenure by which they hold their land, for example. 1. Freeholders who had absolute ownership of their plots. 2. During the Hellenistic period, men who in practice were virtually absolute owners for the duration of their lives, but who held their land on condition of performing military service, and who could not transmit it directly to their heirs without the endorsement of the king. 6. 3. Tenants who either held on lease, for their lives or for a term of years, or were what English lawyers call 214. Tenants at will, subject at any time to the possibility of being ejected or of having their terms of occupation made more onerous. These tenants, of either class, would fall into 4 broad groups, according to the nature of the landlord's return, which might be a fixed rent in money, a fixed rent in kind, a share of the crop, or labor services. Combinations of these alternatives were of course possible. In principle, a share of the crop could be combined with a fixed rent in money or kind or both. A rent could be made payable partly in money and partly in produce at a predetermined price, and labor services could be exacted in addition to rent in money or kind, although in point of fact there is surprisingly little evidence in ancient literature, legal texts, inscriptions, or papyri for labor services on anything more than a very small scale until we reach the 6th century, when a Ravenna papyrus speaks of several days' service a week on the home farm in addition to rent in money. I will add only that in some cases payment of rent in money rather than kind might make things much more difficult for the tenant, who would be obliged to sell his crop in order to pay his rent, and might have problems where the crop could not easily be disposed of on the spot or at a nearby market. This is a convenient place at which just to mention the form of leasehold tenure known as emphiteusis, under which land was leased for a long term or in perpetuity at a low rent. 7. But emphyteutic tenures, which became widespread in the later empire, from the 4th century onwards, raise very complicated problems of Roman law. In most cases the lessees would probably not be small peasants. Some people might be tempted to say that peasants who hold their land in freehold, as absolute owners, must always have been in a better position than leaseholders. I would concede that there is a small measure of truth in this, if we add, other circumstances being equal, but as a generalization it will not stand, as there were too many countervailing factors. In the first place, the properties of freehold peasants would often tend to become smaller by subdivision among sons and might well end up as units too small to work economically, whereas a landowner leasing out property could choose what size was most profitable. And in many circumstances, for instance, in areas with poor soil or subject to exceptionally high taxation, or after successive crop failures or devastation by enemy raids or maltreatment by government officials, a tenant might well suffer less than a freeholder, especially perhaps if the tenant was a sharecropper, and even more if his landlord was a powerful man who was willing to give him some protection. The freeholder's farm was a far more valuable piece of property than mere rented land and could therefore be used as a security for debt, and become subject to foreclosure on default. Debt was always the nightmare of the small freehold peasant, especially since the laws affecting defaulting debtors in antiquity were often very harsh and might involve personal enslavement or at any rate some measure of bondage while the debt was being worked off, sometimes an indefinitely long process. Impoverished debtors sometimes. 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer 215 agitated not only for a moratorium on interest payments or for limitation or reduction of the rate of interest, but for the total cancellation of all debts, in Greek, krion apokope, in Latin, novi tabulae. This demand was sometimes supported by radical reformers in antiquity, and it was frequently joined with the advocacy of a general redistribution of land, gesenotismos, the other main plank in the platform of radicals on the political left. In the Greek world there were two occasions in particular on which we happen to be quite well informed about these demands and the degree of success they achieved. At Athens in 594/3 BC the lawgiver Solon granted a complete cancellation of debt but refused to redistribute the land, and at Sparta in 243–242 BC. King Agis IV procured a general cancellation of debts but was prevented from going on to the redistribution of land he had also planned. Similar measures, and agitations for them, are recorded not only from the Greek world but also from the Near East, in particular the reform brought about in Judea by the prophet Nehemiah, probably in the 440s BC, described in Nehemiah v.1-13. 8. This provides the nearest parallel I know to the debt cancellations by Solon and Agis. The possibility of foreclosure by a mortgagee and the consequent forfeiture of his land made the humble freeholder's position much less superior to that of the leasehold tenant than it might seem at first sight. And a tenant, the mere tenant of a landlord, might have a weapon of sorts if he and his neighbors could act in concert, the anachoresis or secessio, an exodus which was essentially a strike, taking the form of a collective departure and a refusal to resume work until grievances were remedied. The evidence comes largely from Hellenistic and Roman Egypt, where the practice was evidently common 9 and was resorted to even by the tenants of royal land, the king's peasants. Tenants might indeed be able to draw some advantage from the fact that the landlord's interest was not entirely hostile to their own, and they might actually receive some measure of protection from a powerful landlord, who might even be the Roman emperor himself, and who in any event might at least be willing, in his own interest, to try to prevent his tenants' efforts to cultivate the land from being thwarted by the depredations of officials or soldiers, always a terror to the peasantry in the Roman Empire. It is worthwhile to give a few examples of the plight of peasants, out of many possible ones, in the shape of 4 very well-known inscriptions, 10 recording the bitter complaints of peasants against ill treatment by government officials. 3 are in Greek, but I shall begin with one in Latin, the most famous, from the first years of the reign of Commodus, found at Souk Elkamis in North Africa, and referring to the Saltus Burunatangus, an imperial estate let out to head lessees, conductors, who had sublet to small peasants, coloni. The inscription records a petition by the coloni to the emperor, complaining of collusive action to their detriment between their 216 head lessee and the imperial procurator, who was responsible to the emperor for managing the estate. The coloni, describing themselves as most unhappy men and poor rustics, object that more than the proper share of their crops and the prescribed number of days of labor services have been exacted from them, and that the procurator has sent in troops and had some of them seized and tortured, fettered, or flogged, simply because they had dared to make a complaint to the emperor. 11. The other 3 inscriptions all record petitions in Greek, to the first 2 of which are appended imperial replies in Latin. A petition to the Emperor Philip from the villagers of Aragi in the Tembris Valley in Phrygia, who describe themselves as the community of the Aragani and as tenants of the emperor, mentions an earlier petition to the emperor before his accession, when he was praetorian prefect, and reminds him how deeply his divine soul had been troubled by their plight, although it appears that the only evidence they had for this touching disturbance of soul was that Philip had sent on their petition to the proconsul of Asia, who had done nothing about it. They were still, they said, being plundered by rapacious officials and city magnates against whom they had no redress. 12. In another petition, from Scaptopara in Thrace to the Emperor Gordian III, the villagers, who seem to be freeholders, make a very similar complaint, adding, "We can stand it no longer. We intend to leave our ancestral homes because of the violent conduct of those who come upon us. For in truth we have been reduced from many householders to a very few." 13. Most interesting of all is an inscription from Aga Beke, near the ancient Philadelphia in Lydia, to be dated perhaps at the very beginning of the 3rd century, in the reign of Septimius Severans. 14. Here the peasants, who are tenants of an imperial estate, actually threaten that unless the emperor does something to stop the dreadful exactions and oppression by government officials from which they are suffering, they will desert their ancestral homes and tombs and go off to private land, in other words, become the tenants of some powerful landlord who can give them the protection they need, a practice we hear of as actually happening elsewhere, notably in mid-5th century Gaul, from the Christian priest Salvian. As between the various forms of tenancy, much would depend upon the terms of the individual letting. Rents in money or kind might be relatively high or low, labor services might differ widely, and sharecropping tenancies might vary a good deal in the division of the crop between landlord and tenant. Half and half was common, but the landlord's share might be as much as 2/3 and was hardly ever less than 1/3. Perhaps sharecropping was preferable as a rule from the tenant's point of view, in bad times at any rate, but this would depend upon the shares allocated to each party, and these would naturally differ according to 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer. 217. How much the landlord provided of the slaves, animals, tools, corn, and other elements in what the Roman lawyers called the instrumentum of the farm. As the 2nd century jurist Gaius put it, the sharecropper has a sort of partnership, and shares both profit and loss with his landlord. In the event of a near total crop failure, even the sharecropper, who would then have to give his landlord virtually nothing, would himself soon be left with nothing to eat, and he would be just as much at the mercy of his landlord, or some usurious lender, as any tenant who defaulted in payment of a fixed rent. In a moderately bad year the sharecropper's position, and whether or not he was driven to borrow from his landlord or a money lender, would depend as much on the size of his plot as on the share of the crop he was allowed to keep. This is often overlooked. I think that the most important factor in the peasant's position must often have been the labor situation in his locality, or, to be more precise, the supply of labor in relation to the area of cultivable land. Landlords needed labor to cultivate their lands. There is little evidence for hired labor on any considerable scale, except at harvest times, when it must have been very common, but it cannot have been available in large quantities at other times. See 3.6 above, where I have also mentioned some texts which speak of neighbors helping each other out. If slaves were expensive or difficult to obtain, then there would be some competition among rich landlords for the services of tenants. Plagues, conscription, and the capture of agricultural workers by barbarian raiders would naturally improve the situation of those who were left, as the Black Death improved the position of agricultural workers in 14th century England. But as early as the beginning of the 2nd century, long before the Greco-Roman world began to suffer seriously from pestilences or major barbarian invasions, we hear from Pliny the Younger of a scarcity of tenants on his estates in North Italy. See his EP 7.30.3, and 3.19.7, where penuria orum must mean scarcity and not poverty of tenants. 15. We also find Pliny making large reductions in his rents and contemplating more. In an interesting article published in the Journal of Peasant Studies in 1976, Peter Garnsey advanced the view that the only substantial class of peasant proprietors for which there is documentary evidence in the late Empire consists of military men. This I think needs qualification, it seems to be founded partly on the belief that in the 4th century assignations of land to veterans on discharge were tax-free. This is an appallingly difficult question, but since I accept the views of A.H.M. Jones on the matter of iogatio/capitatio, I would regard the tax exemption of the veteran as normally limited to the capita of himself and his wife, and not extending to their iuga of land. And this was a purely personal privilege, not extending to children. The words isque perpetuo habeant immunes in cthvil.xx.3.pr must refer only to the lifetime of the veteran. I see nothing in cth7.xx to contradict this, and there is no trace of further privilege for veteran sons in cth7.xxii. 218. Or elsewhere, indeed, during the 4th century the sons were expected to serve in the army. But on these questions I do not wish to seem dogmatic. I turn now to a brief consideration of labor rents, an expression I use for convenience for those labor services due regularly under the terms of a tenancy instead of, or as a supplement to, rent in money or kind. Labor rents seem to have played a surprisingly small part in the Greek and Roman world. I say seem to have played, because it is just possible, although in my opinion unlikely, that labor rents were in reality far more widespread than our surviving evidence suggests. As far as I know, only one writer in recent times, John Percival, has seriously examined this difficult question and suggested that labor rents may have been a great deal more common than most of us suppose. 16. I have nothing new to contribute to the discussion, and I can do no more here than state the position as it is generally known. Only in a mid-6th century Latin papyrus from Ravenna, dealing with an estate belonging to the Church of Ravenna, do we find labor rents exacted on a scale resembling the situation in many medieval manors, up to 3 days per week. 22. I also alluded in I.3 above to the fact that many times between the mid-4th century and the mid-6th we hear of peasants flocking into the nearest city during a famine, in order to obtain edible food, available there and nowhere else. I shall now give 7 examples of this situation about which we happen to have some reasonably reliable information. 1. In 362-3 there occurred in the area of Antioch on the Oront a famine about which we have perhaps more information than any other in antiquity. 23. Its cause was partly harvest failure in Syria, partly the arrival at Antioch in July 362 of the emperor and his court and part of his army, preparatory to the disastrous Persian expedition of March 363. Our sources here include some good contemporary ones, above all the Emperor Julian. 220. The orator Libanius, and the great historian Ammianus Marcellinus, in whose narrative one particular passage, XXII. 14.12, is especially fascinating for its condemnation of Julian's attempt to fix maximum prices, in terms that would commend it to most contemporary Western economists. The influx of country folk is mentioned by Julian himself. On this occasion, as on others, there is evidence that the local landowners callously hoarded grain for sale at inflated prices, and when Julian arranged for some special imports from Chalcis and Hierapolis and even Egypt, and fixed a low price, they bought up the grain cheap and either hoarded it or sold it at a profit in the countryside where Julian's maximum price could more easily be evaded. 2. A few years later, probably in 373, we hear from Sozomen and Palladius of a famine in Mesopotamia, in Edessa and its neighborhood, when the starving poor, tended by the famous ascetic Ephraim, included people from the surrounding countryside. 24. 3. During a severe food shortage at Rome, perhaps in 376-25 there was a general demand for the expulsion from the city of all peregrini, which in this context means all those whose official domicile was not actually Rome itself, and it is clear from our one account of this incident, in St. Ambrose, de Offic. Minister. 3.45-51, that numbers of country folk would have been involved. Ambrose puts into the mouth of the city prefect of the time an eloquent speech, addressed to the men of rank and wealth, pointing out that if they allow their agricultural producers to die of starvation, the result will be fatal to their corn supply, a piece of evidence that an appreciable part of the corn supply of the city still came from the neighboring country districts. The speech goes on to say that if they are deprived of their peasants, they will have to buy cultivators, slaves, of course to replace them, and that will cost them more. A subscription is raised, com is purchased, and the situation is saved. For shortly afterwards, probably during the urban prefecture of the orator Symmachus in 384-26, there was another food shortage at Rome, and all peregrini were duly expelled. It is clear from the passage I quoted in the preceding paragraph from St. Ambrose that many country people were driven out. The saint expresses great indignation that the Romans should eject the very people who provide their sustenance. 5. There was another famine in 384-5 at Antioch, where the supply of corn had been deficient for a couple of years. A speech of Libanius mentions that the country people had come into the city to obtain food because there was none in the countryside. 27. 6. There was a serious famine at Edessa in 500-1, caused by a terrible plague of locusts in March 500. There is an account of this famine in 38-44 of the very interesting chronicle written probably c. 507 by the ascetic generally known today as Joshua the Stylite, who at many points in his work gives precise figures for grain and other prices, and does so in this case. 28. Joshua twice mentions the crowds of peasants who came into Edessa to procure food. 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer. 221-7. In the Stregothic kingdom of Italy, in 536-8, grain from the state granaries at Ticinum and Dirtana was sold to the starving people of Liguria, and a third of the stores in the warehouses of Tarvisium and Tridentum was also sold to the inhabitants of Venetia. The first of the three relevant letters in the collection of Cassiodorus, giving orders for the opening of the granaries, remarks that it would be shameful for the cultivators to starve while the royal barns were full. 29. Again, the exploitation of the peasantry had been severe and effective. There are some other examples of state granaries plentifully filled with corn while many starved, as in Rome during the siege by Totila and the Ostrogoths in 546, when famine conditions prevailed in the city. The only ample supply was in the hands of Bess as the Roman commander, who made a large personal profit by selling to the rich at the exorbitant price of 7 solidi for the modius, while first the poor and eventually almost everyone, we are told, fed on boiled nettles, many dying of starvation. Bessus continued to profit from selling grain to the rich, until in December 546 Totila suddenly captured the city, and Bessus' ill-gotten gains fell into his hands. 30. I imagine that large distributions of food by rich men who were charitably inclined were unknown until at least the 4th century, when many of the wealthy were converted to Christianity, and even from then onwards they are likely to have been very rare. The only actual example I have discovered is beyond the scope of this book. Luke, the future Stylite saint, is said to have distributed 4,000 modii of corn to the starving poor. From his parents' granaries in Phrygia, probably during the Great Famine of 927-8-31, the landowner who was more prosperous than the peasant would find it easier to take the advice of Hesiod and lay up an ample store of corn. Ausonius, writing over 1,000 years after Hesiod, remarks that he always laid in 2 years' supply of produce. Without this, he says, hunger is near. The characteristic unit in which peasant life was organized was the village, the most common Greek word for which was kom. 32 of these komai, many were situated inside the territory of some city, and some belonged to a handful of absentee landlords, or even entirely to a single proprietor, to whom the villagers paid rents. On the other hand, there were also villages of freehold peasant proprietors. It is impossible to form any idea of the proportion of villagers who were freeholders at any time or in any area of the Greek world, except at certain periods in parts of Egypt from which useful papyrological evidence happens to have survived. The bibliography is vast. 33, and I cannot attempt to give even a summary account, since many important questions are still in dispute, and on some issues I have not yet made up my own mind. I shall confine myself here to a few remarks, mainly about peasant villages in the later Roman Empire. Some villages, at least in Syria and Asia Minor, had what appears to have been a democratic form of organization, headed by a general meeting of the villagers, and, strange as it may seem, it looks as if this democratic form of organization 222 may actually have survived in some villages, in parts of Syria at any rate, after all the genuinely democratic elements had perished from the constitutions of the cities throughout the empire. 34 The villages had magistrates of their own, sometimes no doubt hereditary, but often elected. Some of them certainly had a general meeting of villagers which passed decrees like the assembly of a city. This is referred to in inscriptions by a variety of terms, including the kame, those apokames, the komita, the koinontes kames, the demos, or ecclesia or syllagos or synodos, or even the aklos. 35 I agree with Jones, against some other scholars, that a council was the distinguishing mark of a city and is not found in villages. 36 Which, however, sometimes had a council of elders, called ageragia. J7 As of course did many cities. Virtually all our information about village administration comes from inscriptions and is very difficult to interpret. In particular, it is often hard to date the inscriptions. All I can do here is to express the hope that further research will be conducted in this field, in particular with a view to discovering how and to what extent exploitation of the village population was effected. The appearance and the unexpectedly long survival of democratic organization within the villages is a topic which would also be particularly well worth studying. The development of villages into cities, a not uncommon event, is one of the aspects of village history which has already received a good deal of attention. In the later empire, with which I am now mainly concerned, taxation bore very heavily upon the villages, the great majority of which paid their taxes to collectors appointed by the local city. But in the 4th century some of the bigger landlords acquired the valuable privilege of autopragia, the right to pay their taxes direct to the provincial governor, and they would then be responsible for collecting the taxes due from their tenants. The earliest evidence I have come across of this practice consists of 3 imperial constitutions, of 383, 399 or 400 and 409, the last of these uses language suggesting that the practice was already widespread, and in the 5th and 6th centuries it may have done much to increase the power of the great MEP. 38 During the 5th century the right of autopragia was extended to certain villages. How many, we cannot say, only one can be identified with certainty, Aphrodite in the nome of Antiopolis in the Thebaid, about the affairs of which in the 6th century we happen to be exceptionally well informed. 39 Now we must not assume that an autocrat village would necessarily be in a better position than one inhabited by the tenants of one or more landowners, at any rate if the latter were men of influence, able to protect their own colony. Some of the great men seem to have resented the grant of autopragia to villages, and their hostility might be more effective than the always precarious rights enjoyed in theory by villagers. The need for even an autocrat village to adopt the most abject and groveling attitude 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer 223 towards important officials is worth illustrating, in a historical perspective. It will surprise no one to find a humble individual tenant in 6th century Egypt addressing a petition to his landlord, the wealthy and powerful Apion, in the most submissive and cringing terms. To my good master, lover of Christ, lover of the poor, all-esteemed and most magnificent patrician and duke of the Thebaid, Apion, from Anub, your miserable slave upon your estate called Phocra. That is the way in which any colonist in the later Roman Empire might find it prudent to address a great and powerful man, and it must not be assumed that only native Egyptians would be likely to address their superiors in such terms. It is simply that Egypt is the one area from which papyri survive, recording petitions of such a kind. Indeed, as Sir Harold Bell has remarked, there is a striking contrast between petitions like that of Anup and earlier Egyptian ones of the Ptolemaic period, like one which he quotes, from a minor village official, of the year 243 BC, preserved in P. Hiba 34. To King Ptolemy, greeting, from Antigonus. I am being unjustly treated by patron, the superintendent of police in the lower toparchy. And Bell comments, it is a minor official in a village of Middle Egypt petitioning the all-powerful King Ptolemy III Urgets, yet he addresses the king without servility or verbiage, as man to man. I will add another petition, of 220 BC, from an even more humble person, a working woman. To King Ptolemy, greeting from Philista, daughter of Lysias, resident in Trachomia. I am wronged by Pete Chan. For as I was bathing in the baths of the said village, and had stepped out to soap myself, he, being the bathman in the women's rotunda and having brought in the jugs of hot water, emptied one over me and scalded my belly and my left thigh down to the knee, so that my life was in danger. I beg you, a king, if it please you, as a suppliant who has sought your protection, not to suffer me, a woman who works with her hands, to be thus lawlessly treated, and so forth. Let us now go forward again nearly 800 years and return to the mid-6th century of the Christian era, to look at a petition from the village of Aphrodite, dated AD 567, which is the subject of a most instructive discussion by Bell, and has also been studied by other scholars. The submissive and even servile attitude of the villagers would have been unthinkable in a petition made by a city at any period of Greco-Roman antiquity. It is true that the petition was drafted by one Dioscorus, son of Apollos, a notary and man of affairs who had unfortunate literary pretensions and achieved the distinction, for what it was worth, of being the worst Greek poet whose works have come down to us. 40 But such a person should have known exactly the right language to use to a great man. To Flavius Triadius Marianus Michael Gabriel Constantine Theodore Martyrius Julian Athanasius, the most renowned general and consular and most magnificent patrician of the prefect Justin, Duke and Augustal of the Thebaid for the 2nd year. Petition and supplication from your most pitiable slaves 41 The wretched small owners and inhabitants of the all-miserable village of Aphrodite, which is under the sacred 224 household and your magnificent authority. All justice and just dealing forever illuminate the proceedings of your preeminently excellent and magnificent authority, which we have long expected as the dead in Hades once awaited the coming of the Christ, the everlasting God. For after him, our Master God, the Saviour, the Helper, the true and merciful Benefactor, we set all our hopes of salvation upon your Highness, who are among all men praised and bruited abroad, to help us in all our emergencies, to deliver us from the assault of unjust men, and to snatch us out of the unspeakable sufferings, such as no paper can contain, which have from the beginning befallen us at the hands of Minos, the most illustrious Scribe Urias and Pagarch of Antiopolis. We humbly recall your all-wise, most famous, and good-loving intelligence, but it reaches such a height of wisdom and comprehension as to grasp the whole with complete knowledge and amendment, whence without fear we are come to grovel in the track of your immaculate footsteps and inform you of the state of our affairs, which the villagers then at last proceed to do. As this complaint was directed against misbehavior by the Pagarch, it is relevant to recall that in an imperial rescript to the Dux of the Thebaid, as a result of a complaint from the very same village some 16 years earlier, Justinian had remarked of the then Pagarch Theodosius that his intrigues proved stronger than our commands. I have much more to say about misconduct by Roman officials in 8th IV below. I can do no more than just mention here two very interesting forms of rural patronage, which were more formalist than the innumerable resorts we come across in later Roman sources to that form of protection, often involving what is called suffragium. One of these two types of rural patronage appears in the second half of the 4th century and the 5th, partly as a result of the growth under Diocletian and Constantine and their successors of the practice of giving the military command in a particular area to an individual separate from the provincial governors and known as the dux. This division of authority was cleverly utilized and turned into a weapon of class struggle by many peasants, at least in Egypt and Syria. Groups of peasants, and sometimes whole villages collectively, placed themselves under the patronage of their dux, and with his help, sometimes involving the use of his soldiers, resisted demands made upon them for rent or taxes or both. This practice was resorted to by peasant freeholders as well as by tenant farmers, coloni. Both could use it against tax collectors, and tenants in addition against their landlord and his rent collectors. How effective this device could be in both cases is well illustrated by Libanius' Oration XL7, De Patrociniis, and by a series of imperial laws fulminating against such practices. 42 Unfortunately for the peasants, the patronage of a great man was not something that could be acquired for nothing, and the wretched creatures may often have had to pay dearly for it. In the East, though apparently not in the western part of the empire, the government legislated against patronage and threatened to inflict 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer 225 heavy penalties on the patrons concerned. The second of my two developed forms of rural patronage appears most clearly in Salvian, a Gallic priest writing in the second quarter of the 5th century. Here we see something that makes us think of what was to occur in many places during the Middle Ages: peasant freeholders threatened by extortionate taxation, or by barbarian incursions, surrendered themselves to some great neighbor, who could give them protection, of course, at the cost of their land, which was ceded to the patron, the peasants becoming his colony. Both types of patronage I have been describing could involve a heavy price. However, some peasants evidently thought the price worth paying, as a protection against even more burdensome exactions. The patronate, oppressive as it must often have been, seemed to many desperate men better than unprotected freedom, accompanied by the unchecked activities of the dreaded finance officials, soldiers, beleading officers, and those who imposed compulsory labor. Outright land grabbing by the powerful at the expense of the humble, whether as a result of direct appropriation or of foreclosure on what we should call mortgage, is a phenomenon that can be seen from time to time, but is not the sort of thing of which our sources take much notice. Except in those Greek democracies where the poor man could obtain effective protection from the courts of law, the process must have gone on throughout antiquity. Administrators of ecclesiastical property were no exception. A letter of Pope Gregory the Great to the rectors of the estates of the Roman Church in Sicily in 591 orders the restitution of the properties of others which had been seized by church administrators. Such ecclesiastical administrators might also subject hapless coloni to severe exploitation and unjust treatment, from which only the bishop could save them, if he cared to exercise his authority in the cause of mercy, or even justice. Cheating tenants by the use of fraudulent measures was very common. In AD 603 we find Pope Gregory writing to a notary, Pontalio, of his indignation at the discovery that certain coloni ecclesiae had been obliged to hand over their produce according to a modious measure containing no fewer than 25 sextarii instead of the proper 16. He expresses his pleasure at the news that Pontalio has now broken up the iniquitous measure et iustum facies. It would be interesting to know how many sextarii the new modius iustus contained, in view of Gregory's order, in another letter, that the rustici ecclesiae were not to be compelled to hand over their produce according to a modious measure containing more than 18 sextarii. Again, the charming life of Saint Theodore of Sicyon describes how the peasants of the estates of the Church of Anastasiopolis in Galatia were constantly harried by Theodosius, a leading man of the city who had been appointed chief administrator of the church lands, to the point at which they were driven to resist him by force. St. Theodore, now bishop of Anastasiopolis, threatened to sack Theodosius, who persisted strenuously until he was persuaded to yield obedience to his bishop, by one of those miracles which are more frequent. 226. In the hagiography of the early church than they are likely to have been in reality. 43 One other document is worth quoting here, although it relates to a private estate and not to church property. It is a letter written by Saint Augustine, in sorrow and anger, to a landowner who was one of his flock, rebuking him for allowing his agents to oppress his tenants, apparently by extracting their rents twice over. Augustine refers repeatedly to the tenants as poor and needy men. I will only add a reference to a famous passage from a sermon by St. John Chrysostom, of which there is a convenient translation in C.E. Stevens's chapter in CEHE 12.123-4. This illustrates vividly the merciless treatment of their peasants by the landowners of Antioch. 44 From slave to colonist. In this book I have singled out a propertied class in the ancient Greek world, the members of which were leisured, in the sense that they were not obliged to devote themselves to the labor of providing for their own sustenance to any appreciable degree, even if they sometimes occupied themselves for short periods in the productive process in a supervisory capacity. I have also emphasized more than once that such a propertied class can exist only if its members exploit the labor of others, whether as unfree labor or as wage labor, to the extent necessary to provide themselves with a surplus sufficient to support their leisured existence. I have argued that we may speak of the Greek world as a slave economy or slave-owning society, because the propertied class derived the bulk of its surplus from unfree labor, mainly that of slaves, although various forms of what we may properly call serfdom were also known, and debt bondage too was widespread. In thus characterizing the ancient Greek world loosely as a slave economy, however, I have not ignored the fact that there were always large numbers of free men and women, mainly peasants, living not much above the subsistence level, who were exploited by the ruling class to a greater or less degree, to some extent individually and directly, but partly through what I have called indirect and collective forms of exploitation, such as taxation, military conscription, and compulsory services. I have now to discuss the important change which came over the Greco-Roman world by slow degrees during the first 3 centuries of the Christian era. A change in the forms of exploitation, involving no sudden or radical alteration until the end of the 3rd century, but a slow progression, in very varying degrees and at very different speeds in different areas. The subject is extraordinarily complicated and difficult, and every assertion, if it is to be strictly accurate, needs to be hedged about with qualifications. But I have no space here to give anything like a full-scale account, and I propose to plunge straight into the heart of the matter and make a series of statements designed to convey the essentials of the process I have in mind, without many of the qualifications which are ideally necessary. Those who are unfamiliar with the mass of literature dealing with the vexed question of the 227 origin of the colonnade heaped up by the industry and ingenuity of scholars since the time of Savigny will probably turn with impatience from a fresh attempt to give a satisfactory answer, said Henry Francis Pelham in his inaugural lecture as Camden Professor of Ancient History at Oxford, as long ago as 1890. See Pelham's Essays 275. I wish to emphasize that what follows is an oversimplification, and that there were far more differences between areas than I am able to bring out here. I hope to be able to deal with the subject in a more satisfactory way in a few years' time. To make cross-referencing easier, I shall proceed by numbered paragraphs. Asterisk 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 1. We know all too little of the details of the economy of the vast majority of Greek states in the classical period, to which I must go back for a moment. At that time, at Athens, and most of the other leading states of which we know anything, it was slaves principally who provided the propertied class with its surplus, but purely local varieties of serfdom existed here and there, and free peasants also contributed, more especially no doubt in non-democratic cities, where the poor man would have far less chance of protecting himself against the depredations of the powerful and could more easily be exploited by the ruling class. Now the most extraordinary fact about Greek slaves is their cheapness. In particular, at Athens, one could apparently buy an average slave in the late 5th century for 200 drachmae or less, not much more than half what an artisan would earn in a year. Later, prices were not nearly so low. The comparison with American slaves in the Old South before the Civil War is astounding. In the first 6 decades of the 19th century, prime farm hands could be sold for several $100s, going up in the 1850s to not far short of $2,000, and a skilled artisan such as a blacksmith could fetch $2,500. Agricultural slaves were commonly hired out, over the year, at between 10 and 20% of their market value, artisans often at 25%. At the same period the annual cost of feeding a slave could be put at between $7.50 and $15, and the total yearly cost of maintaining him seldom exceeded $35, and was often considerably less than this. The fact that mid-19th century American slaves were relatively many times as costly to buy as 5th/4th century Athenian ones was of course due primarily to the large and expanding foreign market for American cotton. The great majority of Greek slaves in the classical period were imported barbarians, among whom Thracians were particularly prominent. Two in those parts of Asia Minor and Syria which were brought into the Greek world from the late 4th century onwards, with the conquests of Alexander and the many city foundations of that monarch and his successors, slavery already existed, but the institution was not nearly as developed as in the Greek. 228. World, and it seems likely that a far larger place was occupied than in Old Greece by other forms of exploitation, occasionally outright serfdom and debt bondage, but also exploitation of free or semi-free peasants through rent and tributary payments and a variety of compulsory services, angarii and the like. I see no reason why the process which had begun in the Hellenistic period should not have continued in these eastern districts when they became Roman provinces, sometimes after periods as client kingdoms, a condition which was very likely to increase the grip of the propertied classes on the peasantry. Even if actual serfdom steadily receded in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, the increased exploitation of the peasantry which would be the necessary result of Roman tribute and other new exactions must have driven some small peasants into outright slavery or debt bondage and converted others from freeholders into tenants or landless laborers, some of whom might tend to drift into the towns. The Greek propertied classes certainly went on drawing considerable profits from the peasantry in rents, taxes and services, even if many of them were made to disgorge part of these profits for the benefit of the Romans. Greeks and Romans coming to Asia who were accustomed to employ slave labor at home would naturally make use of it in their new abodes, except perhaps where a native population was already by custom subjected to very severe exploitation, thereby making it hardly worthwhile to import slave labor. There seem to be no figures from Asia for large slave households to equal the 200 slaves and freedmen ascribed to Python of Abdera in Thrace in 170 BC by Diodorus XXX.6, a figure which presumably includes only male slaves of military age, for they are said to have taken part in defending the city against the Romans. Egypt, Ptolemaic and Roman, is a special case. Here chattel slavery never seems to have played a very important role in production, at least agricultural production, but the peasants, who formed the vast majority of the population, were apparently in a very subject condition and, although they were technically not slaves and most of them could not be described strictly as serfs, many of them seem to have been in a condition near to serfdom. The general impression we derive is that much labor in Egypt was not fully free. The very fact that there was relatively little chattel slavery is likely to have necessitated a higher degree of exploitation of the humbler free men. 3. In the late Roman Republic a series of foreign wars and civil wars provided an ample supply of cheap slaves for the Mediterranean slave markets. The Greek island of Delos in particular was such a market, and we are told by Strabo, probably with much exaggeration, that tens of thousands of slaves could be imported there and exported again on the same day. With the beginning of the Augustan Principate and the relative peace that followed, from the reign of Tiberius onwards, the number of slaves that were simply appropriated from outside the Greco-Roman economy, or brought within it by purchase at very cheap rates, soon began to decline, even if from time to time an occasional slave haul either brought in a new batch of barbarian captives or reduced to slavery men. 229 who had previously been Roman subjects of free status. The Greco-Roman world certainly acted as a magnet, attracting to itself anyone capable of work who was enslaved or captured in war in a neighboring area. Thus we hear from Tacitus of an auxiliary Roman cohort of German Usurpi who, after being sent to Britain, mutinied in 83 and went off on a piratical expedition around the island, but were eventually captured on the north coast of Europe, sold to traders, and after passing through the hands of various masters, were brought across to the left bank of the Rhine, thus entering the Roman world as slaves. For there had always been some breeding of slaves, even in Italy as well as in the Greek areas. The author of the pseudo-Aristotelian Economica 1 had actually advised allowing slaves to breed, but for him the usefulness of the practice lay in the fact that it was a means of providing hostages from the slaves themselves, in the form of their children. Similarly, planters in the American Old South did everything possible to encourage the slaves to live together in stable units. They realized that a man was easier to control if he had a wife and children to worry about. I know of no decisive proof that after the 5th and 4th centuries BC the breeding of slaves in the Greek area began to play a steadily increasing role, but that is the inference I would draw from the scanty evidence, which includes more frequent references to homebred slaves. The best piece of evidence I know is that of the Delphic Manumission inscriptions, 2 as analyzed by Westermann, Scr 31-3. If, with Westermann, we separate these inscriptions into 3 groups, covering roughly half a century each, namely 201 to 153 B.C., 153 c.100 BC, and c.L00 c.53 BC, we find a marked increase in the proportion of homebred slaves in the second group as compared with the first, and a further increase in that proportion in the third group as compared with the second. I will give the figures for homebred slaves for each period, for what they are worth, first as a percentage of those Manumit slaves in their group whose origins are known, and then, in brackets, as a percentage of all Manumit slaves in their group. BC 201 to 153, 32%. BC 153 c.L00, 63%. BC c.100, c.53, 89%. On the basis of these figures we are presumably justified in inferring an increase in the proportion of homebred slaves owned by those who manumit their slaves at Delphi, and who came mainly from Delphi itself or from cities nearby. 4 We must of course remember that the area in question was something of an industrial backwater, not to be compared with the larger cities such as Athens and Corinth, although perhaps for that very reason. 230. It is not untypical of the agricultural areas of Greece. And it would be very wrong to draw any conclusions about the total number of slaves in the respective periods, even within the restricted area of Delphi and its neighborhood, for the practice in manumission may well have changed in various ways during the years in question. However, I feel sure that the proportion of homebred slaves in mainland Greece did grow during the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, if only for the reason shrewdly pointed out by Westermann, that there must have been a westward movement of most of the marketed slaves between the mid-2nd century and the mid-1st, into the Roman rather than the Greek area. In 146 BC, according to Polybius, Diaeus, the general of the Achaean League, sent out orders to the cities which were members of the League, telling them to free and arm and send to Corinth those of their slaves who had been born and brought up in their homes and were of military age, to the number of 12,000. This figure was given by Diaeus himself. 5 He made an assessment on each city separately, ordering that those which had insufficient homebred Slaves should fill up their quotas from their other oiktai. The figure of 12,000 is a striking testimony to the increase in the breeding of slaves which, as I have suggested, had been going on in Greece during the 3rd and 2nd centuries, and was to continue. As we shall see presently, this breeding of slaves is an essential factor in the development we are considering, a gradual change in the forms of exploitation in the Greco-Roman world, involving heavier pressure upon the free population, and the greatly increased use of letting to tenants in place of the direct working of the estates of the well-to-do by slave labor. 5 I must make it clear at this point that my argument is not affected by the conclusions of Michael H. Crawford, in his very interesting and able article in JR 67 117-24. It is true, as he points out, that Italy had suffered severe losses of slave manpower in the revolt of Spartacus in 73-71 BC. 6 That Pompey's suppression of piracy in the eastern Mediterranean in 67 BC must virtually have ended the kidnapping and slave raiding organized by the pirates, and that in 63 BC. The inclusion of vast new areas within the Roman Empire will have made them no longer available, in theory anyway, as a source of slaves. I accept his suggestion that the large numbers of Republican coins found in hoards in the lower Danube basin in modern times may well be connected with the slave trade and should be dated to the middle or late 60s onwards, with a slackening off in the 50s, presumably due to Caesar's mass enslavements in Gaul I and a renewed increase in the 40s and 30s. However, the fact remains that any slaves coming in at this time from the Danube area were not war captives of the Romans and will have had to be bought by the traders who brought them to their destinations, and therefore ultimately by the purchasers who used them. We have no information of any kind about the prices at which they were eventually sold. They can have done no more than fill a gap in the supply of slaves. I may add that many enslavements of war captives en masse must have profited. 231 above all the Roman generals whose booty they had become, and who would have sold them off at the highest price they could get. But one would expect relatively low original prices for slaves sold in thousands or even in hundreds, and of course the sums involved would remain within the Roman economy, by which the slaves were simply appropriated. 6. It is here that I wish to draw, in 3 stages, an important conclusion, strangely neglected in every modern discussion I have seen, but obvious enough once it is stated. I shall first summarize this conclusion and then discuss various parts of it. If slaves are to be induced to breed in large quantities, they certainly cannot be kept in barracks, as were many agricultural slaves in antiquity, not only in late Republican Italy but also, to some extent, in classical Greece, for example at Athens, c.e.g. Xenophon, Econ. 9.5, where the male and female slaves have separate quarters and cannot breed without their master's permission. Indeed, if they are to enjoy the relatively stable family life which is most conducive to reproduction on a large scale, they should ideally be settled in small cabins and allowed to become what we should call, if only they were free rather than servile, tenants, peasant families. Treating slaves in this way, however, is likely to lower the rate at which they can be exploited, for the female slaves at least will have part of their time and energy diverted from normal work to bearing and rearing children, and, what is more important, with high rates of mortality, many slave mothers will die in childbirth, and those of the children who do not live to an age at which they can give a good day's work will be a dead loss. A domestic servant girl could be thought a nuisance if she had a child to nurse. For breeding purposes it is necessary, to establish a fairly equal sex ratio, in place of the large excess of male slaves which seems to have been a feature of many slave-importing societies, notably Italy in the late Republic, doubtless because more profit could be made out of males than females. Breeding slaves inside the economy, then, instead of mainly bringing them in from outside, either cheap or even virtually gratis, necessarily imposes a greater burden on the economy as a whole, especially in a society like that of ancient Greece, with a high infant and maternal death rate. The inevitable consequence is that the propertied class cannot maintain the same rate of profit from slave labor, and, to prevent its standard of life from falling, is likely to be driven to increase the rate of exploitation of the humbler free population, as I believe the Roman ruling class now actually did, by degrees. See below, and 8. I2. 7. Perhaps I should make it clear at this point that we need not concern ourselves with the general question whether slaves can in principle be profitably bred inside an economy, that is to say, whether an economy which has to breed all or most of its slaves can go on flourishing. That 232 question simply does not arise here, because we are dealing throughout with one particular economy, and what we are considering is the relative profitability for that economy, of importing cheap slaves, and breeding them internally. The general question I have referred to is not one that can be answered a priori, much may depend on particular circumstances, above all the relation of the economy in question with the outside world. In certain places the impossibility of importing slaves may have been responsible for a marked decline in the economy, and even the disappearance of slavery. Opinions differ about the healthiness of the economy of the American Old South just before the Civil War, but at least it is clear that the antebellum South had large overseas markets for its major products, cotton above all, in the 19th century, earlier tobacco, and to a less extent sugar. 8. The Greco-Roman world as a whole certainly had no large predominance of exports over imports. Indeed, by the early Principate it was importing luxury articles from the East on quite a large scale, pepper and spices, pearls, silken clothing, ivory too from Africa and amber from Germany. According to statements made by Pliny the Elder in two different passages, the trade in luxuries created an annual drain in cash of Hs 50 million to India and as much again to China and Arabia combined. The payment of subsidies to barbarian chiefs and kings, mainly in gold, grew to great proportions in the 5th century, and even before that the Roman government became anxious enough about the outflow of gold to issue in 374 a constitution forbidding payments to barbarians in gold, and adding that if any gold happened to be discovered among them, it ought to be got away from them by some subtle stratagem. All this, however, is irrelevant to my present theme. 8. A major recent work tries to calculate the point at which the average planter in the American Old South about 1850 broke even on his investment in slaves, that is to say, reached the point at which he began to make a profit on his total expenditure, after making all necessary allowances, including of course the premature death of many slave children. It is of great interest that according to this calculation the critical point was the attainment by the slave of the age of 27, to which, incidentally, fewer than half the slaves at that time survived, although the general life expectation of United States slaves then exceeded the break-even age by more than a half-decade. A direct comparison with the Greco-Roman world can hardly be attempted, as there are too many unknowns there, the expectation of life of the ancient slave, the standard of life he was allowed by his master, the comparative incidence of disease, and so forth. But at least we can say with so-me confidence that whatever the figures were for the ancient world, they were probably even worse, and certainly no better, than those for the American Old South. I agree with Keith Hopkins's conclusion that in the Roman Empire life expectancy at birth was probably under 30, with infant mortality above 200 per thousand, for this has been generally true of pre-industrial populations and correlates with the predominance of agriculture, low average income, and scarcity of doctors and of useful medical knowledge, which together distinguish the Roman Empire and other pre-industrial societies from modern industrial societies. 9. 233. The American figure, even if it is too high, may serve as a warning that in a slave economy which has to rely entirely, or even mainly, on internal breeding of slaves, and moreover has no such extensive export markets for its products as had the antebellum South, the margin of profit on the exploitation of slave labor may be much narrower than we might be tempted to assume. And in any event, the expectation of life of the Greek or Roman slave is likely to have been below the average for the population as a whole, and well below that of the American slave c. 1850, and the break-even age will then have been correspondingly high. It would be interesting to know at what age a young slave in the Greco-Roman world was generally believed to change from being a burden on his master to being an asset, who could more than earn his keep. The only specific evidence that I know on this question is a rule appearing in the collection of laws codified in 654 in the Visigothic kingdom in Spain and southwest Gaul and known as the Lex Visigothorum. This deals with the infant abandoned by his parents to someone else to bring up and known in the Greek world as a threptos. 10. Such a child, until Justinian changed the law, became in effect the slave of the person who brought him up. 11. The Visigothic law allowed the child to be reclaimed on payment of 1 gold solidus per year for the cost of his maintenance, up to a maximum often, after the age often the child was supposed to have earned his keep. 12. We may compare this law with 2 issued by Justinian, in 530 and 531, putting values on various groups of slaves, in which those under 10 years of age are treated separately and valued at 10 solidi. A statement by Ulpian shows that Roman lawyers considered a slave to have some value provided he was not physically feeble or unable to provide services for his master, and was at least 5 years old, but it was also stipulated that in establishing the slave's value necessary expenses should be deducted. 9. It is difficult to trace the details of the introduction of slave breeding on a large scale in the Greek and Roman world. In this field I am obliged to have regard mainly to Italy, because I know of no sufficient evidence from any other area, but I believe I am entitled to treat the process that took place there as characteristic in some degree. We can surely at least assume that if a diminution in the supply of slaves from outside the economy became noticeable in Italy itself, it is likely to have been felt more strongly in other parts of the Greco-Roman world. Indeed, in areas other than Italy, the process of transition from using mainly imported barbarian slaves, procured by capture or purchase, to breeding the bulk of them at home is likely to have taken place rather earlier and to have gone further than in Italy, unless perhaps slaves happened to be available in exceptionally large quantities nearby, owing to the presence of a major slave market such as Delos. In areas where slaves had not been available in large quantities and at low prices, of course, the process I am describing may have been very much less marked, because slave-worked estates are not likely to have predominated to anything near the same degree as in Italy, and a larger share of total production will have been in the hands of peasants, whether serfs, leasehold tenants, or small freeholders. 234. I must mention at this point, for the benefit of those unacquainted with the Roman fiscal system, that our man territory in Italy long enjoyed a special privilege, exemption from the payment of land tax and poll tax. Tributum, in the original sense of the word, was levied in Italy down to 168 BC only. After that, Roman land in Italy paid no land tax, and poll taxes were levied only in the provinces. A few Roman towns in the provinces received a grant of immunitas, and even fewer enjoyed the special privilege of Italian rights, putting them on the same footing as Italy itself. For some time under the Principate these privileges were very valuable, and land in Italy must have yielded an exceptionally large profit to its owners and thus have had an inflated value. But by degrees tributum became insignificant compared with the growing system of requisitions in kind, theoretically in return for payment but becoming increasingly uncompensated, and by the late 3rd century, when Diocletian abolished the privileges of Italy and of the cities possessing immunitas or ius Italicum, those privileges had become relatively unimportant. 1310. It looks as if women and children were not widely used as slaves in Italy during the Republican period, and in particular were not put to use in Italian agriculture nearly as much as they were in the American Old South or in the West Indies or Latin America. Conclusions by Jonkers and Brunt, from the legal texts and the Roman agronomists, strongly suggest that after the end of the Republic the sex ratio among slaves began to grow more equal, and that slave breeding played a much larger part in the economy. 14. One factor that may have militate to some small extent against the general use of female slaves in the actual operations of agriculture in the Greco-Roman world was the existence, even in the highest circles, of superstitious ideas about women in general. Columella believed, for example, that if a woman during menstruation touched a shrub of rue it would wither, and that young cucumber shoots could be killed if such a woman so much as looked at them. The Egyptian Greek writer Bolus of Mendes, in the 3rd century BC, some of whose works circulated under the name of Democritus, did little to restore the balance by describing how a menstruating woman could kill caterpillars by simply walking around the infested plant 3 times with loose hair and bare feet. In Greek and Roman literature, women are generally seen as busying themselves in the house, while the men work in the fields. Columella has an impassioned statement of this view, taken directly from Xenophon's Economicus, which had been translated into Latin by Cicero, and he proceeds to describe at length the duties of the slave housekeeper. Yet an isolated passage in Columella seems to me to prove that he expected women slaves to be working in the fields provided it was not raining and the weather was not too cold or frosty. Although I realize that it can be dangerous to use isolated literary texts to prove a historical progression, I think that if we look at statements bearing on slave breeding made successively by the first 3 leading Roman agricultural writers whose works survive, namely Cato, Varro and Columella, we shall see a faithful reflection of the actual developments in Italy. Cato, who died in 149 BC, never refers to the breeding of slaves in his handbook on agriculture, and indeed he never so much as mentions female slaves in that work, except when he speaks of the slave housekeeper, the vilica, whom he contemplates giving as a wife to the overseer, the vilicus, also a Slavk. Plutarch, however, in his Life of Cato, says that he used to allow his male slaves to have sexual intercourse with their female fellow slaves for payment, and these encounters must have resulted in occasional conceptions, for we also hear from Plutarch that Cato's wife used to suckle the babies of her slave girls, in the hope that this would make them well disposed towards her own son, their future master. Varro, writing more than 100 years later, in 36 BC, contemplates the breeding of slaves in two contexts only. First, he seems willing to allow pastors to have mates. If they are living in the farm complex itself, then, as Varro charmingly remarks, Venus Pastoralis will be satisfied if they have a slave mate there. He also records a prevalent view that if the pastors are more remote and live in huts on their own, it is no bad thing to provide them with women, who will be able to share their work. But Varro first discusses the purchase of pastors, which he seems to consider the normal method of procuring them. Secondly, when he is writing about slaves doing agricultural work on the farm itself, he advises giving female fellow slaves as mates to overseers only, to bear them children and thus make them more reliable and more attached to the farm. In the same passage, however, Varro happens to remark that slaves from Epirus were valued more highly than any others at the time because of the family relationships they were able to develop. Evidently whole families of Epirot slaves were already being sold as units and would give exceptionally good service if permitted to retain that unity. A leading equestrian of the last century BC, T. Pomponius Atticus, the friend and correspondent of Cicero and a very rich man who owned large numbers of slaves, is said by his friend and biographer, Cornelius Nepos, to have kept not a single slave who was not born and trained in his own house. Nepos takes this as a demonstration of Atticus' continentia and diligentia, and it was evidently exceptional at the time. Later writers who refer to slave breeding in the Republic may be introducing anachronistically a feature of the economy of their own day, as when Appian, speaking of the middle period of the Republic, says that the ownership of slaves brought the rich great profit from the many children of the slaves, whose number increased without hindrance because they were exempt from military service. Columella, writing about 100 years later again, in the 60s or 70s of the 236 first century of the Christian era, is keen to have homebred slaves. He advocates rewarding female slaves for bearing children and adds that he himself has been accustomed to give exemption from all work to any woman who has borne 3 sons, and for any further ones, freedom. Nothing is said about daughters, who seem to be excluded, as the word I have translated children is natos, and the 3 or more who will earn for the woman exemption or freedom are filii. It is just possible that offspring of either sex are meant, but had Columella intended to include girls he would surely have spoken of liberi. Petronius, whom many would see as a contemporary of Columella, wrote in his comic account of the wealth of the imaginary freedman Trimalchio of 30 boys and 40 girls born in a single day on his estate at Cumae. The story is significant, however exaggerated the numbers may be. I will only add that it might indeed be necessary, as Columella contemplates, to reward female slaves who actually bore children. In an imaginary dialogue in the second of Dio Chrysostom's 2 discourses on slavery and freedom, it is assumed that slave women who became pregnant would tend to resort to abortion or infanticide, so as not to have trouble in addition to their slavery, by being obliged to rear children, which of course, as Dio had no need to remind his audience, might then be taken away from them and sold to another master. As late as the early 3rd century there was no general practice of buying female slaves with the deliberate purpose of breeding from them, and therefore their offspring were not technically regarded as profits of the estate. 14 And nevertheless, such offspring were inherited with the estate, which they increased, as were fructus. And a woman slave who had become sterile or was past the age of 50 was regarded as distinctly less valuable, for conceiving and bringing to birth a child was regarded as the most important particular function of women. Further useful evidence is provided by the legal sources. Of a large number of legal texts mentioning the offspring of slave girls or homebred slaves, very few go back to the lawyers of the late Republic or the time of Augustus. This of course does not prove anything by itself, because the great bulk of the jurists cited in the digest belonged to the Antonine or Severan periods. However, Brunt, with all due caution, is prepared to infer that slave breeding assumed greater economic importance after Augustus, and we may surely agree at least that by the 2nd century of our era it was playing a much larger role than in the last century BC. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries the lawyers sometimes use the correct technical expression for the consorts of slaves, concubinals, but sometimes refer to them as wives, uxors, which in strict law they could never be, although the term may often have been applied to them in popular speech, as by Cato, De Agriculture 143.1, quoted above. Ulpian in Dig. XXXIII.7.12.33 uses the right word, concubinals, but in 12.7 of the same title he actually refers to the consorts as uxors, a surprising lapse by a jurist, unless it had become very common for slaves to have permanent consorts, to 237 such an extent that even a lawyer could refer to them loosely as wives. 15 A particularly interesting text from Salvius Julianus, writing probably in the 150s, contemplates a case in which a man provided in his will that his slave woman should be free if she bore 3 slaves, but she was prevented from doing so by his heir either giving her some medicamentum to prevent conception or procuring abortion. I may add that children born to town slaves in a man's urban familia might be reared on his country estate, see Dig. XXXII.SA.3, L.16.210. 11 I hope I have now established that, in so far as it is permissible to speak of a decline of slavery during the Principate, what we must concentrate on is the fact that as a result of slaves being to a large extent bred within the economy instead of being brought into it under exceptionally favorable conditions, the rate of exploitation of the slave population as a whole must have diminished, to allow for the diversion of effort to producing and rearing children, including a considerable number who would not survive to become useful to their owners. The increased cost of slaves imported from outside the economy would also diminish their profitability. 12 We have now admitted the necessity for slave breeding in the Principate and the desirability of encouraging slaves to breed by establishing them in conditions conducive to the rearing of families. It need not surprise us, therefore, to find actual evidence, from as early as the last century BC onwards, of Slavias settled as virtual tenants of agricultural plots, a situation which might have been widespread without its making an appearance in our sources, but which we happen to know about from quotations in Justinian's Digest from some of the earlier lawyers whose works are cited there, including 2 of the very earliest, Alphenus Verus, consul in 39 BC, and his younger contemporary, M. Antistius Labeo, who flourished under Augustus. Alphenus wrote of a man who leased a farm to his slave for cultivation, and mentioned the possibility of such a lease as if it were a normal occurrence. Labeo, as quoted by Ulpian, wrote of a servus quasi colonus in agro erat, a slave who was on agricultural land as if he were a tenant. The same situation is also referred to by Q. Serviadius Skokvola, a leading jurist of the second half of the 2nd century, and I would see it reflected again in 2 other texts of Savola, Dig. XXXIII 8.23.3 and 7.20.3. All the texts in question mention this situation quite casually, as if it were well known, and I suggest that it was probably very common indeed from the 1st century onwards. In such cases the tenant, considered from the strictly legal aspect, was still a slave, but from the economic point of view the slave was properly a tenant, and he might even employ slaves of his own, as an ordinary free colonist might. Ulpian could contemplate a slave as occupier of a house. He goes on to define a habitator as one who occupies a house that is his own or leased to him, or which he is occupying by favor. 238. In the late 4th century slave tenants were apparently still common, for an imperial constitution of 392, ordering the punishment as criminals of those who allowed heretical meetings to take place on lands they owned or leased, decrees that a lessee guilty of any such heinous offense is to pay a large fine if a free man, but, if he is the offspring of servile dregs and is contemptuous of the fine because of his poverty and his low condition, he is to be flogged and deported. A century later, in the 490s, a slave of the Roman Church named Ampliatus, who had been conductor of some of its land, is mentioned in a letter of Pope Gelasius. 16 If such tenancies of slaves were found to be to the master's advantage, they would doubtless be continued indefinitely, and the Slavii colonus, if not manumit in his master's lifetime, might well be freed by his master's will. The situation I have been discussing has long been known. Of course, and good use has been made of some of the texts I have quoted by various modern historians, including for instance Mark Bloch, although he is concentrating entirely on the Latin West, whereas we are primarily interested in the Greek East. The Hud Slavii, Servus Cassatus, so much in evidence by the time of Charlemagne, is not known under that designation in the Roman Empire. The term Cassatus is unknown before the Middle Ages, and the Cassarii who are bracketed with C%ni in a constitution of 369 are as likely to be free cottagers as hut slaves. But Pope Pelagius I, in a letter giving instructions about an inheritance, part of which could be claimed by his church, 17 advises his agent, Bishop Julian of Singulum, that a rusticus vel colonus is preferable to an artifex et ministerialis pure, and warns him not to release those who can become conductors or C%ni and not to give away such men as may be able to occupy cottages or to become cultivators, where the words contenere casas come near to calling these men servi cassati. The servus quasi colonus was well known among the German tribes as early as the 1st century, for Tacitus describes the condition of such a man as the characteristic form of German slavery. Each slave, he says, lives on his own, and the master imposes on him liability for a fixed quantity of corn or cattle or clothing, as on a colonus, or as if he were a C% news. We can accept his without misgiving. It was probably the best way of preventing the slave from escaping to his home, which might be quite near. According to a much-quoted letter of Pliny the Younger, written in the first years of the 2nd century, he himself nowhere used chain slaves, nor did anyone else in the part of Italy to which he is referring. Sherwin White, in his commentary on Pliny's letters, has shown that the area in question must be on the edge of Tuscany, where Pliny had an estate in the upper valley of the Tiber, at Tifernum Tiberinum 1. A passage in the poet Martial, probably written within a decade before this letter of Pliny's, contemplates the prospect of the fields of Tuscany resounding with countless fetters, but this may not refer to a real contemporary situation. In the early 70s the elder Pliny had deplored large-scale cultivation by Vincti, housed in prison-like barracks. This, he says, is the worst kind of farming, and one could well believe that it makes Mother Earth herself unwilling and indignant. However, Columella does refer occasionally to chain slaves, and although two of these passages rather suggest that the men concerned will be in that condition as a special punishment, Columella also speaks of vineyards as being very often cultivated by fettered slaves. Evidently the use of chain gangs in agriculture was on the decline even in Italy in the time of the two Plinys but had not entirely died out by the beginning of the 2nd century. 13. I wish to mention at this point 3 works which have made a particularly valuable contribution to our understanding of Roman land tenure and the rise of the colonate in its earlier form, before it was converted into serfdom. The first is a brilliant lecture delivered by Max Weber in 1896 and published in the same year. It remained unread even by Rostovtsev, who did not miss much, but in recent years it has become easily available in good English translation in no fewer than 3 different paperbacks, under the title, The Social Causes of the Decay of Ancient Civilization, and Mazzarino has described it as really the most fundamental work and the greatest work of genius which has ever been written on the economic crisis of antiquity. Weber's interesting approach to his problem is from the point of view of the supply of labor. He points out, as I have done, that the slave barracks which had flourished in certain areas in the late Republic were anything but self-reproducing, and that when the external supply of slaves began to some extent to dry up, the effect on the Slav barracks must be the same as that of exhaustion of the coal deposits on the blast furnaces. When that happened, Weber adds, we have reached the turning point in the development of ancient civilization. But his sketch of the decline of slavery and the development of the colonate, perfectly valid as far as it goes. 18 fails to bring out the complex of connected processes which I explained in 6 above, the fall in the rate of exploitation of slave labor consequent upon the widespread extension of slave breeding, and also an increased exploitation of humble free men, as a material result of the fact that the propertied classes were determined to maintain their relatively high standard of life, and had all the political control necessary to enable them to depress the condition of others. The second work is a long essay by Fustel de Coulanges, et Romain, in his Recherches sur quelques problèmes d'histoire 1-186. Fustel has a great deal to say on the development of the colonate that is still of real interest. He lays particular stress on the fact that colony often went deeply into debt, like the tenants of the younger Pliny, some of whom seem to have got into a hopeless position, with their arrears ever mounting and their securities forfeited. There are many references in the works of the Roman lawyers cited in 240. The digest to rents outstanding from tenants. These would surely include rents merely due after the testator's death, and not only rents then already overdue, in arrear, but of course they would also include any arrears, such as the reliqua that so worried Pliny. More recent work has shown that Fustel was mistaken on certain technical questions of Roman law. In particular, he was wrong in believing that a fixed rent was essential for the Roman contract of lease, locatio conductio. Nevertheless, his work is very useful in its demonstration of the humble status, and the precariousness of the legal and economic position, of the colony of the Principate. Horace, as the very opposite of kings, had chosen strengthless colony. Later we see them dominated by their landlords even in religious matters. In 251 Saint Cyprian could praise African landlords who had preserved their Christian inquilini et colony from the act of public sacrifice demanded by the Emperor Decius, and around the year 400 masterful landowners in North Africa took it upon themselves to convert their colony from Donatism to Catholicism or vice versa. The last of the three works is an article by Bernhard Keibler which brings out better than anything else I know the very weak position of the lessee under the Roman contract of locatio conductio. It is worth drawing attention here to something recently pointed out by Elizabeth Rawson, the rarity, among the upper class, of renting, which may be connected with the unfavorable position at law of a tenant. And here, going back to what I said under the heading 3. Debt bondage in 3.4 above about personal execution for debt, I must point out that rent in arrear, a breach of the contract of locatio conductio between landlord and tenant, would constitute a debt for which the landlord would be entitled to personal execution against the defaulting tenant, as against any other debtor. I can now add an important consideration to one I advanced in Il 4 above, to the effect that the addictus or iadicatus, who could have slave terminology applied to him in popular usage, may often have been obliged in practice to work for his creditor. Is it not very likely indeed that in such a situation a landlord would often offer to keep his tenant on the same land, under more burdensome conditions than could normally be exacted from a willing tenant, and that the tenant would prefer to accept such conditions, rather than risk being turned into an addictus and simply kept in a prison, or taken away elsewhere to work off his arrears? We know from a statement in the treatise of Callistratus, De Ire Fiscus, preserved in the Digest, that by the second quarter of the 2nd century a practice had grown up of forcing the lessees of public land to renew their tenancies if no one else could be found to take the property at the same rent. Hadrian, rebuking such a procedure, refers to it as a thoroughly inhuman custom, from which we must conclude that it had already occurred on numerous occasions. And according to a provision of the Emperor Philip in 244 the retention of unwilling lessees or their heirs after the expiration of a lease had often been 241 forbidden by imperial rescript. It is indeed easy to believe that private landlords, as well as imperial agents, often attempted to keep their tenants on the land after their leases had expired, although of course they had no right to do so, unless, I would emphasize, the tenant was in debt to the landlord. See the reference at the beginning of this paragraph to I live above, dealing with personal execution for debt. I would assume that in the case which is being dealt with in C4.lxv. 11. The tenant concerned was not in that situation, but that had he been indebted to his landlord for rent or the repayment of a loan, and unable to discharge the debt, the law which was being stated would simply have been inapplicable. 14. There was one factor in particular, noticeable in Italy, which we might expect to operate almost as strongly in the Greek East, the additional time and effort which a landowner working his estate directly with slave labor would have to expend in order to get the best results, compared with the landlord who leased out his land, and the impetus this would give to leasing. Even a landowner who did go in for letting to tenants might occasionally be involved in tiresome supervisory activities, as we find from some of the letters of Pliny the Younger. 19. But, overall, farms which were leased would normally have required less attention from their owners, and this would have partly discounted the higher profits to be expected from land work directly with slaves. It was always considered highly desirable for the landowner to be present in person on a directly worked estate for much of the year, as ancient writers often stressed. 20. Columella bewails the disinclination of many of the landowners of his day, and of their wives, to remain on their estates and take a personal interest in them. The ladies, he says, regard a few days spent at a country house as a most sordid business. The obvious solution for such people was to let their lands on lease as much as possible, and this was all the more likely since many large landowners in the West owned estates scattered around in many different places, which they could hardly have supervised closely in person, even if they had wished to do so. My own impression is that until the late Republic wealthy Romans perhaps tended to have fairly concentrated land holdings, but that in the late Republic, and still more during the Principate and later Empire, they were likely to own property more and more widely diffused. In the later Empire above all we hear of Romans owning estates in many different provinces. This would of itself encourage leasing, for reasons I have just made clear. Certainly, we ought not simply to take it for granted, in the absence of sufficient evidence, that leasing became much more common than it had been in the Republic. Here I agree with Brunt, who has made a useful collection of texts relating to leases in Italy in Republican and Augustan times. 21. Nevertheless, it does look to me as if leasing did grow, at the expense of direct working. I think that many of the farms distributed to discharged veterans may have been dealt with in this way. Horace's of Elus is a case in point. His farm has been confiscated and handed over to a veteran, whose C% news he has become. We also hear of men selling their farms on condition of taking 242 them back on lease, a practice contemplated in Dig. 19.I.21.4 and 18.I.75. I must add here that letting land to a tenant does not by any means imply a cessation of slave labor. 15. If up to now I have concentrated too much on evidence from Italy, it is because we have much more explicit evidence from there than from the Greek East for the developments I have been describing, during the Principate. In some of the Balkan provinces of the Roman Empire we find numerous slaves down to about the middle of the 2nd century, but later the proportion of slaves in the population seems to have declined very considerably. This has been shown for Dalmatia by Wilkes and for Noricum by G. Isa Alfoldi. 22. In most of the Greek world, however, above all in Egypt, slave production had never reached as high a level as it did in Italy in the last century or two of the Republic, and in particular there were nothing like as many great estates as existed in Italy, Sicily, and North Africa latifundia, as they have generally been called in modern times, although in antiquity that expression is quite late and rare. In the last years of the Republic, Varro could speak of a large farm as a latifundus, but the earliest occurrence that I know of the actual word latifundium is in Valerius Maximus, who wrote in the 30s, in the reign of Tiberius, and who refers ironically to Magna Latifundia. 23. Large estates of course, could be either slave-worked, or let to tenants, or both. As it happens, we have literary evidence from the 1st century for large numbers of tenant farmers in the West, Africa particularly. Seneca, in a letter written in the early 60s, speaks of thousands of coloni working the land of single owners in Sicily and Africa. And the Roman surveyor Aeganius Urbicus, probably reproducing the De Controversiis Agrorum of Sextus Julius Frontinus, written in the 80s or 90s, speaks of individuals in Africa as owning estates no smaller than the territories of cities, many of them indeed much bigger, and individuals have on their estates no small number of humble people and villages of the size of towns around their villa. 24 The same general features were at work in the Greek world, and I would say that for my present purposes the main difference between Italy and the Greek East was merely that the change from large-scale slave production to what I may call peasant production was less noticeable, because in the Greek East peasant production already played a relatively larger role. I must admit that I have not yet been able to collect sufficient evidence for the different areas separately. Figures of any sort for slave households in the Greek world in the Roman period are non-existent, except for statements of a rhetorical character like that in St. John Chrysostom, Hom. in Math. 63.4, in MPGL 8. 608. I know of no estimate of the number of slaves in the territory of any Greek city in the Roman age apart from a casual and surely quite unreliable one by Galen, in the second half of the 2nd century, to the effect that his own city, Pergamum, had 40,000 citizens, plus wives and slaves to the number of 80,000, from which we may presumably infer that Galen, who could hardly have known the number of slaves at Pergamum, estimated that number at about 40,000. 243:16. Although I could not yet prove it against sceptical opposition, I believe that the condition of the peasantry throughout much of the Roman Empire, including its Greek areas, deteriorated markedly during the first 3 centuries of the Christian era, just as the position of slaves improved somewhat, especially if they became tenants de facto. This depression in the status of the peasantry was facilitated by a deterioration in their legal rights, in ways I shall describe in VIL below, and, in the Greek world, by the final extinction of democracy. The various processes were closely related, but the legal and political aspects are better evidenced and can be more precisely described, and I have found it convenient to treat them separately, setting them apart from the economic side, which is a perfect jumble of small scraps of material from different areas of the empire which were developing in diverse ways and at unequal speeds, even if the final result, achieved by no means simultaneously everywhere, was very much the same over the whole vast area. The one thing I should most like to know, but have not yet been able to discover to more than a small extent, is the relative weight in the early and middle principate of the 3 main burdens imposed upon the peasant, of rent, compulsory services, and taxation, and how these changed over the years. 17. We're not yet quite ready to take account of the enserfment of most of the free working agricultural population of the Roman Empire, which took place from the end of the 3rd century onwards. Before we do that, there are 2 major connected problems, unnoticed as yet in this book, which we must briefly examine. The first problem, which gradually forced itself on my attention while I was working on the emergence of the later Roman colonnade, is the very large question of the settlement of Barbary within the empire. This was discussed in part as long ago as the 184 OS, by Zumpt and Huschka. A very brief but more up-to-date account of it was given by Otto Seek, when formulating an important theory which I shall discuss in connection with the second of the 2 problems I have just mentioned, and in the past few years particular aspects of it have attracted attention, but I know of no recent overall account. The subject is much too large to be dealt with properly in this book. It raises a host of highly technical questions, such as the nature of the laity and Gentiles, and it involves consideration of epigraphic and archaeological evidence, as well as a great many literary passages, some of them hard to assess. I have, however, set out in Appendix 3, with a few comments, all the relevant evidence I know that seems to me important for the settlement of Barbary in the empire from the 1st century to the late 6th. This will at least give some idea of the extent of these settlements, which will, I think, astonish most people, and may be useful to those who wish to pursue the matter further. I need make no apology for directing some attention to these issues, although they affect the western part of the empire much more than the Greek East, for the introduction into the empire of what were certainly very large numbers of Barbari as settlers, amounting to many hundreds of thousands in all, is obviously something that must be seriously taken. 244. Into account when we are considering the question of the decline and fall, especially if, like so many recent writers, we regard as an important aspect of that process a shortage of manpower, whether in the absolute sense, of a general decline in population, or in the relative sense, of a diversion of manpower from productive tasks, in agriculture above all, to spheres of activity which, however important they might be in themselves, were not directly concerned with production, like the army and the imperial civil service. 25. I shall return to this subject in 19 below. After taking up the second of the two problems I mentioned at the beginning of this paragraph. 18. My second problem arises out of a particular text in the digest, which seems to me important in any attempt to trace the emergence of the serfdom of the later Roman colonate. The text, dig. XXX.112. Is an extract from the Institutes of Aelius Marcianus, one of the last of the great jurists of the classical period of Roman law, who was probably writing around 220. 26. It falls into two parts, a brief statement by Marcianus himself, followed by a reference to a joint rescript of the emperors Marcus Aurelius and Commodus. This rescript can be very closely dated, between 177, when Commodus became co-Augustus with his father, and the death of Marcus on March 17, 180. The text is as follows. If anyone bequeaths inquilini without the lands to which they are attached, 263 the bequest is legally invalid, but the question whether a valuation ought to be made is to be decided in conformity with the wishes of the testator, according to a rescript of the deified Marcus and Commodus. Interpreted according to its natural sense, the passage implies that the first of the 2 points it makes, namely above, was already settled law, and what the emperors were deciding in 177 to 180 was that in the event of an ineffectual bequest of inquilini without the lands to which they were attached, the value of such a bequest might have to be estimated. In any event, we can be certain, if we accept the text as it stands, that by 180 at the latest it was settled law that those inquilini who were regarded as attached to particular lands could not be bequeathed separately from those lands. 27. The very use of the term inquilini in such a way may seem to some to create a problem in itself, for it is often supposed that right through the Principate, in legal texts, the word inquilinus normally means a tenant living in a rented dwelling, a man who leases a house, rather than the tenant of a farm or plot of land, who is a colonus. However, I think we must assume that the word inquilinus is being used in its less technical sense of tenants of land of any sort. Unfortunately, the fact that the word praedia is used is not decisive. It tells us only that we are dealing with some form of landed property, in principle, either praedia urbana, of which buildings are an important element, or praedia rustica, essentially agricultural land, whether it has buildings on it or not. 245. What is extraordinary about this text is that the inquilini in question are described as attached to the praedia, in the words praedius quibus adhaerent. One explanation of this text has been offered which, if correct, would offer a neat and tidy solution and would not leave us with any disquiet about possible further consequences. This is the theory of Otto Seeck, first published in 1900 as part of an article on the colonate, and set out again in his account of die later Roman colonate contained in his massive history of the decline of the ancient world. Seeck suggested that the inquilini of our text, far from being inquilini of the traditional type, were barbari settled by the Emperor Marcus, mainly in frontier areas of the Roman Empire, after his Marcomannic Wars, that these settlers are the Laeli we encounter from the time of Diocletian onwards, who were indeed Germans settled on lands within the empire, apparently with the twin obligations of cultivation and military service, and that the attaching to the land of these men is a natural corollary of their settlement, and foreshadowed the serf colonate of the later empire. The date of our rescript is, prima facie, an argument in Seeck's favor, for settlements of Barbary on an appreciable scale were certainly made in the 170s, and the circumstances referred to by Marcianus must have arisen at that very time, if they were the subject of a rescript of the late 170s. It is perfectly conceivable that a landowner on whose estates Germans were settled should attempt to bequeath them separately from the lands originally provided for them. Unfortunately, we are not told the reason why the bequest of the inquilini in question was held to be invalid. If the men were indeed Germans, then it may be that they were held to be inseparable from the lands on which they had originally been placed, and that they could be bequeathed, if at all, only with that land. Sikh's theory has been accepted by some scholars and rejected by others, 28, but I have not seen any additional argument of any weight in its favor, nor have I discovered any convincing argument against it. If it is true, the theory provides us with an interesting anticipation of the later Roman serf colonnade, which certainly tied a very large part of the working agricultural population of the Roman Empire to the land in one way or another. The one argument of some weight against Sikh is that there is no further evidence of barbarian settlers tied to their lands for over a century. The earliest relevant text would be the reference to Laity in the Latin Panegyric 4, of March 1, 297, mentioned in Appendix 3 below, 14a. Two problems seem to me to have been generally overlooked by those who do not accept Sikh's theory. First, how could any ordinary inquilini, as early as the 170s, be said to be attached to lands in any sense at all? And secondly, how could any landowner at that date feel himself entitled to bequeath his inquilini, with or without land to which they were mysteriously attached? If Sikh is right, these problems do not arise, but if we reject or doubt his theory, they cannot simply be ignored, as by several of Sikh's critics. I know of no evidence. 246. That tenants in general were ever thought capable of being bequeathed by will during the Principate, although of course when the serf colonnade was introduced, in the later empire, and tenants could not be separated from the land they leased, they could, and indeed must, pass with the land by bequest or inheritance as well as sale. As far as I can see, tenants during the Principate certainly did not form part of the instrumentum of a farm, the equipment of the farm, which might be specifically mentioned in a lease or bequest, or might be held to go with the farm automatically if it were leased or bequeathed by the owner, with or without the words cum instrumento or instructum. The Roman lawyers were at pains to define precisely what was included in the instrumentum, both in Dig. 19.2 in that part of the work which deals with the contract of locatio conductio and, at greater length, in another part dealing with legacies, for farms were often, perhaps usually, bequeathed with their instrumentum. Slaves, of course, could form part of the instrumentum, but the slave colonus, discussed in 12 above, was held not to be part of the instrumentum of the farm of which he was regarded as the lessee, and a fortiori an ordinary free colonus or inquilinus would certainly not be. It is true that some writers have taken the inquilini of Marcianus to be slaves, but had they been slaves it is surely inconceivable that a bequest of them apart from the land on which they happened to be working would have been declared invalid. Leonard saw them as grunorige sklaven. But slaves bound to the soil are a category which never appears, as far as I know, before the 4th century, perhaps as late as c. 370. It does not solve our problem, therefore, to regard the inquilini of Marcianus as slaves, and I feel sure that Marcianus himself would not in any event have referred to slaves as inquilini. Inexplicable to me, too, is Paganial's statement, oi il siècle, tout colonus put edredit inquilinus. Of course it does nothing of the sort. Even A.H.M. Jones showed uncharacteristic imprecision when dealing with the text we have been examining. I am not quite sure what he means by saying that the persons described as inquilini must be slaves, or they could not be left by will, but are attached to land and are only alienable with it. The sentence that follows may be an imperfect recollection of Sikh, although he is not mentioned. It is possible, I suppose, that Samania was right in thinking that the text of Marcianus has suffered interpolation and that originally it did not contain the words without the lands to which they are attached. To this one instinctively objects that in such circumstances there could be no estimatio, for how could a valuation be placed upon free men? As we read in the Edictum Theodorosi 94, homo enim liber pretio nullo estimator. But a valuable footnote of Fustel de Calanges may provide an answer to our objection. The valuation in the estimatio could be based on the amount of rent which the legatee would have received had the bequest of the inquilini been valid. If we are willing to suppose interpolation in dig. XXX112.pr. It may be that this is the solution of our problem. If we reject this and also Sieck's theory, I can suggest only one possible interpretation of the text. 247 of Martianus. As far as I can see, tenants were relevant to the instrumentum only in so far as they owed rent. The reliqua orum are certainly a normal part of the instrumentum. May it not be that the inquilini of Martianus had defaulted in payment of their rents, and that their landlord had then reduced them to some kind of debt bondage? As we saw in 3.4 above, a man could be regarded as having property in his judgment debtor, sufficient to make removal of him theft. Could the tenants of the testator in Martianus' passage have been iudicati? If so, he might indeed have felt himself entitled to bequeath them, although it is then hard to see why the bequest should have been held to be invalid. It is a great pity that we are not given the reason for this decision. I would regard Sieck's theory as quite possibly correct, but I would leave the whole question open, with the two alternatives I have mentioned as other possibilities. 19. A glance through Appendix 3 will give some idea of the astonishing extent of barbarian settlement. One aspect of the subject, on which quite a large literature has grown up recently, is the laity, and their connection with the so-called Rehanggraberkultur and with other categories of barbari such as Gentiles and Foederati. 29. The earliest mention of laity, as I said above, is in 297, they are noticed several times by Ammianus during the reign of Constantius II and by other writers such as Zosimus and Jordanes. We possess the texts of laws referring to them from 369 to 465, they turn up in the Notitia Dignitatum, mainly in the prefecture of the Gauls, and there even seem to be references to them in a Ravenna papyrus, as late as the mid-7th century, and in some even later texts. 30. A detailed discussion of the condition of the barbari settled in the Roman Empire is beyond the scope of this book, and I shall limit myself to two observations upon them. First, it is clear that the terms of their settlements might differ very widely. 31. And secondly, their installation inside the empire, which from a strictly cultural point of view may have contributed to the decline of the empire, must certainly, when considered from its economic aspect, be regarded as a contribution to the preservation of the empire. I shall deal briefly with each of these points in turn. As for the terms of settlement, we can broadly distinguish among the settled barbari two main groups, those who became mere tenants or coloni, and those who presumably received land in freehold. There is very little positive evidence, but I would guess that the vast majority of barbari who came in after capture by or surrender to Roman generals would have become mere tenants, whereas many of those who entered the empire by voluntary compact would have received land in freehold 32 or at least in some beneficial tenure such as emphydiasis. Of course, where lands were granted to a king or chief and his tribe, the condition of individuals might vary widely. The chief and perhaps some of his retainers might become freeholders and lease out parcels to more humble men. Unequivocal evidence is rare, but, of the settlements listed in Appendix 3 below, number 23 refers specifically to coloni, and in several other cases the settlers certainly seem to have been mere tenants. 33 except perhaps in a 248. Few cases, where an emperor had been obliged to grant land, it is likely that the lands remain subject to imperial taxation, as well as involving liability to military service. Occasionally the tributary status of the recipients of land is specifically mentioned. 34. My second observation, pointing out that any cultural barbarization effected by these settlements must have been balanced by short-term economic advantages, needs clarification. I shall say nothing about the process of barbarization, which has often been discussed. The economic benefits seem to me far more important, when we remember the decline in the rate of exploitation of slave labor resulting from the difficulty the Greco-Roman world had, from the early Principate onwards, in obtaining slaves gratis or at very cheap rates from outside the economy, and the breeding of slaves within the economy which consequently came to predominate. The barbarian settlements, I suggest, must have had a highly beneficial economic effect which has not been taken into account by historians but becomes immediately obvious when we realize that all those in which the settlers became mere tenants, and the majority of those involving freeholders, provided both recruits for the army and an adult workforce, the cost of producing which had not fallen upon the Greco-Roman economy. I have already emphasized that breeding slaves within the economy involved much loss of labor, not merely because the whole process of breeding necessitates giving slaves improved conditions of life and because the mothers do less work during pregnancy and lactation, but because of the very high rates of maternal and infant mortality which prevailed in antiquity. The barbarian settlements, then, produced exactly what the Roman economy most needed: adult farmers, the cost of whose birth and nurture had been met entirely outside the economy, and who would normally provide some surplus, either in the form of rent, or produce they did not themselves consume, or at least by way of taxation, and many of those who were disinclined to do agricultural work would be ready to serve as soldiers in the Roman army. It is true that sometimes, especially in some of the cases in which a block grant of lands may have been made in freehold, little or no surplus in taxes, rent, or produce might be derived by the state from a particular settlement, and here and there we actually hear of the emperor agreeing to pay the barbarians a subsidy. But in any event the new settlers would provide much needed recruits for the army, and the great majority probably at least paid tax on their lands. Those who became coloni would of course provide a much more substantial surplus. After recording the dispatch of bands of barbarian captives to deserted lands destined for them to cultivate, an enthusiastic panegyrist of Constantius I in 297 rejoices because now the Camivus plows for me, and so does the Frisian. The barbarian cultivator lowers the cost of food. And if he is summoned to the military levy he responds, and is smartened by discipline. He congratulates himself on serving under the title of soldier. 249 How large a surplus could be extracted from a whole tribe of Germans settled together on land which had become their freehold is unclear, but we should not underestimate the quantity of agricultural production which might be expected of them and would naturally be reflected in the rate of taxation. 35 Even in Julius Caesar's day the Germans, although then primarily pastoralists, did practice agriculture in varying degrees, if at a rather primitive level. And at the time Tacitus was writing 36 the role played by agriculture in the economy of many German tribes, at any rate those most influenced by contact with the Roman world, had appreciably increased. Even agricultural slavery was known. We must not suppose that the work-shy characteristics vividly depicted by Tacitus were general among the Germans. It is only the leading men whom he describes as lounging about in peacetime, doing nothing, concentrating on sleep and food, and leaving the care of their homes and fields to the women and the old men and the weakest members of the family. Changes in the economy of the various Germanic peoples depended largely on the extent of their exposure to Roman influence. Evidence is scarce and mainly archaeological, but there does happen to be some good literary evidence for a considerable increase in the use of slaves by two groups of exceptionally advanced Germanic peoples, the Marcomanni and Quadi in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and the Alemanni in the 4th century, and in the latter case at any rate it is clear that slaves were employed in agriculture, if only by some of the leading men. And the Visigoths and Ostrogoths, who play a major part in the story of barbarian settlements in the second half of the 4th century and throughout the 5th, seem to have been predominantly agriculturalists even before the Huns, in their great westward movement in the 370s, conquered the Ostrogoths and drove the Visigoths to seek shelter across the Danube in Roman territory. Of the settlements recorded in Appendix 3 below, only one or two seem to have been of peoples who were nomadic or semi-nomadic and would consequently not have been capable of yielding to the Romans any kind of surplus, even by way of taxation, except perhaps the produce of their flocks and herds, but I doubt if this applies to any except the Hunnic tribes, such as the Kotrigurs. Among the Germans, even the exceptionally barbarous Herulls seem to have been partly agricultural. 20. We now reach the point at which a very considerable part of the hitherto free working agricultural population is legally bound to the soil, in one way or another. I have no doubt at all that this began to occur towards the end of the 3rd century, as part of the great reform of the system of regular taxation introduced by Diocletian, and became universal during the 4th century. The nature of this innovation is rarely stated properly. In my opinion, the only account of it which fully brings out its essential character is that of A.H.M. Jones, but even some of those who refer to his treatment of the subject have failed to understand it thoroughly. 37. Not merely leasehold tenants but the whole of the working agricultural population throughout the Roman Empire, inscribed in the tax registers, were tied to the land on a hereditary basis and thus entered into serfdom, or what I am calling quasi-serfdom. It seems that the peasant freeholder 38 who was entered in the census in that capacity, however small his plot and whether or not he also happened to lease land from someone else, was tied to his village 39, while the peasant who was only a leasehold tenant was tied to the actual farm or plot he rented, as a colonus, provided his name appeared in his landlord's census return. The fact that different systems of registration in the census were adopted in different parts of the empire brought about complications, and it may be that I am oversimplifying if I notice only the 2 broad groups I have mentioned. But in some, probably most, areas, including at any rate Asia Minor and the Aegean Islands, Thrace and Illyricum, there is reason to think that landowners entered on their returns the names of all their tenants who were not also proprietors of freehold land. In some other areas, however, including at least Egypt and probably Palestine and some of the provinces in the prefecture of the Gauls, the names of leasehold tenants were apparently not entered in the census returns of the landowners from whom they leased their plots, but only under their villages, even if they owned no freehold land in addition to their rented plots, and in these areas the tenants seem to have been tied, not to their leasehold farms or plots, but to their villages, as were all peasant freeholders. 40. The overall situation, if I have analyzed it correctly, can be summed up as follows. 1. The peasant who owned any land in freehold was entered in the census return under his village and was tied to his village, whether he also had land on lease or not. 2. The situation of the peasant who owned no freehold land, but was a leaseholder only, differed according to the area in which he lived. It seems that in some areas he was, like the freeholder, entered in the census return under his village and tied to his village, but that in other areas he was entered on his landlord's census return, and he was then tied to the actual farm or plot he rented. Also, these far-reaching reforms amounted to the enserfment of a large part of the working agricultural population of the empire, in order to facilitate the increased exploitation of them, through taxation above all, not to mention forced services and military conscription, which had become necessary to maintain the Roman Empire in the form in which it was reorganized by Diocletian and 251 Constantine. That reorganization was of course seen by its authors as necessary, in the common interest of all, for the very preservation of the empire, imperiled as it was now, as never before, by barbarian threats, by the increased power of Persia under the Sassanids, and by internally destructive rivalries for control of the imperial power. However, the propertied classes were determined to maintain, and were able to maintain, their dominance and their economically privileged situation, and the greater a man's wealth and the more exalted his rank in the social and political hierarchy, the more likely he would be to succeed in preserving and even strengthening his position, even if a certain number of prominent individuals had to be sacrificed in the process. The great reorganization was therefore primarily for the benefit of the propertied classes as a whole, and for them, or at any rate their upper crust, it worked wonders for a time. We now enter upon the period commonly called the later Roman Empire, in which the emperors, from Diocletian onwards, assumed an even more exalted position, enabling them to exercise still greater control, in the collective interest of the governing class. But, as I have explained in 6 below, it is a mistake to imagine a fundamental change in the nature of imperial rule, from principate to dominate, with the inception of the later empire. The princeps had always been in practice a virtually absolute monarch, and the most significant feature of the changes that came about with the later empire was an intensification of the forms of exploitation, among which the introduction of widespread serfdom was perhaps, in the long run, the most important element. 21 I think Jones was right in believing that the law binding peasants to their villages or farms was primarily a fiscal measure, designed to facilitate and ensure the collection of the new poll tax, and not specifically aimed at tying tenants to their farms, but that landlords found the law useful in holding their tenants and reclaiming them if they left, and the emperors extended the original measure for their benefit, and increased the dependence of tied colony on their landlords by a series of laws over the 4th and 5th centuries. Uens, R.C., in SAS, ed. Finlay, 293-5, cf. Jones, Re 406-7, LRE 1I.79. Peasant freeholders, however, although they always remained numerous, at any rate in the Greek East, were of no particular interest to the landlord class, and the laws binding them to their villages seem to have been little enforced, except when villages themselves took action to stop mass desertions, which were probably rare, for peasant freeholders would seldom be driven to the length of abandoning their ancestral properties. As regards tenants, the position was exceedingly complicated. The tied colonate, in the sense of tenants bound to the plots they leased, was naturally a matter of keen interest to the landlord class. It was extended to Palestine by a law of Theodosius I, and probably to Egypt well before 415, when we first hear of tenants called coloni homologi, who apparently included tenants on estates, although they were actually registered in their villages. Even tied coloni, however, although serfs according to my definition, remain theoretically free in status, they were not technically slaves. Before the second half of the 4th century the term colonatus had come into use for the serf colonate. Its earliest 252 appearance is usually dated to 382, perhaps on the strength of the Thesaurus Linguae Latini, in which that is the earliest text cited, but the term colonatus ire occurs as much as 40 years earlier, in CTH 12.I.33, where it is already used as a technical term. At this point I must revert to the fact that from the later 4th century onwards the emperors tended to use for the serf colonate the terminology of slavery, inappropriate as it was, in a way which the great lawyers of the earlier centuries would surely have scorned. In a constitution of c. 395, relating to the civil diocese of Thrace, the Emperor Theodosius I, while admitting that its coloni were technically of free status, could add the sinister phrase that they must be regarded as slaves of the very land to which they were born, and could allow their possessor to exercise over them the power of a master. A few years later the Eastern Emperor Arcadius declared that it was almost the case that serf coloni, although admittedly liberi, seemed to be in a kind of servitude. Between 408 and 415 Theodosius II, in a vivid phrase, referred to all those whom fortune holds bound by the chains of their inherited fields, a curious phrase, paralleled in an earlier constitution of Gratian and his colleagues, in 380, speaking of persons owed to the law of the fields, to which they are to be brought back. In a constitution of 451 the Western Emperor Valentinian III ruled that the children of a free woman and a slave or colonist must remain as coloni under the control and ownership of those on whose lands they were born, except in the case of a woman who had beforehand been given formal notice that she might not enter into such a union, in which event the children were treated as slaves. There is a reference to the former being held by nexus colonarius, the latter by the conditio servitudis. From the mid-5th century onwards we begin to hear of a particular kind of serf colony known as adscripticii, 41 who in the West are called tributarii, originals or originarii, and whose status began to verge towards that of slaves. In 530 the Emperor Justinian found some difficulty in distinguishing between adscripticii and slaves. What difference can be detected, he says, between slaves and adscripticii, when each of them has been placed in the power of his master, who can manumit the slave with his peculium and alienate the adscripticius with his land? A few years later Justinian could describe it as contrary to human nature to defraud the land of its adscripticii, its very limbs, as it were, the adscripticius must remain and adhere to the land. 42 Significantly, Justinian treated marriages between adscripticii and free persons as governed by the rules of Roman law regulating unions between free men or women and slaves. The legal issue was not really settled even yet, and Justinian, as so often, kept changing his mind. 253, But whatever the legal situation might be, the emperor was determined that every single colonist should be made to remain on the land on which he was born, that, he says, in a very curious phrase, is what the very name of colonist signifies. One of the most interesting documents we possess, dealing with the later Roman colonate, is a very short letter of Sidonius Apollinaris to his friend Pudens, which must have been written in the 460s or 470s. Its terminology is worth special attention. The son of Pudens' nurse, a dependent of Pudens, had raped the daughter of Sidonius' nurse. Pudens had begged Sidonius not to punish the man, and Sidonius now agrees on condition that Pudens releases him from his originalis inquilinatus and thus becomes his patronus instead of his dominus. This will enable the ravisher, as a cliens of Pudens instead of a tributarius, to take on the character of a plebeius instead of a colonus and thus to achieve libertas and marry the woman, who was already free. The man, although not a slave, and of course not requiring to be manumit, cannot be regarded as fully free until Pudens, his master, recognizes him as no longer a colonus, inquilinus, tributarius, but now a free plebeius and a cliens. 22 In 20 and 21 I have been speaking of what I have called the working rural population, who in the late 3rd century were bound to the land, although for reasons I have already mentioned much less pressure was put upon the freeholders, provided they duly paid their taxes. Historians not sufficiently familiar at first hand with the literary as well as the legal evidence for the colonate are apt to think of the long series of laws we are now discussing as affecting only leasehold tenants, but this is quite wrong, because by no means all leaseholders were bound, in the 4th century and later, and at the beginning of the process most if not all working peasant freeholders were bound too, in the areas in which the serf colonate was introduced. This mistake is made, for example, by Finlay, who speaks of the codes as providing evidence that from Diocletian at the end of the 3rd century, tenants were tied, not free, and adds that with the disappearance of the free tenant went the disappearance from the legal texts of the classical Roman tenancy contract. This formulation is most misleading as it stands. In the first place, insofar as it has any validity at all, it applies only to the Latin West, not to the Greek East. In at least some parts of the Greek East there were even among working peasants a considerable number of tenants, including some apparently quite humble ones, who were not tied but took leases for short terms. 43 Finlay's statement was perhaps taken from the one work he refers to, an article by a distinguished Roman lawyer which hardly makes it sufficiently clear that it is concerned almost entirely with the West alone, and moreover shows altogether inadequate knowledge of the non-legal sources, even for the West. A book by Levy, published 8 years later, is explicitly devoted to the West and does draw a contrast with the East on the very point we are considering, but again it shows unawareness of important literary and papyrological evidence. The overall picture of later Roman leasing from 254. The strictly legal point of view is rather better presented by Max Kaiser. Although paying too high a compliment to Levy's book by referring to it as Grundlegend, he does at least draw a series of contrasts between West and East. However, even he, in my opinion, exaggerates and antedates the decline in the West of the classical Roman contract of lease, locatio conductio, in his almost exclusive reliance on legal sources. In fact, people we may conveniently refer to as head lessees, who did not themselves work the land they held, but let it out to working tenants, coloni, were not tied to the land at all. These are the conductors who still turn up frequently in the codes and novels, in papyri and in literary sources. Leasing according to the traditional pattern, without involving any enserfment, continued even in the West into the late 6th century and beyond, There is ample evidence for this, well summarized by Jones, LRE 2. 788-92. The lessees concerned varied greatly in status. In a papyrus from the Ravenna collection dated 445-6 we find that some of the conductors who took leases from a retired high official were able to pay very high annual rents, amounting to hundreds of solidi, for blocks of estates in Sicily. 44 These were evidently men of substance, but at the opposite extreme we come across conductors who were actually slaves. I have already referred to Ampliatus, who appears in a letter of Pope Gelasius in the 490s as a slave conductor of the Roman Church. 45 There is also the enterprising man Clarentius, claimed by Pope Pelagius I in 559 as the son of a female slave of his church. He is said by Pelagius to have acquired a peculium of his own, including a small farm, and even to have had the audacity to pass himself off as a Curialis. 46 He was to be returned to the ecclesiastical massa whence he originated. The most interesting literary evidence of all is provided by the letters of Pope Gregory the Great, showing that the vast estates of the Church of Rome, the Patrimonium Petri, were still very often let to conductors, who sublet to coloni. 47 In 592 there were no fewer than 400 of these conductors on the estates of the Roman Church in Sicily alone. 48 And the same system of exploiting its lands was employed by that church in other areas, notably Gaul. A letter of Gregory's written in 595 is addressed to the lessees of the estates or farms throughout Gaul, EPV. 31. Further literary evidence for late Roman conductors is not hard to find, CEG SYMM, EP 4.68, 9.52, and later Cassiad, Various 1.16, 11.25. V.39, 8.33, 12.5. I may add that I could cite over 30 laws, mostly issued in the West, from the Theodosian Code and the 5th century novels, which speak of conductio or locatio, conductors or locators. 4. Exploitation, and the small independent PR, Duce 255 and the rents payable under these contracts, not to mention other texts. 49 It is indeed impermissible to speak of the disappearance of the contract of locatio conductio, even in the West, in the period covered by this book. And peasant freeholders, although overall a declining group, especially in the West, still survived in considerable numbers throughout the later empire, at any rate in the Greek East, 50 and, as we have seen, many of them were also tied to their villages. 23. Apart, then, from landowners and head lessees who belong to my propertied class and are not to be reckoned among those I have called the working agricultural population, we can recognize 4 broad groups among the non-slave working agricultural population: 51 peasant freeholders, of whom an unascertainable and varying proportion were tied to their village communities; free leasehold tenants, those tenant serfs who were yet technically offeree status; and adscripticii, serfs who by the 6th century at least had become scarcely distinguishable from slaves. It is impossible to make even an informed guess about the relative proportions of these groups, which will have varied greatly from place to place and from time to time. Some people today might wish to confine the term colonist to my 3rd and 4th groups, who alone were serfs in the strict sense. The sources, however, even the legal texts, sometimes use the word colony more loosely, in my opinion, in such a way as to include at any rate those of my first group who were in fact tied to their villages, and perhaps all or virtually all working peasants. Tied freeholders, of course, do not in strictness fulfill my definition of serfs, but, as I have explained in 3.4 above, if they paid heavy taxation they were not really in a very different position from serf tenants, and I refer to them as quasi-serfs. Agricultural slaves, while legally retaining their servile status, benefited during the 4th century from a series of imperial enactments. These culminated about 370 in a law which forbade selling them apart from the land where they were registered in the census, and thus raised them in effect to a serf-like condition. If manumitt, they would have to remain on the land they had been cultivating, as ad scriptus. Pope Gregory the Great, who was determined to enforce the laws forbidding Jews to possess Christian slaves, gave orders that the Christians owned by Jewish tenants on the estates of the Roman Church at Luna in Etruria should, after being freed, remain on the same land and perform all those services which the laws prescribe concerning coloni or originarii. Before I leave this section, I must face a problem which I have so far ignored. It concerns the intermediate period, if I may call it that, between the general use of slave labor as the principal way in which the propertied class obtained its surplus, and large-scale serfdom, which did not come into existence until the very end of 256. The 3rd century, and in some areas was not complete until the late 4th century or even the early 5th. This intermediate period may be conceived as beginning at very different times in different areas, and it may be that some people will deny its existence altogether. But I believe that MQST historians who interest themselves in problems of this sort would be prepared to see it as coming into existence at some time during the first 2 centuries. We must then face the difficulty, during this intermediate period, must not a rather large proportion of the propertied class have derived its surplus more from letting its land to free tenants than from working it directly with slave labor? And if so, have we any justification for continuing to speak of that surplus as being derived from the exploitation of unfree labor at all, before the introduction of serfdom at the beginning of the later Roman Empire? My answer to this question can be divided into 3 parts. First, leasing land to a free tenant must as a rule yield a smaller profit to a landowner than working it directly with slaves, since the tenant will need to provide himself and his family with a livelihood out of the produce of the land, before he can pay rent or taxes. Leasing is simply not considered as a desirable method of exploiting one's land by the Roman agricultural writers, unless the land is situated in an unhealthy district, where the landowner would be ill-advised to risk employing valuable slaves, or at such a distance that he cannot give the necessary regular supervision. Therefore, landowners eager for profit would be unlikely to resort to leasing, unless they could not obtain the necessary slave labor, or could not exploit a particular piece of land adequately because it involved more personal supervision than they were willing or able to give it, or because they could not procure efficient stewards. Next, the use of slaves must not be thought of as necessarily or even ordinarily absent when land in antiquity was leased. A leasehold tenant might have his own slaves, in which case he would in principle be able to derive a greater profit from the land and as a result pay a higher rent. Far more often, it seems, at any rate in the early Principate, slaves were supplied by the landlord as part of the instrumentum of the farm, and of course, if a tenant works a farm with slaves provided by the landowner, the latter profits from the labor of the slaves, because he can charge the tenant a higher rent. I referred in 18 above to the 2 main passages in the Digest defining the instrumentum of a farm. 1, from Ulpian, describes what items are customarily supplied by way of instrumentum when a farm is leased, so as to become the subject of a legal action if they are not included, but of course any items might be added or excluded by explicit agreement. The Digest texts, which also speak of bequests of a farm supplied with slaves, show that slaves were frequently contained in the instrumentum, and they might evidently in some cases be quite numerous and varied and include bailiffs or supervisors, as well as various specialists, with their consorts, who in other texts, as we saw at the IV exploitation, and the small independent producer 257 end of 10 above, are actually called wives. We often hear of bequests of landed property that include rents outstanding from tenants, reliqua colon, and sometimes slaves are mentioned as well, although in the latter case we need not assume that part of the land is being worked directly, for the slaves may simply be those handed over to tenants, and when we find another text referring to farms furnished with their overseers and rents outstanding from tenants, the overseers, mentioned alone without other slaves, surely have the function of supervising cultivation by tenants. Dorothy Crawford has drawn attention to the fact that villicous management on the imperial estates which she has studied in many parts of the Roman Empire often went together with leasing. Installing such men as overseers would be all the more necessary when the tenants were sharecroppers. When Pliny the Younger was faced with declining returns from his North Italian farms and was thinking of going over to what came to be called C% Nea Parceria, he realized that he would have to put in some of his own slaves as overseers. Earlier he had brought Slavies from his city household, Urbani, to supervise his rustici. During a vintage, these rustici may be either tenants or slaves, and in one of the most important of his many letters referring to his estates, Pliny speaks of the resources of the tenants on an estate he had acquired as having been gravely reduced by the fact that the previous owner had on several occasions forfeited their securities, thus in the long run increasing their arrears. The Pignera evidently included slaves, for Pliny now regrets that he himself will have to provide the tenants with efficient and expensive slaves. Pliny goes on to speak of the value of the estate in question as having been reduced from 5 to 3 million sesterces. He attributes this to what he conceives as a prevailing recession and the current penuria coloniorum, an expression which must refer to the shortage of available tenants rather than to their poverty. Certainly Pliny complained in another letter of the difficulty he was having in finding suitable tenants. There are many indications that slaves were being used to an appreciable degree in agriculture throughout the Principate and beyond, though no doubt much less in Egypt than in other parts of the Greek world. For example, in Hadrian's law concerning the sale of oil produced in Attica about AD 125 we find it taken for granted that a slave or freedman will be in charge of production. A law issued by Constantine in 318 seems to assume that a decurion will have both urban and rural slaves. Even in the handful of surviving census records of the late 3rd or early 4th century from which it is possible to make some estimate of the relative sizes of the free and slave labor forces in 2 or 3 places in Asia Minor and the Aegean, slaves do appear, and if in some areas they seem to constitute but a small proportion of the registered agricultural population, they also turn up elsewhere in households of 20 or more. And when in many imperial constitutions of the 4th and 5th centuries we hear of 258 overseers, they often appear to be conceived as slaves. 54 It is seldom if ever possible to tell whether these men are supervising the employment of direct slave labor. Probably many if not most of Tecum would spend at least part of their time controlling the activities of Humbluk. Plony. In view of the reluctance of free Greeks and Romans in general to take long-term hired service and the disinclination of many members of the propertied class in late antiquity to spend time supervising their estates, the function of slave overseers was essential, and I would see them as playing a very important role in the economy, perhaps far more so than has been generally realized. If we speak of a decline of slavery in the early centuries of the Christian era, we must not forget that slaves always played a major part at the highest level, in providing the propertied class with their incomes. I suspect, too, that we may tend to underestimate the actual number of slaves usefully employed in the later empire. Occasionally mass enslavements might occur, usually as a result of war. Perhaps the most remarkable example is the defeat of the horde of Goths and others led by Radagaisus across the Danube and into North Italy in 405–6, when we are told that some of the captured barbarians were sold off at 1 solidus per head, perhaps about 1/20th of the usual price of slaves about this time. A generation earlier, in 376–7, when vast numbers of Visigoths were allowed to cross the Danube and settle in Roman territory, the Roman officials Lupicinus and Maximus are said by Ammianus to have taken advantage of their inability to obtain sufficient food by selling them dogs to eat, in exchange for humans, who thereby became slaves. One dog would be given in exchange for a slave, who might even be the son of a leading Goth. In the Expositio Totius Mundi et Gentium, a survey of much of the Roman Empire, of very uneven value, we find but 2 references to slaves, both using the technical term mancipia. In its ch 60 Mauritania is said to be an area which exports slaves, and in ch 57 Pannonia is described as in part, rich also in slaves. These statements may well be true, in the sense that in both areas there were at the time numbers of barbarian captives, in Pannonia at any rate, if we can date the work in 359, The Emperor Constantius II, as Rouge points out, had just brought to a successful conclusion his campaigns against the Sarmatians. A letter of St. Augustine, written at the end of the second decade of the 5th century, speaks of innumerable barbarian peoples, as yet ignorant of the gospel, from among whom captives are taken and enslaved by the Romans and are then given religious instruction. In one case, from the first decade of the 5th century, in which we happen to have many details of the estates of a particular person, Saint Melania the Younger, we hear in one source 55 of her owning 60 farms or hamlets, each with 400 agricultural slaves, and in another source of her offering freedom to her slaves, a gift accepted by 8,000 who wanted it. Many other texts in the 5th and 6th centuries mention 259 agricultural slave households in smaller numbers. 56. It is worth noticing in particular the will of Saint Remigius, Bishop of Reims, which gives an exceptionally detailed picture of the landed property of a moderately well-to-do Gallo-Roman of the first half of the 6th century. This, I believe, can be taken as fairly representative of the estates of a substantial section of the men of moderate wealth throughout the empire, in the Greek lands as well as the Roman West. The will, in its shorter form 57, disposes of 15 parcels of land in the territory of Reims and of 81 named individuals, some of them with families, amounting to roughly 100 persons in all, partly coloni and partly slaves, constituting the workforce of the land. 15 or 16 of the individuals bequeathed are evidently slaves, 12 are called coloni, of the others it is uncertain whether they are coloni or slaves. 58. Although a majority of the workforce in this case are likely, I think, to have been coloni, it is quite possible that not many fewer than half consisted of slaves, some of them slaves of the colony. Finally, I would again emphasize the universal and unquestioning acceptance of slavery as part of the natural order of things, which during the Principate still pervaded the whole of Greek and Roman society, and of course continued in the Christian Empire just as in earlier times. Slavery continued to play a central role in the psychology of the propertied class. And here I would refer again to what I said earlier about debt bondage. Every humble free man must always have been haunted by fear of the coercion, amounting to slavery in all but name, to which he might be subjected if he ever defaulted on a debt to a rich man, including the payment of rent, of course, as I have pointed out above. I therefore see no serious difficulty in the objection I have discussed, and I feel justified in restating what I said near the end of 3.4 above, that slavery was indeed the archetypal phone of unfree labor throughout Greco-Roman antiquity. I have said nothing in this section about hired labor, a subject treated at some length in 3.6 above. 59. The military factor. There is one aspect of the situation of the peasantry in the ancient world which I have no space to discuss properly but which needs to be carefully examined, and I offer some reflections for consideration. One view of the decline of Roman power, especially in the West, which might commend itself, prima facie, to some self-styled Marxists in particular, is as follows. It is an established fact that the next great advance in Europe, namely capitalist society, was to develop not on the basis of communities of small, free, independent peasants but out of urban elements growing up inside feudal regimes, the economic base of which had always been a peasantry mainly held in a very subject condition, often outright serfdom. As Max Weber put it, at the time of the decline of the Roman Empire the future belonged to the development of large land ownership. 260. Therefore, it could be maintained, the enserfment of the late Roman peasant was ultimately, in the long view of history, beneficial to human progress, since it facilitated, over several centuries, a new and better form of society which could never have developed spontaneously out of a largely peasant economy. As those who are fond of this detestable phrase might like to put it, history was on the side of the great landowner, with his serfs, not of the small, free, independent peasant. There may be some truth in this view, but it ignores an element in society to which I rarely have occasion to pay serious attention in this book, but which must now be allowed to come to the fore: military efficiency. When a society is dangerously threatened from the outside, as the Greeks and Romans were on various occasions, its very survival may depend upon its military prowess. Here, in individual cases, factors peculiar to the situation may sometimes be decisive: sheer weight of numbers, technological efficiency, an unforeseeable disaster like a plague, or the death of a gifted leader. But many of us, and not only Marxists, would say that military success, at least in the long term, is largely dependent upon economic and social as well as political factors. It was certainly the growth of a free and fairly substantial peasantry in Greece in the archaic and classical periods which produced the hoplite armies that frustrated the might of the Persian Empire at Marathon and Plataea. The success of Greek over Persian fleets in a few decisive engagements was due above everything else to the indomitable fighting spirit of their sailors and marines, and no one will doubt that this spirit was inseparably bound up with the polis, a political community of free men based upon fairly widely diffused land ownership and access to political rights by the whole citizen body, or at least the more well-to-do members of it. The successful armies of Philip II and Alexander the Great were highly professional, but were based upon a sudden great access of landed wealth, in varying degrees, to the formerly insignificant Macedonian peasantry and aristocracy, producing not only cavalry which was more than a match for that of the Persian aristocracy, but also excellent infantry, in which the Persians of the Achaemenid period were entirely wanting. The irresistible military power of Rome in her great days was similarly founded upon a free peasantry, at first conscripted, then, especially during the Principate, furnishing recruits in large measure voluntarily to a standing professional army. For some 3.5 centuries before the mid-3rd century of the Christian era there had been no major external threats to Rome. After initial disasters, the German tribes which invaded Gaul and Italy in the last years of the 2nd century BC were effectively destroyed, and although the Parthians could cause anxiety, they were no more than an intermittent nuisance to Syria and Palestine. The German Marcomanni and Quadi were very troublesome in the reign of Marcus Aurelius, in the 160s and 170s, but they were eventually contained. Then, from the mid-3rd century onwards, barbarian pressure on the frontiers of the empire became severe, if in fits and starts, and the Sassanid kingdom in Persia became a 261 much stronger force than the Parthians had ever been and presented a real threat to some of the eastern provinces. The defeat and capture of the Emperor Valerian by Shapur I in 260 was a milestone in the relations between the Greco-Roman world and its Iranian neighbors, to whom at least one great historian, Ammianus Marcellinus, much as he disliked them, never once applies the term barbari which he uses for every other external adversary of the Roman Empire. Military efficiency now became a matter of life and death to Greco-Roman civilization. By the end of the 4th century the Roman armies had probably grown to well over 500,000 men, considerably greater than the figure in the early Principate, and from the reign of Diocletian onwards there was once more regular conscription, although by the time of Justinian recruitment seems to have become mainly voluntary once more. 3. The army of course was a very great burden on the economy of the Roman Empire. Before proceeding further, I wish to state the main thesis of this section in summary form. 1. As I have just shown, from the 2nd quarter of the 3rd century onwards pressure on the frontiers of the Roman Empire became much greater and tended to go on increasing, and the defense of the frontiers therefore became a matter on which the empire's survival rested. 2. In the circumstances of the time, the necessary standing army had to be raised largely from the peasantry. 3. In order to provide sufficient recruits of strong physique and potentially good morale, it was therefore essential to maintain a reasonably prosperous and vigorous peasantry. 4. On the contrary, as land, during the early centuries of the Christian era, became increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few owners, the condition of a substantial proportion of the agricultural population became more and more depressed, until before the end of the 3rd century most working peasants were subjected to forms of serfdom or quasi-serfdom. 5. In the strictly economic sense, this may or may not have been a progressive development. 6. Socially and militarily, however, the process I have described was very harmful, since the peasants became increasingly indifferent towards the maintenance of the whole imperial system, most of the burden of which fell heavily upon them, and the morale of the army deteriorated, with the result that much of the empire disintegrated by stages between the early 5th century and the mid-7th. 7. The maintenance of a relatively prosperous peasantry, sufficiently numerous to provide the large number of recruits needed for the army and willing to fight to the death in defense of their way of life, might have made all the difference and might have preserved the unity of the empire very much longer. The statement I have made in 7 above becomes more than a mere hypothesis when we look at what happened in the Byzantine Empire, where the success of the imperial armies against invading Persians, Avars, Arabs, Bulgars and other Slav peoples, Magyars and Seljuk and Ottoman Turks, from the time of Heraclius onwards, depended to a considerable degree on the condition of the peasantry which still provided the bulk of the recruits. I need say no more on this subject here, as it has been admirably dealt with by the great Byzantine historian Ostrogorsky. For the 10th and 11th centuries were the decisive period. After the death of Basil II the Bulgar slayer, the landed magnates finally triumphed, and the army gradually disintegrated. Much the same situation has existed down the ages, until the 19th century. As Max Weber said, the need for recruits was the reason why the mercantilist rulers during the epoch of enlightened despotism curbed big enterprise in agriculture and prevented enclosures. This was not done for humanitarian reasons and not out of sympathy with the peasants. The individual peasant was not protected, the squire could drive him out without any scruples by putting another peasant in his place. But if, in the words of Frederick William I, a surplus of peasant lads was to be the source of soldiers, such a surplus had to exist. Therefore, any reduction in the number of peasants through enclosures was prevented because it would endanger the recruitment of soldiers and depopulate the countryside. 43 It was also Weber who pointed out, in one of his most inspired passages, that in Renaissance Europe there was one conspicuous exception to this situation, England, the exception which, we may legitimately say, for once, proves the rule. The free labor force necessary for conducting a modem factory was created in England, the classical land of the later factory capitalism, by the eviction of the peasants. Thanks to its insular position, England was not dependent on a great national army, but could rely upon a small, highly trained professional army and emergency forces. Hence the policy of peasant protection was unknown in England, although it was a unified state early on and could carry out a uniform economic policy, and it became the classical land of peasant eviction. The large labor force thus thrown on the market made possible the development first of the putting out and the domestic small master systems and later of the industrial or factory system. As early as the 16th century the proletarianising of the rural population created such an army of unemployed that England had to deal with the problem of poor relief. 4b I do not wish to be dogmatic on this subject, but it does seem to me that societies which depend largely upon armies recruited from their peasants are much more likely to be destroyed or at least damaged by invaders from outside if they allow the bulk of their peasants to be so oppressed and exploited that they lose interest in the maintenance of the regime under which they live. Naturally, a society in which wealth is mainly in land is likely to be dominated by its great landowners. Sometimes, however, such a society, at any rate if political control of it is concentrated, as in the Roman and Byzantine empires, in the hands of a single ruler who knows that he is personally responsible for the fate of his whole kingdom, may be forced to acquiesce in measures designed to protect the 263 peasantry upon which, as its potential soldiers, its very survival depends. The policies of several of the Byzantine emperors, above all Romanus I Lecapnus and Basil II, were strongly in favor of the independent peasants and against the appetite of the magnates for ever-increasing acquisition of great estates, and indeed there is intermittent legislation by the Roman emperors from the 3rd century onwards, attempting to curb the activities of the potentiores which were seen as a threat to the security of the empire as a whole. For the man who actually had to work with his own hands, farming was universally believed to provide the ideal training for the military life. This is explicit in Xenophon and other writers, including Cato, Pliny the Elder and Vegetius. 5. On the other hand, the mass of artisans and those with sedentary occupations were thought to be the least suited of all to military service, and in Republican Rome it was only on exceptional occasions that they would be called up, as in 329 when a Gallic incursion was thought to be imminent. I know of no parallel to the attempted levy of soldiers from the urban slave households of Roman senators in the crisis of 398, revealed by Symmachus, EP. 6.58, 64. Vegetius, writing probably near the end of the 4th century of our era, innocently reveals the essential contribution made by the poverty of the peasant to his military qualities. The more frugal one's life, the less one fears death. Poverty and frugality, however, are relative, and below a certain limit poverty can become deleterious and insupportable, and may even lead to a decline in population, as many historians think it did in the Middle and later Roman Empire. Now we must surely admit that the attitude of the peasantry in both eastern and western parts of the Roman world during the later empire in the face of barbarian eruptions and conquests was extraordinarily passive and indifferent. I must say, I have only come across one case in the Greco-Roman world in which the government is actually seen ordering the inhabitants of the countryside to confine their attentions to agriculture and leave all military action to the army. This was in the summer of 536, when Justinian's forces from Sicily under Belisarius were moving into southern Italy, and a Gothic army had been mobilized against them in Lucania and Bruttium. Cassiodorus, as praetorian prefect of the Ostrogothic kingdom of Italy during the brief reign of Theodahad, admitted the depredations of the Goths against the peasants but ordered the local governor to restrain rash initiatives on the part of the possessors. He strictly forbade individual lessees of great estates and the important landowners to take up arms and concern themselves with the fighting. They were to take pleasure in the thought that others were fighting the foreign enemy on their behalf. Evidently the government was afraid of armed assistance being given to Belisarius, but I would not care to say whether the people Cassiodorus was most nervous about were the mass of peasants or the landowning class. The language I have quoted certainly suggests the latter, for elsewhere Cassiodorus normally uses the words possessors and conductors for 264. Landowners and head lessees. Jones justifiably speaks of the passive inertia of the civil population, high and low, in the face of the barbarian invasions, and gives many examples. As I shall demonstrate, he is too inclined to ignore or discount some of the evidence showing that many humble folk in the Roman Empire might evince a positive preference for barbarian rule, as being less oppressive than that of the emperors. But in the main he is certainly right in emphasizing that the peasantry were in general apathetic and docile. They usually remained passive, although if they were formally conscripted into the army, or were pressed into service either against the barbarians or by the barbarians against an imperial army, they might fight obediently enough until released. 6. On one occasion, during the conflict in 546 between Justinian's forces and the Ostrogoths in Italy under Totila, we even hear of peasants being impressed into both armies and fighting a battle against each other. 7. Perhaps the most striking example of what seems to be spontaneous military action by peasants is attributed to some villagers of the region of Edessa in Mesopotamia by the contemporary chronicle of Joshua the Stylite. We are told that in 503 the villagers greatly impressed the Roman general Ariobendas by making sorties from the city against the invading Persian army, after Ariobendas had ordered the garrison not to take aggressive action. The outlines of the story may well be correct, even though miraculous happenings tend to creep into the chronicler's narrative when he is dealing with the holy city of Edessa. The view expressed by some scholars that the people subject to Rome were forbidden to manufacture and possess arms has recently been attacked by Brunt.8. He is clearly right to point out that it would anyway not have been possible to stop the manufacture of arms in village smithies, and that apart from occasionally prescribing disarmament as a temporary move immediately after a capitulation or in very special circumstances, Rome was quite willing to allow a certain amount of armed force to remain at the disposal of the local ruling classes, who were left to control the masses and share in their exploitation, and who in return were mainly very loyal to Rome. There was no good reason for Rome to impose disarmament on any subject communities whose local governments could be counted on to show fidelity. It is certainly relevant that we do not seem to hear of any state arms factories before the reign of Diocletian, at the end of the 3rd century, and it was only in AD 539, by Justinian, that the manufacture and sale of arms was made a complete state monopoly. However, apart from local police forces, Brunt seems to be able to produce no specific evidence for any local militia, even for the early Principate, the period from which all his material comes. I certainly know of no such evidence for the 3rd century or after, apart from small local levies of burgherii and the like to defend fortified places. 9. And in the later empire, as far as I can see, there was nowhere any regular local militia. Jones may not be justified in saying of the later empire that the civil population was in fact, for reasons of internal security, forbidden to bear arms, but I entirely agree with his continuation, that what was more important was 265 the general attitude of mind. Citizens were not expected to fight, and for the most part they never envisaged the idea of fighting. Allowing the possession of weapons does not necessarily ensure that men will be organized, and trained in the use of weapons. In Cyrenaica in the early 5th century, when it was being attacked by the nomads of the interior, Cincus could get together hundreds of spears and swords and a certain number of axes, but no body armor, for the militia he was organizing to resist the barbarian raiders. Nearly half a century later Priscus could represent the Greek whom he met in the camp of Attila as speaking of a general prohibition on the use of arms by Romans except in the regular army. The general view was certainly that the defense of the empire was a matter for the professional army alone, and, as I have indicated, the civil population mainly regarded fighting as something with which it was simply not concerned. I would take seriously a passage in the speech which Cassius Dio makes Maecenas address to Augustus, when advising him to create and isolate a standing army. If we allow all adult males to possess arms and practice the military arts, they will continually be the source of disturbances and civil wars, whereas if arms are confined to professional soldiers, the toughest and the strongest, who are generally obliged to live by brigandage, 10 will then support themselves without harming others, and the rest will all live in security. The limitation of arms in practice to a standing professional army, and to it alone, was a natural consequence of the very nature of the Roman Empire, as an instrument of class domination. Recruits for the army, as I have said, always came primarily from the peasantry, even if from the early 5th century onwards the government, desperate to maintain agricultural manpower, had to exclude coloni adscripticii, tenants tied to their plots. See Jones, LRE 11.614, with 111.184 and .14. 11. As I shall argue, the indifference of the mass of humble people to the maintenance of the imperial machine, under which they suffered merciless exploitation, was a prime cause of the collapse of much of the Roman Empire in the West in the 5th and 6th centuries and the loss of many eastern provinces to the Arabs in the 7th. I would add that the army of the late Roman Republic, Roman Principate, and later Empire 12 developed a most remarkable discipline and esprit de corps of its own. The rank and file soldiers became entirely detached from their origins and were usually the obedient instruments, if not of their emperors, then of their actual officers. Except when an emperor could command general loyalty, and at rare times such as the year 69 when there was a widespread collapse of discipline, all the soldiers accepted the hierarchical principles on which Roman society was conducted and would often follow their commanders with complete fidelity into insurrection and civil war, when that was what their commanders ordered, just as into foreign wars. The civil wars of the 3rd and 4th centuries were 266. Invariably contests for the imperial throne. Among the few mutinies we hear of that were not primarily attempts to secure the imperial title for some favored officer, it is those of the armies on the Danube and the Rhine at the beginning of the reign of Tiberius, of which we have the most lively and instructive account, in the Annals of Tacitus. 13. The speech of Persenius, the leader of the mutiny in Pannonia, is vivid and compelling in its description of the lands given to veterans on retirement after 30 or 40 years' service, as stinking swamps or mountain wastes. And the ferocious discipline to which the common soldiers were subjected is nicely illustrated in the account of the centurion Lucilius, who had gained the nickname "Bring me another" from his habit of breaking his vine stick on a soldier's back and calling for another and another. Lucilius was murdered by the mutinous soldiers. Persenius, needless to say, was executed, with other leading mutineers. I think we should admit that when in Europe the most effective form of defense against attacks from outside was found to lie not so much in the simple foot soldier, but rather in a much more expensive military figure, the mounted and armored knight, there would be a case, on military grounds, for a sufficiently increased exploitation of the primary producers to permit the maintenance of such figures in sufficient quantity to repel invaders. The medieval knight, burdensome to his society as he was, certainly played a role in preserving the heritage of Greco-Roman civilization in Europe against outside attack, whether we think that heritage worth preserving or not. His role, that of doing the required fighting, and the accompanying one of the priest and monk, whose essential function was to do the praying that was generally believed to be a necessity, were accepted willy-nilly by the great mass of the people whose function was working, but the latter might feel they had cause for bitter complaint when the fighters ceased to give them any real protection. Rodney Hilton has recently drawn attention to the fury of the French peasants after the Battle of Poitiers against the nobles as a whole, for not having fulfilled their duty of protection, which tradition and mutual obligation demanded of them. I should not wish, therefore, to assert the necessity in all circumstances for a pre-capitalist society to maintain a solid free peasantry as the basis of its military power. An even greater military burden might have to be shouldered. Nevertheless, efficient cavalry forces can in principle be maintained, in the same way as infantry, by a state which levies general taxation, rather than by allowing mounted knights to support themselves individually by the surplus labor of peasant serfs on specific estates. And in any case I do believe that the accumulation by a landed aristocracy of vast estates, greater than would be necessary to maintain FE to predominate over others in given societies, would be worth careful consideration over a very long period. I am of course 267 thinking only of military strength designed for use in defense against attacks from outside, not for internal police duties. Feudalism. This seems a convenient place to deal briefly with the subject of feudalism. Throughout this book I have studiously avoided using the terms feudal, feudalism, in reference to any period or area of ancient society. These words are often used by ancient historians in a slipshod way, a habit which can only be deplored. Unfortunately there is still no complete agreement among historians, even of medieval Europe, as to how the essential features of their feudalism should be defined, but at least they can point to certain societies which they and virtually everyone else would not hesitate to recognize as feudal. There are a few medievalists, on the other hand, who would prefer to avoid the term feudalism altogether. According to a recent writer in the American Historical Review, the tyrant feudalism must be declared once and for all deposed and its influence over students of the Middle Ages finally ended. At the opposite extreme, we find a symposium published in 1956 with the title, Feudalism in History, investigating the question how far feudalism can be discovered in all sorts of different historical circumstances, not only in Western Europe but in Japan, China, ancient Mesopotamia, and Iran, ancient Egypt, India, the Byzantine Empire, and Russia. A comparative study of feudalism by the editor, Rushton Kalborn, wishes to see feudalism treated as primarily a method of government, not an economic or a social system, and with the relation of lord and vassal as its essential feature. We must of course leave it to the historians of other countries, Japan and China, for instance, to decide for themselves whether certain societies in their area of study can usefully be described as feudal. Provided only that they make it perfectly clear what these terms mean to them. There are, I suppose, two principal characteristics of a society which most often lead to its being designated feudal by those in the English-speaking world who are not specialists in European medieval history. One is the existence of something resembling the military fief of European feudalism, and the other is the presence of serfdom on a large scale. In the former case there may sometimes be little harm in making use of some such term as quasi-feudal, but the existence of serfdom alone certainly does not justify the employment of any such expression. 5. Since forms of serfdom have existed in many societies which have little or no resemblance to those European medieval ones which have the best right to be called feudal. I wish to make it clear that throughout this book any reference to serfs or serfdom must not be taken to imply any necessary or even probable connection with anything which can properly be described by terms such as feudal or feudalism. There is a short definition of feudalism which I think many Western European medievalists would accept, and which was adopted in one place even by Marc Bloch, the system of vassalage and of the fief. Pollock and Maitland suggested that feudo-vassalism would be a more serviceable express. 268. Scion than feudalism. 6. But Bloch never for one moment forgot the economic foundation of feudalism, and indeed the formula I have just quoted occurs in a chapter entitled The Rise of Dependent Cultivation and Seigneurial Institutions, in which Bloch goes on at once to speak of the seigneurial system as closely related to feudalism. And in his great work, Feudal Society, Bloch actually begins his list of the fundamental features of European feudalism, occupying some 8 lines, with the subject peasantry. However, many other Western medievalists, when they are speaking of feudalism, feel they can afford to treat the whole edifice independently of the substructure which sustained it, and define it entirely with reference to those free men who were each other's lords or vassals, united by bonds of fealty and the creation of benefices in the form of fiefs. When Ganschoff declared, the way in which the word is used by historians in Soviet Russia and in other countries behind the Iron Curtain seems to me to be absolutely irrelevant. 71. Feel sure it was their Marxist disinclination to forget the subject peasantry which he found particularly tiresome. Poston, in his foreword to the English edition of Bloch's Feudal Society to which I have already referred, has a fascinating paragraph on what he describes as an Anglo-Soviet occasion when the two principal speakers, the Russian and the English, gave carefully composed disquisitions on feudalism which hardly touched at a single point. The English speaker dwelt learnedly and gracefully on military fiefs, while the Russian speaker discoursed on class domination and exploitation of peasants by landlords. Needless to say, the Russian disquisition was packed tight with familiar Marxist furniture, the state as a vehicle of class rule, commodity exchange as a solvent of feudalism, feudal economy as an antecedent of early capitalism. Yet for all its dogmaticism and ancient verbiage, the Russian use of the term appeared to bear more directly on the intellectual enterprise of history than the conventional connotation adopted by the English speaker. Although I have little sympathy for the kind of medievalist I mentioned at the beginning of the last paragraph, I do feel that since the word feudalism has some value as a generic name for a set of European medieval institutions of a peculiar kind, characterized in particular by vassalage and the fief, even though resting largely upon a basis of some kind of dependent labor, it is a pity to weaken it by extending the vocabulary of feudalism too widely. As I have already insisted, serfdom can exist and has existed in societies which have little or nothing in them that can properly be called feudal. In the Hellenistic kingdoms, for example, where forms of serfdom certainly existed, only a minor role was played by the military katoikiae and other settlements of soldier clerics which provide the nearest analogy to the fief in the Hellenistic world and have led some of the best scholars to speak of feudal tenures, and there was certainly no necessary connection between the military settlements and serfdom. It seems to me regrettable, therefore, that some Marxists seem to want to call a society feudal merely because it rested on a basis of serfdom. Wolfram Eberhard could even say that Marxist scholars tend to call feudal any society in which a class of landowners who at the same time 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer 269 also exercised political power, controlled a class of farmers and often also a class of slaves. It may be rather a pity that Marxists have been saddled by Marx himself with the terminology in which the name of feudalism is given to the mode of production in Western Europe out of which capitalism emerged. Terms such as the feudal mode of production are perhaps too deeply rooted in Marxist writing to be replaced by any such alternative as the medieval Western European mode of production. But Marxists ought to remember, as they too often fail to do, that Marx and Engels described feudalism at one point in the German ideology as the political form of the medieval relations of production and intercourse, and at all costs they must avoid using the terminology of feudalism in such a loose way that it could be made to fit, for example, the society of the later Roman Empire. The usage of which Eberhard complains would extend, indeed, to most pre-capitalist societies, including the greater part, if not the whole, of Greco-Roman antiquity. Of course there are borderline cases, such as Hittite society in Asia in the 2nd millennium BC. I need refer only to R. A. Crossland's admirably compressed summary, in which he says that the Hittite state was a feudal society, in the sense that a large sector of its economy was organized to provide a trained army, and that there were in it social divisions based on tenure of land under the obligation to perform military service for the king. 8. I shall not myself presume to lay down a definition of feudalism. There have been several recent discussions of the subject in English. If what is wanted is a Marxist analysis of the expression feudal mode of production, which would limit that term strictly to the society of medieval Western Europe, to which alone Marx applied the expression, then I would prefer Perry Anderson's. Rodney Hilton has produced a much briefer characterization -1 and a single-page note on feudalism, which would allow, for example, for the fact that Marx could speak at one point of Japan as having a purely feudal organization of landed property, the only time, I believe, that Marx applied the terminology of feudalism to any country outside Europe. The brief definition of feudalism given in a single paragraph by Witold Kula is less specific. He is thinking primarily of Poland in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. Other independent producers. I intend to be brief about my other independent producers, who are a very heterogeneous collection rather than a single category, and of course must not be treated as belonging to a single class. My reasons for dealing with these independent producers in a separate section are to indicate broadly how I think their class position should be determined, and to mention a few relevant facts about them. I begin by excluding two exploited classes with which I have dealt already. First, hired laborers in the strict sense, and secondly, those ancillary workers, artisans, building and transport workers, fishermen and others, who originate from the peasantry and remain among it, and are treated here as part of the peasantry. Manual workers who 270 cannot properly be regarded as part of the peasantry form the bulk of those I am considering in this section, with traders and those who provide transport and other services of various kinds. Perhaps the largest single group would be artisans or craftsmen. Traders of different sorts, from the merchants who carried on commerce between cities to small local dealers and shopkeepers, would be a group of perhaps equal importance. A fair number in almost every section would be freedmen. The status and the class position of all these people would usually be closely related, but not always. Here, it is only the latter with which I am concerned, and for me the main determinant of an individual's class position in antiquity is the extent to which he exploits the labor of others or is himself exploited. At its highest level my present category, like that of peasants, will merge with my propertied class. The criterion for membership of that class, as I have already made plain, is the ability to live a life of leisure without actually working oneself to provide one's daily bread. And it is likely that any of my independent producers who acquired sufficient wealth to enable them to live the life of a gentleman would make the necessary change of lifestyle, although others might aim higher and prefer to continue their trade or business activity until, for example, in the Roman period, they qualified for the equestrian order. Most of the individuals I am now considering would be quite humble men, who could normally raise themselves into my propertied class only in one of two ways, either by displaying some extraordinary skill, or by becoming able to exploit the labor of others. Among those we should call artists, we hear of a handful who made their fortunes, although the few figures we find in the literary sources are seldom very plausible. The HS 1 million, for instance, which Lucullus is said by Varro to have promised the sculptor Arcesilaus for making him a statue of Felicitas, or the 20 talents weight of gold which Alexander the Great is supposed to have paid the painter Apelles for depicting him wielding a thunderbolt in the temple of Artemis at Ephesus. Certainly the great Athenian sculptor Praxiteles, whose life probably spanned the first 6 decades of the 4th century BC, must have become wealthy, for in the 320s we find his son Cephisodorus appearing as a triarch and as one of the most conspicuously rich Athenians of his day. 2 Ordinary skilled craftsmen might have to be prepared to travel about a good deal if they did not live in a large city where there would always be plenty of work. We often hear of Greek architects, sculptors, builders, and the like moving from city to city where major projects were in progress. When Oenogius I, the famous tyrant of Syracuse, planned to attack the Carthaginian area in 399 BC, he is said by Diodorus to have brought together technitae to make weapons of war, not only from the considerable portion of Sicily which he controlled but also from Italy, where there were many Greek cities, from Greece itself, and even from the 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer 271 Carthaginian dominions. Doctors, in the earlier periods of Greek history, were also placed in much the same category as other craftsmen. In Homer the doctor is grouped among demiourgoi, with the seer, the carpenter, and the minstrel, and in Plato he is put on the same level as the shipwright. Only one Greek doctor before the Hellenistic period appears in literature as having earned large sums of money by his professional skill, the famous physician Democedes of Croton, as early as the 6th century BC, is said to have been paid in 3 successive years a talent by Aegina, 100 minae by Athens, and 2 talents by Polycrates, the tyrant of Samos. In case anyone feels that Democedes was really giving a form of hired labor, I had better explain that what the Aeginetans and Athenians and Polycrates were really paying for was Democedes' valuable presence in their cities. He may well have made additional earnings from his patients. In the Hellenistic and Roman periods the status of the more successful Greek doctors certainly rose, and we have numerous texts that speak of them with respect, in particular the public physicians 3 employed by cities and at the royal courts. In the Roman period the title of chief doctor was widespread. The greatest of all Greek doctors, Galen, for whose life covered the last 7 decades of the 2nd century, was personal physician to the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Talented hetairai and other providers of essential services sometimes did very well for themselves. Among traders, the petty local ones called kapiloi would rarely if ever make substantial sums, but emporoi, intercity merchants 5 must sometimes have made fortunes, if not nearly as often as many modern scholars have supposed. 6. But the great majority of the people I am dealing with in this section are likely to have lived not very far above the poverty line, unless and until they could manage to acquire a slave or 2, as I think a fair number may have done when conditions were favorable and slaves were cheap. There is a very revealing remark in Sallust, describing the common people whose votes, in his opinion, had been mainly responsible for the election of Maurice to the consulship of 107 BC, he describes them as artisans and countrymen all, whose assets and credit were embodied in their hands. In this the craftsman and the poor peasant bore a strong resemblance to each other. Those I am dealing with in this section are all, by definition, not members of the propertied class, apart of course from the few who managed to rise into it. We must then ask, how were they exploited, and to what extent? This is not at all an easy question to answer. The great majority of these individuals will have shared an important characteristic with those peasants who were freeholders. As a rule they were not subject to direct exploitation by individual members of the propertied class, except in so far as they got into debt to rich men. They were unlike hired laborers in that their principal asset, their skill, was under their own control. In addition, some of them will have owned simple tools and the like, but the only items in this category which are likely to have been really important are those that belong to some transport workers, mules, donkeys, and oxen, carts and wagons. Exploitation. 272. Of members of all the groups with which I am dealing in this section will probably not as a rule have been severe, unless it took place in an indirect form, through taxation, or compulsory menial services. As we saw in section I of this chapter, taxation in the Greek cities in the classical, Hellenistic, and Roman periods is a very difficult subject, about which little that is significant is known, owing to the fragmentary and chaotic nature of the evidence, but I believe that detailed investigation might well reveal a heavier incidence of taxation on these groups than has been generally realized. In the later Roman Empire there is at least one general tax on such people about which we have some definite evidence, the Chrysargyron or collatio lustralis, imposed by Constantine in the early 4th century upon negotiators in a broad sense, including for this purpose not only traders but also fishermen, money-lenders, brothel keepers, and prostitutes, as well as urban craftsmen who sold their own products, though not rural craftsmen. The tax was payable at first in gold or silver, but from the 370s onwards in gold only. It is probably the fact that this tax was payable once every 4 years which made its incidence appear so heavy. At any rate, there are harrowing descriptions by the orator Libanius, the historian Zosimus and the ecclesiastical historian Evagrius of the hardships which the collection of this tax was believed to impose. Parents are even said to have been driven to sell their children into slavery and fathers to prostitute their daughters in order to raise the necessary money to pay the tax. 7. We have only a single figure for the amount raised by this tax. In the last years of the 5th century, 140 pounds gold was being collected every 4th year at the important city of Edessa in Mesopotamia. Gosh. Still. 31. This works out at 2,520 solidi per year, not a large sum, certainly, compared with what peasants had to pay, but enough to cause distress, or at least bitter complaints. The tax was still being paid in Italy under the Ostrogothic kings in the 6th century, but it was abolished in the East by the Emperor Anastasius in 498 XL.I.1, dated by Josh. Sti. 31. I cannot resist mentioning here one amusing fact, arising out of the payment of the Chrysargyron by the brothel keepers of Constantinople. The trade of the procurer was forbidden in 439 in Constantinople by the Emperor Theodosius II, but the wording of the imperial constitution by which this was done begins with a fascinating preamble, showing that it had been necessary for the chief promoter of this measure, Florentius, to make a settlement of property the income of which would be sufficient to compensate the state for the loss of revenue from the tax consequent upon the hoped-for disappearance of the leno from Constantinople. The novel in question, written in the degenerate rhetorical Latin of the 5th century, is well worth reading as a whole. It begins by expressing satisfaction that no one need now doubt the historical traditions of eminent men putting the interests of the state before their own wealth. The opening words are, "Let historical works earn credence from contemporary example." Not for another 2 or 3 decades, by the way, were brothels prohibited everywhere, by a constitution of the Emperor Leo XL.7, which of course was widely disregarded. As the lawyer Ulpian had said more. 4. Exploitation, and the small independent producer 273 than 2 centuries earlier, in a passage reproduced in Justinian's Digest, brothels are maintained on the property of many men of quality. Specialized workers of various kinds, not only craftsmen but also merchants, shipowners, ferrymen, fishermen, money changers, gardeners, and many others, became more and more addicted, partly under Roman influence, to collective associations, often referred to in modern times, misleadingly, as guilds. The normal Latin word for one of these is collegium. 8. In Greek a great variety of collective terms is found. 9. It is also very common for the men concerned simply to refer to themselves as the ferrymen, the bakers, the shoemakers, the wool workers, and so forth. Some of these associations may have been little more than burial clubs, and there is very little evidence of their having acted like modern trades unions to improve their members' pay or conditions of work, but there are a few scraps of evidence for such activities in 1 or 2 places in the Greek East, extending even to the organization of what we should call strikes. An interesting article by W. H. Buckler presented all the important evidence available down to 1939, Macmullen in 1962-3 added a few scraps. Of the 4 documents printed and discussed by Buckler, I shall single out 2. Buckler's No.L shows the provincial governor intervening at Ephesus, in the late 2nd century, at a time of disorder and tumult, to discipline the bakers, who had been holding allegedly factious meetings and refusing to bake sufficient bread. Buckler's document number 4, an inscription precisely dated to April 27, 459, is much the most interesting. It shows the builders and artisans of Sardis making an elaborate compact with the ekdikos of the city, a government official belonging to the department of the master of the offices. In order to put an end to strikes and the obstruction of building work, the association guarantees that any work contracted for by any of its members will be properly carried out, and even undertakes to pay an indemnity in certain cases of default, and to accept liability for payment often out of its common property. Although the word misthos does occur in line 23, it does not refer to the wages of hired labor but to the payment to workmen of their contract price. This is clear from the technical terms ergodotes and ergolabisas, used several times for the employer who gives out the work and the artisan who undertakes the work respectively, and when in line 35 the word misthos occurs again, it is used in the sense of indemnities to be paid as mentioned above by the association. These builders and artisans are all craftsmen, not hired laborers. A constitution of the Emperor Zeno, issued in 483 to the city prefect of Constantinople, forbade anyone to create a monopoly, on pain of confiscation of property and permanent exile, or to hold illicit meetings for the swearing of oaths and the making of agreements fixing minimum prices. Evidently such things had recently been happening. Building and other workers were forbidden to refuse work on contracts begun but not finished by others, and the officials of other associations were threatened with huge fines, of £50 gold, if they dared to enter into a conspiracy to increase prices. 274. There is a much quoted passage in Plutarch's Life of Pericles which some people today may find astonishing. In Plutarch's eyes no young gentleman, just because he had seen the Zeus of Phaedias at Olympia or the Hera of Polycletus at Argos could possibly want to be Phaedias or Polycletus. 10 such statements in the mouth of a real Roman might not seem so surprising, it will be said, but was not L. Mestrius Plutarchus, the Roman citizen, also very much a Greek? The answer is that in the Roman period the Greek as well as the Roman propertied classes felt a greater gulf between themselves and all those who engaged in Banausic occupations than had the leading Greeks of the classical period, at least in Athens and some other democracies. Had Phaedias and Polycletus sculpted purely as amateurs, had they enjoyed large private incomes and received no payment for their artistic work, Plutarch and his like would have found nothing contemptible about them. It was the fact that they could be considered to have earned their living by actually working with their own hands that made them no fit model for the young Graeco-Roman gentleman. Plutarch says elsewhere that the Athenian painter Polygnotus showed he was no mere teknites by decorating the Stoipoikil at Athens gratis. Since in a class society many of the values of the governing class are often accepted far down the social scale, we must expect to find disparagement of craftsmen, and therefore even of artists, existing in the ancient world not only among the propertied few. In particular, anyone who aspired to enter the propertied class would tend to accept its scale of values ever more completely as he progressed towards joining it. Yet it would be absurd to suggest that the lower classes as a whole dutifully accepted the social snobbery and contempt for the Banausic that prevailed among the well-to-do. Many Greeks who might be called mere artisans by superior people even today were evidently very proud of their skills and felt that they acquired dignity by the exercise of them. They referred to them with pride in their dedications and their epitaphs, and they often chose to be pictured on their tombstones in the practice of their craft or trade, humble as it might be in the eyes of their betters. 11. To say that the ancient Greeks despised craftsmen is one of those deeply misleading statements which show blindness to the existence of all but the propertied few. It might have shocked even the humble Smyceth, who, in an inscription of 4 words accompanying an early 5th century dedication at Athens, took care to record her occupation. She was a plintria, a washerwoman. 12. It would certainly have shocked the families of Mans the Phrygian, who was made to boast on his tombstone in late 5th century Attica, by Zeus, I ne'er saw a better woodcutter than myself. 13 And of Atotas the Paphlagonian, whose fine Attic monument of the second half of the 4th century, describing him as Atotas, minor, bears 2 elegiac couplets advertising the selbstbewusst sein of the proud technician, with not only a conventional claim to distinguished heroic ancestry but also the boast that no one could compete with him in technique. 14 In a dedication of AD 149, also in elegiac couplets, probably from Perinthus in Thrace, the sculptor Copiton and his assistant Ion Warios 275 verses, prided themselves on being skilled in craftsmanship. 15 They were using a very rare word. But the Sophia in techne which they were claiming, whatever it might be called, had a long history that we can trace for many centuries in literature and inscriptions, right back into the Archaic Age. The name Technarchos, revealed by a graffito of about the last decade of the 6th century BC in the Temple of Apollo at Spartan Amyclae, suggests that around the middle of the 6th century an artisan could hopefully give his son a name that would suit a master craftsman, proud of his calling. 16 And very many makers and painters of vases in the 6th century BC and later, especially at Athens, proudly inscribed their names on their products, followed by the word epoisin or egrapson. 17. Part 2. V. The class struggle in Greek history. On the political plane, the age of the tyrants. In this chapter I propose to concentrate mainly on the ways in which the class struggle in Greek history manifested itself on the political plane. After the Dark Age which succeeded the Mycenaean civilization, our earliest contemporary picture of Greece is that of the poet Hesiod, in the Works and Days, written from the standpoint of a Boeotian countryman, in the late 8th century BC or at the beginning of the 7th. 1. Here the lot of the farmer is presented as hard, with unceasing toil. 2. But we must not think of anything resembling the miserably poor potato eaters whom Van Gogh portrayed with such here trending sympathy. In fact, Hesiod is writing for reasonably well-to-do freehold farmers 3 who are assumed to have a number of slaves 4 as well as the occasional hired hand, the this and various kinds of cattle. When the poet advises his reader to have only one sower, if he has more, to die old, one remembers that this theme, the desirability of transmitting one's property undivided to a single heir, has often obsessed members of a privileged class, especially perhaps those who are on the lower edge of that class and whose descendants may fall below it if they inherit only a part of the ancestral estate. 6. The mentality is very different from that of a peasant serf in a labor rent system such as that of Poland from the 16th century to the 18th, where the peasant's obligation to perform the traditional amount of labor for his lord was paramount, and he could not hope to rent additional land and profit from the sale of its produce unless he could find additional labor inside his own family, with the result that in this economic system, in which the families of rich peasants are those which have the most members, they are not larger because they are richer, but on the contrary, richer because larger. 7. Access to political power in Hesiod's Boeotia, as in all other Greek states of which we know anything at this time, is clearly the exclusive preserve of a hereditary aristocracy, described by Hesiod as gift-devouring princes 8 who scorn justice and give crooked judgments. The outlook of these blue-blooded gentlemen is superbly expressed in the Theonidia, poems probably put together at a later time, around a nucleus of genuine poetry written by Theonis of Megara at some time between the mid-7th century and the mid-6th. 9. But now, in Theonis' world, the situation is very different from what it had been in Hesiod's time. The old secure days of aristocracy are gone. The poet himself, a class-conscious aristocrat if ever there was one, had been v. The class struggle on the political plane 279 driven into exile and his lands confiscated, for this he cries bitterly to Zeus for vengeance, praying that he may drink the blood of those who have his lands. 2. For Theonis, society is divided into just 2 groups, his terminology for which 11 is an inextricable mixture of the social and the moral. On one side are Theonis and his like, who are quite literally the good, and on the other side are the bad. 12 Everything depends on birth, In one of his most emotional pieces the poet bewails the corruption of heredity that comes from intermarriage between the good and the bad. 13 In mating rams and asses and horses, he says, men look for thoroughbreds, but now, provided he gets a large dowry, a good man does not hesitate to marry the bad daughter of a bad father, a cock and kicka, the daughter of what I have sometimes heard called a pleb. The result is that plautos emis genos, perhaps wealth confounds heredity. Correspondingly, a woman will not disdain a bad husband, provided he is rich. A nice illustration would be the marriage of Pittacus of Mytilene in Lesbos, described by the aristocratic poet Alcaeus as a Cacopatrides, 14 to a girl from the arrogant Penthelid family of the same town, who, according to Aristotle, were in the habit of going round striking people with clubs, an unfortunate trait which led to their being attacked by a certain Megacles and his associates. 15 Mere wealth, without good birth, remains a trivial quality for Theonis, and he is being bitterly sarcastic when he apostrophizes wealth as the fairest and most desirable of all the gods, and says, with you a man becomes good even if he's really bad. As for the demos, the lower classes, who had been taking the wrong side in this acute class strife, the right way to treat them is to kick them hard, prod them with a sharp goad, and put a harsh yoke on their necks. Then you will not find a demos anywhere so philode spatos, one that so loves its master. 16 Theonis must have thoroughly approved of the way Odysseus treats the low-class agitator Thersites in Book 2 of the Iliad. He thumps him into silence, and of course everyone applauds. In the poems of Theonis we see bitter class struggle with a vengeance. What had happened to cause the remarkable change since Hesiod's day? The answer, in a word, is the tyrants. 11 Between the mid-7th century and the late 6th many Greek cities, dominated until now by hereditary aristocracies, experienced a new form of personal dictatorial rule, by the so-called tyrants. Attempts have of course been made to deny any important class basis to the rule of the tyrants and to pretend that they were no more than isolated adventurers, greedy for power and profit. Take any one Greek city on its own, and it may be difficult to prove that its tyrant was anything more than a self-seeking, power-hungry despot. But one might as well try to represent the English Reformation as nothing more than the consequence of King Henry VIII's annoyance with the Pope for refusing to help him get rid of Catherine of Aragon. Certainly, each Greek tyranny has some features peculiar to itself, as does the Reformation in each of the various countries of Europe, but in either case it is when one looks at all the examples together that the general picture begins to become clear. When the rule of the Greek tyrants. 280 The class struggle in the ancient Greek J1/world ended, as it usually did after quite a short period, of a generation or two. 18 Hereditary aristocratic dominance had disappeared, except in a few places, and had been succeeded by a much more open society. Political power no longer rested on descent, on blue blood, but was mainly dependent upon the possession of property, and in many cities, such as Athens, it was later extended in theory to all citizens, in a democracy. This was a change of fundamental importance and it provides a good example of the process I am trying to illustrate. The classes I would recognize here are on the one hand the hereditary ruling aristocrats, who were by and large the principal landowners and who entirely monopolized political power, and on the other hand, at first, all other classes, sometimes together called the demos, an expression now often used in a much wider sense than in the 5th and 4th centuries, to mean roughly commoner as opposed to aristocrat. At the head of the demos there were likely to be some men who had become prosperous themselves and who aspired to a political position commensurate with their economic status. 19 Those of the tyrants who were not 20 renegade aristocrats themselves may have come from this class. We rarely have any reliable information about the social origins of tyrants, but in some cases they do appear to be commoners of some wealth and position. An example is Phalaris of Acragas in Sicily, in the second quarter of the 6th century, who is said to have been a tax farmer and then a contractor for building a temple. 21 A few of these prosperous commoners may even have achieved the ultimate social cachet of providing themselves with a warhorse 23 and thus becoming hippies, but in my opinion the great majority of the hippies would normally be members of the ruling nobility. Below the leading group of men I have mentioned came the mass of well-to-do and middling peasants, those who are often referred to as the hoplite class, because they provided the heavy armed infantry of the Greek citizen armies of the 7th and following centuries, who played a notable part in defeating the invading Persian armies at Marathon and Plataea, and by whom the intercity warfare that was endemic among the Greek states was largely conducted. Membership of the hoplite class depended entirely upon the ownership of a moderate amount of property, sufficient not merely to provide a man with a full panoply, the only qualification that is sometimes mentioned by modern writers, but also to ensure him and his family an adequate livelihood even if he had to go abroad on campaign or stay on guard away from his farm for weeks or even months on end. A man who had too little property to become a hoplite served only in the fleet or as a light-armed soldier, using a bow or sling or dagger or club rather than the spear, the gentleman's weapon. In the literature of the 5th v. the class struggle on the political plane 281 and 4th centuries, the term demos is often used particularly of the sub-hoplite class. Some of them would be poor peasants, others would be artisans, shopkeepers, petty traders, or men who earned their living in what was then considered to be the meanest of all ways open to free men, namely, as hired laborers, misthetoi or thetes. There was a very simple reason why tyranny was a necessary phase in the development of many Greek states. Institutions suited to maintaining in power even a non-hereditary ruling class, let alone a democracy, did not exist and had to be created, painfully and by experience, over the years. As far as we know, democracy had never before been established in a thoroughly civilized society, and the Greek polis which developed it had to build it up from the very bottom. They had both to devise the necessary institutions and to construct an appropriate ideology, a brilliant achievement of which I shall have something more to say later. Even non-hereditary oligarchy, based entirely on property ownership and not on right of birth, was something new and untried, lacking a traditional pattern which could be utilized without potentially dangerous experiment. Until the necessary institutions had been devised, there was no real alternative to aristocracy but the dictatorship of a single individual and his family, partly according to the old pattern of Greek kingship, but now with a power that was not traditional but usurped. Then, as the tyrant and his successors brought new men into positions of responsibility, and political arete gradually seeped down into at least the upper layers of the social strata below the nobility, a time came when the propertied class found that they could dispense with the tyrant and govern by themselves. As Glott so admirably put it, the people regarded tyranny only as an expedient. They used it as a battering ram with which to demolish the citadel of the oligarchs, and when their end had been achieved they hastily abandoned the weapon which wounded their hands. 24 The metaphor of the battering ram must not of course be taken to imply that the whole process was conscious and directed by the demos, in the sense explained above, of those outside the ruling aristocracy, towards securing power ultimately for themselves. The movement might often begin as a simple revolt by the demos, or some sections of it, against oppression and exploitation, simmering possibly for years and breaking out only when a willing and capable leader presented himself, a leader, perhaps, whose aims eventually turned out to be mainly selfish. The motives of the tyrants have often been scrutinized, but this is a singularly pointless quest, since with hardly an exception we have no real evidence except later traditions, often at least partly fictitious, and inferences from actions. Which will support different hypotheses. There is one political figure in the age of the tyrants about whom we know much more than any of the others, Solon the Athenian, at the beginning of the 6th century, whose political outlook and activities can be seen clearly in some of their aspects in his own excellent poems, considerable fragments of which have survived. 25 There is no doubt at all about Solon's 282 The class struggle in the ancient Greek yielded perfectly serious conception of his own role, as a would-be impartial arbitrator in a situation of severe class strife, who was pressed by the demos to make himself tyrant, but refused. 26 Although Solon also refused to make a general redistribution of land, as demanded by the impoverished lower classes, he did take the extraordinary step of cancelling all debts, and he forbade for the future not merely enslavement for debt but also any kind of debt bondage, by the simple expedient of prohibiting the giving of the body as security. 21, a much needed reform affecting Athens alone, of course. We have no idea how many other Greek states, if any, followed the example of Athens here. Other leading political figures who were less reluctant than Solon to take unconstitutional power need not necessarily have had less worthy motives, although no doubt many of them will have been primarily concerned with gaining political power. Cylon, who staged an abortive coup at Athens nearly 30 years before Solon's archonship, failed completely. Either the discontent had not yet reached fever pitch, or the Athenians knew enough about Cylon to reject him. Pisistratus later completed Solon's work at Athens by enforcing 28 the new constitution of Solon, admirable and progressive in its day, which the old aristocracy of Eupatrids had been sabotaging. 29 A subject for investigation that is decidedly more promising than the motives of individual tyrants is the social basis of their power. Here again the evidence is far from satisfactory and its interpretation is much disputed, recently in particular in regard to the extent to which the tyrants received support from the hoplite class. I think I have said enough above to indicate how I would set about solving such a problem. The fact is that the situation must have varied greatly from polis to polis. In some cases the tyrant might be installed mainly or entirely by superior force from outside, either by a more powerful city, or by the king of Persia or one of his satraps or a local dynasty. 30 In other cases the tyrant may have come to power with the aid of a mercenary force. 31 And may have maintained himself in power for some time by its aid. In the absence of any such external pressures, the tyrant would have to rely upon discontented sections of the demos. My own feeling J1G is that the lowest classes would not at this early date have formed a source of strength effective enough to bring to power a tyrant who was not acceptable to the bulk of the hoplite class, whose role, if it came to armed conflict, would surely at this period have been decisive. 32 Many humble citizens in some polis are anyway likely to have been clients of nobles or to have had such a dependent relationship to them that they could do little to oppose them. I myself have no doubt at all that a considerable proportion of the hoplite class in many polis, especially at its lower levels, must have given support to tyrants. This thesis, first argued in detail by Andrews but criticized by Snodgrass in 1965, is now sufficiently established, in my opinion, by Paul Cartledge's excellent article, Hoplites and Heroes, in JHS 97:11-27. 33 For Aristotle, there was an essential distinction between the two Greek forms of monarchia, namely basileia, traditional kingship according to established forms of law, and tyrannies, the rule of a tyrant. They differed in their very origin. Kingship, says Aristotle, came into existence for the purpose of v. the class struggle on the political plane. 283 Helping the better classes against the demos, whereas tyrants arose from among the common people and the masses, in opposition to the notables, so that the demos should not suffer injustice at their hands. The great majority of the tyrants began as demagogues, so to speak, and won confidence by calumniating the notables. A little later he says that the king wishes to be a guardian of society, so that those who possess property may suffer no injustice and the demos may not be subjected to arrogant treatment, whereas the tyrant does just the opposite and in practice considers only his own interests. The tyrants, who had fulfilled their historic role long before Aristotle's day and by his time were often the oppressive and despotic figures he conceives most tyrants to have been, receive almost uniformly hostile treatment in our surviving sources. One single figure emerges only slightly tarnished, 34 The Athenian tyrant Pisistratus, who receives some positive encomia from Herodotus, Thucydides, and Aristotle. I must not leave the subject of Greek tyranny without recalling some passages in Marx, inspired by the seizure of power in France by Louis Napoleon in December 1851, these are cited in 2.3 above. The 5th and 4th centuries BC. Before the end of the 6th century virtually all the tyrants had disappeared, except in Sicily, and in the Greek cities of Asia and the offshore islands in which many tyrants ruled as Persian quislings. The 2 centuries that followed, the 5th and 4th too were the great age of Greek democracy, when democratic constitutions of various kinds, successful or unsuccessful in different degrees, were introduced, often by violent revolution, and sometimes with the intervention of an outside power. The regimes they displaced were usually oligarchies of wealth. Political rights had been confined not merely to a few but to the propertied few. At its broadest, such an oligarchy might extend to the whole class of the hopla perekaminoi, who may perhaps have accounted for something between 1/5 and 1/3 of all citizens in most cases. If the property qualification for the exercise of political rights was put rather higher, the oligarchy might consist of what I have defined as the propertied class par excellence, those who could live off their own property without having to work for their living. And of course the membership of the oligarchy might be more restricted still. At its narrowest it might even be confined to a few leading families, forming a hereditary dynastia. I think one could say that, broadly speaking, the narrower the oligarchy, the smaller the chance of its surviving for a long time, except in special circumstances, such as the backing of an outside power. Classical Greek democracy is far too large a subject for me to discuss in any detail here, and I shall content myself with a very brief summary of its principal characteristics, as we can see them both in contemporary specifications of democracy for and in what we know of its practice. 5. Unfortunately, 284 The class struggle in the ancient Greek U10RLD. We have so little information about other Greek democracies that I am obliged to treat the Athenian democracy as if it were typical, as it evidently was not, although it was certainly the most respected and illustrious of Greek democracies, and the most highly developed one of which we have any knowledge. A. The first and most characteristic feature of democracy was rule by majority vote of all citizens, determined in a sovereign assembly and large popular law courts, dicasteria, consisting of dicastes who were both judges and jurors, voting by ballot and inappellable. Even many classical scholars have failed to realize the extraordinary originality of Greek democracy, which, in the fundamental sense of taking political decisions by majority vote of all citizens, occurred earlier than in any other society we know about. See my OPUI 348. Democratia was the rule of the demos, a word used in two main senses, to mean either the whole citizen body, or the poor, the lower classes. Since the majority of citizens everywhere owned little or no property, the propertied class complained that democratia was the rule of the demos in the narrower sense and in effect the domination of the poor over the rich. In so far as this was true, democracy played a vital part in the class struggle by mitigating the exploitation of poorer citizens by richer ones, a fact that seldom receives the emphasis it deserves. Only adult males were citizens in the full sense, and women had no political rights. When I use the term citizen, therefore, it must be understood to include adult males only. We must never forget, of course, that Greek democracy must always have depended to a considerable extent on the exploitation of slave labor, which, in the conditions obtaining in the ancient world, was if anything even more essential for the maintenance of a democracy than of any more restricted form of constitution. However, even though we may regard slavery, sub specie aeternitatis, as an irredeemably evil feature of any human society, we must not allow the fact of its existence under Greek democracy to degrade that democracy in our eyes, when we judge it by even the highest standards of its day, for Greek states could not dispense with slavery under any other constitutional form either. 6. And virtually no objection was ever raised in antiquity to slavery as an institution. B. The great aim of democrats was that their society should achieve as much freedom as possible. One in strong contrast with many 20th-century societies which boast of their freedom but whose claim to have achieved it may be denied and derided by others, the opponents of Greek democracy fully accepted the fact that freedom was indeed the goal of democrats, even when they disparaged that goal as involving license rather than real liberty. Plato, one of the most determined and dangerous enemies that freedom has ever had, sneers at democracy as involving an excess of freedom for everyone. Citizens, medics, foreigners, slaves, and women and even the animals in a democracy are simply full of eleutheria. Since public debate was an essential part of the democratic process, 285 An important ingredient in democratic eleutheria was freedom of speech, parousia. 8c. Because under democracy every citizen had an equal vote, political equality was, so to speak, a built-in feature of Greek democratia. 9 Greek Democrats would say that their society was characterized by isonomia and isgoria, the equal right of everyone to speak his mind freely. 10 There was no pretense, however, of economic equality. D. It was a fundamental principle of democracy that everyone who exercised any power should be hyperthenos, subject to euthena, the examination of his conduct which every official had to undergo, at Athens and most if not all other democracies, at the end of his term of office, normally 1 year. 11 Democrats believed deeply in the rule of law, however much they might be accused by their opponents of habitually overriding their laws by decrees passed ad hoc and ad hominem, an accusation that was conspicuously untrue of classical Athens, even if the strictures of Aristotle and others under this head may have been justified in relation to some other democracies. 12 Since it is alleged by some ancient sources and even by some modern scholars that Greek Democrats believed in making appointments to office by lot rather than by election, I must emphasize that this is true only of minor offices and of those not involving military command. The issue is well put by the author of the pseudo-Aristotelian Rhetoric to Alexander, which we may as well now call Anaximenes, Ars Rhetorica. In democracies it is necessary for the minor magistrates to be appointed by lot, for this avoids civil strife, but for the important ones to be elected by the whole citizen body. And the same work goes on to say that even in oligarchies it is desirable to appoint to most offices by lot, reserving only the greatest ones for a secret vote under oath and with strict precautions. ************* The evidence that survives from the 5th and 4th centuries is very fragmentary, and although a large proportion of it relates to Athens, there is also a scatter of evidence for scores of other polis, each different in some respects from every other. Generalization is exceedingly difficult and oversimplification is an ever-present danger. I have, however, done my best to examine virtually all the important evidence that is in any way relevant, and I now propose to make a series of general statements concerning the class struggle in the 5th and 4th centuries, based upon the specific evidence I have mentioned. 1. In an ancient Greek polis the class struggle in the basic economic sense proceeded of course without cessation in so far as it was between property owners and those workers whose labor provided them, directly or indirectly, with their leisured existence, that is to say, chattel slaves in the main, but in a few places principally serfs, some hired laborers, relatively few in number, those unfortunates. 286 The class stro might become debt bondsmen on default, and more indirectly their tenants. This struggle was of course very one-sided, it expressed the master's dominance, and its essence was his exploitation of the labor of those who worked for him. I know of no parallel to the mass liberation of the Messenian Helots, who in 370 to 369 obtained their freedom with the aid of powerful outside intervention at a time of unprecedented Spartan weakness, and became once more the independent polis of Messene. 2. There were, however, very many Greeks who owned little property and no slaves. The majority of these will have fulfilled my definition of peasants, and a good number of others will have been artisans or traders. Collectively, these people were the demos, the common people, and they must have formed the great bulk of the citizen population in the vast majority of Greek polis. How did this demos participate in class struggle? If class is a relationship of exploitation, then the answer to this question must depend upon the extent to which the members of a particular demos were either exploited or, although in danger of falling into that condition, were successful in avoiding it by political class struggle. What happened in practice would depend largely upon the result of this political class struggle, which was essentially for control of the state. We must look closely at the nature of this struggle, and how it was related to the state. It is convenient and profitable to deal with this topic here, in relation to the 5th and 4th centuries, since before that period our knowledge is insufficient, and after it the Greek polis were only no longer their own masters but were subject to a greater or less extent to the dictation of a suzerain, whether a Hellenistic king or the Roman government. Moreover, I can discuss the subject in the very terms used by contemporary thinkers, Aristotle and Plato above all. When I speak of control of the state I am referring to what the ancient Greeks called the politeia, literally, the constitution, the fundamental laws and customs governing political life, but the Greek word has on occasion something very like the force of the modern expression, way of life. Isocrates describes the politeia as the very soul of the city. Aristotle declares that when the politeia changes, the city is just not the same city. For him, the body of citizens having full political rights 13 the politeia, is master in all respects of the polis. Politeia and politeia are identical, the two words signify the same thing. The constitution is the ruler or rulers, who may be one man, or a few, or the many. Each of these ought to rule in the interests of all members of the community, but in practice will often not do so, for Aristotle makes it plain in numerous passages that what one must expect in practice is that the rulers will rule in what they regard as their own personal or class interest, and of course Locke and the many other political theorists of more modern times who have held similar views. 15. 287 We can accept the fact that what we call the state was for the Greeks the instrument of the politeia, the body of citizens who had the constitutional power of ruling. And as I have already shown, the Greeks habitually expected an oligarchy to rule in the interests of the propertied class, a democracy mainly in the interests of the poorer citizens. Control of the state, therefore, was one of the prizes, indeed the greatest prize, of class struggle on the political plane. This should not surprise even those who cannot accept the statement in the Communist Manifesto that political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. Class struggle on the political plane, then, was above all in most cases for control of the state. If in a Greek polis the demos could create and sustain a democracy that really worked, like the Athenian one, they could hope to protect themselves to a high degree and largely to escape exploitation. The only long-lived example of really successful democracy which can be cited with confidence is Athens between 507 and 322/1, when the democracy was securely in power except for two brief oligarchic revolutions in 411 and 404-3. Many other democracies existed, but our knowledge of them is slight. For when, on the other hand, the propertied class were able to set up an oligarchy, with a franchise dependent on a property qualification, the mass of poor citizens would be deprived of all constitutional power and would be likely to become subject in an increasing degree to exploitation by the wealthy. In 2.4 above I quoted a number of statements by Greek writers who took this for granted. As Plato says, an oligarchy becomes two cities, of rich and poor respectively, for in oligarchies some have great wealth, others extreme poverty, and almost everyone outside the ruling class is a pauper. Oligarchy, Plato adds, is a form of constitution that abounds with many evils. As happened under the Roman oligarchy in Italy, the powerful in Greek oligarchies must often have been able to usurp possession of most of the best land, legally or illegally. Aristotle mentions that the leading men of Thurii, a Greek city in southern Italy, were able to profit by absorbing the whole countryside, contrary to law, for the constitution was too oligarchic. The eventual result was a violent revolution. Aristotle goes on at once to generalize about aristocratic constitutions, since they are oligarchical, he says, thignorum grasp more than their share. No doubt in most Greek oligarchies the law of debt was harsh, allowing forms of debt bondage, if not actual enslavement for debt. Even if they retained personal freedom, defaulting borrowers might lose their property altogether and be forced to become either tenant farmers or wage laborers, or they might resort to mercenary service, an escape route available only to the most able-bodied. 16 In oligarchies there may well have been forms of compulsory labor for those without sufficient property to make financial contributions to the state or to serve in the hoplite army. And with the courts of law staffed exclusively by magistrates and other members of the ruling class, it will often have been difficult for a poor man even to obtain his legal rights against members of the oligarchy in whose eyes justice, as Aristotle. 288 The class struggle in the ancient Greek U10RLD realized, was likely to be equated with the interests of the propertied class. They normally felt themselves to be absolutely superior and entitled to make all political decisions at their own will. 11.5. An oligarchy, once securely in power, might survive for quite a long time if it remained vigilant and above all united, and if its members did not abuse their political power too grossly. Few examples are known of long-lived oligarchy. One of the most obvious is Corinth, for nearly 2 centuries from the fall of the Cypselid tyranny until the Democratic Revolution in 392. The most enduring oligarchy of all was Sparta, where successful revolution was unknown after the setting up of the Lycurgan constitution in the mid-7th century until the coup effected by King Cleomenes III in 227, when there began a troubled period of 2 or 3 generations of civil strife. Economic distress often drove the impoverished to attempt revolution, with the aim both of capturing control of the state and of effecting some kind of reallocation of property, most frequently in the form of a redistribution of land, or the cancellation of debts, or both these measures. There is an important proviso to be added: no democratic revolution had much chance of success, or of leading to a stable democracy, unless the impoverished masses received leadership from some members of the governing class. According to a neglected passage in Aristotle, however, light armed forces and naval crews, drawn entirely from the lower classes and therefore uniformly democratic in outlook, were very numerous in his day, and since in civil conflicts light armed troops easily overcome cavalry and hoplites, the lower classes got the better of the wealthy. I may say that the only way in which oligarchy could be transformed into democracy was by revolution. I know of no single case in the whole of Greek history in which a ruling oligarchy introduced democracy without compulsion and by a simple vote. 6 conditions favoring successful revolution of either sort were most likely to arise when an outside power was called in by the would-be revolutionaries. This might be an imperial state, or a Persian satrap or other ACIIC grandee, who could at the very least produce mercenaries or money with which to hire them. Almost invariably, intervention by democratic Athens was in favor of democracy, by oligarchic Sparta or a Persian monarch or satrap in favor of oligarchy or tyranny. IH. 7. Of course it was only adult male citizens of a polis who could indulge effectively in class struggle on the political plane, except in very special circumstances, such as the democratic restoration at Athens in 403, after the rule of the 30, when medics and other foreigners participated, and some of them were rewarded with citizenship. 19. And we must not forget that land, by far the most important means of production and form of wealth, as we have seen, could be owned only by citizens and by those few foreigners to whom the exceptional right aufgesenkthesis had been granted by v. the class struggle on the political plane. 289 The state, as an honor or in return for useful services. Probably medics could take land and houses on lease in most states, as they evidently could at Athens. 20 But any profit they could make out of it would be greatly reduced by the rent they would have to pay to their citizen landlords. In a sense, therefore, the citizens of a Greek state could be considered a distinct class of landowners, according to my definitions, over against foreigners, although of course they themselves would be divided into different classes in confrontation with each other, in a more significant way. I will only add that anyone who feels that medics ought to be given more attention here will find the subject sufficiently dealt with in 2v above and its NN.2930 below. Most medics who were not freedmen would be citizens of another polis, living voluntarily for a time in a city not their own, probably, whether or not they were political exiles, with the intention of returning home in due course. And surely medics could not be exploited intensively. If they were, they would simply move elsewhere. I said earlier that much of the evidence for the history of Greece in the 5th and 4th centuries relates primarily or exclusively to Athens. Athens was anything but typical. I have explained why in OPW 34 FF. Yet I propose to concentrate on that city, simply because the evidence for it is so much more plentiful than for any other. The constitution of Cleisthenes in 508/7 gave to Athens what the Greeks regarded as full democracy, in the sense that, although property qualifications were required for the holding of certain offices, 21 every citizen had a vote in the sovereign assembly, both in its deliberative and legislative capacity and in its judicial capacity, when it was the Heliaea, divided for most purposes, if not until later, perhaps even 462/1, into dicasteria, jury courts. Apart from the organs of state at Athens itself, there were numerous and important local political functions, democratically organized 22 in the demes into which the citizen population was divided. No very important changes were made before the destruction of the democracy in 322/1, but there were certain modifications, both in the constitutional structure and in its practical working, which made it distinctly more democratic, to our way of thinking, during the 5th century. Apart perhaps from the reforms of Ephialtes in 462/1, of the precise nature and details of which we know far less than many modern scholars pretend, much the most important reform was the introduction by degrees, between the middle of the 5th century and its closing years, of pay for the performance of political tasks, at first sitting in the jury courts, and on the council which prepared business for the assembly, and later for attending the assembly. 23 Although the rates of pay were low, this reform enabled even the poorer citizens to play a real part in the political life of the city if they so desired. I would emphasize that political pay was certainly not peculiar to Athens but was introduced in a number of other democracies by at any rate the 4th century. This is perfectly clear from a series of passages in Aristotle's Politics, even if Rhodes is 290. The only other city we can actually name for the 4th century, see my PPOA.24. Political leadership at state level was long monopolized by a fairly small circle of political families, but Athens' acquisition of an empire in the 5th century created a large number of new openings which made it necessary for the circle to be widened, and in the last 30 years of the 5th century we encounter a group of new men, often unfairly satirized by upper-class writers such as Aristophanes and the other comic poets as jumped-up tradesmen, sellers of this, that or the other. 25 The politicians who played a leading role were often referred to as demagogues. Originally a neutral term meaning leaders of the demos, but one which soon came to be used most frequently in a disparaging sense. The most famous of these demagogues, Cleon, who played a leading role in the late 420s, was a full-time professional politician, very different from the vulgar tanner or leather seller ridiculed by Aristophanes. Some other demagogues are known to have been similarly travestied, and there are good reasons for thinking that the time-honored picture of most of these men is very unreal. I have explained at length elsewhere why members of the Athenian upper class such as Aristophanes and Isocrates should have detested Cleon and his fellow demagogues. To put it in a nutshell, these demagogues were demodikoi. They often took the side of the lower classes at Athens against their betters, or they acted in some way or other that was considered inimical to the best interests of the Athenian upper class or some of its members. However, the political class struggle at Athens was on the whole very muted in the period we are discussing, and the internal political conflicts recorded in our sources seldom arise directly out of class struggle. This is very natural and precisely what we might have expected, for the democracy was firm and unshakable and it satisfied the aspirations of the humbler Athenians. The assembly and in particular the courts must have given the poorer citizen a considerable degree of protection against oppression by the rich and powerful. Here it is worth remembering that the control of the courts by the demos was regarded by Aristotle as giving the demos control of the constitution. The democracy was also remarkably indulgent to the rich, whose financial position was secure and who were not heavily taxed, and who had ample opportunity for achieving honor and esteem, above all through public service. The 5th century empire, 26 from which the leading Athenians profited most, 27 had for a time reconciled many rich men to the democracy, which was widely recognized to be an integral part of the foundation on which the empire rested. It is unique among past empires known to us in that the ruling city relied very much on the support of the lower classes in the subject states, in striking contrast with other imperial powers, which have commonly aimed to secure the loyalty of royal houses, aristocracies, or at least the upper classes among the peoples they ruled. The miserable failure of the two oligarchic revolutions of the late 5th century, which I shall briefly describe presently, discouraged any further attempt to attack the democracy, even after the fall of the Athenian Empire in 404. Between 508/7 and the destruction of the democracy by the Macedonians in 322 there were only 2 episodes in which class struggle at Athens erupted in violent stasis, civil strife. 28 The oligarchy of the 400 in 411, which lasted for only about 4 months, was altogether a product of fraud. 29 The pretense, known to be false by the revolutionaries by the time they put their plans into effect, that if a form of oligarchy were introduced at Athens some desperately needed financial help for the war against Sparta might be forthcoming from Persia through the agency of Alcibiades. The whole thing was planned from the start by men who were among the wealthiest Athenians, the triarches and the most influential people, the best people. The Samian Dinatotatoi joined in the plan. The preparatory moves were carried through amid serious uneasiness on the part of the demos, allayed only by the belief that the demos would be able, when it wanted, to vote away any oligarchic constitutional measures that might have to be imposed as a temporary expedient, a vital consideration which is seldom given sufficient emphasis. 30 In the weeks before the climactic stage of the revolution there were a number of assassinations and a deliberate campaign of terror, and the actual decisions setting up the oligarchy were taken, nem. Con, at a meeting of the assembly convened at Colonus, well outside the walls, to which, since the Spartans had now set up a fortified post at Decelia, only a few miles away, the hoplites and cavalry must have marched out as an army, with few if any Thetes present. Meanwhile the fleet, based at Samos, remained staunchly devoted to democracy. The passages in Thucydides which bring this out vividly are among the most moving in his work. The oligarchy soon collapsed, and then, after about 8 months with a mixed constitution, 31 the full democracy was restored. In 404 the narrow oligarchy of the 30 was forced upon Athens by the victorious Spartan commander, Lysander, some weeks or even months after the capitulation of Athens at the end of the Peloponnesian War, during which period the Athenian oligarchs had evidently found it impossible to force through a change of constitution on their own. 32 The victory of the democratic Athenian resistance in 403, made possible by a sudden, complete change of policy at Sparta, is one of the most remarkable and fascinating episodes in Greek history, which often fails to receive the attention it deserves, although a whole book has been devoted to it by the French historian Croix. 33 The Athenian demos was surprisingly magnanimous in its victory, and it receives high praise for this from many quarters, notably Aristotle, ATH. Pol. 40-34 The 2 episodes I have just described are clear examples of a struggle to control the state, between the mass of the Athenians and a few top people, with 292. Many of the hoplites inclined to waver, as one would expect of Mesoe, but eventually coming down firmly on both occasions in favor of democracy. In the 4th century, with the fortunes of Athens first rising and then falling again, it was taken for granted by virtually all citizens that there was no practicable alternative to democracy for Athens, and for roughly 2 generations the upper classes evidently gave up hope of any fundamental constitutional change and concentrated on immediate issues, above all on foreign policy, now a rather bewildering problem for the Athenians, who often had cause to wonder where their real interests lay. Whether to fight Sparta, or to accept her as an ally against Athens' immediate neighbor Thebes, now growing ever more powerful, how much effort should be devoted to regaining control of the Thracian Chersonese, at one of the 2 main bottlenecks on Athens' vital com supply route from the Crimea, and whether to try to reconquer Amphipolis, the key to the timber supply of the area around the river Strymon and the strategic point that controlled the crossing of the Strymon itself. Once or twice we hear of a division on foreign policy at Athens on class lines, between rich and poor, but on most issues, home and foreign, there is no clear evidence of any such division. There is not the least reason to expect it at this period. A decisive change began, almost imperceptibly at first, with the rise of Macedon, in the person of King Philip II, from the early 350s, at the very time when the power of Athens and her Second Confederacy had begun to decline. 35 The role of Philip is something that can be more conveniently treated a little later. All I want to emphasize here is the fact that Philip was a highly despotic ruler, with an unlimited thirst for personal power, and naturally no friend to democracy, and that it was all too likely that if he gained control of Athens he might feel it desirable to install a government of oligarchic partisans, as in fact he did at Thebes after his victory over that city and Athens at the Battle of Chaeronea in 338 Gustin 9.4.6-9. It took quite a long time for the Athenians to appreciate the underlying realities of the situation, but I think there is reason to believe that Demos then suddenly grasped the truth late in 352-36 and soon came to understand that it was the humbler Athenians who were most likely to respond to appeals for an all-out resistance to Macedon, for the simple reason that if Philip gained power over Athens, he might well decide to destroy the democracy, in which event they, the poorer Athenians, would necessarily be disfranchised, as indeed they actually were in 322-1. In fact, it was no part of Philip's plan to treat Athens roughly, if he could avoid it, as he did, and as it happened Philip's son and successor Alexander the Great had no occasion to interfere with the Athenian constitution. But when the Athenians led a major Greek revolt against Macedon on Alexander's death in 323, and in the following year were utterly defeated and compelled to surrender, the Macedonian general Antipater put an end to the democracy, and after 322 Athens was subjected to a whole series of interventions and constitutional changes and was never able to decide her own destiny for very long. Perhaps the most obviously noticeable failure of Athens in the 4th century. 293 was her inability to find the sums of money required to maintain the naval forces which she needed, to a far greater extent than any other Greek state, in order to pursue what I might call her natural foreign policy. I have already, in OPW 45-9, explained why Athens was driven by her unique situation, as an importer of com on an altogether exceptional scale, towards a policy of naval imperialism, in order to secure her supply routes. Athens' whole way of life was involved, and what is so often denounced, as if it were sheer greed and a lust for domination on her part, by modern scholars whose antipathy to Athens is sharpened by her promotion of democratic regimes in states under her control or influence, was in reality an almost inevitable consequence of that way of life. In the 5th century the tribute from the empire made it possible for Athens to maintain a large fleet. After 405 the whole situation changed, because of the rudimentary character of all Greek public finance, and their own failure to innovate in this sphere. The Athenians were perpetually unable to provide the funds necessary to man their essential fleets. Contributions from their allies in the so-called Second Athenian Confederacy of 378/7 FF could not just be demanded by the Athenians but had to be requested, and voted by the allies in their signed Ryan. In the long run these contributions were not adequate, and Athenian commanders sometimes resorted to what were virtually piratical measures in order to make good the deficiencies. I think that by no means all historians sufficiently realize how desperately serious was Athens' lack of state funds in the 4th century. I have collected a great deal of evidence on this subject, which, since I know of no single presentation of it, I will give here in a note. 37 But it is time to take a more general view of 4th century Greece and its future. As I shall show in section 3 of this chapter, Greek democracy, between the 4th century BC and the 3rd century of the Christian era, was gradually destroyed, because it did not just die out, let alone commit suicide, it was deliberately extinguished by the joint efforts of the Greek propertied classes, the Macedonians and the Romans. Greece and poverty had always been foster sisters, as Herodotus put it, but poverty in the 4th century seems to be a more pressing evil than in the 5th. The 7th, 6th, and 5th centuries had been an age of steady economic development, with a distinct increase of wealth in at least the more progressive cities, and from the meager information available one gets the impression that there had been a marked rise in the standard of life of practically all sections of the population. There had certainly been a genuine economic expansion, made possible by the growth of commerce, of small-scale industry, and of a money economy, and greatly assisted by the early movement of colonization, in the 8th and 7th centuries. The export of Greek oil, wine, pottery, metalwork, and other agricultural and industrial products grew to surprising dimensions, reaching a climax probably in the second half of the 5th century. 38 On the political plane, the whole period was characterized by a move. 294. Meant towards the attainment of political rights by an ever-increasing proportion of the citizen community. In the 5th century, the Athenian Empire undoubtedly promoted the creation, or the strengthening, of democracy in many other Greek cities. In the 4th century this development stopped, and indeed in some places was reversed. The status of democracy in the 4th century, except at Athens and probably not many other polis, was always precarious, and it was perpetually on the defensive. In both the economic and the political spheres, then, the tide of development had turned by the beginning of the 4th century, and a slow regression had begun. As regards the details of economic life in the 4th century, we are still very badly informed, except to some extent in regard to Athens, but my own impression is that there was widespread and serious poverty among the mass of the people, at the same time as the few rich were perhaps growing richer. I do not myself think that we have nearly enough evidence to be certain whether or not the first trend greatly outweighed the second and produced a real total impoverishment of Greece as a whole. Rostovtsev, in his great social and economic history of the Hellenistic world, argued that the economic decline of many Greek cities from the end of the 5th century onwards was mainly due to the contraction of the foreign market for Greek exports, as local production began to grow at the periphery of the Greek trading area. He traces the growth of ceramic industries, coinage, jewelry and metalworking, the manufacture of textiles, and the culture of the vine and olive, in districts as far apart as Italy, Thrace, Syria, the Crimea, and South Russia, all of which until the latter part of the 5th century provided markets for the products of Greece itself, but thereafter became increasingly able to supply their own needs, often by crude local imitations of the former Greek imports. 39 Athens was altogether exceptional in needing to import the greater part of her food supply, as well as all her timber and metals, but many other Greek cities will have been dependent in some degree upon imports. Even of corn when their own crops failed or were deficient, and if their exports declined seriously, they would have difficulty in paying for necessary imports. How far this theory of Rostovtsev's 40 provides even a partial explanation of the situation I have described, I am not sure, and in any event the whole question needs to be re-examined by someone with a far greater command than mine of the archaeological evidence. I certainly know of no single passage in any Greek literary source which gives the slightest hint that any of the Greeks realized that the market for Greek goods was contracting against them, or which betrays any awareness of a need to increase exports. Moreover, can we be sure that the production of the commodities which used to be exported was not offset to some extent by an increase in the growth of cereals? Except during the great grain shortage that began at the end of the 330s, the price of cereals does not seem to have risen very much in the 4th century, relative to other prices. My own impression, for what it is worth, is not so much that Greece as a whole was poorer in the 4th century as that the wealthy class was now able to appropriate a greater share of the small available surplus than in the late 5th to 95 century, though probably less so in democratic Athens than in most other states. If so, the real cause of Greek decline is much more deeply rooted in the nature of the Greek economic and social system than Rostovtsev's theory would allow. I should like to draw particular attention to the very large and increasing number of men who took service as mercenaries, not only in Greek armies but also with non-Greeks, especially the king of Persia and his satraps in the second half of the 4th century especially. They numbered many tens of thousands. 41 We have a series of statements in the 4th century sources, above all Isocrates, to the effect that it was inability to make a living at home which drove these men to become mercenaries, and others to wander far from home in search of a livelihood. 42 Writers of oligarchic sympathies sometimes abuse the mercenaries bitterly. According to Plato, they are about the most overbearing, unjust, violent, and senseless of men. 43 Isocrates represents them as bands of fugitives, vagabonds, criminals, and robbers, the common enemies of all mankind. 44 And he says bluntly that they would be better dead. Isocrates was anxious that these men should at all costs be prevented from banding together against those of their fellow Greeks who, like himself, lived in some affluence, and seizing their property by force. 45 The obvious solution, urged early in the 4th century by Gorgias and Lysias, and most persistently by Isocrates himself over a period of some 40 years. 46 Was a grand Greek crusade against the Persian Empire, which would wrest from the barbarians enough land in Asia to provide a comfortable livelihood for these men and any other Greeks who were in need. But when the crusade was in fact undertaken a few years after the death of Isocrates, by Alexander the Great and his Macedonians, the reality was very different from Isocrates' dream. In the political sphere, democracy barely held its own in the 4th century, and in many cities outside Athens the class warfare which had already become widespread in the last quarter of the 5th century became more acute. Since a very large part of the surviving evidence for the political history of the 4th century relates specifically to Athens, where the class struggle on the political plane was probably much milder than in any other Greek city, it is easy for us to overlook the parlous condition of tension and strife in many of the other cities. Oligarchic and democratic leaders had no hesitation in calling in outside powers to help them gain the upper hand over their adversaries. A particularly interesting example is the situation at Corinth in 387/6, just after the king's peace or peace of Antalcidas. Corinth had recently ceased to exist as an independent polis, having been absorbed by the neighboring democracy of Argos. 47 When the Spartan king Agesilaus appeared before the walls of Corinth, the Corinthians, that is to say, the democratic faction which was now in control at Corinth, at first refused to dismiss the Argive garrison which ensured the maintenance of the existing democratic regime at Corinth. Although they knew that if the garrison withdrew and Sparta regained control of the city, Corinth would be reconstituted as an independent polis, they realized that this would also involve the reimposition of the former oligarchy, and they regarded that as a more unpleasant alternative than accepting the non-296 existence of Corinth as an independent polis, and remaining a mere part of Argos. An equally extreme example, this time involving oligarchs instead of democrats, is the surrender of the Cadmea to the Spartan general Phoebidas in 382 by the oligarchic Theban faction led by Leontiades, a devoted partisan of Sparta. Leontiades then headed a small oligarchy, thoroughly subservient to the Spartans, who installed a garrison on the Theban Cadmea to keep the puppet regime in power. It is interesting to hear from Xenophon that the Thebans now gave the Spartans even more service than was demanded of them, just as the Mantinean landowners, when Sparta destroyed the walls of their city and broke it up into its 4 original villages, were so glad to have an aristocracy and be no longer troubled by burdensome demagogues, as under their democracy, that they came for military service with the Spartans from their villages far more enthusiastically than when they were under a democracy. In such incidents we see Sparta 47 as the great supporter of oligarchy and the propertied classes. This was the situation throughout the first 3 or 4 decades of the 4th century, until Sparta lost her preeminent position in Greece. In the early 4th century, Xenophon in particular always takes it for granted that when there is a division within a city on class lines, the rich will naturally turn to Sparta, the demos to Athens. 48 Among several illustrations of this we can certainly include the case of Phlius, which has been badly misunderstood in one important respect in a detailed recent study by Lagan. 49 Some cities seem to have been able for quite long periods to preserve at least a certain superficial harmony, but in others there were outbreaks of stasis, sometimes assuming a violent and bloody form, reminiscent of the terrible events at Corcyra in 427, of which Thucydides has left us such a vivid account, and which he himself regarded as one of the opening episodes in a new age of intensified civil strife. One of the most sanguinary of the many 4th century outbreaks of stasis was the Scytalismos at Argos in 370, when 1,200 to 1,500 of the upper classes were said to have been massacred by the demos, an event which caused such horror when it was announced to the Athenian assembly that a purificatory sacrifice was immediately performed. Tyranny, a phenomenon which had become very much rarer in the 5th century than in the 7th and 6th, now occurred again in several cities. Its reappearance suggests an intensification of political class strife. It is a great pity that we cannot reconstruct what happened in particular at Heraclea Pontica. The real situation is almost totally obscured by abusive rhetoric in the sources, especially the local historian, Memnon, who wrote several centuries later, during the early Roman Principate. Part of the essential truth does come out in a rather unlikely source, Justin, where we learn that class strife had led to a revolutionary situation, with the lower classes clamoring for a cancellation of debts and a redistribution of the lands of the rich, that the council, evidently the organ of oligarchic rule, sent for the exiled Clearchus, believing that he would make a settlement in their favor, but that he in fact took the side of the lower classes, who made him tyrant. He evidently pursued a radical policy, in opposition to the 297 interests of the rich. It is hidden from us behind a welter of abuse in Justin, Memnon, and others. 50. The wickedness of Clearchus surprised Isocrates, whose pupil he had once been, as he had also been Plato's. In the same letter in which Isocrates refers to Clearchus, he shows in what circumstances he would be prepared to accept a tyrant as a kalos kagathos, an expression we might here translate as a high-minded gentleman. He praises Cleomes of Mytilene because he has provided for the security of the property of the citizens. He has not made any confiscations, and when he has restored exiles he has given them back their property and compensated those who had purchased it. Another interesting figure, a contemporary of Clearchus, is Geoffrey of Sicyon, who receives much abuse in our two main sources for the 360s, Xenophon and Diodorus 51, as having made himself tyrant of Sicyon in 367 by taking the side of the demos against those of the citizens whom Xenophon often describes indifferently as the richest or the most powerful or simply the best, from whose property he is said to have made wholesale confiscations. Geoffrey is also said by Xenophon to have proclaimed that he would set up a constitution under which all would participate on equal and similar terms. But, for Xenophon and Diodorus, Geoffrey is a tyrant, and Xenophon is disgusted at the fact that the Sicyonians, after he had been murdered at Thebes, buried him in their agora and honored him as a founder of the city, evidently giving him the cult proper to heroes. 52. The Athenian democracy, secure and impregnable as it was against purely internal attack, came under constant sniping. In some of our sources, and in the judgment of many modem writers, this situation is seen mainly through the eyes of the wealthy, from whom all the surviving propaganda comes, hence the opinion so often held that in the 4th century the unfortunate rich were dreadfully plundered and exploited and taxed by the merciless and greedy poor. That is certainly what many of the rich said. Listen, for example, to the piteous complaints of Isocrates. When I was a boy, being rich was considered so secure and honorable that almost everyone pretended he owned more property than he actually did possess, because he wanted to enjoy the prestige it gave. Now, on the other hand, one has to defend oneself against being rich as if it were the worst of crimes. For it has become far more dangerous to give the impression of being well-to-do than to commit open crime. Criminals are let off altogether or given trivial punishments, but the rich are ruined utterly. More men have been deprived of their property than have paid the penalty of their misdeeds. But when we put generalizations of this sort on one side and consider such specific factual evidence as we have, we find that the situation is totally different. For example, we shall not take very seriously the gloomy passage I have just quoted from Isocrates when we discover that the orator himself, although a very rich man by ancient standards, had borne a quite remarkably small share of 298 state burdens. 53 As I have already indicated, outside Athens the political class struggle in the 4th century often became very acute. Rich and poor would regard each other with bitter hatred, and when a revolution succeeded there would be wholesale executions and banishments, and confiscation of the property of at least the leaders of the opposite party. The program of Greek revolutionaries seems largely to have centered in two demands: redistribution of land, cancellation of debts. These twin slogans, characteristic of an impoverished peasantry, had appeared at Athens in the early 6th century, in the time of Solon, as we saw earlier. They are not much heard of in 5th century Greece 54 but became ever more insistent in the 4th. At Athens, where the democracy put the poor in a position to exercise a certain amount of political control and thus to protect themselves in some degree against exploitation and oppression, we scarcely hear of them again after the early 6th century. Elsewhere they became the permanent nightmare of the propertied class. 55 The mid-4th century writer Aeneas, generally known as Aeneas Tacticus, who wrote not long after 360,56 affords some interesting evidence of the fear by the propertied class of revolution prompted by the burden of debt. Among the measures he recommends to cities under siege is a reduction or cancellation of interest and even of the principal, and in general he shows a positive obsession with the danger that the city will be betrayed to the enemy by political malcontents within. 57 Sometimes a leading political figure might take up the cause of the poor and put at least part of their program into effect, at the same time perhaps seizing power himself as a tyrant. But these explosions were futile, even when they did not result in an irresponsible and ultimately repressive tyranny. They merely effected a temporary leveling, after which the same old process started again, intensified by the rancor of civil war. In the long run there could be only one satisfactory solution, from the point of view of the propertied classes in general: the acceptance of a powerful overlord who could quell by force any further attempts to change the existing scheme of things, and perhaps lead the Greek crusade against Persia long advocated by Isocrates and others, which, it was thought, might provide land and a new hope for those who could no longer make a living at home. It was this solution which was ultimately adopted when Philip II of Macedon had defeated Athens and Thebes at the Battle of Chaeronea in 338. Not that by any means all wealthy Greeks welcomed this development; at Athens in particular it looks as if not very many did. The desire of each Greek polis for that absolute political independence which in reality few of them ever enjoyed for very long died hard. But the remarkable support which Philip obtained, in the shape of what would nowadays be called fifth columns in the Greek states, shows that many leading citizens understood that they had within their walls more dangerous and irreconcilable enemies than the Macedonian king. The affections of some of Philip's Greek partisans were of course bought with handsome gifts. 58 We have, for example, a fascinating vignette showing one of Philip's Arcadian supporters. 299 Ernest, returning from the king's court with some 30 Greek women and children, enslaved by Philip on his capture of Olynthus in 348 and given by him as a present to Ernest, doubtless for services rendered or expected, a story which is the more valuable in that it is not a Demosthenic fiction but goes back to a speech of Philip's admirer Aeschines, who had told the Athenians how he had burst into tears at the sight. But men may require no bribes to induce them to pursue courses that are anyway congenial to them. 59 And even at Athens there were a number of rich and influential citizens who needed no persuasion to support Philip. They included Isocrates, the leading publicist and rhetorician of his time, and Speusippus, who had succeeded his uncle Plato as head of the Academy on Plato's death in 348/7. 60 A recent article by Minor M. Markle has well explained the political attitude of these two men and those who thought as they did. Support of Athenian intellectuals for Philip, in JHS 9680-99. Pointing out, with Momigliano, that Philip could expect support in Greece from the oligarchically inclined only, Markle demonstrates admirably why men like Isocrates and Speusippus were prepared to accept Philip's hegemony over Greece. The king could be expected to support the propertied classes and to favor a regime of a more hierarchical and authoritarian type than existed in democratic Athens. And indeed the League of Corinth, the almost 61 Pan-Hellenic League which Philip organized in 338/7 and his son and successor Alexander renewed in 335, explicitly guaranteed the existing social order, city constitutions were frozen, and there was an express prohibition of the redistribution of land, the cancellation of debts, the confiscation of property, and the freeing of slaves with a view to revolution. After Athens and Thebes had been defeated by Philip in 338, Philip installed an oligarchy of 300 of his partisans at Thebes. Gustin 9.4.6-9, backed by a Macedonian garrison, 62. But he treated Athens with great mildness and made no attempt to suppress the Athenian democracy. He had no need to, and it had always been his aim to appear not only completely Greek but also most friendly towards Athens, and above all he himself, and even Alexander in the 330s, needed the Athenian fleet to secure their communications with Asia. However, as we shall see early in section 3 of this chapter, the Athenian democracy was changed to an oligarchy by the Macedonians in 322/1, and thereafter, although at times it revived, it was never again secure. If the fears felt by men like Demosthenes that the Macedonian king might well destroy the Athenian democracy were not realized in Philip himself, they were justified by the events that took place less than 20 years after his victory over Athens. The results of Alexander's vast conquests in the east in the late 330s and the 320s were ultimately very far-reaching. They had less direct, immediate effect upon the old Greek world, but it was subjected to the suzerainty of a series of Macedonian kings, who controlled the foreign policy of the Greek states in various degrees but sometimes left them a considerable degree of precarious civic autonomy. By far the most important indirect result of Alexander's conquests was a great spread of Greek civilization into Asia, with the foundation of very many new cities by Alexander himself and his successors, a process which continued in the Roman 300 period. The consequence was a remarkable Hellenization of the Near East, or rather of its upper classes, extending far into Asia, with Greek cities dotted all over the map from Turkey to Afghanistan, although by the beginning of the Christian era there were not very many cities that can genuinely be called Greek east of Syria and Asia Minor. As early as 380 BC, Isocrates had declared that being a Greek was not a matter of race but rather of mental attitude, and that the name Hellenes was given to those who shared a particular culture rather than a physical relationship. That Greek civilization was indeed a matter of culture rather than race or nationality comes out most noticeably in the vast eastern area which became Hellenist only from the late 4th century BC onwards, because in this area a striking difference can be observed from the first between two worlds, one superimposed on the other, those of the city and the countryside, the polis and the kura. As I have already discussed this subject, I shall only repeat here that in the newly Hellenist East the world of the polis was largely Greek-speaking, with Greek city life and Greek civilization generally prevailing, if sometimes much affected by a native culture, and that this world existed through its ability to exploit the world of the kura, inhabited almost entirely by peasants living in villages, who spoke mainly their native languages and shared to only a small degree, if at all, in the benefits of Greek civilization. The destruction of Greek democracy. I have now to describe the gradual extinction of Greek democracy, a subject often ignored or misrepresented in the books which becomes fully intelligible only when explained in terms of a class analysis. In the early Hellenistic period the lower classes, especially among the city dwellers, may still have played quite an important part in the life of their city, at least in the older Greek cities of the East as well as in some of those of Greece itself. Unfortunately, we have not much information on this point, and much of it is epigraphic and scattered over a wide area and has never been properly collated and analyzed. Very soon, however, there developed all over the Greek world a tendency for political power to become entirely concentrated in the hands of the propertied class. This development, or rather retrogression, which seems to have begun early in the Hellenistic period, was still by no means complete when the Romans took over, in the 2nd century BC. The Romans, whose governing class always detested democracy, intensified and accelerated the process, and by the 3rd century of the Christian era the last remnants of the original democratic institutions of the Greek polis had mostly ceased to exist for all practical purposes. The earlier stages of this transformation are difficult to trace, not much firm evidence survives, and it is often capable of more than one interpretation. I shall presently single out 3 aspects of the process: the growth of royal, magisterial, conciliar or other control over the citizen assemblies, the attachment to magistracies of liturgies, and the 301 gradual destruction of those popular law courts, consisting of panels of dicasts, which had been such an essential feature of Greek democracy, especially in classical Athens. All these were devices invented for the express purpose of getting round the fact that outright oligarchy, the open limitation of political rights to the propertied few, was still likely to meet with strong resistance from the lower classes, and had been discredited in many places by Alexander's time by its bad record in practice, notably at Athens. In 4th century Athens even would-be oligarchs found it politic to pretend that they too wanted democracy, only of course it must be the good old democracy of the good old times, not the vicious contemporary form which led to all sorts of unworthy and wicked men gaining power for their own nefarious ends, and so forth. The odious Isocrates furnishes some excellent examples of this kind of disguised right-wing propaganda, notably in his Areopagiticus and his treatise on the peace. One, as I shall not have occasion to describe it elsewhere, I must not omit to mention briefly the destruction of the Athenian democracy in 322/1, at the end of the Lamian War, 2 by Antipater, who may be described as the Macedonian viceroy of Greece. When the Athenians received the news of Alexander's death, they soon led a widespread Greek revolt, which they themselves referred to proudly as a Hellenic war, against Macedonian domination, but in 322 they were utterly defeated and compelled to surrender, and the Macedonians turned the constitution of Athens into an oligarchy, limiting the exercise of political rights to the 9,000 citizens who possessed at least 2,000 drachmae. The figure of 2,000 drachmae may have been roughly equivalent to the property level that would enable a man to serve as a hoplite. After 322/1 Athens was subjected to a whole series of interventions and constitutional changes and was never able to decide her own destiny for very long. There was a short-lived restoration of democracy under the aegis of the Macedonian regent Polyperchon in 318, but in the following year Antipater's son Cassander regained power over Athens and installed a less restricted oligarchy, excluding from political rights all those who possessed a property qualification of less than 1,000 drachmae. At the head of this oligarchy was Demetrius of Phalerum, who was virtually tyrant in the Macedonian interest, having been appointed overseer or superintendent of Athens by Cassander under the terms of the treaty made when Athens capitulated to him in 317. 3 Pausanias calls Demetrius a tyrannos outright. According to Plutarch his regime was nominally oligarchical but in reality monarchical. Yet the term oligarchy still had a rather unpleasant sound, and Demetrius himself claimed that he not merely did not destroy the democracy but actually reinforced it. There was then, to quote W.S. Ferguson's Hellenistic Athens, a new era of internal and external conflict for Athens, which continued almost without intermission for 46 years. 7 times the government changed hands, and on as many occasions the constitution was in some degree altered. 4 times the institutions were modified, and a new government established, through the violent intervention of a foreign prince. 302. Uprisings were bloodily suppressed, and the city sustained 4 blockades, all with equal heroism, but twice unsuccessfully. After further vicissitudes the story virtually comes to an end with the heroic and futile resistance to the Roman general Sulla, which ended with the sack of Athens in March 86. The relation of the Hellenistic kings, or, for that matter, of the Romans at first, to the Greek cities within their realms is hard to define with precision, for because each side tended to see the relationship differently, although a king, especially when he needed the support of the cities, was often willing to pander to their amour propre by using the diplomatic terminology they preferred. It was rarely that a king so far forgot himself as to issue commands to a city, he was usually scrupulous to give advice and offer suggestions. Uns, GCA 111. While Alexander the Great was actually in the process of conquering Asia Minor and those of the Aegean Islands which had been taken over by the Persians or by pro-Persian parties, he did not hesitate to issue some peremptory orders to the cities, when he discovered that the Democrats were in general on his side, while many oligarchs and would-be oligarchs were prepared to fight to the death for Persia. He prescribed democracies everywhere. But since he was liberating the Greek cities of Asia from Persian domination, he was quite prepared, when a city was firmly under his control, to avoid speaking of a gift of freedom and to use a technical term which signified recognition. Instead of the verb didomi, he used apodidomi or some similar word. The difference between these two formulae emerges best from negotiations in the late 340s between Athens and Philip II of Macedon concerning Halinissus, which the Athenians refused to accept as a gift from Philip, insisting that he should recognize the island as theirs, with the result that Philip kept Halinissus. The essential thing to notice here is that it lay entirely with Philip to decide whether he should give Halinissus to Athens or recognize it as hers. Similarly, it was purely a matter for Alexander to decide what formula he would use in regard to the freedom of the Asian cities. He was usually prepared to recognize the freedom of Greek cities he liberated from Persia, but the velvet glove could be stripped off when necessary to reveal the iron hand beneath. When Alexander in 324 issued a decree or edict prescribing the return of exiles 5, he of course had all the Greek cities in mind, but the decree will simply have used the expression, I restore, without addressing a direct order to the cities, and it was therefore possible for them to pass their own decrees recalling their exiles and to pretend to themselves that it was they who were issuing the orders, even if the mask occasionally slipped, as when the Tageites referred to those whom it pleased the city to restore in a decree which makes repeated reference to the diagramma of Alexander as something binding on the city. The successors of Alexander behaved towards the cities in whatever ways they thought their own interests dictated, and it is just as mistaken as in the case of Alexander to press the use of words like apodidomi as if they had some genuine 303 legal, constitutional significance, apart from propaganda. 6. If I had to choose a single text to illustrate the realities of the situation, it would be the statement of Antiochus III, at a conference with Roman envoys at Lysimachia in 196 BC, that those of the cities of Asia which were autonomous ought to acquire their freedom by his own grace and not by an order from Rome. A little earlier Antiochus had sent ambassadors to Lampsacus, to insist that if they were to gain their liberty it must be in circumstances which would make it perfectly clear that they had obtained it from himself and not usurped it themselves at an opportune moment. Freedom, in the mouth of a king, signified very much what autonomy had always meant. As Bickerman has shown in his fundamental study of that conception in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, Tugers i.e. term autonomia indique la site en est pas la matrice absolue de sa politique, and l'indépendance d'une cite autonome est nécessairement imparfaite. Claire Priaz has rightly said of Alexander's actions in regard to the cities of Asia, c'est sans aucun doute agir comme un maître sur de villes sujets. L'autonomie, quoique elle s'appelle liberté, n'exclut pas la succession. 7. And so it was with all the Hellenistic kings. As for the internal affairs of cities under their control, whether theoretically free or not, the kings might or might not interfere directly. Some cities were left almost entirely to themselves. In others a king might reserve the right to appoint one or more of the regular magistrates, or install an overseer of his own choice, with or without a garrison, and a city might sometimes be made to feel that it would be impolitic to pass decrees on a certain range of matters without first obtaining the consent of the king or his overseer. The imposition of a garrison could be particularly destructive to a democracy, if the garrison commander felt obliged or inclined to intervene politically, and even if he did not, the menacing presence of the garrison was bound to have a deleterious effect on internal democratic politics. At this point I must jump ahead for a moment and glance at the relationship of Rome to the Greek cities within the area she dominated. With some Rome made actual treaties acknowledging their freedom. They were free and federate states, civitates liberi et federati. Others received freedom by a unilateral grant, they were civitates liberi. The great majority were subject to the provincial governor like any other native community. For them there was no corresponding technical description. I have no doubt that A.H.M. Jones was right in saying that freedom was, it would seem, to the Roman government what it was to the Hellenistic kings, a privileged status granted by itself to cities under its dominion, and the principal element in it was exemption from the authority of the provincial governors. Rome took over the royal concept of freedom. She too by a free city meant not an independent sovereign state, but a state subject to her suzerainty enjoying by her grace certain privileges. But there was an infinite gradation of privilege, and some subject cities, those of Sicily for instance, enjoyed rights hardly inferior. 304. To those of some free cities uns, CLIE 112, 106, 109. As for the feed-rate states, they differed only in the sanction of their privileges. Those of free cities were in theory as well as in fact revocable at will, those of feed-rate, being guaranteed by a sworn instrument, were in theory irrevocable. But in effect the difference was not very great, for free cities were not arbitrarily degraded, and if a feed-rate city offended Rome it could generally be found that it had violated the terms of its foedus, which thereupon became void uns, GCAJ 117. And although feed-rate states continued occasionally to be created as late as the early Principate, Suetonius mentions that Augustus deprived of their liberty several cities which were feed-rate but were heading for ruin through their lawlessness. In other words, as Jones puts it, internal disorders were a good enough excuse for cancelling a foedus. An apt illustration of the Roman attitude to civitates foederati much weaker than themselves is the statement of Appius Claudius to the Achaean League in 184 BC, reported by Livy. He strongly advised them, he said, to ingratiate themselves with Rome while they still had the power to do so of their own free will. The alternative was that they would soon have to do as they were told, against their will. The Achaeans, needless to say, were afraid to disobey, and they merely allowed themselves the luxury of a general groaning. In Jones's great work on the Greek city in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, from which I have already quoted, we read that whatever devices the kings might invent to secure their control over the cities, there was one which they could not use, the formal limitation of political power to a small class. The kings felt obliged to support democracy in the cities and were thus unable to create and effectively support monarchist parties which should rule in their interest. The few attempts made, notably by Antipater and Cassander, to establish oligarchies of their supporters roused such violent discontent that this policy became utterly discredited. Apart from the short-lived oligarchies just mentioned, Jones could produce only one exception to his rule, Cyrene, to which the first Ptolemy dictated a moderately oligarchical constitution in the last quarter of the 4th century, perhaps in 322/1. But I think there are likely to have been other exceptions. For instance, in an inscription of Ptolemy in Upper Egypt, of the 3rd century BC, we hear that disorders had occurred at meetings of the council and assembly, especially at the elections of magistrates, and with a view to remedying this situation the decree proceeds to restrict the choice of those eligible for the council and the courts of law to a select list of epilectoi andres. I find it hard to believe that the reigning Ptolemy had not intervened on this occasion, even if he tactfully left it to the organs of city government to provide against repetition of the disturbances. Also, it is only fair to mention that in many polis of the newly Hellenist East, unlike Old Greece, the citizens themselves were often an exclusive oligarchy among the permanent free inhabitants, a large part of the old native population being excluded from citizenship. As for the new cities founded by Alexander and the Hellenistic kings, it is only 305 rarely that we have any details of their original constitutions, but there is reason to think that full political rights were never extended to anything like the whole free population, even where the constitution was at first of the standard Greek type, with a council and assembly. 9 Some of the disfranchised were organized in special ad hoc bodies known as politi amata, through which their affairs were administered. 10 But probably in most cases the natives in the countryside, who cultivated the lands of the citizens, had no political rights of any kind, except to a small degree in their villages, and remained to a considerable extent outside the ambit of Greco-Roman culture, which always remained essentially urban. As I have explained in I3 above, the relationship of those who dominated the Greek cities to the natives outside is best described as one of exploitation, with few benefits given in return. As a matter of fact, there are traces even in Aristotle's Politics of a situation in which those around the countryside can be expected not to possess the franchise. In Pol. 7.14, 1332b 27-32, they are seen as likely to join in a body in revolutions begun by those citizens who do not possess proper political rights. An example of such a situation might be the revolt against the Gamoroi of Syracuse, perhaps in the late 490s, by the demos of Syracuse and their slaves, as Herodotus calls them, in fact the Kilarioi, who were serfs, see 3.4 above and its n.3 below. I have mentioned three principal oligarchic devices by which democracy was in practice frustrated after the 4th century BC. The first is obvious enough and requires little comment. Assemblies continued to meet in most if not all cities, and sometimes quite large numbers of citizens might attend the sessions, as we know from a handful of surviving decrees which give the actual numbers present and voting. On 3 occasions at Magnesia on the Mainder attendances of 113, 3,580 and even 4,678 are mentioned. An inscription found on the island of Kos records a decree of the assembly of Halicarnassus passed by a vote of 4,000, other figures are smaller. 11. I might add that all or most of the decrees just mentioned are honorific in character, as indeed are the majority of the city decrees inscribed on stone which have survived from the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The second device, the assimilation of magistracies to liturgies by attaching special burdens to the performance of magistracies, is much more interesting and deserves discussion. Aristotle, in that part of his Politics which is devoted to advising oligarchs how to run a state of which they are in control, has this remarkable passage. To the most important magistracies should be attached liturgies, in order that the common people may be willing to acquiesce in their own exclusion from office and may sympathize with those who have to pay so high a price for the privilege. Those who enter into office may also be reasonably expected to offer magnificent sacrifices and to erect some public building, so that the common people, participating in the feasts and seeing their city embellished with offering and buildings, may readily tolerate a continuance of this constitution. The leading citizens, too, will have visible memorials of their own expenditure. But this is not the policy pursued by oligarchs today, they do the very opposite, they covet profit as well as honor. 306. This passage is of very great interest, because it describes something that did happen in the Hellenistic period, when magistracies and liturgies often became to some extent assimilated. There was seldom, it seems, any constitutional requirement that magistrates should perform liturgies, but this became the custom in many cities, which no one would dare to flout. This has been referred to as a tacit convention whereby the people elected rich men to magistracies, and they as magistrates contributed freely to the public services under their charge, but this does not take account of the passage from the Politics which I have just quoted and obscures the fact that the whole process was partly an adroit expedient by the wealthy class to keep the poorer citizens out of office without having to pass invidious legislation to that end, and even more to serve as a substitute for the one thing the wealthy Greeks would never tolerate, a legally enforceable taxation system under which the burden of maintaining the state would fall mainly upon those who derived most benefit from it and were best able to bear that burden. It is fascinating to read the passage in Dio of Prusa's Rhodian speech, expressing horror at the very thought that a time might ever come at which it would be necessary for each individual citizen to pay a levy from his private means. Dio congratulates the Rhodians on never having done such a thing except when their city was in extreme danger. The third significant oligarchic device by which democracy was gradually extinguished was the abolition of the popular dicasteria mentioned above, on which in a full Greek democracy all citizens were entitled to serve, just as they were able to attend the assembly. This, the judicial aspect of the decline of Greek democracy, has received even less attention than the political aspect of the same process, the decline of the popular assemblies. This is partly because the evidence is so deplorably scanty, but also because modern scholars tend to forget how extraordinarily important the popular courts were for the maintenance of proper democracy. My own collection of the evidence is very incomplete, and I do not feel able to give a coherent account. I shall merely mention some of the more interesting material later in this section. The 7th, 6th, and 5th centuries, as I said earlier, had been characterized by a movement towards the attainment of political rights by an ever-increasing proportion of the citizen community. By the Hellenistic age, the upper classes had learnt that it was unwise to make legally enforceable concessions by granting too wide a range of political rights. Instead, they offered to the lower classes a certain amount of charity, to be granted or withheld at their own pleasure. When things were not going well for them, the charity could be cut down, without anyone having the right to complain. They were prepared on occasion to enforce upon recalcitrants among their own number the performance of expensive tasks which were really necessary, but in essential offices involving some outlay could at a pinch, in very hard times, or when no one could be persuaded to shoulder the burden, be conferred upon some obliging god or hero, who could scarcely be expected to make the customary expenditure. 12. One of the worst features of this whole process was surely its demoralizing effect on both sides. It was only in the Roman period, however, that the last remaining vestiges of 307 democracy were gradually stamped out of the Greek cities. It was the regular aim of the Romans to place the government of provincial cities under the sole control of the propertied classes. This was effected in various ways, partly by making constitutional changes, but even more by giving steady support to the rich and encouraging them to assume and retain control of local political life, as of cour.se they were only too ready to do. Livy puts it perfectly in a nutshell, in a speech he gives to Nabis, the tyrant of Sparta, in 195 BC, which almost certainly derives from Livy's main source for this period, Polybius. Addressing the Roman general, T. Quinctius Flamininus, Nabis says, "Your wish is that a few should excel in wealth, and that the common people should be subject to them." And, as Plutarch said in the reign of Trajan, the Romans were very eager to promote the political interests of their friends. 13. We know enough about this process to be confident of its general outlines, but the particulars are difficult to display in a palatable shape for the general reader, even in summary form, and I have therefore relegated the details to Appendix 4. I will refer at this point only to a single series of incidents, from one small town in the northern Peloponnese, which may not be in themselves at all typical of what happened in Old Greece after its final conquest by Rome in 146 BC, but which certainly brings out very well the significance of the Roman conquest and the effect this could have upon the class struggle in Greek cities. In the Achaean town of Dyme, probably in 116 to 114 BC, there was a revolution, evidently caused in part by the burden of debt, for it began with the burning of the public archives and the cancellation of debts and of other contracts. This was suppressed, with or without the aid of the Roman proconsul of Macedonia. Two of the revolutionary leaders were immediately condemned to death by the proconsul and another was sent to Rome for trial. Our only evidence for these events is an inscription recording a letter of the proconsul, Q. Fabius Maximus, to the city of Dyme, which complains bitterly of disorder, a disregard of contractual obligations and cancellation of debts, and twice speaks of the revolutionary legislation as carried in violation of the constitution given to the Achaeans by the Romans. 14, a reference to the oligarchies imposed by the Roman general L. Mummius in various parts of central Greece and the Peloponnesus, when in 146 he had crushed the revolt of the Achaeans and their allies. Much more often, I imagine, any local disturbance would be nipped in the bud by the action of the city magistrates themselves, who would usually be anxious to avoid attracting the attention of the provincial governor by making an appeal to him. Thus we find an inscription F. Sibira, apparently of the second quarter of the 1st century of the Christian era, honoring a conspicuously wealthy citizen named Q. Verenius Philagrus who, after the serious earthquake of AD 23, had not only reclaimed for the city 107 public slaves who had somehow escaped from their condition, but had also suppressed a great conspiracy which was 308. Doing the greatest harm to the city. Dio Cassius, writing in the early 3rd century, puts into the mouth of Maecenas a speech addressed to Augustus, to which I shall return later in this section. One of the policies Maecenas is made to advocate is the total suppression of city assemblies. The Dema, says Maecenas, should not be sovereign in any respect, nor should they be allowed to meet together in ecclesia at all, for they would come to no good conclusions and they would often create disturbances. I agree with Jones that this is not true even of his own day but must represent the policy which he himself would have favored. We have little explicit evidence for constitutional changes brought about directly or indirectly by Roman action, but we can trace the imposition, in Greece itself in the 2nd century BC, and later elsewhere, of property qualifications for at any rate magistracies and membership of the council, and in some cases the courts, if not for access to the assembly, the gradual turning of councils into little models of the Roman Senate, with ex-magistrates having life membership, and the exercise of such control over the popular assemblies that by slow degrees they eventually died out entirely. By at any rate the end of the 2nd century of the Christian era the assemblies of the Greek cities had either ceased to meet or at least lost all effective power, and the councils, which had originally been chosen annually from the whole body of citizens or at least a large part of it, often by lot, had been transformed into permanent, largely hereditary and more or less self-perpetuating bodies, sometimes enrolled by censors chosen by and from their own number, the councillors being drawn only from the wealthier citizens and, with their families, eventually forming the privileged curial order, by which and from which in practice all magistrates were chosen. Paulus, the Severan jurist, can say that non-decurions are excluded from local magistracies, because they are debarred from decurionum honores, the offices open only to decurions. He is speaking specifically of the duumvirate, the principal magistracy in very many towns of the Roman West, but his statement would apply equally, mutatis mutandis, to Greek cities. And of course a city council might suffer interference from the provincial governor in its choice of magistrates. Legal texts speak of a Roman governor giving directions to a local council to elect a certain man as a magistrate or to confer on him some office or liturgy, and it is contemplated that the governor may himself be present at the meeting of the council in question. A proconsul, says Ulpian elsewhere, ought not to agree to the election of a duumvir by mere low-class clamour, in place of the regular legal procedure. I know of no detailed description of this process which to my mind sufficiently brings out its deliberate, purposive character. The great pupils I used to teach at Oxford, who study one period of Greek history and one of Roman, with quite a large gap in between, were often puzzled by the way in which Greek democracy, so vigorous in the 5th century and even in the 4th, has by the beginning of the Roman Principate become but a shadow of its former self. The books sometimes note this as a fact in passing, but most of them make no attempt. 309. To supply an explanation of it, and when it is noticed at all it tends to be recorded as something that just happened. Characteristic is the statement of Hugh Last, in CAH 11. 458-9, in the East democracy had been in decline even before Rome came to throw her influence on the side of the more substantial elements, and in Rome itself circumstances had combined to make oligarchy the one possible alternative to monarchy. In the municipalities the same forces were at work. Rome showed no enthusiasm for democracy. I on the other hand would see the whole process as part of the class struggle on the political plane, the Greek propertied classes, with the assistance first of their Macedonian overlords and then of their Roman masters, gradually undermined and in the end entirely destroyed Greek democracy, which before the end of the Principate had become extinct. Of course the suppression of Greek democracy was gratifying to the Romans, but it is clear that the Greek propertied classes did not merely acquiesce in the process, they assisted in it, and no wonder, because they themselves, after the Romans, were the chief beneficiaries of the system. An important letter of Cicero's congratulates his brother Quintus because he has made sure, during his government of the province of Asia, that the municipalities have been administered by the deliberations of the leading men, the optimates. Pliny the Younger, writing in CAD 107-8 to his friend Cales Trias Tyro, who was then proconsul of Baetica, reminds him of the necessity to preserve distinctions of rank and dignity. Nothing, he declares, with a characteristically Roman perversity, is more unequal than equality. Doubtless Pliny was familiar with the curious oligarchical argument for the superiority of geometrical over arithmetical proportion, which was known to Cicero. The greatest and most influential men of every city are said by Aelius Aristides, in the mid-2nd century, to act as guards of their native places for the Romans, making it unnecessary for them to be garrisoned. Those of the principal propertied families of the Greek world who were prepared to accept Roman domination wholeheartedly and cooperate with their masters sometimes flourished remarkably. In Asia, with its great natural wealth, they might become immensely rich and aspire to membership of the imperial nobility, the Roman Senate. Even in Old Greece, with its comparative lack of resources, they might at least achieve great prestige locally by holding office through several generations, like the 4 leading families of Roman Athens recently studied by Michael Woloch, which held a high proportion of the most important magistracies in the period 96 to 161, and occasionally they might eventually enter the senatorial class, like the family of Phleaii from the insignificant little city of Thespeia in Boeotia, whose history from the 3rd century BC to the 3rd of our era has been ably reconstructed by C.P. Jones. 15. A man who could claim to have expended much of his fortune for the benefit of his city might sometimes receive from the city a real golden handshake. In the reign of Domitian, 40,000 drachmae/denarii were given to Julius Piso, by a decision of the Council and Assembly of Amisus, on the southern shore of the Black Sea. Trajan had issued instructions to Pliny, as his special governor of Bithynia Pontus, forbidding such gifts, but he gave a special exemption to Piso. 310. Because his present had been made to him more than 20 years earlier. And at about the end of the 3rd century the lawyer Hermogenion regarded it as settled law that pensions might be decreed to ruined councillors, especially if they had exhausted their patrimony through munificence towards their native place, a claim which was by no means infrequent. In the earlier period of Roman rule, indeed, even occasionally in the early 2nd century of the Christian era, the assemblies of some Greek cities could evidently still show signs of life and vigor. Cicero, in the speech he delivered in 59 BC when successfully defending L. Valerius Flaccus, who was being prosecuted for extortion during his governorship of the province of Asia in 62-1, indulges in some bitterly contemptuous abuse of the assemblies of the Greek cities of Asia, contrasting what he represents as their disorderly character with the dignified procedure of a Roman assembly. Parts of this speech ought to be, as they rarely if ever are, prescribed reading for those who are studying the history of political institutions. Cicero pours scorn on Greek popular assemblies, whose very procedure in passing their decrees after general debate and by the holding up of hands he repeatedly derides. He says that these Greek assemblies are excitable, rash, headstrong, tumultuous, and that they are dominated by men of no account, uneducated men, cobblers and belt makers, artisans and shopkeepers and all such dregs of the state, rather than by the rich bien-pensants, the leading men for whom Cicero and his like, as we have seen, always wished to reserve the monopoly of political power in subject states. Cicero actually attributes the fall of Greece to this one evil, the immoderate liberty and license 16 of their assemblies, and just afterwards he shows that he has classical Athens particularly in mind. None of this need surprise us, of course, for Cicero's speeches, letters, and treatises are full of abuse of the lower classes at Rome itself. And it should not escape our notice, by the way, that Cicero, who represents Greeks in general as totally untrustworthy witnesses, men to whom an oath is a joke, testimony a game, can bluntly tell his jury that decisions in a lawsuit ought to be rendered according to the welfare of the state, the safety of the community, and the immediate interests of the republic, that is to say, the interests of the propertied class. The merits of the particular case are in comparison unimportant. The difference between being a genuinely free Greek city in the 5th or 4th century BC and a city subject to Roman rule can best be conveyed by a few quotations from a work of Plutarch, the Pos/Etica Parangelmata, usually referred to by the Latin translation of its title, Praecepta Gerendi Republici, written in about the first decade of the 2nd century of the Christian era, in the earlier years of the reign of Trajan. Plutarch had been asked by a young friend, a citizen of Sardis, to give him advice for a political career, or at least, that is the 311 ostensible occasion for the composition of the work. 17 Nowadays, when the affairs of the cities do not include leadership in war, or the overthrow of tyrannies, or the making of alliances, what opening for a conspicuous and splendid career could one find? Well, reflects Plutarch, there remain public lawsuits and embassies to an emperor, which require a man of ardent temperament and one with courage and intelligence. He suggests various ways of doing good turns to friends. He protests against being laughed at when he is seen supervising the measuring of tiles or the transport of concrete or stones, as a magistrate of his native town of Chaeronea. And then he really comes to the point: when you take up some magistracy, he says, you must say to yourself, you who rule are a subject, and the state you rule is dominated by proconsuls, the agents of Caesar, whose boots you see above your head. 18 You should imitate those actors who listen to the prompter and do not take liberties with rhythms and meters beyond those permitted by those in authority over them, for a failure in your part now brings not just hissing or mockery or jeering, but many have experienced the terrible avenger, the axe that cleaves the neck, and others have been exiled to islands. Let others do their rabble-rousing with the common herd, Plutarch advises, stupidly advocating imitation of the deeds and designs and actions of their ancestors, which are out of proportion with present opportunities and conditions. Leave it to the schools of the sophists to prate of Marathon and the Eurymedon and Plataea and all the other examples which make the masses swell with pride and prance. The politician should not only show himself and his state blameless towards our rulers, he should also have some friend among those men of the greatest influence, as a firm bulwark of his administration, for the Romans themselves are very eager to promote the political interests of their friends. Plutarch is scornful about the highly profitable prokuratorships and provincial governorships in pursuit of which most men in public life grow old at the doors of other men's houses, neglecting their own affairs. He insists that the politician, while making his native land amenable to its rulers, ought not to humble it unnecessarily, or, when the leg has been fettered, go on to place the neck under the yoke, as some do when they refer everything, great or small, to our rulers, and thus bring the reproach of slavery upon us, or rather, altogether destroy its constitutional government, making it dazed and timid and powerless in everything. Those who invite the ruler's decision on every decree or meeting or privilege or administrative act are obliging their rulers to become their masters more than they themselves wish to be. The principal cause of this is the greed and contentiousness of the leading men, who call in their superiors, and as a result the council and assembly and courts and every magistracy lose their authority. One should placate the ordinary citizens by offering them equality while 9 and the powerful by corresponding concessions, and thus control affairs within the constitution and dispose of difficulties. The statesman will not allow to the common people any high-handed treatment of the citizens or any confiscation of the property of others or distribution of public funds, but will firmly 312. Contest aspirations of that sort with persuasion, instruction, and threats, although harmless expenditures may on occasion be permitted. Plutarch proceeds to cite some instructive precedents for the making of concessions to the people to divert their feelings into harmless channels. One remembers here that Pliny the Younger, writing to a friend in 107, describes a certain leading citizen of Ephesus, Claudius Aristion, as inoxi popularis, which should perhaps be translated inclined towards the common people, but harmlessly so. Above all, says Plutarch a little later, civil strife must never be allowed to occur, Its prevention should be regarded as the greatest and noblest function of statesmanship. After all, he goes on, war has been done away with, and of liberty the common people have as much as our rulers grant them, and perhaps more would not be better for them. The wise statesman will aim at bringing about concord and friendship. He will lay stress on the weakness of Greek affairs, in which it is better for prudent men to accept one benefit, to live quietly and in harmony, since fortune has left us no prize to compete for. What sort of power is it which a small edict of a proconsul may abolish or transfer to someone else, and which, even if it should last, has nothing worthy of enthusiasm? It is anything but an inspiring picture. Not that Plutarch and his like were at all basically dissatisfied with Roman rule. 20 The Greek propertied class had greatly benefited from it politically, when everything is taken into account. They had even managed to preserve some of their self-respect, if with the loss of some of the nobler qualities of the classical period. As Rostovtsev and others have seen 21 there is an interesting correspondence between the work of Plutarch which I have just been discussing and certain speeches delivered by Dio Chrysostom 22 mainly in the last decades of the 1st century and the first decade or so of the 2nd. Particularly striking are Dio's advice to his native city to give up its feudal quarrels with its neighbors, for leadership and power are vested in others, and his apt comparison of such squabbles with the strife of fellow slaves and curium, and of passing decrees etc., and will have to create magistrates, aediles, and quaestors. There is no hint anywhere of a general assembly. Well over a century earlier, in AD 158, a recently discovered letter of the Emperor Antoninus Pius to a city in the Strymon Valley in the province of Macedonia, at the site of the Modum Sandansky in Bulgaria, had authorized a council of 80 members, emphasizing the dignity or repute which the citizens would derive from the size of such a council which, incidentally, seems to have been below rather than above average size. 26 With one possible exception, from Pisidian Antioch, the last meeting I have been able to discover of the public assembly of a Greek city of which we have any detailed record took place within a few years either side of AD 300 at Oxyrhynchus in Egypt, an area where, of course, proper city life never developed in the way it did in most of the Greek world. We happen to possess part of the shorthand record of this meeting, which graphically conveys the utter futility of the political life of the cities under the later Roman Empire. The people, for some reason which is not apparent, are bent on passing a decree that very day in honor of Dioscorus, their Prytanes, during a visit from the provincial governor and the principal financial officer of the province, the Catholicos. This is the record, consisting of little more than acclamations. Bravo Prytanis, bravo the city's boast, bravo Dioscorus, chief of the citizens. Under you our blessings still increase, source of our blessings. Good luck to the patriot. Good luck to the lover of equity. Source of our blessings, founder of the city. Let the Prytanes receive the vote, let him receive the vote on this great day. Many votes does he deserve, for many are the blessings we enjoy through you, Prytanes. This petition we make to the Catholicos about the Prytanis, with good wishes to the Catholicos, for the city's founder, this petition to the Catholicos about the Prytanis, for the honest man's magistrate, the equitable magistrate, the city's magistrate, the city's patron, the city's lover of justice, the city's founder. Good fortune, governor. Good fortune, Catholicos. Beneficent governor, beneficent Catholicos. We beseech you, Catholicos, concerning the Prytanes. Let the Prytanes receive the vote, let Pern receive the vote on this great day. The Prytanes seems to have been seriously embarrassed and he speaks with deprecation. I welcome, and with much gratification, the honor which you do me, but I beg that such demonstrations be reserved for a legitimate occasion when you can make them securely and I can accept them without risk. But this dignified reply only stimulated the people to further transports of enthusiasm. Perhaps it was all part of a time-honored ritual. Many votes does he deserve. Good fortune, governor, protector of honest men. We ask, Catholicos, for the city's Prytanis, the city's lover of justice, the city's founder. And so on, interminably. I have said nothing here about the Gerousia which appears in many Greek cities, especially during the Roman period, because there is nothing to show that 315 it ever had any political or administrative functions. It enjoyed prestige and influence but was strictly a social organization, and the same applies to the associations of youths, epheboi and neoi. 27 The most significant result of the destruction of Greek democracy was the complete disappearance of the limited measure of political protection afforded to the lower classes against exploitation by the propertied, which became intensified in the early centuries of the Christian era and was one of the prime causes of the disintegration of a large part of the Achaemenid Empire between the 5th and 7th centuries. Modern historians have shown little concern with this aspect of the disappearance of democracy, and when they have noticed the disappearance at all, their interest in it has usually been submerged by attention to the supersession of city-state or republican forms of government by the monarchy of the Hellenistic kingdoms or of the Roman Principate. Both these characteristics appear in Finlay, the ancient economy, where attention is focused not on the destruction of democracy but on the replacement of the city-state form of government, with its intense political activity, by a bureaucratic, authoritarian monarchy. Finlay sees that process as making a major contribution to the developments I have set out in VIL below, which are described by him as producing a cumulative depression in the status of the lower classes among the free citizens. I said earlier that I would return, before the end of this section, to the decay of the popular law courts which had been characteristic of Greek democracy in its great days. They evidently died out partly in the Hellenistic age and totally in the Roman period. One drawback of the dicasteria of classical Greek democracy needs to be emphasized, both to make them representative, and to make bribery expensive and therefore more difficult. They needed to be large. But they could not be really large without the participation of many citizens outside the propertied class, and to make this possible it was necessary to pay the dicastes, or at least some of them. It has recently been claimed that Athens was the only city to give dicastic pay, but this is certainly false, and probably many democracies did provide pay, although the only other cities we can name with confidence which did this are Rhodes and Iagios, and only at Rhodes have we any ground for thinking that dicastic pay continued well into the Roman period. 28 As part of the general decline of democracy during the Hellenistic period, the popular courts, like the assemblies, evidently came more and more into the hands of the propertied class, although it is rare for us to be able to find any such specific evidence as that which I quoted above from a 3rd century inscription from Ptolemy in Egypt, confining the choice of dicastes, as of councillors, to a chosen few. In the absence of sufficient evidence I would assume both that the participation of the poorer citizens in such dicastic courts as continued to exist became increasingly rare, and that in many cities legal cases came to be tried more and more extensively by small boards of magistrates, even where words like dicasterian continued to be used, as they did generally. I agree with Jones that in the sphere of jurisdiction the Romans interfered far more systematically than had the kings. During the Republic and early Principate different rules obtained in different provinces, and moreover the position of an individual city might vary to some extent according to whether or not it was a free or free and feed rate state. Our best information during the Republican period is from Sicily. We also know something of the position in Cyrenaica in the early Principate. In both provinces we find the collective body of resident Romans providing judges for lawsuits. From the language used by Cicero in letters written while he was governing the province of Cilicia in 51 to 50 BC, pluming himself on his generosity in allowing the Greeks to try their own cases, it seems that the cities of that province had no guaranteed constitutional rights of jurisdiction, and that the position was probably the same in the province of Asia. 29 Otherwise, most of our evidence comes from documents giving special privileges, including resort to Roman courts, to Greeks who were prominent pro-Romans, such as Asclepiades of Clazomene and others in 78 BC and Seleucus of Rhosus in 41. 30 I believe that Jones may well be right in thinking it possible that the Romans abolished the jury system, which was already moribund, and substituted for it in the cities an arrangement like their own civil procedure, whereby a judge was appointed to try each case, perhaps by the local magistrates. At any rate, I can see no sign of dicastic courts still functioning widely, although they continued for a time at Rhodes and perhaps a few other places. In the Principate, interference with Greek judicial autonomy was intensified, with several free cities losing their privileged status, and we now begin to find specific mention of the transfer of cases to the Emperor's Court 31, a practice which became more and more widespread. Sometimes we find the court of the provincial governor mentioned, 32, and sometimes we may suspect that our source is referring to the governor's court rather than that of the city. Even if there is a clear reference to a city court 33, we can hardly ever be sure that the case will be tried by any larger body than a board of magistrates 34 or a panel of judges drawn from the more well-to-do citizens 35, and this is true, unfortunately, even in examples where the word dicasterion is used. 36 in particular, we find many times some such expression as metapempton dicasterion, in the sense of a small panel of judges sent by one city to try legal cases in another, by special request. 37 I think it is significant when we find Hadrian's well-known law regulating the production of olive oil in Attica decreeing that certain offenders are to be prosecuted in the Athenian assembly. The assembly still existed, but the old Athenian dicasteria had presumably disappeared entirely by now. As far as 317. I know, it is only at Rhodes that there is any real evidence for the survival of something like the old dicasteria into the 2nd century of the Principate. There is, however, at least one other possible exception, namely Tarsus. When Dio Chrysostom includes dicasant in his list of the various people who can be expected to attend the judicial sessions at Apamea in Phrygia, he is certainly not referring to mere local jurymen of that city, for the occasions he is describing were the regular visits of the provincial governor, to preside over a court trying cases from the whole judicial conventus of which Apamea was the official center. Dios dicasant must be members of the governor's concilium and/or those men appointed by the governor to try less important cases who later became known as iudices pedanii and who might have their own assessors. Before the end of the 3rd century the local court seemed to have died out completely, and all jurisdiction was now exercised by the provincial governor or his delegates. This development bore hard on the provincials, and in particular on the humbler classes, who had often to travel to the metropolis of the province to obtain justice and could not afford the gratuities expected of litigants by the governor and his officials. Moreover, when as was often the case their grievance was oppression by these very officials, they had little chance of satisfaction if they obtained a hearing uns, GCAJ 150. The institution of defensories civitatium or plebis in the 4th century is not likely to have made a great difference. I have said nothing here of the dicastai who appear, though rarely, in inscriptions in rolls not normally associated with dicasts, performing administrative functions, acting as witnesses to documents, moving decrees, and even perhaps filling eponymous offices 39 since I do not think they are in any way relevant to the subject we are examining. The whole process I have been describing, in which, under Roman rule, the legal and constitutional position of poorer citizens became steadily worse, with the loss of those democratic elements that still remained, deserves to be considered side by side with the marked deterioration in the Reichsstellung of humbler Roman citizens during the first 2 centuries of the Christian era, which I describe in VIL below. Both processes must have facilitated the exploitation of the poor, in the one case Greeks, in the other Romans. The most important long-term effect of the destruction of Greek democracy, as I have already indicated, was the removal from the poor of all protection against exploitation and oppression by the powerful, and indeed of all effective opportunity of even voicing their grievances by constitutional means. If they lived in the country, as most of them did, they could do little, when things became intolerable, but take to flight or to brigandage, unless of course they could find some great landowner who would give them a measure of protection in return for their becoming virtually his serfs. I have quoted in 4.4 above the interesting passage in which Oio Cassius takes it for granted that the 318 Most vigorous elements in the empire would tend to live by brigandage. When Fronto thought he was going to become proconsul of a relatively peaceful province, Asia, in c. 155, one of the first things he did was to send to Mauritania, on the other side of the empire, for a man he happened to know, Julius Senex, who was particularly skilled at dealing with brigands or bandits, latrinese. In Italy brigandage was evidently rife in the 4th and 5th centuries. A series of imperial constitutions of the second half of the 4th century attempted to deal with this condition, and an edict of 409 actually forbade anyone except an ordinary rustic to put his sons out to nurse with shepherds on pain of being treated as an accomplice in brigandage. But it would be superfluous to cite more of the plentiful evidence concerning brigandage, which has often been discussed in modern times, for instance by Macmullen, Erg ch. 6 and Appendix B, and Lieflam Zuckerman, in an article in Latomus.40. Doubtless most of those called brigands in antiquity were indeed essentially robbers, who had no wish to change the social order and were concerned only with their own personal advantage. Some, however, may well have been much more like what we should call social revolutionaries, with at least the rudiments of an ideology different from that of the ruling class of their day. A good example is the Italian Bolla, in the Severan period. It is salutary to recall that in the series of suppression and encirclement campaigns waged by the Kuomintang against the Chinese Communists from 1927 onwards, the term regularly applied to the Communists by the government was bandits. In 8.3 below I quote the statement of Ulpian, in Dig. I-18. 13. Prince, about the importance to a latro of having local assistance, from receptories. The poor townsman, or the peasant who lived near enough to a city, had more effective means of making his protests known. He could riot, or, if a city was large enough to have a hippodrome, an amphitheater, or a substantial theater, he might be able to organize a demonstration there. I need say nothing here about the very marked quasi-political role played during the Principate and the later Empire by demonstrations in these places of public entertainment, sometimes in the very presence of the Emperor himself, as this subject has been admirably dealt with in the inaugural lecture by Alan Cameron as Professor of Latin at King's College London in 1973, entitled Bread and Circuses, the Roman Emperor and His People, and also, up to a point, in his book, Circus Factions, Blues and Greens at Rome and Byzantium. Such demonstrations could often take place, of course, quite apart from the presence of the emperor or even the provincial governor. 41. Those organized by the circus factions, the Blues and Greens mainly, were often feudal affairs, sometimes apparently no more political in intent than an outbreak of aggro at a modern football match, for the factions as such had no specifically political characteristics, although I believe they may have acquired a political significance more often than Cameron would allow. This question, for me, remains open. 41. Outright abuse of an emperor, in the circus in particular, was not unknown. John the Lydian preserves an exceptionally entertaining example, a lampoon in 4 elegiac couplets, posted up in the Hippodrome at Constantinople in the early years of the 6th century. 319. Attacking the Emperor Anastasius at a time when his financial policy was being carried out through Marinus the Syrian, and indeed was probably inspired by Marinus, who was Praetorian prefect of the East from 512 to perhaps 515. Anastasius is named, he is addressed as Basileus Mithor, world-destroying emperor, he is accused of money grubbing, Marinus is named only as Scylla to his Charybdis. The most famous example of a major disturbance arising out of the games is the so-called Nicar riot at Constantinople in 532. It began as a demonstration against certain oppressive officials, developed into a revolution against the Emperor Justinian, and ended in a frightful massacre by Belisarius and Mundus and their barbarian troops of vast numbers of the common people, estimated by even the most conservative of the sources, no doubt with the usual exaggeration, at 30 to 35,000. That, one cannot help remarking, is the sort of price that may have to be paid for the total suppression of proper democratic rights. Occasionally we hear of milder demonstrations, like the one at Alexandria mentioned by Philo, who says he saw an audience rising to its feet and shouting with enthusiasm at the mention of the name Ophoretum in the Och, a play of Euripides now lost to us. That remark of Philo's may make us think of some passages in Dio Chrysostom's insufferably verbose speech to the Alexandrians, which contains a series of animadversions, sometimes hard to interpret, on the public behavior of the citizens. One of the last references, during the period covered by this book, to a popular movement inside a major city is made by the historian Evagrius in his Ecclesiastical History, concerning the situation at Antioch in 573, in the reign of Justin II, when a Persian army under a commander called in Greek Ada Armanes was invading and plundering Syria. Antioch had never fully recovered from its sack by the Persians in 540, although rebuilt by Justinian. It had suffered further disasters, including 2 earthquakes, in 551 and 557, and more than 1 outbreak of plague. In 573 it seems that only the countryside and suburbs of Antioch were devastated by the Persians, although much of the population had fled. But before the city was abandoned, according to Evagrius, the demos rose, with the aim of starting a revolution, and he adds the enigmatic remark that this is an event that often occurs, especially in circumstances such as this. It is no wonder that the imperial government was suspicious of any kind of combination or association among the lower orders in the Greek East. The Emperor Trajan refused to permit the formation of a fire brigade in the city of Nicomedia in Bithynia, on the express ground that any association in the province was bound to take on a political character and lead to disturbances. Indeed, there seems to have been a marked absence from the Greek East of organized fire brigades such as there were in the 320 West. For the same reason, Trajan was also nervous about allowing new Irenoi in Bithynia Pontus. 42 One popular form of riot was to lynch a detested official, or burn down the houses of local bigwigs who were held responsible for a famine or some other misfortune. In the late 1st century the common people of Prusa in Bithynia threatened to bum down the house of Dio Chrysostom, and to stone him, on the ground that he was one of those mainly responsible for a famine. We possess the speech he delivered on that occasion in the assembly of Prusa, which I have already mentioned above. He claims that he is not to blame for the famine, as his land produced only enough grain for his own needs and was otherwise given over to vine growing and the pasturing of cattle. He also reminds his audience that the Romans are watching them. On other occasions the victims of popular indignation 43 may even have been innocent of at any rate the particular offense with which they were being charged, as when Ammianus tells us of a Roman noble of the 3rd quarter of the 4th century, the father of the great orator Symmachus, whose beautiful house across the Tiber was burnt down by the people because of a baseless rumor to the effect that he had said he would rather use his wine for quenching limekills than sell it at the price they expected. But I do not think we need waste very much sympathy on most of the magnates whose houses were destroyed in this way. The situation at Antioch in Syria, about which, in the late 4th century, we know more than any other city in the Greek East, may throw some light on this matter. I should explain first that the food supply of Antioch seems to have come mainly, as we should expect, from the neighboring area, the plains of the lower Oront 44, and that it was the council of the city, dominated by substantial landowners, which was always regarded as responsible for the corn supply, a sizable proportion of which is likely to have come from the estates of the rich proprietors themselves. Their prime concern was evidently selling their corn at the highest possible price, even in time of famine. They were accused by the Emperor Julian of stockpiling it in their granaries during the famine at Antioch of 362-3. A little later St. John Chrysostom denounced them for throwing whole sacks of grain into the river rather than let the poor have it cheap, and speaking of one particular landowner who had publicly bewailed the end of a threatened scarcity because of the loss he would sustain through the consequent fall in prices, the saint spoke with some sympathy of demands to have his tongue cut out and his heart incinerated, and declared roundly that he ought to have been stoned. These passages should not be written off entirely, although Chrysostom may well be exaggerating, as usual. I need not describe here the famine at Antioch in 362-3, which I have already mentioned in 4.2 above. It did not give rise to outbreaks of violence, but this was entirely due to the personal presence of the Emperor Julian for some 7 months and the exceptional measures he took to reduce the famine. It is, however, worth drawing attention to the demonstrations which took place on the emperor's arrival in July 362, both in the Hippodrome and in the Theatre Ulian, Miss Op. 368 c, with rhythmical shouts of plenty of everything, everything dear. I will only 321 add that there is but a brief and vague account of these events in Ammianus, who, although one of the best historians the ancient world produced, was himself a member of the propertied class of Antioch and sympathized strongly with the councillors. Ammianus merely tells us disparagingly that Julian, without good reason and out of zest for popularity, tried to lower prices, a thing which sometimes, when not done in a fitting manner, is apt to produce scarcity and famine. Ammianus was evidently what would be regarded today in the capitalist world as an orthodox economist. But he does give us rather more details concerning a somewhat similar situation at Antioch in 354.45. The Caesar Gallus, who was ruling the East, realized that a corn shortage was at hand and advised the councillors of Antioch to fix a lower price, inopportunely, as Ammianus believed. The councillors of course objected, whereupon Gallus ordered the execution of their leading members, some of whom were put to death, although the majority were saved by the intervention of Honor et Us, the Comes Orientis. The common people begged the Caesar to help them. According to Ammianus, Gallus virtually accused Theophilus, the provincial governor of Syria, of being responsible for the crisis. He was torn to pieces by the crowd, and the people also burnt down the house of a rich Antiochian, Eubulus, who, as we happen to know from Libanius, only just escaped stoning. The way the riot is referred to by Julian, and the failure of the authorities to take any very severe measures 46 suggest that Theophilus and Eubulus between them had perhaps been conspicuously responsible for allowing THIRD-WORLDISM to develop. Thus was a rough sort of justice sometimes done in the later empire, but at what a cost. Justice through ordinary channels was virtually out of the question for the poor man by now, unless of course he could obtain the help of some powerful protector, at a price, in the way I have described elsewhere and in 4.2 above. Emperors like Julian, and some imperial officials, might be well intentioned, but if so they were likely to be defeated by the intrigues of the dinatoi or potents, the great landlords. Even the autocratic Justinian, in a rescript dealing with a case of oppression by a government official in Egypt, which I have described in 4.2 above, could say apologetically, the intrigues of Theodosius proved stronger than our commands. In a constitution of 536 the same emperor complains that in Cappadocia many small possessions and even the greater part of the imperial estates have been appropriated by the great landowners, and no one has protested, or if he has, his mouth has been stopped with gold. XXV.L. The best-intentioned emperors could do little to protect the humble. Julian, one of the best of all the emperors in this respect, is said by Ammianus to have deliberately refrained, when he was commanding in Gaul, from giving remissions of arrears of taxes, although he reduced the amount of tax for the future, because he well knew that everywhere the poor were invariably obliged to pay their taxes at once and in full, and that remissions of arrears could benefit only the rich. The Greek term democratia became steadily more devalued during the process. 322. I have been describing. It is possible to distinguish two phases in this development. The first began quite early in the Hellenistic period, the second is not evidenced until the mid-2nd century of the Christian era and may not have evolved much earlier than that. During the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, democratia increasingly came to signify no more than an internally self-governing republic 47, whether democratic or oligarchic, and it could be used merely for the very limited degree of autonomy accorded by Rome to complacent Greek cities, or to celebrate a restoration of constitutional republican government. The best early illustration of this that I can find is the bilingual dedication by the Elysian League to Capitoline Jupiter at Rome, probably of the 160s BC. 48 The Lycians themselves refer in Greek to the restoration of their ancestral democracy, equating it in Latin with their ancestors' liberty. By the last century BC the sense of democratia seems to have become the standard one. The Romans, of course, had no word of their own for democracy and never resorted to a transliteration of the Greek word. When Cicero, for example, is speaking in his De Republica of democracy in the original Greek sense, he usually substitutes for democratia either liber populus or just populus, and on one occasion he says that a state in which the people are all-powerful is called a civitas popularis. The original meaning of democratia is still occasionally found in Greek until well into the Principate 49, although this is more usually expressed now by some other word, such as ochlocratia. 50 I do not know when the Greek word democratia was first used for the constitution of the Roman Republic, but it seems likely that this happened by the last century BC, or anyway by the 1st century of our era, when the democratia of the Republic could be contrasted with the monarchia of the Principate. This was a perfectly natural usage, given the previous Hellenistic developments. It was simply an application to Rome of the terminology already in use for Greek cities. The earliest texts I happen to know in which the Roman Republic is clearly seen by an author writing in Greek as a democratia are of the late 1st century, Josephus, AJ 19. 162, 187, and Plutarch, Calba 22.12. Josephus tells us that the soldiers who made Claudius emperor on the assassination of Caligula did so because they realized that a democracia could never have sufficient control of the great affairs of state, and anyway would not be favorable to themselves. And Plutarch says that the oaths sworn to Vitellius as emperor in 69 by the army in Upper Germany were given in breach of oaths sworn but a short time before to the Senate, in fact, to the Senate and people of Rome, which Plutarch describes as democraticoi. One could certainly translate democraticoi here republican, especially since the very giving of those oaths had been an open repudiation of the existing emperor, Galba, if not of the Principate itself. Greek writers of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd centuries commonly refer to the Roman Republic as a democratia, in contrast with the Principate, which is almost always an outright monarchy of 51 under a basileus. Occasionally they apply to the Republic some other term than democratia. For Strabo, in a passage written early in the reign of Tiberius, the Republican constitution was a mixture of monarchy and aristocracy, characterized in his mind, as were also its leaders, by arete, a word conveying approval not only of its efficiency but also of its moral qualities. Appian, in the 2nd quarter of the 2nd century, often refers to the Roman Republic as a democratia, but in his Praeje 6 it is an aristocratia. Dio Cassius, for whom democratia is the standard term, sometimes describes the late Republican constitution as descending into, or at least disturbed by, dynastiae, 52 and for Herodian, writing in the mid-3rd century, the Roman Republic as a whole was a dynastia, a word he probably used to mean a close hereditary oligarchy, very much as Thucydides and Aristotle had done. I have spoken of 2 phases in the devaluation of the 10 democratia. In the first, as we have just seen, it came to be used for almost any type of constitutional, republican government, however oligarchic. The second represents the ultimate degradation of the concept of democratia. From at least the Antonine age onwards the term could actually be used of the Roman Principate. 53 In the Oration to Rome of Aelius Aristides, from the reign of Antoninus Pius in the mid-2nd century, the Roman Empire as a whole is claimed as the ideal democratia, because all the people have willingly resigned their powers of ruling into the hands of the one man best fitted to rule, the emperor. 54 And about AD 220 Philostratus, writing an imaginary dialogue between the Emperor Vespasian and some Greek philosophers, makes his hero, Apollonius of Tyana, after loftily dismissing constitutions as unimportant, declare that the rule of one man who is always looking after the common good is a democracy. 55 What Aristides and Philostratus are really praising, of course, is monarchy. Much the same line of thought is expressed in the extraordinarily interesting speech with a dramatic date of 29 BC, which Dio Cassius puts into the mouth of Maecenas, addressing Augustus in reply to Agrippa's advocacy of a form of constitution called democratia and represented by Agrippa not only as the traditional Greek but also as the Roman republican form of government. 56 Maecenas is made to claim that freedom of the mob becomes the bitterest servitude of the best, and involves both in a common ruin, while under the regime he advocates everyone will achieve, paradoxically, democratia which is genuine and freedom which is secure. And the Emperor Marcus Aurelius could apply to his own rule, if not the actual word democratia, a whole array of terms which had meant something very real in the great days of Greek democracy but were now largely empty. In Medit 1.6 he says he has learned to endure free speech. 57 In 1.14 he applies to his own rule the concept of a constitution preserving equality before the law, administered according to equality and with equal liberty of speech. But of course these are merely attributes of a monarchy, which, he thinks, honors above all things the freedom of its subjects. There is one text I wish to mention, which never seems to be brought into any. 324. Discussion by historians of the later uses of the word democratia, perhaps because it occurs in a work of much greater literary than historical interest, the last surviving chapter of the partly preserved treatise in Greek, on the Sublime, a piece of literary criticism which used to be attributed to Longinus or Dionysius but is now generally agreed to be the work of an otherwise unknown author, writing in one of the first 3 centuries and perhaps most probably in the first, or the first half of the second. The writer states a problem put to him by a certain philosopher, who may of course be a creature of his own imagination, a common literary device. The philosopher stresses the worldwide dearth of great literature, and asks whether it is right to accept the oft-repeated view and contrast it with the slavery which is represented as universally prevailing. By slavery, of course, political subjection is meant, and it is described as douleia, an adjective I find puzzling. Is it legalist, legal, legitimate, or deserved, justified, or just? The reply by the author of the treatise is bitterly disappointing. It hardly notices the philosopher's statement and, in a very traditional manner, characteristic of the Stoics among others, attributes the prevailing frivolity to avarice and the pursuit of pleasure, and all the evils accompanying such qualities. What the philosopher says is of great interest. The general view of literary scholars today is that it is the introduction of the Roman Principate which is represented as the transformation of democratia and Eleutheria into slavery. 57 Yet the literary scholars, best represented by O.A. Russell 58, fail to bring out the startling paradox presented by the passage in question. It might be possible to maintain that Latin literature of the highest quality flourished best in the Republic and did not long survive its extinction. 59 But although the author of our treatise dedicated it to a man with a Roman name, Postumius Terentianus, and must have been writing at least partly, if not mainly, for educated Romans, he is not interested in the slightest in Latin literature, which, apart from a passing reference to Cicero, he entirely ignores, as did the vast majority of Greek men of letters, including even Dionysius of Halicarnassus, who lived at Rome from 30-29 BC onwards, and who never notices Latin authors except when he has occasion to use them as historical sources. Even Plutarch, an omnivorous reader, did not take up the study of Roman literature until he was well into middle age. Our author is concerned exclusively with Greek literature. And I do not see how it could possibly be maintained that it was the institution of the Principate that had crippled Greek literature, which was surely little affected for the worse by the fall of the Roman Republic. A very much better case could be made for saying that Greek literature, apart from Homer and the early poets, did indeed rise and fall with democratia, in the original and proper sense. Certainly the largest number of references in the treatise on the Sublime to works which evoked the admiration of the author are to those written in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, there is little or no enthusiasm. 325 For Hellenistic literature. 60. The author reports the opinion I have been discussing as widely held, unless, as is possible, Ekino to Threlomenon in 44.2 has a pejorative sense. Rhys Roberts's translation, in his edition, is the trite explanation. Could the statement about the decay of great literature after Republican times have originated with Romans, thinking primarily about Latin literature in general, or perhaps oratory in particular, and after much repetition by them, could it have gained currency among Greeks? Or did the statement originate among Greeks, who realized that the period of the greatest development of Greek literature was precisely that in which real democracy had flourished? I must say, I should be rather surprised if there were many literary men in the Roman period who had opinions of the latter sort, and I would imagine that the view expressed by Longinus philosopher originated among Greeks during the Hellenistic period and was tenacious enough to retain a few adherents even under Roman rule. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, one of the leading literary critics of antiquity, opens his work, On the Ancient Orators, by dating the beginning of the end of ancient, philosophic rhetoric to the death of Alexander the Great, in 323 BC. It evidently did not occur to him that a more powerful influence might have been exerted by the destruction of the Athenian democracy in the following year. Two very puzzling references to Democratiae, for which I have never been able to find a parallel, or an explanation, occur in the works of Hippolytus, Pope of Rome and martyr. One is in section 27 of that curious work, On the Antichrist, which seems to have been written very near the year 200, and the other is in a slightly later work, the commentary on Daniel 2.12.7. 61 of the image depicted in Dan 11.31 ff. It is the toes which are singled out by Hippolytus as symbolizing democracies. I cannot understand why, since they play no significant or independent role in Daniel and are not given any particular explanation there, unlike the 10 horns, interpreted as 10 kings, with which they could be equated. Real democracy had always been anathema to the upper classes of the Greco-Roman world. By the time of the later empire it had become a vaguely remembered bogey, now, happily, extinct, but still something that a rich man might shudder at. It was probably in 336-62 that the historian and bishop, Eusebius of Caesarea, delivered his Triacontetericos, a panegyric announcing for the first time the full theory, including the theology, of the new Christian monarchy of Constantine, on the 30th anniversary of that emperor's accession. Eusebius contrasts with Constantine's monarchy the ex-Isotimius polyarchia, the rule of the many, founded on equality of privilege. He may well mean any form of rule other than monarchy, but Isotimia suggests democracy above all. And he declares that such polyarchia is mere anarchy and civil strife. 63 This was very much what Plato had thought about democracy. But in the 7 eventful centuries between Plato and Eusebius, democracy had perished utterly. Its spirit had been partly broken before the end of the 4th century BC, and its institutions had then been gradually stamped out by the combined efforts of the Greek-propertied classes, the Macedonians, and the Romans. In Byzantine writers from at least the early 5th century onwards, the word demokratia and its verb demokratine can denote mob violence, riot, even insurrection. 64 The democracy which revived in the modern world was something new, which owed little directly to Greek demokratia. But by the very name it bears it pays a silent but well-deserved tribute to its ancient predecessor. 65. 6. Rome, the suzerain, the queen and mistress of the world. This book is concerned primarily with what I am calling the Greek world and not with Rome. But Rome became the mistress of the whole Greek world by stages during the last 2 centuries BC, and my Greek world was therefore ruled by Rome and part of the Roman Empire for more than half the period of 13 to 1400 years dealt with in this book. Moreover, the portion of the Roman Empire which preserved its unity and its character as an urban civilization longest was actually the Greek portion, in the sense of the area within which Greek was spoken by the upper classes. It is therefore necessary for me to say something about the Romans and their empire, and its effects upon the Greek world. We commonly, and rightly, speak of Greco-Roman civilization, and indeed the Greek contribution to the culture of the Roman Empire was very great, and actually dominant in many parts of the intellectual and artistic field. If we ignore 2 or 3 Roman contributions in the realm of technology, we can say that the Romans of the Latin West showed a conspicuously higher genius than the Greeks in 2 spheres only, one practical and the other intellectual. First, they excelled in ruling in the interests of their own propertied class, above all its richest members. Virgil expressed this perfectly when he made the shade of Anchises tell the Romans to leave the practice of metalwork and sculpture, of oratory and of astronomy to others who can manage such arts better, and to concentrate on ruling. Let it be your work, Roman, to rule the peoples with your sway, these shall be your arts, to impose the habit of peace, to spare the conquered and put down the proud. The proud, the superbi, were simply those who refused to submit to Roman domination, and beaten when they were, by the queen and mistress of the world, whose people was the Lord of kings, conqueror and commander of all nations. The full force of the verb debellere emerges nicely from a passage in Tacitus, where Germanicus sets up a trophy of his victory over some Germans in AD 16, with an inscription recording that the peoples between Rhine and Elbe had been debellated by the army of Tiberius. The preceding chapter tells how Germanicus had given his soldiers instructions to be steadfast in slaughter. 328. No prisoners were to be taken, nothing but the extermination of the race would put an end to the war. Vespasian, whose son Titus sacked Jerusalem in AD 70 with the most appalling carnage, is called by Tertullian Iudiorum debellator. Let us never forget that the Roman passion. I fully agree with A.H.M. Jones. If I may venture a generalization on the economic effects of the Roman Empire, I would say that its chief effect was to promote an ever-increasing concentration of land in the hands of its governing aristocracy at the expense of the population at large. The other sphere in which Roman genius displayed itself was the ius civil, the civil law, a term with a whole range of meanings which I shall use in a fairly broad sense, to mean the private law regulating relations between Roman citizens. I must immediately make it clear that I do not mean at all that the Romans had what we call the rule of law. In fact, that was conspicuously lacking from large areas of the Roman legal system, including particularly what we should call criminal and constitutional law, the very spheres most people today will mainly be thinking of when they use the expression the rule of law. The opinion I have just expressed about Roman law is so different from the admiring one often heard that I may be excused if I repeat and amplify some views I have expressed briefly elsewhere, too, with some citation of writers on Roman law who will command far greater authority than I can. In the standard work of H. F. Ulloa's Historical Introduction to the Study of Roman Law, the section on criminal jurisdiction in the Principate points out that the Roman criminal system never passed through a stage of strict law, and that here the rule of law was never established. As for the constitutional sphere, I show in section 6 of this chapter how autocratic was the rule of the emperors, not only in the later empire but also in the Principate, from the very beginning. Even the operation in practice of the civil law was deeply affected by the new forms of legal process which were introduced in the early Principate and gradually came to supersede the formulary system that had flourished during the last few generations of the Republic. It is difficult even to give these new processes a collective name, but perhaps the system of cognitio 3 will serve. Introduced for some purposes as early as the reign of Augustus, and always of course dominant in the provinces, this procedure had become universal even in Italy and Rome itself by the late 3rd century, in civil as well as criminal cases. It was sometimes referred to by the Romans as cognitio extraordinaria, even long after it had become standard practice. The Institutes of Justinian 329-533, could refer to the older forms of process which had long been obsolete as iudicia ordinaria, in contrast with the extraordinaria iudicia introduced by posteritas, and in another context could use the expression as often as a legal decision is given extra ordinem, adding as are all legal decisions today. Mommsen, in his Romi Ces Strafrecht of 1899, characterizes the cognitio system as being essentially a legalist absence of settled form and remarks that it entirely eludes scientific exposition. In practice it gave the magistrate trying the case a very large measure of discretion, and its general extension justifies such statements as those of Buckland that civil procedure was superseded by administrative action and that there was an assimilation to administrative and police action. It is true, as Buckland insisted, that the civil procedure was still judicial and that the magistrate must abide by the law, but the magistrate had very wide powers, and as far as criminal procedure is concerned, even so doughty a champion of Roman legalism as Fritz Schulz admitted, in two separate passages, that the rule nullum crimen sine lege, nulla pona sine lege was always unknown to Roman law. If I am devoting more attention here to legal pro euroadure and less to legal principle than might be expected, it is because the Roman lawyer, unlike his modem counterpart in most countries, thought in terms of remedies rather than of rights, of forms of action rather than of causes of action, so that the nature of legal procedure was all important. The Roman ius civil was above all an elaborate system, worked out in extraordinary detail and often with great intellectual rigor, for regulating the personal and family relationships of Roman citizens, in particular in regard to property rights, a peculiarly sacred subject in the eyes of the Roman governing class. The admirable intellectual characteristics of Roman law, however, were confined within a far narrower field than many people realize. Quoting with approval a statement by Bonfante about the great importance of the law of succession within Roman law as a whole, Schulz comments, "The Roman law of succession is indeed the focus of the Roman will to law," and later he repeats the statement, adding that it is in particular true of the law of legacies, and whoever wishes to obtain a vivid and impressive picture of classical jurisprudence must needs study this domain of Roman law. However, this achievement of the classical lawyers reveals their limitations as well as their greatness. One cannot help wondering whether it was really justifiable to spend so much time and labor on these difficult and tortuous questions, the practical importance of which was so slight. Mentioning various fields in which Roman lawyers showed little or no interest, he goes on to say that they refrained from discussing any issues in which public administrative law was involved. On the whole, classical jurisprudence remained within the magic circle described by the 330 Republican lawyers. These were iuris consulti, i.e. lawyers who gave responsa, legal opinions, and advice when consulted by parties. Their sphere of interest was, therefore, inevitably limited, but questions on legacies were just the matters most frequently brought before them, since their clients mainly, if not exclusively, belonged to the beati possidentes. In this respect the classical lawyers remained true to the Republican tradition. Absorbed in the spinning of their fine network, they not only neglected other issues which were of much greater importance, but they apparently failed to realize how complicated the law of legacies grew under their hands. The magnificent achievement of classical jurisprudence, here as elsewhere, was dearly purchased. Later in the same book Schulz acknowledges that the Roman lawyers hardly touched upon those questions which seem vital to us, such as the protection of workers, or of the poor lessees of flats or agricultural land. But when Schulz says again that the lawyers wrote and worked for the class of the beati possidentes to which they themselves belonged and their social sense was ill-developed, we may be tempted to comment that the social sense of these lawyers was all too well developed. They were thinking, as we ought to expect, in terms of the interests of the class to which they themselves and their clients belonged. Law, indeed, has just as little an independent history as religion. One other feature of Roman law needs to be mentioned here, the discrimination on grounds of social status, based to a high degree upon distinctions of class in my sense, which I describe in VIL below. These manifested themselves chiefly, it is true, in the criminal field, but they also entered into the administration even of the ius civil, in the sense in which I am using that term, for instance by attaching greater weight to the evidence given by members of the upper classes. As I explain in VIL below, the inbuilt disposition of Roman law to respect and favor the propertied classes became more explicitly institutionalist during the Principate. Thus, as A.H.M. Jones has said, there was one law for the rich and another for the poor, for although in the purely civil sphere it was not so much the law that was at fault, as the courts. Jones's account of the practical administration of justice in the later empire provides by far the best available summary. I will conclude this brief sketch of the Roman legal achievement with a reference back to the statement by Friedrich von Woese which I quoted in I Live Above: the Roman state was a class in state, interested only in the upper classes, for the propertyless it couldn't care less. Asterisk 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 asterisk. According to the elder Pliny, the one most outstanding of all peoples in the whole world in virtues is without doubt the Romans. It is an isolated remark, followed by some pessimistic reflections on happiness, felicitas, with, unfortunately, no explicit expression of opinion on how the Romans compared with other races in that respect. Virtus has a whole range of meanings in Latin. Sometimes virtue is a legitimate translation, sometimes the word will mean 6. Rome the suzerain 331 particularly courage or manly excellence. Here I would be prepared to translate moral qualities. Imperial powers, the British until recently, the Americans today, are easily able to fancy themselves morally superior to other peoples. Romans often pretended that their empire had been acquired almost against their own will, by a series of defensive actions, which could be made to sound positively virtuous when they were represented as undertaken in defense of others, especially Rome's allies. Thus, according to Cicero, in whom we can often find the choicest expression of any given kind of Roman hypocrisy, it was in the course of defending their allies, socius defendendis, that the Romans became masters of all lands. 5 The speaker in the dialogue, almost certainly Laelius 6, goes on to express opinions, basically similar to the theory of natural slavery, according to which some peoples can actually benefit from being in a state of complete political subjection to another. Anyone innocent enough to be disposed to accept the view of Roman imperialism that I have just mentioned can best enlighten himself by reading Polybius, who was an intimate of some of the leading Romans of his day and well understood the Roman will to conquer the known world, even if in his mind it was more clear and definite than we perhaps have reason to believe. 7 In fairness to Cicero, we must not fail to notice that on several occasions in his letters and speech he shows a real awareness of the hatred Rome had aroused among many subject peoples by the oppression and exploitation to which she had exposed them. He speaks of inurii, iniquitas, libidins, cupiditates, acerbitas on the part of the leading Romans who had governed them. But nearly all that I would have wished to say about Roman imperialism in the late Republic has been admirably expressed by Brunt in an important recent article, the purpose of which was to explore the conceptions of empire prevalent in Cicero's day. I agree with Brunt that the Romans had managed to persuade themselves that their empire was universal and willed by the gods. 8 And I particularly like his statements that the peculiar Roman conception of defensive war covered the prevention and elimination of any potential menace to Roman power, and that Rome's reactions to the possibility of a threat resembled those of a nervous tiger, disturbed when feeding. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I do not wish to give the impression that the Romans were habitually the most cruel and ruthless of all axient imperial powers. Which nation in antiquity has the best claim to that title I cannot say, as I do not know all the evidence. On the basis of such of the evidence as I do know, however, I can say that I know of only one people which felt able to assert that it actually had a divine command to exterminate whole populations among those it conquered, namely, Israel. Nowadays Christians, as well as Jews, seldom care to dwell upon the merciless ferocity of Yahweh, as revealed not by hostile sources but by the very literature they themselves regard as sacred. Indeed, they contrive as a rule to forget the 332 very existence of this incriminating material. 9 I feel I should mention, therefore, that there is little in pagan literature quite as morally revolting as the stories of the massacres allegedly carried out at Jericho, Ai and Hazor, and of the Amorites and Amalekites, all not merely countenanced by Yahweh but strictly ordained by him. The death penalty might be prescribed, as at Jericho, even for appropriating part of the spoil instead of destroying it. He that is taken with the accursed thing, said Yahweh to Joshua, shall be burnt with fire, he and all that he hath. 7:15, and when Achan transgressed, he and his sons and his daughters were stoned to death and burnt. When Yahweh, at the request of Joshua, was said to have prolonged a particular day, by making the sun and moon stand still, it was for no other purpose than that the people should avenge themselves upon their enemies, the Amorites. Yahweh even joined in the slaughter by casting down great stones from heaven upon them, just as Apollo was believed to have saved his temple at Delphi from molestation by the Persians in 480, with thunder and lightning and earthquake. Joshua then reduced one Amorite city after another. He left none remaining, but utterly destroyed all that breathed, as the Lord God of Israel commanded. Gosh. X.40, cf. Deuterium. XX.16. And few narratives are more blood-curdling than that of the prophet Samuel hewing Agag in pieces before Yahweh in Gilgal. The Midianites too, we are told, were mercilessly slaughtered. After the men had all been killed, Moses rebuked the Israelites for sparing the women. He only consented to let virgins live. The Greek and Roman gods could be cruel enough, in the traditions preserved by their worshippers, but at least their devotees did not seek to represent them as prescribing genocide. 11. The Gibeonites are shown as escaping total destruction by Israel only because they had previously deceived Joshua and the leading Israelites into making a sworn treaty to spare their lives, by pretending they came from a Farouche. 9, especially 15, 18, 20, 24, 26. Their fate was to be perpetual servants of the Israelites. Their hewers of wood and drawers of water, texts often quoted today as a scriptural justification of apartheid. The Romans, although refusing to recognize unions between their own citizens and foreigners as lawful marriages or their issue as Roman citizens, showed nothing like the ferocious hatred of such unions which we find in another revolting Old Testament story, that of Phinehas, the grandson of Aaron. In Numbers XXV.1-15, he kills Zimri the Israelite and his Midianitish wife Koshbi, spearing the woman through the belly, and thereby earns the warm approval of Yahweh and the cessation of a plague that had caused 24,000 deaths. 12. The conflict of the orders. This is not the place for an outline history of Rome or even of the class struggle there, but I cannot avoid discussing some features of Roman 6. Rome the suzerain 333 history. First, although the Greek world was very little Romanized in speech or culture, it was deeply influenced socially as well as politically by being brought within the Roman Empire. I have already explained briefly the political changes which came about by degrees after the Roman conquest of the various parts of the Greek world, and I must not neglect to give a brief sociological analysis of the Roman community. And secondly, the class struggle in Rome itself presents some very interesting features, which may illuminate the Greek situation by contrast as well as by analogy. From the very beginning of the Roman Republic we find what is in reality to a large extent a political class struggle, although not technically so. This is the so-called conflict of the orders, between patricians and plebeians. Historians are very far from having reached agreement on the origin and nature of the distinction between the two orders, and several very different theories have been put forward, but my own starting point is a view of the origin of the differentiation between the orders not unlike one skillfully developed in 1969 by Bickerman. 1. The patriciate arose from the holding of public office, and became in practice the hereditary privilege of those who, by the end of the regal period that preceded the Republic, had been able to sustain membership of the Senate, increasingly in practice the ruling power in the Republic, although in theory it was only an advisory body and its decisions were never laws as were those of the Supreme Assembly, the Comitia Populi Romani. By the foundation of the Republic the patricians had succeeded in becoming a closed order, a group in the state having a special constitutional position, one that it had arrogated to itself, not one originally created by any law. This led to the emergence of the plebs, the plebeians, consisting in principle of everyone who was not a patrician, the first plebeian secession and the creation of tribunes of the plebs and of an assembly of the collective plebs, presided over by their tribunes, marked the appearance of the plebeians as an organized body. During the conflict of the orders, from 494 to 287 on the traditional chronology, the plebeians gradually gained access to virtually all political offices and to the Senate, and in 287 the Lex Hortensia placed plebiscita, the decrees of the plebeian assembly, on an equal footing with the laws passed by the Comitia Populi Romani, the assembly of the Roman people. In what follows I can hardly avoid some oversimplification. The sources are notoriously defective and misleading. The modern literature is vast, but as the subject is only marginally relevant to the main theme of this book, I shall hardly refer to any modern work except P. A. Brunt, SCRR = Social Conflicts in the Roman Republic, which is perhaps the best brief introduction to Roman Republican history for the beginner. I have already described the conflict of the orders very briefly in what I believe to be the correct technical terms before attempting to bring out its 334 underlying realities. It is only too easy for those who insist on accurate technical definition of the terms patricians and plebeians to say blandly that they have nothing to do with property or economic position, or class in my sense. Technically, this is quite correct. We are dealing here, not with classes but with orders, juridically recognized categories of citizens. But of course the patricians were able to gain access to, and ultimately to monopolize, political power at Rome because they were by and large the richest families, in the mainly agrarian society of early Rome, the largest landowners above all. The richer a family was, the more chance it would have, other things being equal, of gaining political influence. Of course not quite all the wealthiest families would acquire patrician status, and some of the families which did so may not have been among the very richest, but the equation, patricians equals largest landowners, must have been broadly true over all, and when a family did become patrician and thus gained access to the small circle that enjoyed political privilege, it would naturally have every opportunity to consolidate and improve its own position vis-a-vis plebeians. The patricians, of course, were always few in number. After 366 only 21 clans are attested, of which some were tiny, and not more than another score before that date. Some of the patricians, however, had large numbers of humble plebeian clients, men bound to them by personal ties involving obligations on both sides which it was considered impious to disregard. The Roman annalists of the late Republic assumed that in the conflict of the orders the patricians received much support from their clients, and I accept this, as do most modern historians. The plebeians were not at all, as on the whole the patricians were, a homogeneous group. Their leaders were mainly rich men who could aspire to the highest positions in the state, even the consulship, and were interested mainly in gaining access to office and to the Senate and thus to political power and the chance of strengthening their own position. The rank and file had totally different objectives, which can be broadly summarized under three heads: political, juridical, and economic. In the political field they would normally support the aspirations of their leaders to state office, in the hope that plebeian oligarchs would treat the mass of plebeians better than patrician oligarchs would. Their two main objectives in the political field, however, were very different. They wanted recognition of their own assembly as a supreme legislative body equal with the Comitia Populi Romani, and they wanted a strengthening of the powers of their own peculiar officers, above all those of their tribunes, about whom I shall have something to say in the next paragraph. In the juridical field, they wanted the laws, originally unwritten and locked up in the breasts of the patrician magistrates, to be published, as they were in c. 450, in the form of the 12 tables, and they wanted their right of appeal against legal decisions of a magistrate affirmed, in the teeth of patrician opposition laws on this point, according to the tradition, had to be reenacted more than once. In the economic field, which for the mass of the plebeians was probably even more important than the other two, they wanted three things: relief from the very harsh Roman law of debt, involving enslavement of defaulters, distributions of land, either in the form of colonies in conquered territory or viridum, and finally a less oppressive enforcement of the obligation to perform military service, which remained a very serious burden right down to the last years of the Republic, as Brunt in particular has demonstrated in his Italian manpower. Rome was continually at war, and the bulk of her army was plebeian. The most effective weapon the plebeians could use, therefore, as they realized from the very start, was the secessio, the strike against conscription. The sources refer to no fewer than 5 occasions when this weapon is said to have been used with effect, 3 of which are probably genuine. 2. The tribunes were a most extraordinary feature of the Roman constitution, demonstrating the deep conflict of interests inside the body politic. The first tribunes were created, according to the tradition, as a result of the earliest plebeian secession in 494, when it was not so much that the patricians accepted their existence and their inviolability as that the plebeians took a collective oath to lynch anyone who attacked them. At first, one might say, they stood to official state magistrates almost as shop stewards to company directors, but gradually, although they never acquired the insignia and trappings of state magistrates, their position became more and more assimilated to that of magistrates of the Roman people in almost all respects, except of course that they were drawn from plebeian families only, and that they could not preside in the Comitia Populi Romani but only in the Concilium Plebis. Their powers included the right of vetoing any act of the comitia or of a magistrate, rescuing any plebeian later, any citizen, menaced by a magistrate, and, as part of their right to exercise coercitio, the ability to arrest and imprison any magistrate, even the consuls themselves. The tribune's power of veto extended to obstructing military levies, and on at least 2 occasions in the middle of the 2nd century they went so far as to arrest and imprison consuls who persisted with the call-up, not only in 138 BC, represented by Cicero as the first time such a thing had happened, but also earlier, in 151. It is worth mentioning that the tribune's power to summon meetings was not limited to the Concilium Plebis. They also had the right to summon and preside over contiones, public meetings not designed for legislation or official elections, but corresponding rather to the pre-election meetings of British political parties, or to the modern press conference. 3. This power of convening contiones was vitally important, because according to Roman constitutional law any 336 meeting not presided over by a magistrate was an illegal assembly. No speeches or debates took place in an official assembly, the business of which was confined to voting. Great importance might therefore attach to contiones, at which the people could be informed, for instance, about the nature of legislation about to be proposed by a tribune in the assembly, and their reactions tested. I have been trying to show that the conflict which was ended in theory in 287 was conducted, so to speak, on 2 levels. Formally, it was a struggle between the 2 orders, but it was also in a very real political sense a class struggle, the participants in which were on the one side a fairly solid group consisting of a good proportion of the principal landowners and on the other side a much less unified collection of men with very different interests, but the great majority of whom were seeking to protect themselves against political oppression or economic exploitation or both. The political class struggle, however, was masked as class struggles so often have been, by the fact that it was formally a struggle between orders, and was therefore led on the plebeian side by men who were qualified to become members of the oligarchy in every respect save the purely technical, legal one, that they were not patricians but plebeians. It is legitimate to see the conflict of the orders as involving a series of tacit bargains between the 2 different plebeian groups. First, the leaders, who had no important economic grievances or demands and whose aims were purely political, concerned with the removal of a strictly legal disqualification for offices which they were otherwise well qualified to hold, and secondly the mass of plebeians, who hardly suffered at all as plebeians, because the legal disqualifications of plebeians, as such were for posts the vast majority of them could not hope to fill in any event. Thus it was in the interest of each of the 2 main groups within the plebeians to join with the other. The mass of the plebeians would help their leaders to achieve office so that they might be more influential as their protectors, and the leaders would obtain the essential help of the masses for their own advancement by holding out the hope that they would ensure the fulfillment of their aspirations for an improvement in their condition. The conflict of the orders was both a conflict between orders and a class struggle, in which, exceptionally, as far as Roman history is concerned, the lower classes, or at least the upper section of the lower classes, for played at times quite a vigorous part. The historical tradition relating to the period of the conflict of the orders is highly corrupt, and a great many of the elaborate details in the long accounts of Livy and Dionysius of Halicarnassus must be fictitious. Even the main features of the events they purport to record are sometimes open to grave suspicion. But there are several narratives which, even if they contain some fiction, are likely to give valuable clues about the nature of the conflict of the orders. One in particular is most illuminating about the heterogeneous character of the plebs. This is Livy 6.39, on the Licinio-Sextian rogations, revealing how different were the attitudes of Licinius and Sextius, the tribunes, who were mainly intent on gaining access to the consulship, and the mass of their followers, who were much more concerned about reforms of an economic character, dealing with land and debt. In fact, Licinius and Sextius and their like. 6. Rome, the suzerain 337 satisfied their political ambitions and entered the ruling class, whose outlook they soon came to share fully. However, it was then harder for the poor to find champions, and their situation had to become acute before such champions were available once more and a fresh series of political conflicts could break out, from 133 BC onwards. It is also salutary to read the accounts in Livy and Dionysius of the murder or judicial murder of a number of prominent political figures, whether patrician or plebeian, who were felt by the leading patricians to be too sympathetic to plebeian grievances. These accounts reveal that the Roman ruling class was prepared to kill without mercy anyone who seemed likely to prove himself a genuine popular leader and perhaps fulfill the role of a Greek tyrant of the progressive type. Such a man could be conveniently accused of aspiring to make himself king, rex, in the precise sense of the Greek tyrannos. Cicero was fond of mentioning three famous examples of such men who in the early republic desired to seize regnum for themselves: Spurius Cassius, Spurius Maelius, and Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, whose traditional dates are 485, 439 and 384, and whose stories have recently been well re-examined by A.W. Lintott. 5. We should remember, in this connection, that Cicero, for example in Laelius 40, also denounced Tiberius Gracchus for trying to seize regnum for himself and indeed for a few months succeeding, and that the tribune C. Memmius, a popularis, could speak sarcastically in 111 BC of the restoration to the plebs of its proper rights as being in the eyes of his opponents a regna paratio, a plot to make oneself rex. Parts of the narratives concerning the three men I have mentioned may well be fictitious, a retrojection from the late Republic, but I would accept the broad outlines, and in any event the attitude of Livy, Cicero, and their like to these men is significant. It is indeed worth paying careful attention to the ruthless attitude of the Roman oligarchs to anyone they believe to be threatening their privileges, a posture which is treated most sympathetically by Livy and the other sources, and often apologized for by modern historians. To come out openly on the side of the unprivileged against the ruling oligarchy was a dangerous thing to do. The developed republic, the result of the conflict of the orders, was to replace the originally patrician oligarchy by a patricio-plebeian oligarchy, differing very little in outlook and behavior. It is a characteristic feature of exclusive oligarchies that their numbers tend to fall steadily, and the Roman patricians were no exception to this rule. They remained technically an order, retaining a few minor constitutional rights as well as great social prestige, but the influential position of their members was now based rather upon the wealth which most of them possessed than upon their status as patricians, which in itself gave them few political privileges. Even at this stage, however, we can observe a phenomenon which is noticeable throughout Roman history: the governing class, although it grudgingly consented to a gradual broadening of its basis, somehow managed to remain very much the same in character. The patrician oligarchy became patricio-plebeian by the 338. Early 2nd century BC. The Senate was already predominantly plebeian, and of course it was the Senate which was in practice the government of Rome. Its members were men who had originally been elected to state office, and they all had life tenure. The exaggerated respect which men of great distinction always enjoyed at Rome was manifest in the very procedure of the Senate, where debates were dominated by those of consular status. The oligarchy thus remained very much an oligarchy, even though a handful of new men did gain admission to its ranks, usually because they either had outstanding oratorical ability, like Cicero, or because they enjoyed the patronage of leading members of the oligarchy. After the end of the conflict of the orders and the disappearance of most of the specifically patrician privileges, a new concept slowly emerged, that of nobilitas, nobility. The nobles, unlike the patricians, were never strictly an order in the modern sense, a juridical class, but they were a well-recognized social class, and their combined political influence was so great that in practice they could make it difficult for anyone else to hold the highest office, the consulate. The precise definition of a nobilis has been much disputed, and I am not satisfied that even now the problem has been completely resolved. We must take into account the fact that there was no strict legal or constitutional definition and that our surviving literary sources often have a private axe to grind. Most historians now seem to accept the view of Matthias Gelser, first published in 1912, that in the Lat Republic the term nobles included only consular families, descendants of consulars, men who had held the consulship. 1. The exclusiveness of the nobility is expressed in a much quoted passage by Sallust. They handed on the consulship, he says, from one to the other. Now senators became such in virtue of having been elected to state office from about 80 BC onwards, the office of quaestor. They therefore owed their position indirectly to popular election. Once they had become senators, they held their dignity for life, and of course they were often able to advance their sons to the position they themselves had held, but membership of the Senate was never legally hereditary during the Republic, nor did the families of senators yet enjoy any special legal rights. Before the law, in all important respects, all citizens were in theory equal. During the last century of the Republic we find a new social group emerging and becoming very prominent, the equestrians. I must not take time to trace the curious evolution of this body, originally the citizen cavalry, in later times specially associated with state contracts and above all the farming of taxes, and from the time of Gaius Gracchus onwards given one special constitutional function and one only, that of providing at first all, and later some, of the iudices or commissioners of the quaestiones, the standing tribunals which judged certain important cases in the late Republic. The 339 qualification for membership of this class was a financial one. The possession of property of a certain minimum value, in the last years of the Republic and in the Principate, HS 4000CXL. Like the senators, the equestrians enjoyed certain social privileges, wearing the gold ring, sitting in special seats at the theatre. But, apart from the additional weighting given to their votes in the comitia centuriata by their exclusive possession of no fewer than 18 centuries, their only political privilege was serving as commissioners on the quaestiones. Before the courts of law they, like the senators, were not in theory in a better position than the ordinary citizen. And their families had no privileges at all, nor was equestrian status hereditary, in theory, although of course in practice the property which gave access to the ordo equestor tended to pass from father to son, and if there was only one son his chances of succeeding to his father's rank would be high. 2. For some reason I find it hard to understand, a great deal of fuss has been made by some modern scholars about alleged important conflict between senators and equestrians as such. Occasionally the two orders might come into conflict temporarily. Above all, the composition of the quaestiones was a matter of contention between them c. 122 to 70 BC. Yet the famous remark attributed to Gaius Gracchus by Cicero, to the effect that in giving the quaestiones to the equestrians he had thrown daggers into the forum, is, as Badian has rightly said, obviously a rhetorical exaggeration. Again, late in 61 BC the Senate at first refused to grant the request of the publicani for a considerable reduction of the amount they were liable to pay under the contract by which they had secured the right to collect the tithes of the rich province of Asia. 3. But even on that occasion the disagreement was only temporary. To quote Badian again, the affair of the Asian contract did not cause a split between the Senate and the publicani. In reality no long-lasting or deep-seated hostility ever developed between Senate and Equestor Ordo. I entirely agree with the opinion of Brunt, in his excellent paper on the equits in the late Republic, first published in 1965, for which opens with the words, "A conspicuous feature of politics in the late Republic is the discord between Senate and equits," but in the same paragraph decides that it might seem that there was more to unite the orders than to divide them. In fact, the area of conflict was in my view more restricted than is often supposed. The equits did not constitute an united pressure group with economic interests opposed to those of the Senate. It is only the publicans who can at times be seen in this light. Moreover, the disputes that occurred died away precisely in the crucial period, the age of Pompey and Caesar. This, of course, is precisely what we ought to expect, if we take a Marxist view and regard class struggle as the really fundamental kind of antagonism in society, for on this view senators and equestrians cannot be regarded as two different classes, and therefore no class struggle could develop between them. In fact, the two groups were very homogeneous. The equestrians, although on the whole less rich than the senators, were essentially those among the very rich Romans who did not 340 aspire to a career in politics, involving the holding of magistracies. Three good examples of leading members of the equestor ordo who openly preferred the career open to equestrians, with its virtual certainty of large profits, to the more risky advantages of a political career as senators are T. Pomponius Atticus, the lifelong friend of Cicero, C. Maecenas, the friend of Augustus and patron of literary men, and M. Annius Mela, the brother of Seneca and Gallio and father of the poet Lucan. 5. Against the old view of the equestrians, American Samoa primarily businessmen, it has been demonstrated beyond doubt by Brunt, Nicolay, and others that, like senators, they were essentially landowners, who might make large profits out of finance and money lending but would normally invest those profits in land. The allegedly rooted opposition between senators and equestrians is a myth developed by historians in modern times on the basis of a few ancient texts which provide far too flimsy a basis. Compared with the fundamental opposition of interest between landowners and financiers on the one hand, and peasants and artisans on the other, the internal squabbles within the dominant class, whether between senators and equestrians or between other groups, could be no more than superficial disagreements about the division of the spoil of the world. Senators and equestrians, then, were the two orders, ordines. When it is used in a strict and full political sense, the term ordo, 6 in the late Republic, commonly denotes only the ordo senatorius and the ordo equester. We hear of iuderque ordo, each of the two orders, and when Cicero speaks of the concordia ordinum 7 or harmony of the orders, as his political ideal, he means simply senators and equestrians. In our terminology, the plebs was an order in the early Republic, as against the patricians, but the supposed ordo plebeius seems not to have been an expression that was ever used in the late Republic. Rome, of course, was never a democracy or anything like it. There were certainly some democratic elements in the Roman constitution, but the oligarchic elements were in practice much stronger, and the overall character of the constitution was strongly oligarchical. The poorer classes at Rome made fatal mistakes. They failed to follow the example of the poorer citizens in so many of the Greek states and demand an extension and improvement of political rights which might create a more democratic society, at a time when the Roman state was still small enough to make a democracy of polis type a practical possibility. Above all, they failed to obtain a fundamental change in the very unsatisfactory nature and procedure of the sovereign assemblies, the comitia centuriata and comitia tributa. 8. These allowed no debate. They were subject to all kinds of manipulation by the leading men, and they employed a system of group voting, which in the case of the centuriate assembly was heavily weighted in favor of the wealthy, although apparently rather less so after a reform in the second half of the 3rd century B.C. 9. Instead of working towards thoroughgoing constitutional reforms, the Roman lower classes tended to look for, and put all their trust in, leaders whom they 341 believed to be, so to speak, on their side, men who in the late Republic were called populars, and to try to put them in positions of power. One explanation of this failure, I believe, was the existence at Rome, in a whole series of insidious forms, of the institution of patronage and clientship, from which most of the Greek cities seem to have been largely free, but which played a very important part in Roman social and political life, and which came gradually to pervade the Greek world after it had been brought under Roman rule. I have discussed the subject in outline, right through to the later empire, in SVP equals Suffragium, From Vote to Patronage, in the British Journal of Sociology 533-48,10, and I shall have something more to say about it in section V of this chapter, but it is necessary to explain a few matters here, in order to clarify the role played by patronage in the class struggle. Patronage in Roman society took many forms. Those not already well acquainted with the subject will find a good summary of them by A. Momigliano in OCD 2791, SV. Patronus. From the earliest times until the later empire we hear of formal clientship, the clientela, a social institution very difficult to describe accurately. It first appears among the so-called laws of the kings, its foundation being attributed to Romulus by Oionisius of Halicarnassus, and we find it referred to in two of the surviving laws in the 12 tables of 451 to 450 BC, one section of which provides that a patron who acts fraudulently towards his client is to be accursed. Cicero could say that the plebeians were originally clients of the patricians 12, and doubtless many of them were. If so, this would have been a complicating factor in the conflict of the orders, for of course the very existence of the clientela, in its complete form, tended to make the clients dependent upon and subservient to their patroni. One special form of the clientela became, from its very nature, most strictly formulated, and it alone is the subject of frequent attention in the Roman law books. This was the relationship of the freedman to his former master, who became his patronus and to whom he owed a whole series of obligations. Other forms of clientship and patronage could be ill-defined, and my own feeling is that the nature of the bond might differ widely in individual cases. It could be very strong. As late as the end of the 4th century of the Christian era we hear from Ammianus that the vastly rich praetorian prefect, Sextus Petronius Probus, although he was magnanimous enough never actually to order a client or slave of his to do anything illegal, yet if he found that one of them had committed a crime, he defended the man in defiance of justice and without any investigation or regard for what was right and honorable. There is a significant parallel in the field of foreign affairs. Rome acquired by degrees a number of what are often called nowadays client states, and many modern writers have believed that the Romans conceived their relationship to them in terms of their age-old institution of patrocinium and clientela, although, as Momigliano has said, it is a controversial point whether the relations of certain vanquished states with Rome are to be described as clientship, and of course the terms actually used to describe that relationship would normally be friends, allies, treaty partners. Sherwin-White has rightly observed that to speak of client states is to use a metaphor. It is not a term of international law for the Romans. There are in fact no client states. 342. Although clientship and patronage came to form the background of the Roman attitude towards them. 13 As a matter of fact, when Sherwin-White himself tries to illustrate what he sees as an explicit declaration of the doctrine of the relationship of Rome to her allies as a form of clientela, the word used by the Roman Senate is not in fact clientela but a quite different metaphor, tutela, the term used by Roman lawyers for the guardianship of minors and women. There is, however, at least one case in which the words patrocinium and clientela are used by a leading Greek state to describe its relationship to Rome. In Livy, the ambassadors from Rhodes in 190 BC, after speaking of their country's amicitial with Rome, and her having undertaken the preservation of their libertas against royal domination, go on to speak of Rome's patrocinium over them and of their having been received into the fides and clientela of the Romans. I must add that it was by no means only the Roman state as such and some of its subjects that developed relationships to which the metaphor of clientship might be thought appropriate. Individual Romans, especially conquering generals, became hereditary patroni of cities and even whole countries which they had captured or benefited. For example, traditionally Fabricius Luscinus of all the Samnites, and certainly M. Claudius Marcellus of the whole of Sicily. 14 I believe that the existence in Roman society of forms of patronage and clientship with very deep roots had great political as well as social consequences. Even during the Republic, when political activity by the lower classes was still possible in some degree, many individuals, out of obedience to their patrons or in deference to their known attitude, must have been diverted from participating actively in political class struggle, and even induced to take part on the side of those having interests directly opposed to their own. One of the proverbs in the collection of Publilius Syrus, 14a, a late Republican, declares that to accept a favor is to sell one's freedom, and another asserts that to ask a favor is a form of servitude. Under the Principate, as we shall see in the last two sections of this chapter, such political influence as the lower classes had soon largely disappeared, and the ways in which patronage could be valuable to a great man changed. With the virtual cessation of election from below, and indeed the gradual drying up of all initiative from below, as political authority became concentrated in the hands of the emperor, the new role of patronage assumed great importance, above all through the dignity and influence it brought to the patron, through his ability to recommend, and often make sure of procuring appointment, to all sorts of posts that could be both honorific and lucrative. And the venal suffragium which the emperors vainly attempted to suppress surely derived part of its tenacity from the fact that it was a natural development from that suffragium, that patronage, which a patron would give gratis to his client. I demonstrate in section V, from a very revealing passage in Tacitus, that for the great men of the early Principate the absolutely unfettered exercise of their patronage rights for good or ill, was an essential ingredient in libertas itself. It would be easy to discount the pervasive influence of patronage and clientship if we were to notice only the relatively rare occasions on which it is specifically 343 mentioned as such, with the characters concerned actually referred to as patroni and clients, or the use of the technical terms patrocinium and clientela. There were in fact many situations where a relationship which was in reality that of patron and client in some form would not be so called, for fear of giving offense. In section V of this chapter I explain that a real gentleman would expect to be called his patron's friend, not his client, even if that patron was the emperor himself. We know of innumerable occasions from the late Republic onwards when great men busied themselves in the interests of those in a less substantial position than themselves, above all in writing letters of recommendation on their behalf. Many such letters speak of the man recommended as an amicus. Very few say anything that enables us to tell whether he was technically a cliens, and it hardly matters. The very humble Egyptian, Harpocras, for instance, on whose behalf as many as 4 letters passed between Pliny and Trajan, was he a formal client of Pliny's? Again, does it matter? What does seem clear is that patronage was capable of extension well beyond the circle of those who were technically clients, and that patronage in this extended sense increased rather than lessened in importance in the Principate and the later Empire. In 4.2 above I have briefly described 2 forms of rural patronage which are visible in the 4th and 5th centuries, one of them in Syria and Egypt and the other in Gaul. Here again we see the institution manifesting itself in new forms. A price always had to be paid for it, but in Syria particularly we see villagers turning the practice to their own advantage and using it as a weapon of class struggle, if an expensive one. I shall resist the temptation to expatiate at length on one particularly fascinating subject, the manipulation of the Roman state religion by the ruling class in such a way as to procure political advantage. If I may be allowed to quote what I have already written elsewhere. The Greek historian, Polybius, writing in the late 2nd century BC, speaks admiringly of the Roman attitude in religious matters. But when he gets down to details he says that what maintains the cohesion the Roman commonwealth most of all is deisidaimonia, the Greek word which is normally used as the equivalent of the Latin superstitio or our superstition, and is employed in general in a derogatory sense. Perhaps we would do best to translate it here as fear of the supernatural. At any rate, Polybius approves the deliberate utilization of this fear, explicitly in order to control the masses. The Roman upper classes shared Polybius' low opinion of the common people and felt no compunction at all about using religion in the service of politics and government. This was taken for granted as a necessity by many writers, including Cicero, Livy, Seneca, and above all the great authority on Roman religion, Varro, against whom St. Augustine later delivered a devastating polemic. Is a religious weapon that could be held in reserve for an extreme emergency was the use of the auspices, which might be employed to invalidate the election of some magistrate disliked by the oligarchy. 16 Or to put an end to popular assemblies that were about to pass legislation objectionable to the oligarchy, or to annul such legislation retrospectively. 17 It was surely of such powers that C. Memmius was thinking. 344. When in his tribunate in 111 he spoke of all things at Rome, divine as well as human, as having been under the control of a few. Let us note the value placed upon the auspices by that most articulate of all members of the Roman governing class, Cicero. For him, in speech after speech, the lex aelia et fufia, which facilitated the use and abuse of the auspices in the interests of the governing class, were laws of the greatest sanctity. They were very beneficial to the state, bulwarks and walls of tranquility and security. They were the firmest bastions of the state against the frenzy of the tribunes, which they had often hampered and restrained. And as for their repeal in 58, by a law promoted by Cicero's enemy Clodius, is there anyone who does not realize that by this one bill the entire state has been subverted? 18 In one of his so-called philosophical works, containing legislation for his ideal state, Cicero is insistent that his magistrates should have the auspices, so that plausible methods may exist of hindering unprofitable assemblies of the people, and he adds, for the immortal gods have often restrained, by means of the auspices, the unjust impetuosity of the people. It was through the auspices that the oligarchs may have felt they had the immortal gods most effectively in their pockets. The Roman conquest of the Greek world. At this point I propose to give a very brief account of the way in which nearly the whole of the Greek world was incorporated into the Roman Empire. Later in this chapter I shall return to Rome itself and give a short sketch of the developments in Roman society from the late Republic onwards. In just under a century and a half after the end of the conflict of the orders, Rome acquired a large part of the Mediterranean world. Of the Greek area, Rome took over Sicily first. It became, in Cato's words, the granary of the state, the nurse of the plebs Romana. Over Macedon and Greece itself Rome established control in the early 2nd century, although Macedon was not formally annexed as a province until 146 BC, and for another century or more most of the cities of mainland Greece were in theory free. Greece was perhaps not organized as a separate province until 27 BC, but remained until then what we might call a Roman protectorate. Rome's conquest of Macedon and Old Greece has been described over and over again, and I have nothing new to say about it. Rome's treatment of the Greeks was usually rather less cruel and ruthless than of other peoples she conquered, but in 167 a vast number of Epirots, according to Livy, were enslaved by L. Aemilius Paulus, in pursuance of official senatorial policy, and in 146 Corinth was pillaged and destroyed by Mummius. As I have explained in v.3 above, Rome made sure that Greece was kept quiet and friendly to her by ensuring that the cities were controlled by the wealthy class, which now had mainly given up any idea of resistance to Roman rule and in fact seems to have welcomed it for the most part, as an insurance against popular movements from below. The extent of Roman interference in Greece at this time cannot be estimated, as there is so little evidence. In v.3 above I have referred to one single inscription which happens to have survived, from the little 345 Achaean town of Dyme, as showing what could happen if there were any revolutionary movement from below. The action taken by Rome on that occasion may have been only one of a series of such interventions, or it may have been an isolated case and such action may rarely have been necessary. At any rate, the Roman governor of Macedonia could evidently intervene anywhere in Greece when there was a threat to the Roman-backed order. The remainder of the Greek world came under Roman rule by stages, beginning with the rich and important Attalid kingdom in northwest Asia Minor, centered at Pergamum, which was bequeathed to Rome by the will of its last king, Attalus III, and was organized as a province in 129, after a major revolt, led by one Aristonicus, about which we are badly informed, but which seems to have developed into a class war by many of the poor and underprivileged, including serfs and slaves, against the Romans and the upper classes of the prosperous Greek cities of the area. There was another anti-Roman outbreak in Asia in 88 BC, instigated by Mithridates VI of Pontus, when a large number of Romans and Italians in the province were massacred, 80, according to two of our sources, 150,000 according to Plutarch, who was probably using Sulla 5 memoirs, but even the lower figure must be vastly exaggerated. 3. Rome then gradually absorbed by degrees the remaining western and southern coastal areas of Asia Minor, also Cyrenaica, Crete, Syria and Cyprus, and finally Egypt, which had been a Hellenistic kingdom ever since its conquest by Alexander the Great in 332. Although the Roman takeover of Asia Minor and the other areas just mentioned did not involve any major war of conquest after 129 BC, Rome's wars against Mithridates VI and her own civil wars resulted in a series of exactions in which the cities were forced to pay over enormous sums, even apart from the regular taxation, and to supply naval and military forces. As Broughton has said, the Roman Republic had exploited in peace and pillaged in war the human and material resources of the eastern provinces until all their available reserves were exhausted, for sheer rapacity as a factor in Rome's expansion has recently been re-emphasized by W. V. Harris and by M. H. Crawford, both reacting against a tendency in modern times to play down this aspect of Roman imperialism. 5. I shall have nothing to say here of the further conquests made by Rome during the Principate and later Empire, but of course cities founded by Alexander and his successors which were at least in some respects Greek, east of Syria and the upper Euphrates and as far east as the Tigris, came into the Roman Empire and went out of it again, according to whether Rome ruled the district in which they were situated, forming at times parts of Roman provinces named Mesopotamia, Armenia, Osrhoene, Assyria. 6. Since attention has so often been focused upon the exploitation by the Athenians in the 5th century BC of the subject states of their empire, it will be useful for us to remind ourselves that the exploitation of the Roman Empire was on an entirely different scale of magnitude. Whether or not the original tribute of the so-called Delian League was 460 talents, the figure given by Thucydides, it seems to have been running at less than 400 talents a year in the period immediately before the Peloponnesian War of 431 to 404, although of course it was greatly increased in 425, almost certainly to a theoretical figure of over 1,400 talents. Scores of city-states in the Aegean area were involved. Now we happen to know from a letter of Cicero's, written during his proconsulship of the province of Caeculae with Cyprus in 51 to 50 BC, that his predecessors had been in the habit of exacting no less a sum than 200 talents a year from the municipalities of Cyprus alone as a personal bribe, in return for graciously giving exemption from the liability to billet soldiers. This exaction was of course an additional burden on the Cypriots, over and above the official tribute they had to pay to the Roman state. I do not know how common it was for governors to exact payment from cities in return for exemption from billeting, but there is certainly evidence for the practice in Cyrenaica in the early years of the 5th century, some 450 years after Cicero's day. See Sine EP. CXXX, ed. R. Hercher, Epistologr. Grisae, 1873. Provincial governors, then, must sometimes have done very well for themselves and profited greatly, in cash and in kind, out of illegal exactions, even if no one else equaled the enormous sum which, according to Cicero, was extorted from Sicily during his governorship there in 73 to 71 BC, amounting to no less than Hs 40 million. Tax farmers might also make large profits, although probably as a rule on an altogether lower scale, as Badian has said. The exactions of the publicani would become bearable under good governors, intolerable only under bad. Too many modern writers have failed to distinguish the illegal exactions I have referred to from the sums which governors ordinarily expected to make out of the money which passed through their hands legally in the course of their ordinary administration. Certainly, they had to account, though only at the end of their terms of office, for what they had received and spent, but, at any rate before Julius Caesar's Lex Julia of 59 BC. Accounts could evidently be absurdly brief, for Cicero quotes in one of his speeches against Verres the official record of the accounts handed in by Verres in respect of his quaestorship in 84 BC, when he was attached to the consul Cn. Papirius Carbo in Punum. I received Hs 2,235,417. I spent on army pay, legates, the proquestor and the praetorian cohort Hs 1,635,417. I left at Ariminum Hs 600,000. The account rendered to P. Lentulus and L. Triarius, urban quaestors, in accordance with the decree of the Senate. If I may continue with a quotation from what I have already written elsewhere, it is true that this account was handed in during a confused and revolutionary period, and that Cicero inveighs bitterly against the extraordinary impudence of a man who could hand in accounts as brief as this. Is this rendering accounts? Did you or I, Hortensius, or anyone else ever submit accounts in this fashion? What have we here? 6. Rome the suzerain 347. What impertinence! What audacity! What parallel is there for this among all the accounts that have ever been rendered? Nevertheless, some 13 or 14 years had passed, and Verres' accounts had evidently been accepted. We need feel no surprise at all, then, when we find that Cicero, who boasts so often of his own rectitude and would have been careful not to do anything actually illegal during his proconsulship of Cilicia, makes it clear in his correspondence that he himself derived from his governorship a personal profit of no less than Hs 2,200,000, or a little over 90 talents. He himself describes this profit, no doubt quite correctly, as made legitimately. He had even incurred the resentment of his staff, by paying back into the treasury another Hs 1 million which they felt ought to have been divided among them. The Roman state itself, as such, did not profit very much from the taxation of most of its provinces, in the late Republic and early Principate, and perhaps only Asia and Sicily produced a really handsome surplus, if military and administrative expenditure is set off against tribute. But here one is reminded of some penetrating statements made by Marx about British rule in India, in one of the series of remarkable papers which he and Engels wrote for the New York Daily Tribune between 1851 and 1862, when Marx was London correspondent of that paper. There were nearly 500 articles in all. The paper I have in mind was printed as a leading article in the issue of 21 September 1857. What Marx says here about the way the British profited from India applies to a less extent to Rome's rule over much of her empire. The present state of affairs in Asia suggests the inquiry, what is the real value of their Indian dominion to the British nation and people? Directly, that is in the shape of tribute, or surplus of Indian receipts over Indian expenditures, nothing whatever reaches the British treasury. On the contrary, the annual outgo is very large. The British government has been at the expense, for years past, of transporting to and from and keeping up in India, in addition to the forces, native and European, of the East India Company, a standing army of 30,000 men. Such being the case, it is evident that the advantage to Great Britain from her Indian Empire must be limited to the profits and benefits which accrue to individual British subjects. These profi, to whom of course there were no corresponding Romans, there were in India numerous British civil servants and military officers, not to mention other European residents in India to the number of 6,000 or more, employed in trade or private speculation. And Marx concludes, it is thus evident that individuals gain largely by the English connection with India, and of course their gain goes to increase the sum of the national wealth. But against all this, 348. A very large offset is to be made. The military and naval expenses paid out of the pockets of the people of England on Indian account have been constantly increasing with the extent of the Indian dominion. To this must be added the expense of Burmese, Afghan, Chinese and Persian wars. In fact, the whole cost of the late Russian war may fairly be charged to the Indian account, since the fear and dread of Russia, which led to that war, grew entirely out of jealousy as to her designs on India. Add to this the career of endless conquest and perpetual aggression in which the English are involved by the possession of India, and it may well be doubted whether, on the whole, this dominion does not threaten to cost quite as much as it can ever be expected to come to. Cults of the city of Rome, in the form of the goddess Roma or festivals called Romea, were set up in many Greek cities, especially in Asia Minor, for much the same reasons as the numerous cults of Hellenistic kings Seven and of other benefactors, sometimes in the hope of future benefits, or from sheer apprehension, sometimes out of genuine gratitude or goodwill. The earliest known of these cults, instituted at Smyrna in 195, involved not merely a cult statue but an actual temple. It was a clear appeal for intervention and protection. 8 Cu. TS of individual Roman generals and proconsuls began at the same time in Greece itself, with Flamininus 9, and eventually became very common all over the Greek world. Even the infamous Vers had his festival, the Varia, at Syracuse. A few Greek cities lying to the east of the Mediterranean area were either absorbed into the Roman Empire when the districts in which they were situated were made into Roman provinces during the Principate, or else they remained outside the empire altogether, or for long periods. Most of those which entered the Roman Empire not at all or only for short periods were usually under the suzerainty of the Parthian Empire and the Persian Empire which succeeded it in AD 224-10, but some, like Edessa, came under native dynasts. 11. A certain amount of historical evidence is available about a few of these eastern Greek cities, notably Dura Europus on the Euphrates, a Macedonian foundation where the upper class long remained Greek in a real sense, although the language generally spoken there was evidently the native Aramaic and Syriac and the lower classes must have been more Syrian than Greek. 12. But for my purposes there is so little evidence that I shall henceforth mainly ignore those eastern Greek cities which were not permanently absorbed into the Roman Empire. I can do no more than just mention here one very interesting and fruitful feature of Rome's ultimate policy towards Greek cities which she absorbed, her adoption of the principle of dual citizenship, allowing a man to be a citizen both of Rome and of one or more of her subject communities. This process has recently been elucidated, notably by A. N. Sherwin-White. 13 As late as the second quarter of the last century BC, Cicero's friend and correspondent T. Pomponius Atticus felt unable to accept the citizenship of Athens when it was offered to him, because he believed that this would involve the ios of his Roman citizenship. A similar view is expressed in two speeches by Cicero, dating respectively from 69 and 56 BC, Pro Caecina 100, and Pro Balba 28-31, the latter shows 6. Rome the suzerain 349 that some other Romans had not been as cautious as Atticus. However, by a development of the peculiar Roman notion of civita sine suffragio, associated with the status of the municeps, the Romans had already reached the stage at which a member of an Italian municipium, at any rate, could be regarded as in all respects a Roman. This is admirably expressed in a famous passage in Cicero's De Legibus, a text and translation of which are conveniently printed in Sherwin-White, RC 2154. And before the end of the same century, in the early years of the Principate, we find a similar doctrine applied to the Greeks of Cyrenaica. The idea was soon generalized to include all communities under Roman rule. I must not take time to discuss the further consequences of Roman imperialism for the class struggle in the Greek world. As we saw in v.3 above, those local Greek upper classes who remained faithful to Rome could normally rely upon Rome's assistance in maintaining their position vis-a-vis the working population, with the result that oppression and exploitation of the lower classes must have increased. Greek democracy was gradually extinguished utterly, the Romans ensuring a continuance of the process which had already begun under Macedonian rule, and of course this made it increasingly difficult, and ultimately impossible, for the humble to offer effective resistance to the powerful save by extra-legal means such as rioting and the lynching of unpopular officials. Rome always exacted tribute, except from the limited circle of Greek civitates liberi et immunes, whose status was precarious even if they were civitates joderati. If a Greek city which came under Roman rule was already exploiting its working population as far as it was safe to do so, the tribute, and of course the additional exactions made by Roman officials and tax farmers, will have had to come out of the pockets of the propertied class, at least in part, but no doubt the burdens on the peasantry were as a rule simply increased, to cover the tribute and the other Roman burdens. The effect of Roman rule on the position of those peasants in Asia who were serfs or quasi-serfs is not known. We have very little evidence about the condition of the peasants in the Asiatic provinces, and I have no mind to add to the speculations, often overconfident, in which some scholars have indulged, but it is an obvious guess that while some poor peasants fell into debt bondage or even actual slavery, others improved in status, legally at any rate, owing to the fact that Roman law did not recognize serfdom as an institution, although no doubt Roman magistrates, like Macedonians and Greeks, would have been willing to preserve local forms of subjection and dependence. An interesting sidelight on the arrogance of some Romans towards their Greek subjects is the rebuke Cicero says he received from their successor as governor of Sicily in 70 BC, L. Caecilius Metellus, for making a speech at all to the Council of Syracuse, and in particular for making it in Greek, this Metellus described as intolerable. Throughout the rest of this book, as here, I often speak of the Roman Empire, using the word in an essentially geographical sense, to mean the Roman and, after the Roman conquest, the 350 Greco-Roman world, the whole area of Roman rule, including Italy and Rome itself. I realize, of course, that empire, and particularly imperialism, are often used in a very different sense, to refer to situations in which one political entity exercises dominion over others. However, except for the period discussed in this section, during which Republican Rome was conquering the Greek world, I have paid little attention to Roman imperialism, in the strict sense of rule by those who were technically Romans over those who were not. Had I done so, it would have complicated the picture unnecessarily. During the Principate, the Roman citizenship was gradually diffused in some degree, if very unevenly, over much of the Greco-Roman world, until in the early 3rd century it was extended to virtually the whole free population, but we are not sufficiently informed about most of the details, and it would be impossibly difficult to determine how the class struggle was affected, in particular cases or overall, by the distinction between cives and peregrinus, especially since some leading Greeks who were Roman citizens rose into positions in the imperial administration and even into the Senate, while many others, although members of the propertied class, did not even possess the citizenship. Those who are interested in Roman imperialism in the sense I have just been describing will find little or nothing that is relevant to that subject in the rest of this book. From Republic to Principate I now return to Rome itself. In the last century of the Republic there was a series of political convulsions. These began with attempts at reform, partly in the interests of the lower classes, which were fiercely resisted by the great majority of the senatorial oligarchy, and ended in a series of civil wars which finally left Augustus the undisputed master of the Roman world. The system of government he founded, under the pretense, as we put it nowadays, of restoring the Republic, one is generally known as the Principate, a term to which I shall return later, in the next section of this chapter. Perhaps more has been written on the end of the Republic and the foundation of the Principate in recent times than on any other topic in Roman or Greek history, yet problems still remain on a very large number of issues, even some central ones. The whole question is much too large and complicated to be summed up adequately in a few generalizations, and of course this is a matter of Roman rather than Greek history, but parts of the Greek world were drawn into the civil wars of 44 to 31 BC, and since the whole Greek area was subject to Rome under the Principate, I cannot avoid a brief explanation of how that regime arose. Sir Ronald Syme, who has made so many distinguished contributions to the study of Roman history, gave to his first great book, which described the foundation of the Principate, the title, The Roman Revolution, somewhat of a 351 misnomer, one may feel. In the conflicts he describes there, in which Italy and the non-political orders in society triumphed over Rome and the Roman aristocracy, his gaze is concentrated entirely upon what the advertisements of the London Times, a few years ago, liked to call top people. It is not that Syme and his pupils are actually hostile to those he himself describes as the slaves and serfs and the voiceless earth-colored rustics, conveniently forgotten altogether by most of those who pass judgment on the past. It is rather that for this school what matters in Roman history is the activities of the leading men alone. One of Syme's outstanding pupils, Ernest has gone so far as to assert that the study of the Roman Republic is chiefly the study of its ruling class. Another able pupil of Syme's, T.D. Barnes, has recently stated that, especially in a badly documented period like the age of Constantine, the reconstruction of the families and careers of individuals is a necessary preliminary to any worthwhile social or political history. URS 6549, my italics, although of course the only individuals about whose families and careers we are likely to know much, and indeed the only ones who can be said to have had careers, are those at the top of the social scale, and if the reconstruction of their families and careers is a necessary preliminary, then worthwhile social history of the ancient world throughout much of its existence might have to be indefinitely postponed. Prosopography, the study of individuals, has become, in the hands of its practitioners, the study of prominent individuals, their careers, their families, and their alleged political connections. It has reached a very high level of expertise and has made a major contribution to the study of ancient history. In Roman history it can be traced back to F. Munzer, Romiscatel Spartae Nuendia dels Gemillion. Parallel investigations in modern English history by Sir Lewis Namier seem to have had no direct influence on the early development of Roman prosopography. One perhaps the treatment of Tiberius Gracchus, tribune in 133 BC, may serve as an illustration of the approach I am criticizing. Tiberius enters the pages of Syme's The Roman Revolution twice. A small party, we are told, zealous for reform, or rather, perhaps, from hostility to Scipio Aemilianus put up the tribune Ti. Sempronius Gracchus. And again, these prudent men soon refused further support to the rash, self-righteous tribune when he plunged into illegal courses. But Momigliano, reviewing the Roman Revolution in the Journal of Roman Studies, has rightly objected that very few revolutions are explained by their chiefs. The study of the leaders is necessary, but by itself is not enough, and Brunt has protested that it is a fundamental misunderstanding of the crisis of 33 to explain it primarily in terms of factional feuds. Gracchus was concerned with social problems, the impoverishment of the citizens, the growth of slave estates, the decline of the peasantry which had always been the backbone of the Roman economy. The motives of the Gracchi and of the other great populars of the late Republic are comparatively unimportant, and they can rarely be reconstructed with any confidence. What makes these men figures of real historical significance is the fact that they provided the essential leadership without which the struggles of the lower classes could hardly have emerged. 352. At all at the political level. As Brunt says, their personal motives, which it may be hard to determine, are less significant than the real grievances and genuine discontents on which they could lay point to. Only once in the late Republic, as far as I know, do we hear of those in weakness and poverty being warned that they ought not to put their trust in the promises of rich and prosperous men, and that only a man who was poor himself would be a faithful defender of their interests. This, according to Cicero, was said by Catiline in a speech made in 63 at a private gathering in Catiline's own house and later openly avowed by him in a session of the Senate. In a moving letter to Catullus, preserved by Sallust, Catiline asserted that it had been his habitual practice to uphold the interests of the poor in public life. If this is true, it becomes even easier to understand the extreme detestation with which Catiline was finally regarded by Cicero and his like, and the vilification to which they subjected him. The populars of the late Republic, who appear so often in the literary sources, were not an organized faction or party or even a compact body of men having substantially the same outlook on major political issues, as on the whole their opponents the optimates were, at least at times of crisis. 3. They were simply prominent individual politicians who had what we should call a popular following, in the sense of support from the poorer classes, and who adopted policies that were disliked by the oligarchy, usually because they were in one way or another unfavorable to the wealthier classes. Some of the politicians concerned were clearly motivated by real concern about the menacing social developments in Italy, others may have taken the courses they did mainly because they felt that this was the best way to advance their own careers. There are certain features of the policies of the populars which tend to appear again and again, agrarian measures of one kind or another, including above all the distribution of land to the poor or to army veterans, whether in individual lots or in the form of colonies, the supply of corn to poor citizens living at Rome, either free or at a low price, the relief of debt, and defense of the democratic elements in the constitution, such as they were, especially the privileges of the tribunes, and the right of appeal. All these policies were anathema to the oligarchs. The populars, then, served faute de mieux and sometimes no doubt against their will, as leaders of what was in a very real sense a political class struggle, a blind, spasmodic, uninformed, often misdirected and always easily confused movement, but a movement with deep roots, proceeding from men whose interests were fundamentally opposed to those of the ruling oligarchy, and who were not concerned with the mere exclusiveness, corruption, and inefficiency of the senatorial government but with its rapacity and its utter indifference to their interests. 4. I submit that the sudden growth of perhaps not very remarkable men such as Saturninus, Sulpicius Rufus, Catiline, and Clodius V into figures of some historical importance is more easily understandable if we recognize the existence among the poorer classes in the Roman state, especially perhaps the much abused city mob of Rome itself, of a permanent current of hostility to senatorial misrule and exploitation, hostility which might be 353 repressed for quite long periods by a mixture of sternness and condescending patronage, and which is both minimized and vilified in the oligarchical tradition, but which nevertheless remained a potent force in Roman politics, available to any leader who incorporated in his program one or more of the few simple policies I outlined at the end of the last paragraph, which would be regarded as the hallmarks of a real popularis. But except in so far as they tried to promote the power of the popular assembly at the expense of the Senate and magistrates. 6. It would be misleading to call the populars Democrats. As their name implied, they were essentially those who either were, or represented themselves as being or were believed to be, in some respects on the side of the common people, against the ruling oligarchy. Cicero defines them as those who wished to please the multitudo in what they said and did. He contrasts them with the optimates, who behaved in such a way as to win the approval of the best men, optimus quisque, and act in their interests. The Greek equivalent for populars was demodikoi, a word which had no necessarily democratic connotation. It could be used even of a tyrant who was thought to favor the masses in some way, and indeed Appian describes Julius Caesar, a highly autocratic figure, as demodikotatos, just as Aristotle says that the Athenian tyrant Pisistratus was considered demodikotatos. It is the activities of the populars which are important for us, not their lineage or their motives or their ambitions or their moral characters. As I have already indicated, their motives, which have so often been minutely scrutinized, are of very secondary importance. The questions we have to answer are, what historical role did these men play, and what social forces gave them their strength? In point of fact, most of them, as we should expect, came from the most prominent families. Catiline was a patrician, and so was Clodius, until he turned himself into a plebeian by making a transitio ad plebem in 59 BC, in order to qualify himself as a tribune. All this is understandable. Depressed classes have often been obliged to seek leaders from among the ranks of their rulers, until they have obtained sufficient experience and political capacity to stand on their own feet, a condition to which the Roman masses never attained. There is plenty of evidence to show that a large number of the common people, both in Rome itself and in Roman Italy, regarded the populace as their leaders, supported them, and often revered their memories when they were done to death, as many of them were, in particular Tiberius Gracchus, Gaius Gracchus, Saturninus, and Glaucia, Sulpicius Rufus, Marius Gratidianus, Catiline, Clodius and Caesar. Much of the evidence for the relationship between the lower orders and some of the leading populace is virtually ignored nowadays. For example, certain statements made by Plutarch about the Gracchi. When Tiberius Gracchus was proposing his agrarian bill in 133, the Roman people chalked up slogans on porches, walls, and monuments, calling upon Tiberius to give them back their old possessions. Gaius Gracchus, during his second tribunate in 122 BC, left his house on the fashionable Palatine Hill and went to live near the Forum, with the conscious aim of arousing the regard of the poor and humble who mostly lived in that area. He also gave offense to fellow magistrates by pulling down some private stands. 354. Around the Forum which they had erected there in anticipation of being able to hire out the seats to spectators at a gladiatorial show the next day, Gaius claimed that the poor should be able to see the show for nothing. After the death of Gaius, the Roman people demonstrated their respect for the brothers by setting up statues of them, regarding the places where they had been murdered as sacred and bringing first fruits of everything there. Many came to sacrifice and worship at these places, as if they were visiting shrines of gods. Cicero in 70 BC, in one of his speeches against Verres, invites the judges to consider how he might have excited the feelings of the ignorant multitude by producing a son of Gracchus or of Saturninus, or of some man of that sort. 87 years later there was a popular outcry when Cicero, in one of his speeches, gloried in the killing of Saturninus. A form of cult was paid to Marius Gratidianus, with a statue set up to him in each district of Rome, at which candles were burnt, and incense and wine were offered. 9. Catiline's tomb was decked with flowers on the condemnation in 59 OFC. Antonius, the fellow consul of Cicero in 63, who had been the nominal commander of the army that finally crushed Catiline and his followers. Caesar was highly regarded by the Roman lower classes, who also revered him after his death and, mistakenly, transferred their allegiance to his designated heir and adopted son, Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus. 10. Again, Clodius and Milo are commonly represented by modern historians as rival gangsters who employed bands of gladiators and desperados to intimidate their political adversaries. Clodius may or may not have been a man of more disreputable character than the average politician of his day. But when he was murdered by Milo's ruffians early in 52, the Roman people showed their anger and distress by violent demonstrations, in the course of which they actually burnt down the Senate house. 11. They gave no recorded sign of disapproval when Milo shortly afterwards was forced into exile, nor did they ever make any general demonstration of political enthusiasm, as far as I know, in favor of any optimate leader. 12. I do not believe that the Roman lower classes deserve the vituperation they have received from Roman writers, especially Cicero, from whom so much of our historical tradition about late republican political life derives. If indeed they were to some extent demoralized and depraved, it was largely because the oligarchy had made it impossible for them to be anything else, and perhaps preferred them to be so, as our own ancestors preferred to keep the English laboring classes ignorant and uneducated and without a voice in the government until well on in the 19th century. What chance did the humble Roman have of acquiring a sense of political responsibility? The unfortunate thing is that we can virtually never feel we are seeing things as they really were. Our sources normally present us with a mere stock caricature. This has descended from Cicero, through Plutarch, Amyot, and North, direct to Shakespeare, through whose eyes we see the Roman populace as a pack of bloodthirsty sans-culottes, hooting and clapping their chopped hands and throwing up their sweaty nightcaps and uttering such a deal of stinking breath that we shudder at the very thought of them. Their fickleness, too, is well exemplified in some 130 famous lines of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, in which Antony turns them from thoughtless acquiescence in 355 Caesar's murder to a frenzy of burn, fire, kill, slay. I suspect that acceptance, often perhaps unconscious, of this bitterly contemptuous attitude to the lower orders at Rome lies at the very root of the perversion of Roman history which has dominated most modern accounts. Recently, a different picture has begun to emerge, notably in books and articles by Brunt and Yavitz, and now Helmuth Schneider. Some influence has been exerted here by Marxist historians of other periods, in particular Hobsbawm and Rood. 13. But the standard picture is still virtually the one presented by Cicero and his like, for whom the lower classes at Rome are the swords urbis et faex, dirt, and filth, the misera acii una plebecula, a starving, contemptible rabble, the centina urbis, the bilge water or dregs of the city, they are to a poron kai riperon, the indigent and unwashed, for when they show radical tendencies they are habitually described by Cicero as the improbi, the wicked, and contrasted with the boni, the decent folk. That is to say, the oligarchs and their adherents. Here we are reminded again that the Greek and Roman world was positively obsessed with wealth and status, the latter depending largely on the former. Sallust, who often weakens his picture with facile moralizing, sometimes realized the truth, as when he wrote, "Every man who was most opulent and most capable of inflicting harm passed for a bonus because he defended the existing state of affairs." History, Fro 1.12, ed. B. Morenbrecher, t. 893, a passage which does not appear either in the Loeb edition of Sallust or in the Tübner text by Akerfess. The complicated political machinery of Rome was such that it would never have been possible for the poorer classes to attain the relatively united front which the oligarchy could easily achieve through the Senate, always dominated by a handful of senior consulars. The citizen population was much less concentrated than in any Greek polis, and when a large part of Italy was enfranchised after the Social War of 91-87, the assemblies became even less representative. Nothing like a genuinely representative form of government emerged. All major political decisions were taken entirely at Rome, normally in practice by the Senate, which remained immensely powerful, although sometimes the assemblies, which were still mass meetings of the Roman people, could pass measures contrary to the wishes of the faction dominant in the Senate. In addition to the vastly greater area inhabited by Roman citizens in the late Republic, which made attendance at the assembly virtually impossible for the great majority, except on rare occasions, there was another factor which was responsible for making the whole complexion of politics at Rome entirely different from that of any Greek state of any period, namely, Rome's position as a great imperial power. Enormous wealth, by the standards of those days, came to Rome as the result of her great wars in the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st centuries BC. The story has often been told and the available figures given. 16. There is more than enough contemporary evidence to convict the Romans, or rather, their propertied classes, of plundering the provinces on a vast scale. Diodorus, a Greek-speaking Sicilian. 356. Historian of the last century BC, who at times shows some signs, exceptional in a Greek or Roman writer, of sympathizing with the oppressed. 17 remarks that the Phoenicians had a talent for discovering sources of wealth, the Italians a genius for leaving nothing for anybody else. Another obiter dictum by Diodorus, critical of the Romans, is in XXXI.27.5, among the Romans no one readily and willingly gives any of his property to anyone. There is much evidence for the inordinate appetite of leading Romans for wealth and luxury. 4 letters written by Cicero to his friend Atticus in the first half of 60 BC. Complain bitterly about the selfishness of those very rich men, Piscinarii, as he contemptuously calls them, who are fools enough to think that even when the state is done for they will still have their fish ponds, the leading men who think themselves in heaven if they have bearded mullets coming to hand in their fish ponds, while they neglect everything else. These were no mere men of private leisure. Most of the known Piscinarii are mainly elating men indeed. Only P. Vadius Pollio, the friend of Augustus, was a mere equestrian. he it was who had the habit of punishing his slaves by throwing them alive into his pool, to be devoured by his lampreys. 18. There are also some striking general statements by Cicero, who will hardly be accused of harboring either prejudice against the Roman ruling class or radical ideas on the subject of Roman imperialism. I can do no more here than give references to some of them in a note. 19. I will quote only the opinion of Tacitus, that the provinces did not object to the change from republic to principate, for they distrusted the rule of Senate and people because of the struggles between the men of power and the greed of officials, against whom the laws, crippled by violence, intrigue, and especially by corruption, gave them no help. Not only did vast sums in booty and war indemnities and taxation accrue to the Roman state legitimately, the Roman military commanders 20 made immense private fortunes, and so did many of the provincial governors. It is true that the majority of the provinces, perhaps all except Asia and the three great islands, Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, must have cost at least as much to pacify and garrison as they yielded to the state in tribute, but virtually every provincial governor expected to make at least a small fortune out of even a single year in office. When Cicero made a profit of Hs 2,200,000 out of his governorship of Cilicia and Cyprus in 51 to 50 BC, he nevertheless felt, probably with justification, that he had acted with complete propriety. The soldiers collectively profited from the distributions made to them out of booty, even if the rank and file received only modest sums individually. And the poor at Rome, the plebs urbana, benefited indirectly in various ways, for instance from the public works which the profits of empire made possible, and above all from the regular supply of cheap com from Sicily, Sardinia, and Africa. 21. The results of Roman imperialism, overall and in the long run, need to be assessed by an analysis in terms of class. This has sometimes been done even by those who are far from being Marxists. For example, my own teacher A.H.M. Jones gave a perfectly acceptable class analysis in his paper on Rome to the Third International Conference of Economic History at Munich in 1965, recently reprinted in his Roman Economy. After referring to the impoverishment of the provinces in the late Republic, he went on to say that it was senators and equestrians in Italy who profited from the empire. But they did not use their newly acquired wealth for any economically productive purpose, they spent it either on luxury goods or on the acquisition of land. Their demand for luxuries encouraged a one-way traffic of imports into Italy, which provided employment for provincial craftsmen and profits to merchants both provincial and Italian. Their acquisition of land led to the pauperization of many of the Italian peasantry. The Italian lower classes lost rather than gained by the empire. Many of them lost their land and were recompensed only by cheap com if they migrated to Rome, or meager pay in the army. Now the plebs urbana, simply because of their permanent presence at Rome, had some political influence as voters in the assembly, and the senatorial oligarchy had to take account of them, insofar as they could function as a pressure group. If necessary, they could riot. Riots at Rome fill a large place in the pages of Cicero, but their effect on the course of event was limited. The government could in the end always repress urban disorder, if it could command a loyal soldiery. The soldiers and veterans, however, were a very different matter, and potentially a very much more serious source of danger to the oligarchy. In the end they helped to bring down the republic. Perhaps the single most important factor here was that a large and increasing proportion of discharged veterans had little or no property to support them when they returned to their homes. Times in a man's absence on military service his parents or children would be driven out by an influential neighbor. There is much evidence for the forcible dispossession of the poor by the rich during the late Republic, which has been set out by Brunt in a valuable appendix to his Italia 11 Manpower. 22. Great emphasis is often placed on what has been called Marius's creation of a client army, the enlistment by Maurice as consul in 107, for the Jugurthine War, not only of members of the 5 property classes who were traditionally liable to regular conscription for the legions, but also of volunteers from among those who had too little property to qualify for the classes. These were the so-called pro/atarii or caput sensi, the poor, who contributed little or nothing to the welfare of the state, as Hugh last characteristically put it. In fact, proletary had sometimes been recruited before, although mainly in times of emergency, but Marius' action set a precedent, and after Manus recruiting officers ceased to inquire into the property qualifications of citizens, before enrolling them in the legions. Marius himself does not seem to have perceived that he had secured the means to dominate the state as the patron of his troops. Only in retrospect could it be discerned that penniless soldiers could become the pliant instruments of an unscrupulous commander. Thus the censure of Marius' conduct is anachronistic. It implies, however, that Marius set a 358 precedent that later magistrates had followed and that a proletarian army overturned the oligarchic republic. We may well believe that Marius' main motive was to preserve his following among the people by sparing those who did not wish to serve and attracting the penniless with prospects of rich booty, yet with the steady decline of the peasantry the change he made was surely inevitable sooner or later. Of course the senatorial government, even in its own interest, ought to have provided at least the poorer legionaries with land on discharge, but distributions of land of any kind, whether to ordinary poor citizens or to army veterans, were always detested by the oligarchy. 23 Consequently the loyalty of discharged veterans, and of soldiers who knew they would otherwise be left without means on discharge, was deeply engaged to commanders who could be relied upon, in the teeth of senatorial opposition, to make land grants available to their veterans, by laws promoted in the assembly by or on behalf of the commanders, as by Caesar in 59. These land grants were sometimes facilitated by large-scale confiscations from political opponents defeated in civil wars, a tactic resorted to above all by Sulla the Optimate and by the triumvirs of 43 to 42 BC. This gave the commanders irresistible strength. In refusing to satisfy the needs even of those misery whom they were obliged to arm, the Republican ruling class displayed not only a lack of social sympathy which is conspicuous in their policy as a whole, but also a lack of prudence that was fatal to their power and privileges. The wretchedness of the population from whom the army was recruited enabled leaders whose primary concern was their own enrichment or aggrandizement to threaten and finally to subvert the republic. It was Augustus who took the essential step towards creating a permanent standing army, above all by setting up in AD 6 a special treasury for financing grants to discharged veterans, the aerarium militare, fed by two new taxes, the more important of which was much resented by the senators. The army now became decreasingly Italian. As Brunt has well said, the burden of conscription in Italy that Augustus had reduced Tiberius finally lifted, for it was under Tiberius that the levy in Italy fell into disuse, once the program of foreign expansion had been given up. The Pax Augusta really began in AD 17. But it was made inevitable by the exhaustion of Italian manpower. The exhaustion was not strictly numerical, but moral. Italy could still have mobilized great armies. But too many Italians had been fighting for too long, il faut en finir. In all the literature of the time the words most characteristic of the new spirit of the age were not any of those famous commemorations of Rome's imperial mission and martial glories, but propertius nullus de nostro sanguine miles erit, you'll get no soldier of my blood.